Am I the meanest?
Pun's drunk.
Am I the prettiest?
Pun's drunk.
Am I the baddest mofo low down around this time?
Pun's drunk.
Well, who am I?
Pun's drunk.
Who am I?
Pun's drunk.
I can't hear you.
Pun's drunk. AKA Mr. Moo Woo Shot himself.
Of Harlem.
You already know this is Pun Drunk Boxing, aka Mr. Moo Shot himself. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are in this side of heaven. God bless you all. Had to go run to the gas station right quick. Give me something to drink. A couple of Red Bulls here, cause I'm gonna need the energy. Hold on, y'all. I hope everybody out there doing well, doing good. Y'all see the title, you see the thumbnail. Now, it's going to be a subject right here that we're going to be talking about. And if you're a beta male, if you're too emotional, this not might be healthy for you. Now, if you got that alpha male, because we need leaders out here. We need some alpha males to lead, to come up with some solutions. Because this is a topic that I think it needs to be had. We need a dialogue. Give me just 1 second, y'all. Give me 1 second. Nah. Wait. Hold on. What up, Mateo? Let me say what's up to the people. Smash the like button, ladies and gentlemen. Smash the like button. Yours go OG Ninja, BK, Mark Nash. Was good. Fuentes, amen, my brother. Hi, low in the building. Good looking out, my brother. Where you at? Where I found you at? Oh, matter of fact, make your reflection count with great respect. Let's see. We're going to try. What's up, hater? This channel picked the perfect topic because this channel finds any way possible to down African-American fighters. Okay, we're going to see about that. I'm going to give all shine to the haters as well because, this channel is based off enlightenment and being enlightened. See, I don't got no ego, so I could be enlightened. I could be educated. A lot of people got a lot of egos and stuff like that, If you tell them something or you present to them something that you think is beneficial for them, they take it to the heart. What this guy think he know more than me? He experienced more life than me. What this guy's talking about, huh? We're going to be talking about it. Y'all already know, man. Boxing got great momentum. Let's start off with the boxing because we're going to lead into something heavy. If you don't got the mind for it, I guess it's not your show. Y'all already know it's Happy Hour Thursday. Happy Hour Thursday. If y'all don't know, man, every Thursday, Punch Drunk Boxing, Happy Hour Thursday. Ain't gonna be no karaoke night. We usually do some karaoke nights on Happy Hour Thursday. Every time you come into the panel, you gotta sing me a tune. Spoken words. I don't just entertain the people. But we on serious mode. Smash the like button. Hit the like button like Ike Turner, damn it. Smash the like button, hit the like button, abuse the like button. Matter of fact, make love to the like button. Make the like button come. Give twins to the like button. Don't let the like button leave you. You're going to pay some child support. Make love to the like button. Punch, what's good? Soft Croy, what's good? Guido in the building, what's good, Guido? What's good? What's good? Major Key Boxing in the building. What's good, Glenn? What's good? SS2B Phone Jack. What's good? What's good? Bill, what's good? Ale, dímelo, mi hermano. And for those out there, for that comment earlier this week, had a couple of comments out there saying, why punch? Why you got to speak Spanish? Stick to English. Stick to English. Mira, mi hermano, my friend, my brother. This is boxing, man. This is the world of boxing. And I can speak any type of language I want. If I know it, I'll speak it and I'll express it. So let me start this off. Let people time in, a couple of people time in, you know, so we can get everything out. We can get everything out. The integrity of the channel, the integrity is to give boxers and the sport of boxing another platform. Boxers, men and women, modern day warriors, modern day gladiators, they put their life on the line for pure entertainment. Love fighters have much respect for all fighters. And of course, when I say they are modern day warriors, modern day gladiators, I actually mean that, really mean that to the bottom of my heart. But that doesn't mean we don't hold these boxers accountable for the things that come out their mouth, the way they live their life outside. But of course, we try to keep it into what goes in the ring, what goes in the sport, really. Just like anybody else, you don't want people to talk about your private life. Nobody know you, you know. So, Glenn, what's good? What's good? Tú eres bien bravo y tienes los huevos para presentar este tópico. Salud, hermano. Gracias, mi hermano. Gracias. Nosotros tenemos que hablar de esto porque tú sabes cómo. And you know why we need to talk about Black versus Latino, Latino versus Black? Because First and foremost, I always say it's one race. What makes us beautiful is that we got different cultures, but we're one race. Again, God doesn't see us like the black man, the Latino man, the white man, the Hispanic man, the Asian man, the Indian man. Nah, we're sons or daughters of God. If you don't believe in God, look, I preference my point of views because I believe in God. Jesus Christ, my Lord and Savior. For those, I respect everybody's religion. I respect Islam. Very much so. So, at the end of the day, man, we sons and daughters of God. You're my brothers and you're my brothers and sisters. We're distant relatives. That's the way I see it. And the more that I say that we're one race, the more I get that pushback. The more I say it's one race, the more I get, no. It's the black. Do you know that we suffer this much? No, Latino in the building. No. Asians and Chinese and Korean and Japanese and Middle Eastern. And every time I do want to express that this is one race, I believe that it will eliminate a lot of things that we go through, a lot of things that we talk about. If we try to eliminate and abolish all that separatism movement, separatism saying, if we just say that we're one race, the human race, and just focus on returning to God, returning to our Father, I think everything will be good. But that's just my point of view. That's just one point. That's just the way I see. I feel that things could get better. I think that's the solution. I think that in the world we have fought a lot. You could call it tribe. You could call it whatever. In every corner of the world, there's been an oppressor and oppressor. In every corner. In every corner of this world, there's been an oppressed and an oppressor. Yeah. Some people don't want to hear that. Some people would have some people, some culture, some tribe, some race. Let's talk about race, because of course I need to be understood in this. But at the end of the day, it's one race. But I got to speak in the way that everybody else sees it. People don't want to see it one race. People don't want it to be one race. I believe that people just sometimes I get these mixed emotions. I don't even think that people want to unite. I don't think that people want to unite. Sometimes I think that there's a culture or race that feel the need not to move on because it's easy. It's easy to blame somebody for shortcomings. It's easy to blame it on the white man. It's easy to blame it on somebody. It's easy to blame it on your girl, your man, your kids, your teacher, resources, lack of resources, born and raised in less unfortunate circumstances. A lot. You say excuses, people be like, what the hell you mean, Punch? What you mean excuses? You don't know what I've been through. You don't know how I was born and raised. You don't know the hurdles I had to hop and leap. Nah, you don't know. I'm going to tell you something that nobody cares about. Time. Time don't give a damn. Time don't give a damn if you rich or poor. Time don't give a damn if you rich or poor, black or white, Asian. Time don't give a damn. I know we agree on that, right? Time don't give a damn. God don't give a damn about no damn race, right? So why won't we focus on the thing that is important? That we're one race with different cultures. We are buffet. And different cultures is what makes us beautiful. It's what makes the human race tasteful. But sometimes we act in ways where it makes it tasteless. In the sport of boxing, the boxing that we love, the sport that we love, we talk about, they say that Black versus Latino always sells. Right? They say that Black and Latinos always sells. Why does it sell? Because you have loyal fan bases. In my opinion, that's what I used to think, but I don't think like that no more. The way that I see things and the way I see that our community, the boxing community, the YTBC, I see us going against each other a lot. I see Black going against each other, Latino going against each other, whites, Blacks, whites, Eastern European fighters or fan base. Now, it's one thing to be proud to to support your countrymen, because it's beautiful when you see the guys like Anthony Joshua, Ricky Hatton, they come to America and the UK supports them. They buy their tickets. That's beautiful. They go for the countryman. We have to also talk about culture, society. We also got to talk about identifying how they wanted to keep us emotional, how they capitalize off our emotions. We got to identify that. That's another thing that we need to talk about. Identify when they trying to keep us emotional. Identify when they're trying to put us against one another. What's good, War Combat? What's good, my brother? What's good, Raider? Bestie was good. Smash the like button, ladies and gentlemen. This is a topic that we need to talk about that is long overdue. Sometimes they say, come on, man, we're the same. Black and Latinos are the same. Sometimes I hear it only when it benefits that particular race. I seen it. As a matter of fact, I seen it this year. We're the same one day, then the next day is Black versus Latinos, Latino versus Black. But I thought that we was the same. A Latino could say the N-word in a brotherly good way, and then the next day is, why you saying the N-word? You shouldn't be allowed to say the N-word. You're racist. The next day, no, you're my brother. It's like one day, for example, Fat Joe rap all his life using the N-word, and then a couple of years ago he said the N-word, and they'd be like, oh my God, how could you say that, Fat Joe? Hey, that's the way I talk. Oh, yo, that's the way that you talk. You must be a racist. Sometimes people, they want to pick and choose when we're the same and when we're not. We're going to be talking about that as well. We're going to eliminate the fakeness. We're going to be talking about it. We're going to talk about why, the how, and the solutions. Because a lot of things we always complain. A lot of people always complain, but then they don't have no solution. So we got to be talking about the solution, right? Some people don't like people justifying things amongst our own people, right? Our own people in the community. And look, in my perspective, so y'all could know, I come from New York, born and raised Harlem, Washington Heights. My perspective come from the northeast. I know that things are different down south. I lived in down south as well. Lived in Florida, got family in Georgia. There's a different type of lifestyle, different type of culture, right? Culture could be the same race, different type of cultures. New York City is a melting pot. New York City, I live in a block where across the street is a Muslim temple, right across the street from a Catholic church, right across the street from a Baptist church, and then right across the street, and I'm talking about four corners, the four corners where I was raised, and then you got the Jewish temple. That's the way I was raised. That's the way I was raised. I was raised in a melting pot. I got a melting pot heart. I was raised in a melting pot. That's my perspective. And I'm not trying to, I don't want to, and so I could say that so y'all can understand my perspective, so I won't sound like I'm disingenuous to other perspective out there, because I know it differs. I've been to LA, and I'm like, yo, do you know was Dominican? There's Brazilians up? Nah, not so much. Nah, what's that? What's Dominican? What's that? What's that? Because it's different. I know black people that just call Spanish people Mexican, because probably in their community, the Spanish people, the Spanish that live in that community is just Mexicans. So they grow just by saying Spanish people are Mexicans and don't know nothing about no Nicaragua, Peru, Venezuela, y toda esa gente, mi hermano, mi hermanas. Salute Terrence, Al, Miguel, Ben. What's good? So people have different perspective, and people need to respect other people's perspective. And I'm gonna say mine so y'all can understand where I come from. So when I do say certain things, you'll be like, all right, this is why Punch thinks like that. I understand, but let me check him on this one, because I'm not afraid, nor I knock to be checked on. I like to be checked on. I like to expand my mind. Again, I've learned to throw an ego to the side. I learned that. Some people don't. Some people got an ego. They don't want to listen to nobody. They don't want to learn nothing. See, not me. I open up the platform to my supporters and my haters. I might not agree with you. You might not agree with me. But at the end of the day, we want to come with a concrete understanding of why things are this, or why you may feel this way, and how can we move better? How can we move to a better understanding and a better place in our society? My perspective in the hood, because I believe that a lot of people here was also, when we talk about boxing, you know, and I've met people and I've communicated with people, and we live, and a lot of people in this community we come from you know, unfortunate circumstances. The hood, the ghetto, whatever you want to call it. In the inner cities, in the ghetto is mostly, you know, Black and Latinos. In my perspective, my knowledge of it, especially living in New York and traveling a lot of places in this country. The most race, so we want to talk about racism. The most racism I've seen in my life, any racism I experienced in my life, is within my own people, in my own community. The racism that I experienced in my life is Black and Latinos. Latinos versus Black. Black coming at me because I'm Latinos. Latinos coming after me because they think I'm Black, African American. Yeah. I've experienced racism with my own people. Yo creía que tú, oh, my friend, yo creía que tú eres negro. Déjalo ahí, bang, bang, bang. When I'm trying to stop a cab driver will be like, oh, I wasn't going to stop for you. I thought you was black. Mira, siga ahí, coño. Get out of here, you racist. Get out of here. I won't be in a cab. I tell them right there. Black people will be like, yo, why you want to be black? Or why you act like you black? Go back to your country. Hick. You got an accent. Ha 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 ha. Shut up. Go back to your go. When you came from the banana boat, you came swimming. Go back to your country. I got that throughout my youth. The end of the day, I got it from black and Latino. A lot of people want to blame most of the white man. Look, I'm gonna say, and that's why if y'all follow the channel, subscribe to the channel. I had another video when I'm explaining about that nobody has a green light to be racist. No race has a green light to be racist. There is race out there that feels because of history you have the green light to be racist. I'm coming from my perspective, and when I open up the panels, when I finish with my intro, we all going to be talking about it and see why things are the way, why we think this way, why it is what it is. But I'm speaking on some real shit. I ain't speaking on some fake shit. This is on some real shit. Excuse my language. And if people can't be real about it, then don't chime in. Just listen in. Just listen in. I've seen it countless of times where we're talking about Canelo Alvarez or Earl Spence or I've seen another channel. If I'm a YouTuber, trust me, I check everybody else's stuff. If I got the time, I'm checking everybody else's stuff. I've seen the comment box, and all I see in the comment box is people going at one another. You go for Canelo, they dissing the Latino people. If you're going for this person, oh, these Latinos think that they not I see it all in the comment box. Latinos and black sells, but why do they really sell? Why does a black fighter versus a Latino fighter sells? Or a Mexican fighter versus a black fighter? Let's put it there. Why does it sell? Because they just, people just want to support their own. No, I do believe this, that the tension outside of the ring is why it sells. It's not because they're marketing something that is, it's Latino, and then, we're just supporting a Latino fighter and the black is supporting the black fighters. No, it sells because there's some tension there outside of boxing that we don't talk about. No mainstream talks about it because mainstream doesn't see us in like a race war or like there is a race war between Latinos and blacks. I'm gonna give you an example. Every time you see somebody get shot, let's say a white cop, if a white cop shoots a black person, right, it's a big story. It fits the narrative. Black, white, police brutality, black, white. If it's just police brutality, it's minimal. But if when it's black and white and police, that's their story. That's when they want to talk. That's when the news, the politician rub their hands and be like, we got something going. There's going to be a lot of emotions going around here. Yeah, that's the story that they're looking for. But you and I know, in our community, the ones that kill one another, steal from one another, rape one another, is black and Latinos versus black. That's the way it goes in our community. We kill each other every damn day. Matter of fact, before the coronavirus hit and probably it went viral, it was this Latin cop that killed this black that killed this a black civilian. I think it was in Staten Island. Long Island, Staten Island, and it didn't go worldwide. It didn't go viral. If some of y'all see it, remember he was like this. He shot the dude and he said, "Yo, stop! Boom!" He shot him on the floor, and he said, and then he almost the cop cried out and said, "Man, why you made me do this? I told you to stop." It didn't go viral. You know why? Because it was just Latino and black. Left them there, Latino and black. They didn't make it a race issue. They didn't make it a race issue. Nah. Yeah, the story is not too good. But I'm born and raised in the Black and Latino community. I know there's some racists. I know we go back and forth, and sometimes we just go back and forth all day, that by now we're just used to being racist to one another. Yeah, we coexist, but that doesn't mean that we respect highly of one another. That's the reason why Mexicans and blacks in boxing sells. That's the reason. Because there's a fight outside of it that people really don't want to talk about it, but we all know. And yes, we do love one another. Yes, we do love one another, but then yes, we hate one another. I've gotten you lucky that what we went through here. We're the reason why you here. You're the reason why the door is open. I experience in this society that black is below white and Latinos is below black. We're second class citizens to black because it's the black people that tell us to go back to our country, just like the white people used to tell the blacks to go back to your country. We also face colorism. Latinos also face racism amongst Latinos. Hispanics, the same way. I've seen arguments with Ecuadorians and Mexicans. Call an Ecuadorian call a Mexican an Ecuadorian, an Ecuadorian a Mexican. ¿Qué? Why? Mira, no. Call a Puerto Rican a Dominican. Dominican will be like, hell no, I'm Puerto Rican. Puerto Rican will be like, nah, I'm Dominican. Sometimes we love one another, sometimes we don't. Celia Cruz, one of the best artists this world has ever seen. When she was on television, I said, y'all know Celia Cruz, she's a salsa queen. Salsa queen. When she was working in television, they only had her as a maid. Matter of fact, the Latin culture is more behind than the society in itself. Go to Univision 41 and let me know how many black or dark Latinos you see. They had like Celia Cruz as a maid and Marimal. If y'all remember the show Marimal, for my Latin speaking people, they had Celia Cruz, the queen, as a maid in a soap opera. Colorism. The hitman, what's the dude? Blacks in Latin America are happy. That's not true, Punch. Blacks in Latin America are happy. I ain't say nothing like that. Also, if everybody seen The Wire, y'all seen The Wire. Everybody seen The Wire? What's that dude? What's that dude's name? That he becomes the hitman. I think in season 5, that he be rapping right now. What's his name? Let me see. What's his name? So I could tell you right now. I'll tell you right now. Hold on. Go on you, man. Where's this kid at? Tristan Wilds. He's Dominican and black, right? They asked him in an interview, you Latin, why you don't get no Latin roles? Why you don't get no Latin roles? He said because he's not, they say in Hollywood that he's not Latin enough. They in Hollywood have also they given us, they have dictated and tried to have this power to tell us what's Latin and how a Latin should look like. Daddy Yankee is more Latin than Tego Calderon? No, mi hermano, my friend, no. You ain't nobody to tell us what's Latin. And we're going to be talking about that too as well, Taco. Yesterday, and I'm going to bring it up right now. Yo, Black and Brown Boxing was good, man. Subscribe to Black and Brown was good, my brother Punch. Yo, why you need that straw, man? Yeah, I don't like to. Come on, man. You know there's a lot of germs in this, man. You know there's a lot of germs in that. What I was going to say, yeah. For example, you saw what Teofimo Lopez said yesterday, right? And regardless of what he said, called another man, bitch. Nah, you should have never said that. Should have never said the bitch. Nah. Especially amongst men. Nah, you already know, man. That don't rock, man. That's fighting words. Right? But what I also saw in the comment box of a lot of channels that time in on that was a lot of racist stuff. Man. Oh, these Latinos think this, then that. I've seen a lot of that. And if you don't believe me, go to those type of videos and look at the comment box and let me know what y'all saying. Why did it become a racial thing? Why? Did he say anything about race and that? The bitches, no, he should have never said the bitch. He could have easily say what he needed to say without being derogatory to Wilder. Right? But why they make it a race thing? Why? Because Teofimo Lopez is Spanish, and Wilder's black. When does this become a race thing? Just because he said something that had nothing to do with a race issue. The Latin culture have adopted in America, we're talking about America, the Latin culture have adopted the emotions of Black America. Meaning, we have adopted. Yo, what's good, Thotty? Nobody censor nobody time nobody out, because I want everybody to say whatever they got to say in the comment box. If they say some dumb stuff, let them be exposed. If they say some racist stuff, let them be exposed. Nobody time nobody out. Nobody block nobody. Nobody time nobody out. Nobody block nobody. Let everybody rock. Express yourself. Good look at my brother, man. I appreciate that. Atari. Atari. In Spanish. Man, don't pronounce my name like that. So, what I was saying was, we have adopted the emotions. Like if Latin people or Hispanics went through in this country what Black America has gone through. The media has mind fucked a lot of us to the point where we may think something is racist, but since we're so drilled in racism, we see racism when racism ain't even there sometimes. We call out racism when it's not even there sometimes. You could be driving, they stop you, and you think it's something gonna be wrong, man. This cop is gonna do something to me just because what you see on TV. You might have never experienced what you saw on TV, but that's still in your heart and that's still in your mind. Damn, take your hat off or whatever, man. What I got in the car. You don't got nothing in the car. You already scared getting stopped by the cop because of what you saw. You're grown up. Look, the kids, my son is a teen right now. And their kids be like, yo, Biden is racist, for example. I mean, Trump is racist. This is a racist. My kids, y'all ain't even living the life. Where you learning this from? Not because in TV they say this and this and that. But y'all ain't even living this life because we're mentally effed. So even the woke ones, the ones that wake out of that shit, they try to enlighten others. Nah, that's it. Our mind is in a trap. I know Latino people that be like, oh, nah, man, this racist, and they making us do this, and they don't get that. I said, pero mi hermano, but you ain't come from this type. Well, you ain't come from this struggle. I'm also forced to adopt a struggle because the way that I look like. Again, in my lifetime, they say, yo, black people will be like, yo, my man, your accent is thick. They'll make fun of your accent. They make fun of my accent. Go back to your country. Hick. Order the derogatory. Yeah, I was grow up with that. And then the Latin people will think that I'm black. Crazy shit. But if those of you that understand what I'm saying, they understand. Oh, I thought you was black. Yo, I thought you was Spanish. Oh, I thought you was this. I thought you was that. Oh, I ain't know. The ones that are most threatening is the people that you live in your community. If you live in your community, it's a chance that I'm gonna get shot and killed by a black or Latino man. Because if I live in a black and Latino neighborhood, that's what may happen. I never was afraid of the white man. I never was. No, because I didn't born and raised with white people, to be honest. Not in my community. So there's people that be like, oh, how can you say that? How can you say that? Look, I know my people more than anything. My people are black and Latinos that I was born and raised in my community. So if I speak on our goods, the pros and the cons and things of that nature, it's because it's my experience. Don't come at me and be like, yo, how could you say that punch about us? How could you say that about now? I'm gonna tell you the truth. And also, I'm gonna tell you the truth on what every other culture have said. And I'm going to go right back to this culture and I'm going to tell you, yo, this is how they see you. This is how they see you. There was people out there that was mad because I said what I said the other day on my live show. I said, yo, my man, I said, yo, people don't care about the sad stories. That hurt a couple people. And I heard that, and I heard you in that other show. I heard you, whoever you are, you know your name. You know who I'm talking about. I heard you. Called her emotional. There was some guy that called the show and he was emotional. He said, yo, I tuned into punch drum boxing. Yo, he said all of this. He said all of that. He went in. He said that we are a bunch of crybabies and we shouldn't cry and da-da-da. He went in on your boy Punch. He was going everywhere. Yo, don't go to punch wrong boxing. This guy said this. This guy said that. In the end of what he was saying in his rant, you know what he said? He said, yo, the things that he was saying, it was true. So why you mad? I know what I'm saying. I know what I'm living. I know who's around me. I know my friends. I know my peoples. I know my peoples. Don't get mad at me because I'm telling you the truth. The reason why people are mad because I'm justifying it I'm justifying it amongst people that you don't want me to justify our things. So when something happens, you don't want to be the one that be like, yo, but what about us, man? Black on black crime. Come on, man. It's not about black on black crime. Look what they're doing to us. Knowing that that's the biggest problem in our community, but no. Push that black and black crime on the side. And what about us? What about them? Yo, you saw what happened. No, but let's fix our problem ourselves in our community. And when we talk about our community, it's also the black and Latino, the Latinos, the Americanized Latinos that have adopted a culture of Black America. Black America does not adapt to the culture of Latinos. Latinos adapt to the culture of Black America in the hood. You don't see a black person want to be a salsero, a bachatero, a merenguero. No, you see a Spanish person want to become a rapper. You see a Spanish person wanted to adopt that culture. The Latino culture adopted hip-hop culture. And there's some Latinos that just stay within their culture, and which is good and which is beautiful. Which is beautiful. That's what makes us beautiful. So when somebody adopts another culture, that's beautiful. That means you got something good going in your culture. I said black culture is American culture. That too, yeah. Yeah. So we go with American culture. I go outside the country and they be like, yo, Punch, why in America y'all always on some race stuff? Like, I don't get it. Because when you go outside the country, it's about culture stuff. Either religious, difference of religion, or different of culture. But I don't hear when I go outside of culture, they talk about this black and white stuff. They don't. Not in my experience when I leave outside this country. Not the way that we talk about it. No. No. And you can see it in boxing. When Anthony Joshua comes to the U.S., or when we're talking about Anthony Joshua, you don't say, oh, that black brother from the UK, the black fighter from the UK. Nah. You be like, that fighter from the UK. You don't say Dillian White, the black UK fighter. They don't say that. Lennox Lewis, the black UK fighter. Or Canadian, or whatever you want to call you. You don't say that. We don't say that. But over here, why we just can't say American fighter? Why we can't say that Deontay Wilder is an American fighter? No, Deontay Wilder is a black fighter. I feel like we should say American fighter. Nah. He's us. He's for my people, for my people. When you say he's only my people, then you're pushing everybody out. Push. You're pushing everybody out. When I'm looking at Deontay Wilder, and I'm going to give you an example because I'm mentioning a fighter. If I'm looking at a Deontay Wilder and he's out there in the Olympics, he's fighting for America. But if you only want to fight for your blacks, then you push everybody else out because, of course, in this country, we go by races. Oh, that's their champion. So we need to get our champion or the Puerto Rican champion or the Cuban champion or whatever. Because he's not our champion. He just champions for his people. And I don't think it should be like that either. Deontay Wilder was an American champion. That's what I like. Heavy Hitter Boxing, what's good? Jay Cooley, what's good? Dragon, what's good? So, if you my boy, and I'm going to break it down in layman's terms. You my boy, but there is a bunch of people talking about you, but I'm a person that I want everybody to be good. I want everybody to get along. And I want to help out everybody else. And I want to help, and I want to tell you something that's beneficial for you. If you my boy, right? And this is what I was saying, this is what I was trying to say to clarify what I was saying in my live show when I say that nobody want to listen to Sad stories. We all got sad stories, man. We all come from unfortunate backgrounds. We all come from an unfortunate background, whether it's in America, whether it's in a third world country, whether it's a communist country. And this is what I'm saying is because some people just never left the bubble. I know people that never left New York. I know people that never left the city. I know people in the suburbs that never went to the city. So there's people that just stay in their bubble, in their block, in their county, in their borough, just stay. They don't know nothing else. When you got a person that I consider myself multicultural, and I was born and raised with a multicultural with Chinese around me, Black, Latino, different type of Latinos. A black country, a black country man is different from a black city guy, yo. You know it's true. It's really about culture. So, this is what I'm saying. Struggle could be understood. Your fight could be understood. But ain't nobody gonna stop themselves from progressing to cater to another person's struggle. I can understand what you go through. And I'm talking to anybody. I can understand what you go through. But that doesn't mean I have to stop my progression or getting mines because of your struggle or what you're fighting for. That's life. I can understand you, but I can't stop doing what I'm doing. I can understand you, but I got to feed my family. So it's no use for Black America to tell Latino America that we fall over here and you're the reason that why you could come over here in this country and live good. We're the reason. Latinos that come into this country understand the struggle because in their own country, they struggle as well. In their own country, they struggle as well. Dominican, Cuba, Venezuela. They struggle as well. So when they come to this country, they understand your struggle because they understand that's the community, that's the understanding that we Latinos and Black people have, right? We understand the struggle. We understand the have-not. We understand being hungry. We understand that. But the culture is different. También is different. It's a different culture. There's pros and cons in different cultures. There's other cultures that allow to adopt cultures that is good. That's what I'm saying. I'm giving you an example. Like I said earlier, Latino, they will adopt a culture like hip hop. They'll adopt the fashion, but that doesn't mean they're gonna adopt also the negative about a culture, and that goes vice versa. That goes vice versa. You adopt the culture. What's good, Munchie? What's good, Cat? What's good, Queen? No one says stop. People just don't look out for each other. It's okay. Lend a hand for today. Yeah. It's not understanding is the belief that as essence American, we will always try to understand. I'm gonna hit you with another touchy. Right here. Ronald Finkel, good up. What's good, my brother? Good looking out with a super sticker. Good looking out, my brother. Can't struggle any struggle. Eric, what's good? We adopt a culture. People adopt other people's culture. Let's open up the segment of the N-word. Why do I gotta say N-word anyway? Because everybody says the N-word, so let's open up the conversation of the nigger word. Right? What's the culture of the nigger word? In my household, I wasn't born and raised with that word. Now you pick it up in the street, you pick it up as a slang, but also within the same culture of using the N-word, the nigger word, there's Black people that don't want that word to be used, and Black people argue amongst themselves. Black people that says we're taking the power out that word. The other a black person to be like, I don't give a damn about the power. Yo, we struggle with that word. They beat us with that word. They lynched us with that word. How dare you say that word? And then there's other black folks that don't give a damn about the other black folks that care about that word. Right? Let's be real. Let's be honest. Let's be real and let's be honest. Because that one word has been controversy for a long time. I hear pro-black people, look, put it this way, the same person that was going at me, talking shit about me in those other channels, he was like, yo, and this nigga said this, and this nigga, I thought you was on this pro-black stuff. Why you even using the word nigga? Why? To describe me, to describe people. You want me to tell you the culture of that word, my nigga? Just think about it. When slavery, when masters used to talk amongst each other, you know what they say? That's my nigga. You adopted that. Black America adopted you, my nigga, from masters, from your slave owners. That's the way they used to talk. For how much you bought in there? What you bought in there for? For how much? That which nigga? That nigga? That's my nigga. You can't take my nigga. Am I lying? Don't get mad at me. If you're going to be righteous, be righteous. If you're going to be pro-black, be pro-black. Be pro-black. But if you ain't going to act pro-black yourselves, don't tell nobody nothing else. And that goes with any other culture. If you're going to be pro-Latino, then be pro-Latino. If you're going to be pro-Asia, pro-Chinese, hey, tell a Chinese man that he's from Vietnamese. Man, please, that's an argument right there. But let's stick to the Latinos and blacks. There's inconsistency of being righteous. There's inconsistency of being pro-black. There's an inconsistency of Latinos and blacks saying, yo, we in this together, we're the same. And then when something happens, we're not the same. I wanted to say this. Hold on. Hold on, y'all. Let me find this right quick. I was going to say, because I wanted to bring this subject up as well. Hold on. And this is what I mean, that are we in this together or we're not? Or we're faking the funk? Or black people, do you want to support the Latinos? We're in this together when Black America is going through something. And we're in this together. But if Latino people are going through something, are you with the Latino people? That's a question, right? When Black America goes through something, Latinos are there for Black America. When Latinos is going through something, is Black America there for Latinos? There was this outcry with George Floyd, right? An outcry. The whole nation. Everybody in the hood. Everybody. George Floyd, George Floyd, George Floyd. But when it came through Vanessa Guillen, Where was the rappers? Where was everybody? When it was Vanessa Guillen, a Spanish, a Latina, army woman that got chopped up, raped and chopped up. Where was the outcry? Where was the support of this Latina's family? There's inconsistency as well. People be like, yo, Punch, what you talking about? Ain't no problems here. Ain't no problems. Ain't no problems. Nah, we in this together. Nah, there is some type of problem. There is some type of tension. The tension that goes outside of the boxing world is the reason why Spanish versus or Latino versus black sells. It's not because they know how to promote themselves, right? It's not because Miguel Cotto know how to promote himself and Floyd Mayweather he barely promoted that fight. He barely talked shit. It's not because of that. It's because there's already a tension outside of the boxing world that when it does appear, diablo, yeah, coño, dale a ese tipo, coño, dale a ese negro. Yo, fuck that Latin dude up, man. Fuck that Spanish motherfucker up. Yo, fuck that. Don't use the N-word. Diablo, dale ese cocolo, ese negro, ese monkey, They go back and forth because now when you see them fighting, it expresses all the feelings and all the tension that goes in the hood. Because there's a hate there that nobody want to talk about, but I'm going to talk about it. Because you can see it in boxing. You can see it in boxing. You can see it in the comment box. And if you disagree, don't worry, you can disagree. I'm going by my perspective, and then I'm open to anybody else's perspective. I'm not saying I'm here, I'm right. I'm not saying, yo, this is Punch wrong, and what I'm saying is right. No, I'm not saying none of that. In the title and in the description, I said we need to have a dialogue. And a dialogue doesn't mean that I'm going to say what's right and you're wrong. What I'm going to say is what I feel and what I think and what's my opinion. And then you say what you feel. And then we come with a common understanding and a concrete understanding so we could come with a solution. But we have to strip it down. We have to strip it down, and I'm going to do it. And if nobody else going to do it, I'm going to do it. If I'm going to be the one that fall, I'm going to be the one that fall. If somebody misconstrue my words and be like, oh, man, this guy is a racist or this guy is that, whatever you want to call me, then let it be me. But I'm going to stand on my own 2 feet. I'm the one that's going to be talking about it because ain't nobody there want to talk about it. Let's come with a solution. There is hate amongst black and Latinos. There is a hate there that even mainstream don't want to talk about it. And we need to bridge the gap. Because we the one that's in our community. It's us. And in boxing is the same way. Ronald Finkley, good looking out, my brother. Good looking out, man. I appreciate that. I appreciate that. Smash the like button, y'all. Smash the like button. So when I'm talking strictly to black. Yo, Kalua, what's good, man? I hit you up. Good looking to see you, my brother. I'm happy to see you, man. I'm happy, man. You in the comment box, man. I hit you up, brother. I thought something, man. I thought something might have happened to you, man. Come on, man. I'm happy you're there. I'm happy you're here. Minorities versus minorities fighting for a seat at the table. The only table that we should be fighting for, man, is the table of when we sitting alongside spiritually with our God, with our Father. Remember, we try to reform this world so much. This world is lent. God is not here for us to reform the world. It's to reform our souls. It's to reform our souls. Again, I open it up the panel. We could all, when a time in, talk about it. Correct me on something. I'm here. I'm open to be enlightened. I'm hoping for education. I just want us to come together, say what we got to say. What's the issue? What's your experience? Am I saying is what I'm saying is not? Have you not seen it? Don't you see it? Do you see it? I don't understand you, Punch. I disagree with you, Punch. I agree with you. I just want to hear perspective, but this is what I'm saying. That's what I see. Because I'm even tired. I'm tired of having these discussions, but closed doors or just in comment box that we see. I'm tired of having this discussion. Let's see what it is. What is it? Now, I understand, man. When it's country versus country and you supporting your country, man, I can see that. But what I see is hate at the same time. I see and I read hate every single day on comment box. If it has to do with something with, let's say, a Canelo Alvarez or Deontay Wilder, or just like this instant is Teofimo Lopez saying something about Deontay Wilder, and all you see in the comment box, and all you see in other people's live show, all these Latin, one guy came out of the live show and say, oh, these Latin things that they could say whatever they want to say. The only reason they here is because of us. And you see everybody in the comment box agreeing. Oh my God, blah, blah. So I see there's some hate there. There's some hate. I see the Latino versus blacks as well. But we gotta nip it in the bud. Pause. We gotta talk about it. What's the problem? Why one hate the other one? Why the one doesn't acknowledge the other one? Is it because, let's say for Black America, and I ask a question when it comes to boxing or whatever it is, do you think that are you envious that Latinos know how to support one another, or they have shown to be loyal to one another, and you wish that the Black American culture could be like the Latino culture? Is it that? That's a question. Is there a misunderstanding about Latin culture? I understand that Latinos coming to this country, or has been in this country, Mexico has been in this country, but you understand what I'm trying to say. Take the time to learn the culture of Black America. Take the time to learn the struggle of Black America. But does the Black America take the time to learn about the Latin culture and the Latin and the Latin struggle, or the struggle of communist country, or the struggle of those Caribbean countries? Do you understand that struggle? Some people, I don't give a damn about that struggle because it's not in this country. I don't care. That's just a question, Smoke. I'm going by my experience, bro. I'm going by what people have said. And that's what I'm saying. I'm putting all in the table. I'm putting everything on the table. I'm putting everything on the table. People could agree or disagree, but these are the questions. These are the questions. These are the conversations that I've had throughout my whole life. And when it comes to boxing, that's what it is as well. That's how people feel. People sometimes gotta listen, even if it hurts. Even if you be like, man, this dude is on some bullshit, or whatever that comment was on some bullshit. Listen to why they say it, why they will come with this. If I'm giving you that question, it's because there's something that people feel, that the Latin culture may feel, that the Latin culture, that that people are envy of it. And I'm talking about just in boxing. People are envy because they know how to support their own. And you're envious because Black America don't support their own the way the Latino does in the sport of boxing. And they're envious of that. That's a question. Is it true? I don't know. But it's a question. Is it a bullshit question for you and your experience? Maybe, but not for other people. Guido pointed that out. You're laughing at that, what Guido say, but Guido may feel the same way. Another Latin, you have to listen. It's not so, what these people talking about? Nah, you have to listen. That's the part. That's the dialogue. Why you came with that assessment? Why do you feel like that? Why do you feel like this? I'm Mexican. I get along with white Mexicans and brown. We don't even look at our culture bring us together. Racist is a term. Where's that? Where's that? Damn, that shit just disappeared. People need, in your heart, do you believe that Teofimo Lopez was wrong? Teofimo Lopez was wrong for saying, yes, for saying the bitch to Deontay Wilder, yeah, but saying the other things that he said, nah, he wasn't wrong to what he said. He was just wrong, in my opinion, when he said bitch. But that's it. The only problem I have in the YTBC community is the same people that was saying that it's effed up that he called himself bitch is the same channel that calls people bitch and all the derogatory name that you could think of. And then all of a sudden, now a man needs to respect the man. Maybe those people in those channels, and if you're looking on, maybe you should start respecting people as well. Because you can't go and say, yo, Teofimo Lopez, he's wrong for calling men a bitch. When you in your own channel call people bitches all day long, that shit slip your words. You call them pussy, you call them everything derogatory name that you could think of. But now it's wrong that somebody called Wilder that. It's wrong. But for those people, they're being so hypocritical right now. And everybody knows that follow this YTBC, you know who I'm talking about. Y'all know what I'm talking about. That's all I'm saying. Because I tuned into that channel as well. I tune into everybody. So all of a sudden, everybody want to be gospel. All of a sudden, everybody want to be a preacher. All of a sudden, everybody want to be God-fearing. Exactly. He never mentioned race, and it became a racial thing. And that's what I mean, right? He ain't saying that in race, but it became a racial thing within the people in the comments and the people that was timing in the shows. How could they could say that Latinos and this and that? You would see that there is some type of hate there. Because in that sense, Teofimo Lopez ain't saying nothing about no race. Why bring race? Because there's something there. There's something there. There's something, a hatred, something. There's something there. There's something there. L Dog said everyone prefers their own people. Let's be real. Some people, some cultures are not like that. They don't prefer their own people. There's other people that just look at everybody the same. And then there's everybody that look at themselves like that's their own people. Again, some people feel comfortable with culture. Some people adopt a culture. Some people adopt a culture and feel comfortable with it. And it's nothing wrong, especially when it's positive. I know Latin people that adopt the punk culture. That's nothing. All I'm saying, I'm putting everything on the table. What's the problem between black and Latino? What Latino don't like about Black America? What Black America don't like about Latinos? Let's see it. Let's discuss it. Because it's trickling into boxing. No, there's no way why black and Latino should be selling more. No. No. The reason why it sells more, don't believe the funk. Don't believe the funk. Latinos and black doesn't sell more in the sport of boxing because no, it's the fan base. It's because there is tension outside the ring. And when there's a Latino versus black, it's on. That's why. That's why. Let me go back to what I was saying about my comments that I was saying that there was a beta male that he got so emotional, started going to a bunch of channels, try to defamate my character and things of that nature. If you listen, when I said that people don't want to listen to some sad story, is that we understand what Black America has gone through in this country. That does not mean that somebody's going to come to this country and wants to tune into it is gonna stop doing what they doing, not gonna open up businesses in their community, because of course they come to the community, they open up businesses and things of that nature. Oh, and people want to fight, and people for other people that sounds like complaining. Some people don't care. Some people can understand, but they don't care. They're trying to take care of their family, trying to live. Black America say, you better care. You better understand. Okay, my friend, I don't care. I'm going to still open on my restaurant. And what happened? Nah, that we can't get loans and stuff like that. But I got a loan. You should have seen me in this country. I didn't have nothing, no shoe, no nothing. I used to eat dirt. Why are you complaining? You don't know what we've been through? What do you mean that I'm complaining? What you mean that we complaining? My friend, everybody struggle, my friend. Everybody, okay? I have no time for that. I got to feed my family. So you against us? No, that I'm not against you, my friend. It's that I had to feed my family, my friend. Okay? What you want? What you want? Oh, these people think, yo, Punch, think that, yo, he was saying that we shouldn't, like, he said that he was lighting us up, man. I wasn't lighting nobody else. I was just saying the truth. And I'm going to tell you the truth from my brothers. I'm going to tell you the truth and how my Latin brothers feel, or my Latin community, my culture feels about this culture. Punch said that they think that we just lazy and stuff around. I'm not saying that. But there is opinions out there that says that. So let's put it all on the table. Why? Why there's opinion? Why people feel like that? Now, I'm not going to tell you also that the media does a disservice to the black man. So by the time the Europeans and everybody else, even African, comes to this country, I've seen people that be like, I ain't going to pass 96th Street. What you mean you ain't going to pass 96th Street? Is Harlem still bad? Nah, Harlem is still. Harlem ain't no way, man. Harlem is the suburbs, bro. Really? Nah, because when I'm in my country, they say that it's bad. No, it's good. You think that what you see on TV when they have blacks and Latinos and burning their community, burning their country, you see that image? Everybody in the world is seeing that image. So when they come here, they're gonna be like, look at these animals. That's the way they look at it. I'm talking 96th Street in New York, though. Jad was good. You feel me? Yo, I'm just telling you, I'm just being real, telling you, I'm gonna let y'all know. I'm your brother. Trust me. Yo, I'm gonna let y'all know what other people feel. Lack of resources, there's lack of resources, there's lack of education. But we know there's a lack of resources and lack of education. We know that. But right now we live in the era of information. We live in the era of information. All I'm saying is, man, there's a lot of things that there's a lot of, I feel there's a lot of hatred, and I feel there's a lot of misunderstanding as well. There's a lot of pride involved. Some people don't like every other culture, don't want to adopt other cultures. Some people just want to adopt the music and the fashion, and that's it. Sometimes we're together, sometimes we're not. Anybody been incarcerated out here? You let me know. How's your jail? Is it separate? Is it white people on one side? If is all the clique? Blacks, Latinos, Mexican, Chicanos, Puerto Ricans, Dominicans, Asians. Lost in mind, you do a great job supporting white supremacy as hard we fight to bring forth unity amongst black and brown. You want to tear this down. You are to be held accountable for what you preaching. See, that's what I mean. How did that comment came about when all I've been talking for an hour and 14 minutes is about how to come together and how to solve our problems, our differences? That's why I'm opening up the panel. And Rakeem, I'll open up the panel and you let me know. You don't got to spam. I already wrote it once. You don't got to spam it. You could tell me, how am I preaching white supremacy? And if you missed the intro, you missed the intro. I'm talking about my perspective, my experience, what I see and what I hear. And then I open up the panels, everybody could chime in. And I already said, anybody that got a wrench, don't time nobody out. Don't time nobody out. Don't block nobody. Let them be, because I could expose it. Don't worry about it, black and brown. Let them rock. Let them rock. I don't give a damn what they say. In the sense of the BS. Punch Drunk is racist as F. Beta male, you probably don't like what I'm saying. Because our skin don't burn. Where Hispanics were united us is our culture, not our skin color. Exactly. He's saying I'm racist. How about God power? How about that? Flamorous one. How about God's power? How about the power of love? How about that? How about that we're one race? How about that we're sons and daughters of God? How about that? The first time I discovered your channel was you're tearing down Muhammad Ali's legacy. No, you just mad because I was up, because I said that Manny Pacquiao was the greatest of all time, in my opinion. So you feel like I'm degrading Muhammad Ali's legacy. Yet you don't degrade Floyd Mayweather's legacy when he says the same thing, Marlo. This guy Marlo right here, everything he gets a chance to come to my channel and start to talk about being racism. But then when I'm talking about Floyd and nobody downs Muhammad Ali more than Floyd, you don't say nothing about that. How about you change your name to your real name instead of trying to be a character in The Wire? Because everybody know who Marlo Steinfeld says. You're so good behind the keyboard, but show your face. The panel's going to be open and you can say what you got to say, my brother. The panel's going to be open. Don't run away like you always do. Everybody that got something, the panel's going to be open. I'm going to send a link and don't run and let me know what y'all feel. I want to come with a concrete understanding. I want to have solutions. I want us to be better in our community. The black and brown in our community, I want it to be better. I want us to be together and enjoy each other's culture and embrace each other's culture. Easy. That's a simple message. And again, instead of fighting desperately and how to reform this world, it's about reforming our souls. Because Judgment Day comes, this world is going to be burnt. You see that no separatism movement does work. It does not work because we're fighting the wrong way. It's about all of us coming together, all of us seeing each other. Hey, if everybody mix right now and everybody just mix and have mixed babies, then race will be out the question. Punch Drunk, this is a good topic. I started supporting Eastern European boxers because I felt good. We're hating on them and white Americans wouldn't stand up for them. I understand. For those of you talking shit about this channel, hope on the live stream. Yeah. Up on the live stream. Hold on. I don't want to, and I'm not gonna put like 10 people on it because I want everybody to just but in this subject, it's about Latinos and Black because that's what's on the thumbnail, right? Jose Yepes, dímelo, what's good? Carlo, what's good, my brother? Black and brown, God bless, brother. Let me read a couple of comments because I was just talking. Let me read a couple of comments. Let me go back just a little bit. Your opinion. Just a little bit. Floyd Mayweather, the face of boxing, not Canelo. Okay, what does that mean? Ali is not God. No fighter is above criticism. Exactly. America is trying to bring race politics to Latin America for a reason to divide us. Don't fall for it. I believe so too. Sanchez. I believe that. It's a good thing only blacks are listening. Flam, calm down. It's black love over here. You're talking wrong. Everybody love everybody. I love everybody. You're my brother, you're my sister, regardless if you hate me or love me. All I'm saying is the truth. If you mad that I'm justifying it amongst each other, because that's what people don't like. People don't like to justify things amongst each other. We want to justify. We want to justify things behind closed doors. We don't want to justify it in front of everybody. Don't justify it for white people, because then if you justify things in front of white people, then it defeats the purpose. It defeats the purpose. So I understand. I understand why people get mad. Punch. I believe ego is the biggest threat to self-respect and respect to everyone. We need humanity, humbleness. Yes, Carlo. Yes. That's what I learned. Several years back, man. At least I released my ego, man. Don't have no ego. Be open to be enlightened and respect other perspective and things of that nature, Yeah, I'm going to send the link. Then you can say what you got to say. Now you spam me, so let me time it. This guy, let me time him out. Flamorous. Just spamming. He's not doing anything. It's not doing anything to come with an understanding, not helping the cause. This is why you won't get respect. What you going live? Punch up a bias. Let's go live. Yeah, I'm gonna drop it in a minute, my brother. Rakeem, I'm gonna drop it in a minute. Don't worry about it. I'm gonna drop it in a minute. Rapstar Knowledge. Salute my Mr. Moonshine in the panel. Nobody in the panel yet, my brother, but salute everybody's gonna come up. Who don't love tacos? Exactly. Yes, colorism is definitely a thing in Latin America. Yes, it is. Racism will always exist. Whoever's in power will favor their own. They will be stupid not to don't know why people seem to think life is fair. Very naive and childish thinking. Rakeem, you don't got to keep saying the same thing. I said I'm going to go live. Okay, you understand? I hope you're understanding what I'm saying. I'm going to put the link and people are going to time in. You're going to time in as well. All right, don't write it again. I got you. Thanks, man. I love the encouragement. So, then this guy's. Let's talk. Let's come with understanding. Let me know. DMP6, what's good?
¿Qué pasó?
Dímelo, mi hermano.
What's going on, man? I figured it'd be packed. I thought I'd be like 8th person up in here by the time I clicked.
Nah, it's a touchy subject, my son. It's a touchy
subject. Right.
A touchy subject, man. What you
so
think?
How
what
do
you
we
think,
start?
Man? What you think? What you think? Will you agree, disagree, misunderstand? What how you feel about the subject, matter of fact?
Really, it's just the platform is what it is. It's the internet. The internet lets the worst person come out.
Yeah.
Kind of like how money is, right? What people say, money only magnifies who you really are. It just makes you a bigger you of what you already are. I think the internet is the same thing.
It exposes the people.
Yeah, I think it just makes you a bigger you of what you already were. Because, like, so for example, right, when I used to get my cuts, I would go to a mostly black barbershop over here in San Antonio, Houston area.
Yeah.
Mostly black, right? It was cool, dude. Never an ounce of disrespect any which way. You know what I mean? You'd have Latinos go in there, blacks. So it was whatever, dude. I never felt that vibe. Maybe it's a Texas thing. I don't know. But on the internet, dude, it's like, am I still, you know what I mean? Where am I? Especially in the YouTube comments. You know what I mean? It's crazy.
Yeah.
Again, I just think it's the platform.
Okay. Camar, what's
what's
good?
going on, Punch?
Salute, Punch.
What's good?
Yo,
Salute,
what's
everybody.
good?
What's good?
Hey, bro, this is a very touchy subject, but I'm glad you brought it up. You know what I'm saying? Because sometimes you just need to, you know what I'm saying, come together and chop it up as man. You know what I'm saying? Especially if we're supposed street dudes, like a lot of people say they're about the streets. So if you're really about the streets and you've been in that penitentiary, bro, you know, sometimes racial tensions get high. So sometimes you got to meet up, you got to chop it up and come to a conclusion, bro. Because I do understand, especially what the Texas fellow was saying, bro. There is a lot of racial tension in the internet overall, bro. But this is a great topic, bro. But that's just my intro, man. This is El Jefe, bro. Shout out to y'all, bro.
All right. Camar Dover was good. Ovo, Rap Star, P, Love, HA was good.
Salute.
So what y'all?
What up, Punch? What up?
Hold on, somebody got an echo. Yeah, I could turn that off. You good?
Yeah.
Right.
First of all, let me start off with this stuff. At the end of the day, the disrespect to me, you know, it comes from the Latinos, because the blacks, they've always, you know, been civil, and all you see is like a lot of Latinos, you know. What's going on, bro?
Hey, one person at a time, you guys. We ain't gonna get nothing done. We ain't gonna get nothing done.
Put them on mute, please. So the reason why I'm blaming the Latinos, because, like, you know, not on the outside but on the internet, like, you know, there's a lot of good Latinos actually, but some of the Latinos, I don't know, they want to be like white, you know, they're brown at the end of the day. You know what I mean? They need to realize that they're brown, they're not white, and they want to be something else. They either want to be black or they want to be white. You're brown, and then if they be proud of who you are, you're Latinos at the same time. So let me say something about Teofimo Lopez, yeah? Teofimo Lopez is being supported by the blacks a lot. Like, the blacks been supporting him for a long time. And now he wants to shit on Deontay Wilder, a black man. Why is he shitting on him? What has he done to him? They're never going to fight. They're not in the same weight division. So why is he doing it? I don't know. Is he clout chasing?
Now, I'm going to tell you this. Did Teofimo Lopez say anything about race?
He's shitting on him.
No.
That's what it is.
Did Teofimo Lopez say anything about race?
He doesn't have to. He's shitting on the black man there. That's, you know, a black guy that has done nothing to him. You know, they're not in the same weight division.
You just came with the narrative that this is a race issue.
It is
if it's a man-to-man issue, if it's him calling him a bitch, then I think every man would be like, you know what, that was disrespectful. But you're coming that Teofimo Lopez, you bring the Teofimo Lopez and you made it a race issue.
Okay, tell me one black American that has said something bad about Deontay Wilder lately since he came out.
I'm saying then there's a man-to-man issue, it's not a race issue. Because see, that's what we were talking about earlier. What I'm saying about earlier, that people bring up a race issue when it doesn't have to bring up a race issue.
Because his father, the reason why people are sensitive about Teofimo Lopez's comments are because we ignored his father, you know, when he said the N-word. We tried to ignore it. You know, we gave them the benefit of the doubt. But clearly there's an issue with Teofimo Lopez's family.
I'm also glad that you bring that part too, because in the community, and this is what I mean about black and brown, this is what we're talking about, the Latinos and blacks. In our community, in our culture, within the inner cities, Latinos, blacks, they say the N-word. That's the way it slangs. But then You can't pick and choose when the guy can say the N-word.
I mean,
You
it's
understand what I'm
clearly
saying?
out there. If you ain't black, you don't use the N-word.
So now Senior is bad for saying to his son in the corner, fuck this nigga up, right? That's what you're trying to say when he said it in the corner when ESPN caught that.
Yes.
Okay. Well, who he was fighting?
It doesn't matter. It's him just using that term loosely. You know.
Okay.
That's showing him his true colors because he's using that term loosely. You can say,
so
"Oh
he's
yeah,"
using it he's saying it in a racial way.
Yeah, like that's just
who he was fighting. Who Teofimo Lopez
doesn't
was
matter.
fighting.
It's just the matter that he's using that word. He's a grown man. He should know better.
So what you're saying in reality is that you don't feel that nobody should be using that word
unless you're black. You know, if black people use that, that's I got no issue with that. That is something.
So only black people. So you're a black man, right?
Yes, sir.
So only black people could use the N-word.
Yes, that's how I feel, and that's a lot of black people feel like that as well. But I personally don't.
Let's keep it like that. Let's
I personally don't use it, but I've got no problem if a black man uses it.
Okay. What's good, Dover? What's good?
Hey, what's good, bro? What's good?
I'm chilling. What you feel?
Shit. So fuck. Is there a war between blacks and Latinos? I don't see that shit like at all. Really? Like, I mean, when you on the internet, you got motherfuckers that's gonna be saying whatever because they on the internet. They behind them ass. They behind a screen, and then they're just gonna wild out. But I mean, on all social media platforms, you got motherfuckers just gonna do that. You know what I'm saying? But like in the real world, I don't think blacks and Latinos beefing like that. You know what I'm saying? I don't see. Not in the way historically blacks and whites have. Like you ain't seeing fucking militias, armed gun motherfuckers occupying black area Mexicans or fucking black people going to Mexicans with guns occupying shit. You know what I'm saying? Like it ain't no static like that. Now on the boxing side of the game, look at the history of boxing in America. Like the country is fucking founded on racist shit. You go all the way back to fucking Jack Johnson. It just is what it is. You know what I'm saying? Like, and I don't got a problem with people supporting they own fighters. Like you know what I'm saying? If you Mexican and you supporting Mexican fighters, this cool as fuck. You black, you support black fighters, fucking whatever. Or if you American, you support American fighters. That shit cool too. But I think a lot of it has to do with because people are like tribal. You know what I'm saying? I know you were saying like everybody mixed together, like fucking there'd be no type of static, but that's some bullshit. Like motherfuckers will be arguing about eye color. Motherfuckers be arguing about fucking red hair or some shit. You know what I'm saying? Motherfuckers have to, like, people are tribal. You know what I'm saying? So they're gonna pick a tribe. Pick a tribe. Now, in sports, if you like a Bears fan, you a football fan, you a Bulls fan, Lakers fan, whatever, like you can be on go at each other's team like that, and it's all playful. But in boxing, it's a one-man game, and you use your race as the team most of the part, which is like, all right, there could be some little static with that shit, but I mean, I don't feel like it's like big at all. On like, I think you could do it healthily. Like, if people are going to be tribal, as long as you're not tribal in a hateful and malicious way, that shit could be cool. But on my man's point about using the N-word, like I use the N-word. I fucking feel like I'm pro-black. I don't get offended by so much of the word as I do get offended by the intent of what the motherfucker saying. You feel me? Yeah. Like the intent behind it. It ain't really the word itself. Shakespeare said a rose called by any other name will smell just as sweet. So long story short, it don't matter what the fuck you call it. A rose is gonna be a rose. If you call it a duck a rose, and that's the name you use for it, it doesn't matter. But really what does matter is the attention behind it. When I hear black people saying the N-word, I don't get the same attention as I feel when a white man say the N-word. And that's a historical thing. Even if he cool, like if it's like my homie, I got white homies. You know what I'm saying? Fucking listen to rap music, motherfucker might say nigga in the fucking part. I ain't gonna go in on his ass.
You give them the green light?
Huh?
So you give them the green light.
Yeah, because I know them and I know the attention behind it. You know what I'm saying? But like, if it's just a random motherfucker, like I tell you like this, like my friends, I be hanging on my boy, like playing Madden. Like, oh man, you talking shit. You know what I'm saying? Oh man, you fuck bitch, pussy. Now, my boys could say that because that's my friend. I know the intention behind it, but it's just a random motherfucker on the street walking up to me like, hey man, you a bitch, you a pussy. It's just different. That's different intention behind it. Same way with women. You know what I mean? Like, I hear women all day call each other bitch. Hey bitch, hey, it's all lottie dee dotty, gagging, having fun. Good old motherfucking time. But if a man were to do it, and because of the historical nature between men and women, I would walk up to and call her a bitch. It'd probably be, a whole different situation. You know what I'm saying? But
yeah.
Hold
on, though. Let me just give a shout out to El Dude. Good looking out for the super chat. Good looking out, my brother. I appreciate that. Frederick. Oh, where you go, Frederick? Frederick, good looking out. De Rosario. Good looking out. I appreciate that. I think there will be more supportive. They stop being a stereotype. Be humble. They don't need to wear chains.
What?
Frederick, what do you mean? Who referring to?
We know what he's referring to, bro. And the comments like that, man, are comments that instigate a lot of shit on the internet, bro. And we got to be truthful, not only with other people, but within ourselves, bro. You know what I'm saying? It's times where OGs need to step up and check the youngins, bro, because sometimes the youngins be saying crazy shit, bro, just crazy shit, whether it's the internet or the hood. And the people that got to pay the consequences are the people around your community, because you don't know how people will retaliate to anything, bro. So we got to, you know what I'm saying, be very careful about what we say. Like I say, man, you got to be respectful in any type of form, bro, because a man's a man, and a man is capable of doing anything, bro, for his respect. So you always have to demand respect and be respectful, bro. And what the comment just super chat the dude put, bro, I don't think that was very respectful. You know what I'm saying? And to also comment on P boxing, I see where P boxing's coming from. I think Teofimo should be careful what he says, because Teofimo was actually very supportive. And I don't know if you want me to name drop, but a certain community in the YouTube boxing.
You can name everybody.
Yeah, the LDBC. He was very liked in the LDBC. So him saying these things about Deontay Wilder, and we know how they feel about Deontay Wilder, even though we agree or disagree, they support Deontay Wilder. That's their fighter. So by him saying this, bro, he put a target in his back. You know what I'm saying? I'm not saying it's good or bad, but he put a target in his back, bro. And you know how they do, bro.
So are they supporting every fighter, or are they just supporting Deontay Wilder? So they mad at Teofimo Lopez, not because it's a fight.
LDBC supports black fighters. They support black people support black fighters.
Yeah, at first, bro, they were supporting Teofimo to beat the white guy, and then after that, he became undisputed, and now they're turning their back on him, like, because they want him to fight.
No.
Wait, people, pay you spoke. Let other people talk.
But listen, he spoke already. But listen, I don't.
No,
listen, that's all false.
Hold on. He ain't finished. He's not finished.
Complete false.
Well, yeah. Well, after he became undisputed, bro, like they turned their back on him, bro, because they don't want him to be undisputed. They want Devin Haney to get a shot, since it doesn't look that way, bro. Now they turn their back on him.
Ovo, what's good, Ovo? I can't hear you.
All right, let me just say something quickly, yeah, because they never turned their back on him. They support him. They were gonna support him. They've been supporting him for a while. At the end of the day, he shouldn't be so disrespectful. You know what? He's hurt his brand right now. You know what I mean? He hurt his pocket. He's gonna get hurt, man. He's not gonna get the support no more, because the way he's acting, the way he's moving.
Right.
So he needs to take that back, apologize, because the LDBC has been supporting Teofimo Lopez. It's got nothing to do with the Haney fight.
I don't understand what you're saying about that, P. I don't understand. What do you mean that he needs to only apologize? If he needs to apologize, it's because he called another man derogatory name like a bitch. That's all. That's the only man. If he apologizes to anybody, he apologized to another man, not because he needs to apologize because the LDBC is supporting him. That has nothing to do with the LDBC. Right. It's just a man, another man.
The LDBC is black media.
Okay, yeah. But like, check this out though. I never knew who the LDBC was. It's not about turning this into
LDBC.
No, but P's correct, and I'm gonna tell you why he's correct. Because you put a target in your back, bro. Do you want to have a target in your back? Do you
Like
want to,
who?
when you go to these fights, do you want to feel safe? Because these motherfuckers will run up to you, bro.
Who?
You know what I'm saying? So these dudes don't play with that shit, bro. This is a true organization that they have on YouTube, bro. They don't play with this shit. And I understand where P-Boxing's coming from, bro. These dudes do not play.
Okay,
what exactly did T.O. say? Did he call Deontay Wilder a bitch, or did he say he's acting like a bitch?
He said he's acting like a bitch, but that's a sign of disrespect for Deontay
he is
Wilder.
acting like a bitch, though.
I agree to it, bro. But I'm saying the LDBC does not agree to that, and you're putting the target in your back.
So what though?
Right.
What does that have to do with another man?
The boxers.
Listen.
So if a person says something to you, Jefe, somebody say something to you, am I going to say, oh, the Mexican community is going to come at them? They're not going to support them because they called you a bitch?
If he's saying he acting like a bitch and not calling him a bitch, that's two different fucking things.
At the end of the day, I don't know why. At the end of the day, Teofimo Lopez is at 135. Okay, he's well known. You know what I mean? He's a boxer. He's not a troll on the internet. He shouldn't be talking like that at the end of the day.
Bro,
he ain't gonna fight him. Can he say that to his face? Can he say that?
He's a grown man.
I don't know.
Can he say that to his face?
Maybe he could say it into his face. What does height and weight has to do with it?
He's gonna get killed, bro. Like if he says that to his face, that's all I'm saying.
Would you say what you're saying to Tio's face? That are we in high school now? That had nothing to do with it, dude.
If he says that,
we're grown men.
I challenge Teofimo Lopez to say that to his face. Watch what happens then.
And Teofimo, bro, he's always been like that, bro. Like he always speaks.
It's funny. It's funny,
but
that
it's funny
that all of a sudden the people, there's people that we all know because there's a community, right? It's YouTube. You know, P-Boxing people within the community that diss and call people bitches all day. You don't check them though.
Right.
Listen, no, I'm talking about a professional boxer.
Doesn't matter, professional boxer. This is in professional boxer. We're known for people to talk shit amongst each other.
It's not. He's at 135. He's a champion. He's a unified champion, and you know he doesn't carry himself like a champion. You know what I mean? AJ doesn't do that.
Dude, Floyd Mayweather called Conor McGregor a faggot. I mean, what's the big deal?
But that's a difference. Mayweather did not have the LDBC behind him, bro. Deontay Wilder does, bro. That's what you guys don't understand.
Yeah, we're talking about.
Hold on, Punch Drunk. When fights,
can I talk about my experience
when you have to go to fights, bro, you're gonna have to show your face, Punch Drunk. And I know you're a Teofimo fanboy. You're gonna get confronted, bro. This is the type of dilemmas that creates, bro. The disrespect.
All right, I'm gonna tie more people in because I want to discuss what's on the thumbnail. Y'all just bringing LDBC narratives and LDBC this. So I really want to get into topic that's gonna help out the community, not only in the YTBC, but the community.
Let's go back
outside.
to Leo Santa Cruz versus Tank Davis, right?
So I don't know what this thing goes. I don't want to. People looking on, we need to educate people. Y'all bringing this LDBC and he better say this or the LDBC is gonna attack him. What the fuck are y'all talking about?
Right. Let's stay on point.
I agree. And you know what? There is hope, regardless, because even when Leo Santa Cruz, got KO'd, everybody saw the highlights. It was the number one trending thing on YouTube, just in general, not on boxing. It was just the number one trending video on YouTube, just in general. A lot of people saw that Tank was cool about it and said, "Hey, I wish him good health. I hope he's okay." A lot of people, all sorts of races, were saying, you know what, a lot of respect for that guy. So, I mean, it's not as bad, in the entire YouTube community as a whole. I think it's just strictly within this boxing. A small percentage of people are making this bigger than what it needs to be.
Yeah.
Hey, well, I mean, my experience growing up, because we moved from Texas when I was young. You know what I mean? So down in Texas, all you seen was nothing but Mexicans and shit. Nothing but Mexicans everywhere. So that's where I was from, way down there, right by Mexico, Las Flores and shit. Right down there.
Did Dover time out?
Huh? Oh, my fault. And we moved up here. We moved up north and shit, man, to a whole different town, and it was predominantly black. You know what I'm saying? And so yeah, I was like 5 years old, and that's where I grew up around. I grew up like predominantly black people and some white people, but it was mainly black, And we're like one of the first Mexican families in the town and shit, man. One of the first Mexican families in the town. And yeah, you grow up here, you hearing some little racist shit. I had my little deal with some racist shit as kids and this and that, but for the most part, like I feel like maybe it's a town thing. It might be a town thing, but I feel like our town never really fed into that shit, you know. And when I was grown, when I was growing and shit, a couple of times, like the media shit try to get to our town and shit, you know. And you heard about like, hey, yeah, you know, they say you Mexican and shit, don't go outside and shit, man. You know what I'm saying? After 12 o'clock or something. I'm like, what? We're everybody like, and I'm talking about all kinds of people in the group laughing like, motherfucker, what are you falling for, man? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, what's going on with you and shit? Like, it's Muskegon, man. What are you talking about? You know, so I mean, so it's like, yeah, so it's, you know, it was different and shit in our town, but I'm aware though that other towns are different, and so I'm pretty sure it's different dynamics in different towns. Cause maybe because there weren't mainly Mexicans in the town in this town, so maybe that changed things. Maybe it was like 50-50, maybe more of a power struggle. You know, I don't know, but I'm just saying like. My point is, we don't fall for that shit, and you know where I'm from and shit, and I hope nobody else does, basically, and shit, you know.
I feel you, man.
You know what I mean?
Rap star. I just trying to get everybody back there. What's good, rap star?
Yo, salute to Moonshine. Salute to the panel. What's going on?
Salute.
Yeah, we got some good energy here, man. All I'm gonna say, bro, is I come from a different background, man. You know what I mean? And look, you look at what our people did for us in this world, for us to have an easier life. You look at what your culture did, what the black culture did for them. You know, they took all the shit and they took all the hard times so that the young generation can be out here smarter and with more dignity. But it's gone the other way around. They don't have that respect for the sport, Moonshine. So when you don't respect the sport, you're only going to respect a certain narrative, yeah? No matter how much intelligence you talk, every man knows on this panel, emotion takes over any intelligence. Mm-hmm. So you can talk facts blue out your face. Nobody's going to listen to it if they're emotionally invested into that narrative. So what I'm saying is, this is all a YouTube thing. And it's 80% of the YouTube, because there's still a lot of good YouTube out there who supports boxing before the boxers. Because if you haven't got that mindset, you're going to lose in the game anyway. You're only going to get a certain fan base, and your fan base is going to be the yes men that you want. And what that's going to create is an energy that you're believing, which is not true. So when it comes to the real world, you're just getting exposed. But, you know, the older generation, it's true. Somebody said the older generation need to step up. Because I'm really, really sorry. You know, I'm a big Devin Haney fan. I am. I come from England, bro. I'm a big Devin Haney fan. But you know how many people in England are saying this is embarrassing? That when they're seeing Bill Haney going on to some of these shows and seeing these young kids talking about people with so much disrespect, saying they're going to shoot people, and or, you know, oh, this guy's dad's a piece of shit, calling female's dad a bitch every day. Do you think that's respect to the game? Do you think when you're disrespecting boxers who have achieved something every day, you're going to lose the hardcore popularity of boxing?
But that's exactly what I'm. This is exactly what I'm saying. When people want to bring up the Teofimo Lopez, just like you see, there's channels that's been calling him and his father a bitch. They call him for example, the same gentleman that was here. He called them Hopez.
But what I'm saying,
when let's say Teofimo Lopez will call anybody, then they want to justify what's properly how you should talk to somebody. You know, I'm just going by what the same people that they go around in the YTBC and disrespect and go to channels that disrespect them and call themselves every derogatory name. Now now Tio calls somebody a Wilder derogatory name, and now is, oh my God, how dare someone call somebody that? We all know as men was derogatory. We all know as men we can't fly. If anybody out here calls somebody a bitch, maybe you won't fight back. Maybe you'll be like, man, this guy talking shit.
Hey, look,
other men won't allow it. Won't allow it.
I'm gonna put myself on mute in a sec, yeah. But hear this out. You know, Devin Haney, yeah. I've seen him in England, yeah. He got a very calm, decent approach as him as a young man. If you've ever seen Devin Haney, he's got a decent appearance about himself, okay. And a lot of people in England, right, they remember Devin Haney like this. But there's a lot of channels making him look bad, because he wouldn't be seen dead with these people, bro. He wouldn't be on the street with these people if this is the Devin Haney we're talking about, yeah? Because at the end of the day, it's not just Devin Haney, it's other fighters like Teofimo Lopez. There's fighters against him, and there's fighters there's channels against him and channels against these fighters and channels showing narratives. The truth is, though, hardcore boxing fans are not stupid, Moonshine. They just unsubscribe.
Yeah. Hugo, what's good, Hugo? Hugo, you go. What's up? Can't hear you. I can't hear you.
Yo, my thing is, at the end of this whole thing, Moonshine, you got to have respect for the sport.
Time back in. I can't hear you.
You can't hear me?
No. It wasn't you.
No, I said you got to remember this. If you're in a gym in England and there's a black guy, Mexican guy, or white guy, the trainer will not tolerate none of this kind of talk. It doesn't happen. You got to respect the game.
Somebody got a background. Turn it off. The background. L Dog, what's good?
Yo, what's going on, man? And I just want to quickly say I agree with Rapstar. Above all, you got to be a fan of boxing. You know, cool, support your nationality, support your race, whatever, but you got to be a boxing fan first. You know, you got to understand what's good for boxing. Me personally, I support Eastern European fighters because I feel like they get shitted on by a lot of people. Yeah, and they're like a new ethnic group in this thing, because I know we're talking about Latinos versus blacks. Now, this is a big racial rivalry in boxing.
Yes.
But to me, it seems like the cycle with Teofimo, because I guess that's where the topic stems from, Teofimo.
No. It really doesn't stem from that. It stems from this is a constant in the YTBC, but also is a constant thing outside of it that people don't talk about it. I think that what I feel. I think Dove said in his experience that he doesn't seem like there is a tension between blacks and Latinos. You know, and then he says, we hear things, people go back and forth and things of that nature. I think that black and Latinos have gotten used to going at each other in a racial way, that by now, if you be like, yo, my man, go back to your country, or go into your banana boat, or Latino saying derogatory or racial slurs, it's like,
nigga, we got
because
time.
it's nothing now.
We got time, nigga. I'm fucking everybody up, nigga. We got time.
Hold on, Ron. Hold on.
I don't give a fuck, nigga. We got time.
So I feel like I think probably Latinos and blacks got used to going at each other. It doesn't give you the same effect when another culture comes and say the same thing, because you ain't used to that culture telling you a derogatory term or something like that. Like when I said my experience in the intro, my experience living and born and raised in a black and Latino community, if I experience any type of racism, it's from a black and Latino. If I experience anybody trying to come at me, or any fight that I had, or anybody trying to bully somebody, it's black and Latinos, because
we are worst enemies. Punch. We are our worst enemies sometimes, bro.
Yeah. So I know there is a tension there. The reason why I feel, in my opinion, the reason why that when we see a Latin and American and a black and a Latino fight, or a black and Mexican fight, they'd be like, oh, that sells. I feel like it sells not because the guys that's promoting the fight. It sells because there is a tension out of the boxing ring.
That's facts, and that's what made with it.
The tension outside of the boxing ring is what people don't want to talk about it, because in mass media, that's not a good. That's not the.
Hey, Punch, can I say something? Punch? Hey, I used to talk to this little white chick and shit, and she didn't really know nothing much of the part of the towns that where we was kicking it in or whatever and shit. And I brought that up one time and shit, like the little tension is between blacks and browns, and she didn't know what I was talking about. She's like, what? She was like, you serious? I'm like, she was supposedly from not money, but from that kind of that lifestyle of just and she knows. So I really believe that's more like it's more being fed. It's more being fed. It's the thing that's being fed. Makes money. No, my fault. That was my opinion. I just that got me thinking from what you were saying. I'm like, well, shit, man. I don't know, cause like I said, she was straight up like she didn't understand my lifestyle or like where I came from, like the type of person that be like, oh, you stay in that part of the town and shit. Like I heard that part of the town looks shitty. Like nah, I'm like go drive by. You see a bunch of fucking cut lawns and everything. Like, hey. But so I'm saying, but her mindset was there, you know, because of movies, media, whatever the hell. So yeah, so. I was talking to her about that. And she didn't know what the hell I was talking about. You know what I mean? So I think it's something being fed to like us, to like the black and brown community.
Hey, we got
what's good? Get the smoke.
Yo, Punch, do me a favor right now. I'm gonna say one thing and I'm gonna get out this fucking chat. Anybody got a problem with me, come see me on Border Wars, nigga. I got a problem with you. Let's go. I ain't playing with none of y'all niggas.
Get the smoke.
And talk to my boy right now. Yo, talk to these niggas.
I'm not dealing with nobody's fucking shit, dude. Let's go. Let's go get the yayo.
Oh, hell no. Yo,
get the smoke. Get the smoke.
Hey, what's up, Punch? How you feeling today, man?
I'm feeling great, man. I feel like
really you're not obsessed.
Ron, try to mute us. Hold on. Smoke is speaking.
You took a break from the election porn to do it live. Indicating to you with the boxes.
Man, hey, the numbers ain't gonna come through anytime soon. Put it that way.
Yeah.
You know.
So right, black and brown. Yeah, man. So boxing is about like nobody who's really coming from a position of privilege is really a boxer, right? I think maybe a couple of instances where even guys are middle class, but mostly.
My fault, smoke. My fault, smoke. Let me say the super chat. My fault. I'm sorry to cut you off. Hold on, Ron. Hold on, Ron.
I'm not listening to your shit. Yo, Ron, Smoke, hold the fuck up.
Hey, Ron, we got $50.
Fucking chilling.
I think Ron's
relax,
out,
Ron. This is from Tony. Good looking out, black and brown boxing. Good looking out, my brother. Good looking out. Ron, what we trying to do here, man, is come to understand it's not a separatism, beef, or anything like that. We're trying to talk about this subject. All right? Come on, Ron. Stay within the subject. We want to come with a concrete understanding so we can elevate one another. Black and brown don't have this type of tension and things of that nature. All right? Forget about the border wars. Forget about that. We're talking about this subject right here.
So, So, you know, when it comes down to the lower income, right? The entire thing becomes a crab barrel, right? Everybody it's a scarcity of resources kind of thing, right? And so, you do get this whole us versus them kind of deal on that level, on just the who's tougher, who's the scrappier, who's going to make it out, and basically, or who's going to make it out of the situation of being the bottom rung of society, right? Because at this point, as groups, that's where we are in this society, right? We're at the bottom rung. But when you look at it statistically, outside of boxing, or just in the fabric of society, of American society, but then outside of that, I think you have a deal about being native and being immigrants. Like there's for the black people who I feel like we're talking about, it's always black natives of America, not really black immigrants of America, black immigrants to America, right? And then there's another thing about the Latin immigrants coming from wherever the hell they may be coming from to here, right? That there's that sort of culture clash, but there's something about being where it's okay to be disrespectful towards black people in America, and everybody participates in that, even other Americans. That's why this whole idea about who gets to be called nigger and this whole thing, but the entire thing is actually just self-destructive, right? It's actually just a negative stereotype about a people. So even if the people adopt it themselves, it's still them adopting negativity about themselves. So it doesn't actually matter that you try to flip the script and make it a negative into a positive. Really what you're doing is still wallowing in negativity. Like that's just the end of the end result is you are not actually appreciating that person for being a human being, but you're just lumping them into some group that you feel like you can now define them and it feels more comfortable to you. Right. but all of that, right? So the idea about the idea that somebody, you don't want to be the worst off, somebody has to be worse than you, I think drives a lot of this stuff. Like you just don't, like black don't want to be the last, Latinos don't want to be the last, Asian don't want to be the last, white don't want to be last. Nobody wants to be on the bottom rung. The fact that we're lumped together on the bottom rung is where the tension comes from, in my view.
Okay. I just want to take everybody's take, and then we could just follow it up. I ain't leaving no time soon. Everybody got their take. World Combat Sports. What's good, World Combat Sports?
What's good, Punch Drunk in the panel? How everybody doing, man?
Yeah,
What's good? What's good, man? Everybody subscribe to World Combat Sports when you get the chance.
So your topic today is about how did this all come to the surface, man? What Teofimo said, or what?
Nah. We implement. I just gave an example when Teofimo Lopez said what he said about Deontay Wilder, and a lot of channels today was around. If you go to a lot of channels in the YTBC, it became a topic of racial thing. It became Latinos and versus black. But this is not a topic that stems from that. This is a topic I've been wanting to have for quite some time, because I feel there is a tension between black and Latinos, not only in YouTube, but outside of YouTube, just like in the community itself. And I don't think they really talk about it, not in mainstream, because there is no narrative, there is no winning there. But I do think that there's a tension there, and I think that it's beneficial for us to understand each other's culture, each other in general, so we could ease the tension and really respect each other, just not coexist because we live in the same neighborhood, but actually really respect one another. Because I think I think we do a great job in coexisting within our community, but I don't believe that we really ultimately really respect one another, in my opinion.
I think with the social medias that's been going on recently, with the push and influence to take one side or the other, has gotten out of hand just to promote specific fighters. It's just getting out of hand. It's not even, if you're going to be media, but don't influence other media outlets to basically have a torchlit parade to, have this thing with other fighters, just because they're not black or so forth. I think if black and Latino fighters actually had a problem, I went through TJ several times when I was 17 years old to watch fights, right? And if I felt that black fighters had a problem, or Latino fighters or people had a problem with the black fighters, they wouldn't make it out of TJ. You know what I'm saying? And I used to go through there and watch fights, and we talking about hole in the wall fights over there. Black fighters won, Mexican fighters won, Latino fighters won. It was some of everybody over there in TJ getting those wins, And that was back then in what, 89, 90, that was going on. I've been in the crevice and I mean the deep crevices of boxing, and I've seen it. I've seen blacks walk up out of their winners. I've seen some of them get robbed. I've seen whites come over there. I've seen a lot. But when you talk about black and Latinos, we are the majority in boxing.
Yeah,
we are. We're going to continue to be. But
can I say something?
Yes.
Oh, go ahead. I don't know, but in my city, bro, there's a tension between the black and the Latinos. I don't know if it's partly the gang related, and also because the street vendors, bro, they be getting harassed by the black community. So I don't know if that's kind of it, bro, in the boxing community. I don't know.
I mean, what region are you talking about?
I think
harassed?
That's a very good point.
I think. Oh, somebody mute.
What region are you talking about with them being harassed by blacks? What region?
Like in the LA area, bro, like Long Beach, and
man, that's Long Beach. You know how Long Beach get down, man. For real.
Well, that's what I'm saying. That could be the tension. That's what I'm saying, though. I don't know if that's it or something.
Right. No, he makes it. I think he's trying to say the gang thing.
And it's also not just black people. So why just singled out there's black people doing it? Street vendors get harassed by everybody.
Wait. But that's what I mean. I don't want. It's not really it's like if Kemar says something, right, and he sees something in his experience, then I want people to mention their experiences too, not just what they see, but their experiences. So Kemar sees something in his community, but he's expressing it, for example. So he's expressing something to you. Let's say, for example, Smoke. You answered him, but I don't think
I also happen to spend a lot of time in Long Beach, right? And I spend a lot of time in LA, and I spend a lot of time around street vendors. So I see what goes down. So the idea that all of a
and the
sudden
media
now,
doesn't cover it, bro.
Not the idea. So there was a story that was publicized amongst the street gangs, right? And there was a street gang that was black people messing with some vendors, and so a Mexican street gang worked it all out, right? So he might be talking about that specific instance, but really, if you're just talking about what goes down between a street vendor and what a street vendor's day-to-day looks like, they're not looking over their shoulder for black people. They're looking over their shoulder for anybody who's about to fuck with them. And it could be anybody. It could be actually other Mexican people.
Okay. All I'm saying, though, is that could be the tension. I don't know. I mean, that could be it. That's all I'm saying here. I'm not trying to, like, start
I think when it comes with our experience, let's say, for example, from Harlem, Washington Heights in New York, I don't go to the news for them to tell me what's going on in my community. I'm living it. So I don't even go to the news to see, oh my God, this is happening in Harlem. I know exactly what's happening in Harlem. I don't need the statistics or anything to tell me what's going on. If I know that, these people, there's certain type of groups that harass certain type of groups, and you know, both Latinos and blacks harasses the Asian, the Chinese restaurant when I'm growing up, always. All day, every day. They steal from them. They order a food. They take the food. They run. That's what I seen me growing up. The most bullied race in my community was Asians. They're the most bullied. That's my experience. Right? That's my experience if I go to the Bronx. That's my experience. Wait. That's my experience if I go to the Bronx. That's my experience if I go to LES. That's my experience if I'm in Harlem. That's my experience when I go on Brooklyn. That's my experience.
Yeah, see, the thing is that there's a different thing when it comes to the immigrant class, right? Because really what you're just talking about are the most vulnerable parts of the society, right? Mm-hmm. And the Latino, the Latino people have a native influence, but they also have an immigrant influence, a heavy immigrant influence, right? And the black people here are more about natives, right? Even the black immigrants that come here from the islands or from Africa or whatever, they have an issue with the black people here. So it's just a different thing, right? So
that's the same thing.
When you're breaking down these communities, it's not really just about skin color, right? It's actually about the experience of the person that you're coming with. There are Latinos who have been here the entire time, like in Arizona, in Texas, in New Mexico, have been here hundreds of years, right? On this side of the border, but they have cousins on the other side, and how they feel about it and how they interact in our society is a completely different thing. I don't think you can just break it down to black and Latino.
No, but the topic is for black and Latinos, in my opinion.
Right, but it's black and so I think black and Latino, native black and Latino, get along way better than any other immigrant class, right?
I agree. You know what I think also? I think if
you bring in an immigrant Mexican versus a Mexican, if you bring in a person who immigrates from Mexico versus a Mexican who's been here for a while, what you'll find is the black person who's been here for a while and the Mexican who's been here for a while they will link up because they have a shared references, right? But if you take a black person who just immigrated from the Caribbean somewhere, and you take a Mexican who just immigrated from Mexico, you will find they link up better for their shared immigrant experience. It's not really about their black and Latino-ness.
What's good, Major Key Boxing?
Yo, chilling, brother. Listen, man, I got two different parts to this one. The first one, because we're trying to unite here. I understand the message as being trying to unite, and I definitely appreciate you bringing up the topic, because you already know some people are gonna be salty about it, but that's why your panel filled up so quick. Which usually I'm on your panel right away, and I couldn't even get in. You know what I mean? I couldn't even get in because I missed a couple seconds and the panel was full. You know what I mean? So that's beautiful though. That means that everybody's trying to talk about it, which is a great thing. So first and foremost, let's talk about. Let me just air out. I want to air out two subjects: the boxing part, but first, the N-word, right? And I know that we've had this discussion many times. You know, me and Smoke had to air things out on his channel. You know, wanted to respect him for you know what I mean, he felt a certain way about it. So I was like, you know what, even though I talk like this for him, I'm gonna stop. You know what I mean?
I appreciate
that. And so I respected him for that. You know what I mean? Because I like him. He's a smart dude. I love debating him. We could talk without that word. That's facts. You know, but at the end of the day, like if I'm talking on a regular basis, you know, for example, look at
hold on, because I want people to understand that part where you the dialogue that you and Smoke has. So right away, my fault to cut you off, but I just want people to know. So Smoke, Major Key Boxing uses the N-word as a slang. Smoke doesn't like it. He's a black man that doesn't like the N-word. Even if they're his own, if black people uses it, he's not that type of, he's not the black brother that like using the N-word or like to hear other people use the N-word. So there's other black people that use the N-word and use it, you know, is within their language. It's second nature. So they both had a dialogue in which Smoke felt disrespected just by him using the N-word. Major Key Box is like, I use this, man. This is slang. It's not you really using derogatory way. Smoke don't care if it was a derogatory name, derogatory way or not. It just doesn't seem like it was right. The way that he's listened to that word doesn't seem right. So the respect that Major Key Boxing have for him is that when he's around, he has respect for Smoke, knowing the history and knowing the nature of that word. Well, all right, it's so easy. I'm gonna respect Smoke and I use that word. If it's so controversial, I could have more vocabularies and use another word. You know, then when I'm with my peeps on another circle, another panel, whatever. But for the respect of how Smoke feel, he won't use it. You know, don't need to. And that's the type of dialogue, that's the type of understanding and communication that we do need. That even though that Major Key Boxing felt like, really, it's not really a problem, but I'm gonna do it for the strength of my brother Smoke. Then I don't need to, you know, I don't need to say that word. And that's the type of dialogue and understanding that I believe this conversation or this content could actually, you know, we could come together and have a concrete understanding. It's so easy like that. Now, continue. My fault on Major Key Box. I just want to.
If I could just jump in one thing, I didn't feel disrespected that he heard. I just find the word offensive, right? But I didn't feel disrespected specifically because I didn't feel like he was coming disrespectfully. There was something that he threw on the beginning of it, right, that I felt like was disrespectful. But the word itself, I didn't think that he was disrespecting me by using it, right? I just personally find it offensive, even if you're just trying to use it as a term different. I don't need to. It just grates on me, right? The word is great. So.
And to piggyback over that punch, Smoke, to piggyback over that, we actually did. You said that you never felt like I was being, racist towards you, but you didn't like the word being directed at you, and that's why I said, look, okay, I don't use it like I'm trying to be racist. So, and I know that you don't feel like that because I've never turned it like I'm not like you know. Like talking to people directly like a Hardy or anything like that. That's not how I talk. You know what I mean? It's like when you listen to Fat Joe's podcast, you hear him talking with all types of black artists from back in the day, and they all know how Joe gets down. You know what I mean? And that's the same type of environment that I grew up around. You know, so I mean, but you know, I get that most of America apparently doesn't get that, and I didn't get to. You know, I just got to YouTube. You know, around that time that me and you started chopping it up. So when you started acting like that, at first I wanted to hold my ground. Then I was like, well, you know what, man, I can't expect him if he didn't actually grow up in my neighborhood to really understand where I'm coming from. You know what I mean? So I paused. I you know, kind of yielded to the conversation. I was like, you know what, this guy's an intelligent dude, man. I would prefer to have dialogue with him. You know what I mean? And versus me using that word that offends him. You know what I mean? And I still use it around whoever the fuck that, you know, that I chill with, you know what I mean? Because I'll tell you right now, like if you know, if I'm rolling on a strip and we on a strip on a Saturday night and I'm drunk and somebody trying to fuck with me, you know what I'm saying? It's probably gonna be a black dude that's gonna fuck you up for calling me racist. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? But at the end of the day, I understood where you were coming from, you know? And I just had to respect that. But anyway, going back to the boxing piece, how do we unionize everybody, get them together, man? I don't understand why everybody doesn't understand that this is a sport and we're all in the same country, man. And a lot of us are Latino, blacks. Most of the athletic people are Latino and blacks. And don't get me wrong, there are good athletic white people too. But I don't understand why we're getting into these, racist, social circles where we have to divide ourselves, And World Combat, you could piggyback off of this afterwards, but you know that I went over there and I know Deacon has a wrench on your channel, and before the Teofimo Loma fight, I was telling bro, please don't race bait, bro. It has nothing to do with that. And you actually kind of like back me up on that. You were like, yo, hey, listen, this has nothing to do with race. We're talking about the fight. You know what I mean? And I respected that from you. You know what I'm saying? And most channels that do that are the most successful channels, man. You know what I mean? Like it's really, it has to do with the sport itself. It has nothing to do with black, white, Mexican, Spanish, whatever you want to call it. It has to do with your skill, your talent. And don't get me wrong, there's a lot of Americans. How you doing, brother? My bad, that was my neighbor. But yeah, it has to do with a lot of talent and all that, you know what I mean? And some people more talented and some people more skilled. Some people more, they got more of a granite chin. Some people just, some people just warriors. They're going to stay up no matter what, So, but at the end of the day, we just have to understand that that we in this, we are a melting pot of people. We have to appreciate that. In New York, black people talk Spanish just because they grew up around so many Spanish people, and that's why the same way that Spanish people use the N-word, because they grew up around so many black people. You know what I'm saying? I learned how to play soccer with Jamaican people. You know what I'm saying? like that straight up. I took a dollar van to school. I used to eat bun and cheese in the morning. You know what I mean? I don't know if you guys know about that, but I used to eat cocoa bread and Jamaican patties. Like I grew up around Jamaicans for real. But not everybody grows up like that. So I guess I gotta dial back sometimes and understand other people. Mm-hmm. But I just hope that everybody understands that, there's so many different cultures. This is a melting pot, the United States, man. No matter how much divisiveness we've dealt with, this is a melting pot, and we all have to appreciate each other's skills.
Yeah, man.
I mean, and I'm gonna chime back and let everybody else talk, because I appreciate you giving me the platform, though.
Thank you. Marlo Stanfield.
What up, bro?
What's good?
Yeah, this probably been a long time coming, but
yeah, it's been a long time coming. You've been coming at me in the comment box for quite some time. Now, go ahead. I've been waiting for you to hit the panel.
I'm gonna tell you, when I first found your videos, I was kind of a little bit tight about the disrespect that a lot of non-black fight fans had for Muhammad Ali, for Sugar Ray Leonard, for Henry Armstrong, for the greats.
Yeah.
And just looking over them and just saying Pacquiao's the greatest. I'm not saying Mayweather's the greatest. If you want to say Pacquiao is better than Mayweather, you have a great argument. I can't say that I disagree with that. I can say that Mayweather has a good argument too, but I can also say Pacquiao has a great argument to be better than Mayweather. Mm-hmm. But better than Muhammad Ali, better than Sugar Ray Leonard, better than Sugar Ray Robinson, better than Henry Armstrong, you just gonna gloss over them. And then when I was watching the video that you made, you were hella biased during the whole video, bro. Like you sat up there and you talked about how Pacquiao's 8 divisions, how Pacquiao did this, did that. All you had to say about Ali was, he lost to Trevor Berbick. He lost to Larry Holmes. Bro, he was sick. He had Parkinson's disease. If you watch the 30 for 30, Larry versus Muhammad, you could obviously see Ali was suffering from Parkinson's disease during that time. You had no context on when you were talking about that, but you bring up, when you're talking about Pacquiao, you say nothing about Torrey Campo. You say nothing about Singh Surratt. Pacquiao got knocked out by 2 bums. 2 bums. And you said nothing about that. But you want to talk about Ali losing when he had Parkinson's disease. I couldn't understand that. And it just seemed biased to me. And then also the way you talk about my man Errol Spence, the way you talk about Devin, like you brought up Devin talking about how he won't lose to a white boy. And you say, oh, if a white man said that, then it'll all hell break loose. A white man did say that. A white man said that to Marvin Hagler.
I brought that up. Didn't I brought that up?
But
that
you didn't bring it up
in the level of the content. I said Marvin Hagler and Minter. That's why I brought up that in that video. I brought that up. That was the reason why I brought that up, because the tension that that those statements could bring. That's why I brought it up.
You brought it up when I mentioned. I think I was in your comments, and then I said something, and then you acknowledged it. But when you first made the video and said that Devin Haney's a racist, and what if a white man said that, you didn't say nothing.
I never said he was a racist. I said that was a racist comment. And I brought on that same video, go check it back again. That's why I did mention the Minter and the Hagler. I did 2 videos about it. I do 2 videos about it. I mentioned that those type of terms, and this is what I mean. You said something. Am I right or wrong? If a white person say said black boy, that's derogatory. See, where my experience is, you call a black person boy because of the history, that's derogatory. Right or wrong?
Right.
Okay, so that was the whole content. That it shouldn't be by a black person or white person. That's why I said nobody has the right to nobody has the green light to be racist or anything of that nature. Nobody has the green light.
Can I jump in right there?
Hold on. One derogatory doesn't one race can't use this derogatory and then tell the other race they can't use derogatory. I don't agree with you can't use that like P earlier. He said only black people could use the N-word. Nobody else. See, don't use the N-word at all, because there is black people that also do not like black people using the N-word.
I mean, they're not going to get anywhere with it. The black people that don't want other black people to use it, because it's just so bled into, the fabric of.
Hey, can I please say something as a Mexican man about this topic? It's pretty interesting, I think. So I know, but seriously, I'll make it quick. Like I said, going from like down south, nothing but Mexicans, growing up up north, with nothing but blacks, like everybody was calling you nigga, you know what I'm saying, growing up and shit, so, I did too, but I was always a very proud Mexican, obviously, and shit, obviously, being, always, there was there was always like little subtle beefs and shit growing up, because you're different, so I was always like, that was ingrained in me to be proud to be Mexican and shit, I always will be, but that the word was, like I said, my town, it might have been my town, but it was nothing different, it was nothing, the way it was spoken, a couple times I had, had a couple problems, but anyway, my point is this, I think I got older, it was my age, man, but I'm not gonna lie and shit, man, even as a Mexican man and shit, I'm not even black. Like, when hearing about people's, you can imagine, man, like back in the day, when people were like, black people were getting, like slain down for no reason just because they were black and shit. For a fact they were getting called nigga and shit, man. They were, like, before they were dying, that's what the fuck they were hearing before that. Excuse my language. That's what they were hearing before they were dying. You know what I'm saying? Like,
so, my brother, what do you think is the solution, though?
No. I mean, I'm just saying, man. I think education is a solution. Like amongst many things. I mean, education is the solution for everything.
Yeah, because we need to find a solution.
Like I was telling my mom and Shirley, like mine's not about education. It's about how you eating healthy. You got to read on things. See things.
I got a question with Smoke.
Yeah, I have an answer. Hopefully.
Hold on, because I did cut off on Marlo Stanfield. I just want him to finish.
Yeah, I wanted to, and also I wanted to just jump in and right before Marlo gets done. But when you were saying about the history and the boy, I think there's something to. I think you're right on track, right? When you say if a white person were to call a grown black man boy, that has a different cultural and historical context for that particular situation than any other kind of situation. And it's the same thing goes for what Devin Haney said. Yeah, you can't just flip it over and say hey, because a white guy can't say it to Devin Haney, therefore Devin Haney can't say it about a white guy, right? There's a actually different historical context that the phrase is coming from, and they're talking about a different historical dynamic, right? And it's not even historical; it's even today. Like we see guys on the militia, we see armed militia members shooting black people today, right? It's a different. It's just a different mentality. You don't see black people. You don't see armed black militias shooting white people talking about the looters, right? You just don't see that.
Marlo, I got a question for Smoke, man.
Not let Marlo finish. I don't cut him off. I don't want to. I want everybody to get their take.
No, it's all good. But I'm just saying, like you say, you break things down unbiasedly and unobjectively, and it just don't seem like a lot of the stuff that you be putting out there be like that sometimes. Like,
yeah, but we had a conversation before in the comment box, and I'm like, why didn't you say anything when I had a video about Sean Porter and Errol Spence as fathers? What is Keith Thurman to you? Because I think when it comes to the stems of Errol Spence, it was based off. If you follow my channel, I like Keith Thurman. Keith Thurman and Errol Spence have something going on, right? So Errol Spence say something about Keith, and I'm basing off a lot of things about Keith Thurman. But is Keith Thurman black, or is he or is he just? Or you look at him as a black man? How you look at Keith Thurman? Because I had a lot of content with Keith Thurman.
Keith Thurman is black. And Sean Porter is black too, but they also fall under that Pacquiao umbrella at this point, because Sean Porter, everybody knows that Sean Porter been getting schooled by Pacquiao in the training, and everybody knows that Keith Thurman lost to Pacquiao. So to root for two, you know what I'm saying, to big up two black dudes that are on his resume builds up Pacquiao. You're building them up. Not to build them up, you're building them up to build up Pacquiao, because Thurman lost to Pacquiao.
I think you're infatuated with the Pacquiao thing. That's what it is. I think.
No,
and if you're mad that I said I picked Pacquiao, that I said what I said about Pacquiao, I think that's where you stem everything from. So I can't give credit to Porter. I can't give credit to Thurman, because for you it traces back to making Pacquiao look good. And see, I never think about that. I'm trying to big up Keith Thurman to make a Pacquiao look good. You know what I'm saying? I think you just hate that I picked Pacquiao, and I said about Pacquiao, and I didn't say the same thing about Robinson and Armstrong and things. So you could be mad at me at that, but don't call me that I don't like black fighters because I didn't pick who you wanted me to pick.
And facts be told, Thurman is, if anybody that Punch is biased to, is Thurman, because sometimes he be talking about he gonna beat some people that we know he's not gonna beat, but Punch always talking about Thurman is underrated, and he gonna do this and he gonna do that. He's gonna come back and beat everybody's ass and shit like that. So I gotta mention that as well.
No, yeah, Demetrius Andre. He speaks a lot about Demetrius Andre.
I speak about a lot of Demetrius Andre. People tell me I'm a fool for speaking about Demetrius Andre. I speak about Deontay. I used to speak of Deontay Wilder. For me, is my favorite heavyweight, and people came at me all the time.
Man, they've been switching up on Deontay Wilder.
Hey, can I say something about
can I get off on Smoke right quick, and Glenn and Punch? This is a three-way question, right? Okay, if we're talking about, I heard what Glenn said, how he was in a conversation with Smoke, and it somewhat changed his direction as far as using the N-word and everything. He felt different about it. I can understand from a mature standpoint where he coming from. I really don't matter if Hispanics, Latinos, or whatever uses the word. I don't have to express myself or basically converse with my peers and use that word. But for this channel right here, why haven't anyone been able to help Johnny Boy digress from using the word? If you're going to speak about the N-word, why is it one of those outlets to my, hey, don't come over here complaining about somebody using the N-word and they use it all the time? So we're talking about it today. Why haven't anyone been able to understand that that's absolutely wrong?
I could get my answer first. My answer is he's a grown ass man. That's on him. You know what I mean? Like whatever he want to talk about. You know what I mean? He grew up a certain way. I know he doesn't mean it in a derogatory way. However, I understand how other people view it,
but check
that's
this
on
out.
other
Being from the
people,
South,
between other people and him.
check this
You know
out,
what I mean?
Glenn. From being from the South, when you say he's a grown ass man, he can say it, and whatever the case may be. That's just the point. We're all grown, so if we're gonna have a problem with it, and we're gonna try to speak to one another to come with a solution to use preventative maintenance, so it can go away, then we have to talk to that person and help them understand it also. But
That's
it just
fair.
seems like he only used the word nigga when he mad.
That's fair. That's fair. I understand where you're going from.
You know what I'm saying?
So basically, we still on the same dialogue, which is trying to correct what's going on between the black and brown communities. You know what I'm saying? And you're right about that. I get you on that. That's why I adjusted my slang. And don't get me twisted. Like between my homies, you know what I'm saying? Like we talk the same way all day long. But when I'm on YouTube, I recognize that, hey, shit, this shit is being heard all over the world. And I don't want to be somebody that somebody else is calling racist just because they don't understand where I come from. You know what I'm saying? So you know, I mean, I could talk to him. You know what I mean? But at the end of the day, like if he goes that way, bro, like it's not my fault, bro. Like you know what I mean?
I understand. I just you know, I don't have no problem with. I don't even know him like that.
I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying. That was a valid point, bro. That was a valid point.
I know when Punch, the first time Punch came on my channel, you know, he was called that word, right? And he kind of, his eyes opened up a little bit. He said, "Don't call me that word." And I never quite understood why it pinched the nerve with him like that. Was it the person that addressed him as such, or he's just not, you know, around that type of language?
Yeah. See, and World Combat, you know, I respect your channel too. My bad. I'll chime back real quick, but I just want to address World Combat, bro. You know that when I first went there, you didn't even realize that I just talked the way I talk, and then you thought I was being aggressive, and then we found out that, hey, shit, we compatible. We could talk and have many conversations because we usually agree. You know what I'm saying? And then we became mad cool. You know what I'm saying? But at first we didn't realize that, you know, and then a lot of people don't realize it too with him. But some people go there just because of that. That's actually probably why he has so many subscribers. You know what I mean? Because people like his energy. You know, but at the end of the day, I can't defend him, but I could tell you that he's his own man. And me myself, I enjoy his content, but I understand if other people don't. You know what I mean? Like you know, that's on everybody else. But I appreciate everything that you do on your channel. You know what I'm saying? How you keep it, bro.
Yeah, let's say with that, I was raised in my community, my friends and stuff like that. But my father, in my household, he wasn't raised like that. You know, he schooled me early about that word. As my household was the culture of you know, was more Spanish than anything. So he schooled me on that in the history of that word. So I wasn't brought up to say it like, yeah, with your friends, and then you pick it up and then you listen to music. Yeah, you pick it up here and there. And, you know, it became like a brethren, right? Some people in the community, in the inner city, as a brethren, right? But when somebody does call me that, you know, that's not my brother, or saying it like that, I see it in a different way. So when that dude said it to me, I'm like, yo, don't call me that. I ain't your brother. I ain't your nig. I'm not your brother. I'm nothing like that.
Okay, I got you.
You know,
I mean, that's what I figured. You know, you took that approach, okay, because it was coming such a negative freaking way. I understand why you kind of open your eyes a little bit, saying, you know, don't call me that, man. We ain't close. We ain't none of that shit. You know, yeah, I get it. I get it.
And then I also explain experiences. That's what I mean. Like I want to be checked because remember, I'm living. If anybody be in New York City, we live in a melting pot. So to be honest, the least really racist place that I've been in and traveled is my hometown, New York City, because it's a melting pot. Now we joke and we throw shots at each other, whether you know the you know, racist language or whatever. But it's almost it's everybody. But it's almost like when I give that explanation. I played college ball. We had a game in Georgia. And my teammate, which is Puerto Rican, light skin, he was like, the ball went to the other side when we was in the layup line, and he said, yo, pass me the ball, nigga. The dude from Savannah University, he went up to my teammate and smacked the shit out of him. and my teammate ain't know what the fuck happened. And I'm like, because I understand, because I got family in Savannah as well. And it's just a different culture down there. It's a different culture from what it is in New York. But he didn't understand it. He's like, yo, he was just still like, yo, when you did that, yo, when he was about to fight, I'm like, yo, man, you can't be talking like that. He's like, man, tell this nigga. And then the dude swang at him, yo, don't call me nigga. Who the fuck you think? Because he look at him, he don't look at him like a Puerto Rican. He was looking at him like a white guy. You know, he didn't look at him as a Puerto Rican. You know, that he's so it was then I had to talk with him like, yo, it's different everywhere. You got to understand that not everywhere is New York. You know, it's different type of slangs and people take it a different way. He couldn't understand it, but it is what it is.
Solid point, man. I got one more question for the brothers on the panel. Why, when we speak, right? We're up here conversing, and there's no cuss words involved. We're not even dropping in, nigga this, nigga that. You're just basically talking, and it might just seem like clear, concise verbiage, man. You're having a dialogue. Why is black people so quick to say you a square, you're lame and shit, and get the fuck.
Hey, can I answer as a non-black person?
Get the fuck out of here. If you're not,
no, I'm just saying.
Repeating.
I'm just saying. I feel like the fucking social dynamic, man.
Right. Hold on, you got like an echo. Hey, I don't know if you got two.
I just wanted to get
that was me. That was the motorcycle drop.
I just never quite understood that. I even got that slack from my family, man, because I used to brief future and current operations, in the military to generals and stuff at a young age. I was just always infatuated with certain type of vocabulary, right? But I found out my family, which we're from the South, and then my people in general, when I'm having conversation, we can just be talking and talking. Then they say, damn, motherfucker, you act like you from a motherfucking private school or something. You don't never say this, that, and the other. It's not that I didn't use it. It's just the fact that I didn't think I had to use it every other word. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. I think that's the part where the gentleman was talking about educational. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, when somebody speak proper English, they used to call, man, you a coon, you trying to be white. You get that in the hood, even if you're trying to elevate yourself, speak properly, and you don't have to be a thug. You don't have to be within the hip hop culture. If you listen to something else, they think that you're crazy, you're out the loon, you're trying to be somebody you're not, you're trying to be. So that's
actually a great point. That's actually a great point.
I got to quit.
My bad. That's actually a great point, Punch, because when my brother came out of jail, bro, he did 2.5 years, and then I met up with him and my grandmother, and I was speaking the way I speak, and he was like, "Oh, you think you so smart? You trying to act?" I'm like, "Nah, bro. This is how I speak." But he was a 5%er, and he thought I was acting. You know what I'm saying? He's still a 5%er. Don't get me wrong. That's why I don't eat pork right now. You know what I'm saying? He kind of convinced me on the pork piece. You know what I mean? But whatever. You know what I mean? But
question for you though. Did you talk different around him before you met back up with him?
No. That's actually how I spoke. But he hadn't seen me. In like 3-4 years, and he thought that I was always in gifted classes, man. I used to be all around the Bronx wilding out, bro. Like running through train tracks from 174th Street to 180th Street. You know what I'm saying? Like wilding out, going to different weed spots and shit like that, bro. I was a grimy dude back in the days, but he was in jail. He didn't see me doing all that. So all he knew was, oh, this is my little brother. You know what I'm saying? He's 4 years older than me. So when he met up with me, like I was speaking the way I speak, and then he was like, "Oh, you think you so smart? You trying to be smart and shit like that." And I actually knew a lot of this shit that he was trying to teach me because I read it from different books. And you know what I mean?
Right.
So
no, I was gonna say a lot of times that happens when if you go away for a while and they knew you a certain type of way and then you come back different, they gonna think that you acting different. They gonna think that you acting because you being different than what you was before.
Yeah, he definitely did, man. Like, and I was like, bro, like, what are you talking about, bro? This is how I talk. And he actually looked at me like he understood, but he was like surprised that I actually speak that way. And I beat his ass in chess like fucking like 7 games in a row. And he's 4 years older than me. You know what I'm saying? and he's a god body. You know what I'm saying? He's a 5%er. You know what I'm saying? And I beat his ass for 7 games in a row. And this motherfucker was looking at me like, dang, where the fuck this nigga came from right here? This is my little brother. You know what I'm saying? And again, I apologize for using the N-word, but I'm talking about my own brother. You know what I'm saying? And that's the way we talk over there. You know what I mean? And, he just looked at me like, yo, he was surprised that I actually had an edge on him. You know what I mean?
Let Jake Cooley, what's good?
Chilling. What up?
What's good, my brother?
Chilling.
Talk to me. What you feel?
Man,
what you feel?
What I feel about it, man, I know, like you said, black and brown, we be killing our own people, but I believe in the Most High, and I go by him. He don't care about no race. He go by nationality. So we are brothers, black, Latinos, Native Americans. We all the same people. So I think we just need to go focus on his laws and statutes and commandments. Don't worry about shit else, and we'll be all right.
Amen. I believe so. I think we should focus everybody, returning to the Father. I think everything. I mean, I understand a lot of people don't believe in it as well, so it's hard to even, it's not hard for me, but then it would be hard for somebody to understand where I'm coming from if they don't have no, some type of spiritual being or believe in God. That's just my perspective. I just feel like that's the way to go.
I think we need your spiritual motivation in the morning again, bro. Remember how you used to do those?
Yeah.
You need to do, but also talk about how it's connected to the fact that you're making a lot of live interviews. You know what I mean? And keep yourself grounded. You know?
Yeah. Dover.
I want to talk on the point of experiences, because like growing up, my dad told me this story about how he was dating this Mexican girl, right? She had told him, "Hey, yo, I like you a lot, but I can never bring you home," type shit. And I heard it before from white women. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. I got my best friend, he got this fucking gash over his forehead. He's dating this Mexican girl. My brother just beat his ass just because he was black on some black type shit.
Wow.
Then, you hear the fucking George Lopez jokes. He talk about his racist family. I'm bringing a black boy home. And then shit, I hear, testimonials from Afro-Latinos. They talk about like how they was treated differently than like some of their lighter skin and their own family type shit from like their lighter skin cousins by their grandparents and stuff like that. So I just kind of related it back to colonization, because in the black community, there's a lot of that shit, like teen light skin versus teen dark skin type stuff. So I think like colonized people, you take on, I know you were saying like Latinos take on the culture of black people in America, but I really think colonized people take on and are brainwashed by the thoughts of their colonizers. Like I was watching this interview with Ryan Garcia. The motherfuckers was giving his ass heat because he didn't speak Spanish.
Yeah.
And I'm like, from other Mexicans. I'm like, y'all motherfuckers ain't from Spain. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. It was almost the same thing when Fernando Vargas fought De La Hoya. They was calling De La Hoya fake Mexican.
Right. As if he not, just as much Mexican as the next man. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Just because he don't speak it somewhere. That's like me saying as a black man, oh, you ain't black if you don't speak English. Like, motherfucker, I'm not from the UK. Born here. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. I don't be getting that. And to touch on the point you were talking about earlier. My bad. I'll let you go in 1 second. To touch on the point you was talking about earlier, you was like, oh man, is there like any type of jealousy between that black people have towards Hispanics? I don't think it's like a sticking together thing. I realize like y'all motherfuckers stick together, but the only thing I can say me personally, huh? No, me personally.
Oh yeah.
I can't speak for fucking all black people. Me personally, the only thing I will be jealous about from Latinos is like, man, y'all know where y'all from. Like I know I'm from Africa, but y'all be knowing like where y'all country's from. It's like a different like understanding of the heritage type stuff. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. And that's what I said earlier. I felt not exactly what I said, but earlier I said that Latinos, in my experience, Latinos and my Latinos and my black brothers and stuff. Yeah, we all the same, but I gotta just talk like that so we can understand what I'm saying. So Latinos, adopts a culture. We adopt hip hop. We understand the culture. We read the history. But I don't think that Black are into reading the history of Latinos culture. So we understand. I feel, and y'all could tell me if I'm, y'all give me if I'm speaking out of term or whatever. If I'm wrong, right, whatever. I feel like we try to understand Black
rap and hip hop and shit been your culture, bro. That's all Black and brown people. That's been our culture.
No, but I'm saying Americanized though, like Americanized. I can't.
That's slavery. That's slave talk. But that's been our culture, bro.
It's facts, bro. I wanted to jump on.
Man. We are special people.
And I feel like I think we all special people.
Who's that, Marlon? Marlon, because I know you've been trying to jump in. After you, bro, I want to jump on because I want to like address that right there because a lot of people don't know, but it sounds like we have an educated panel, so I want to educate everybody if they don't know already.
So what I was saying that I feel like the Hispanic will learn more of the of Black culture and the Black struggle than the other way around. So when you hear a Latin, and I think that's where I've been in debates and arguments since I was a teen, since young, and I'm like, yo, have you ever do you know how is it to live in Cuba? How you know how it is to live in Dominican Republic? How you know how it is to live in Puerto Rico or Venezuela? Man, I don't give a damn shit. I don't give a fuck. That's what I used to hear a lot. Nah, it's not a damn. I don't give a damn what we've been through here. Fuck that. So it was more.
That's because what we went through was more prolific, though. What we went through was so much worse. Slavery was worse. Jim Crow was worse, and it was in modern history. Like you could bring up, oh well, other people went through slavery. It wasn't as modern as
it still exists to this day.
What Black people went through. It was more recent.
That's what I wanted to address.
It was way more recent.
It exists to this day.
Like look up the story. Look up the story of Mary Turner. Look up the story of Emmett Till. Like Mary Turner was hung from a tree, and she was pregnant. They cut her belly open, and her baby fell out, and they stumped the baby to death.
Yeah, and
in Mississippi.
You see, and that's crazy. But you see what I'm saying? Like you're not gonna hear the stories that are written in Spanish from Puerto Rico.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say.
What people don't understand is that in Puerto Rico, we went through 384 years of slavery as well. And the only difference is that we liberated ourselves over there. So that's why we have a Puerto Rican flag. Exactly. However, the same way that you call yourself a Pennsylvanian or a Texan or a Floridian or New Yorker, whatever, you know what I'm saying? Like that's why you call yourself a Puerto Rican if you're from Puerto Rico. But we part of the Commonwealth. We were a Commonwealth. But we pay more taxes, as a matter of fact, to the United States. You know what I mean? But yet they don't have the right to vote for the president. Did you know that? You know what I mean? And so it's crazy. It's crazy. But at the end of the day, yes, we did. And on top of that, I don't know if you brothers know this, but the Spanish slaves that were like in charge, like how over here, you had the house niggas. You know what I'm saying? Like the people that ran the house and shit like that. Over there, they had their own people in Spanish. They call them comandantes or some shit like that. I don't remember the actual term, but they left them here in charge. And that's why we were mixed up with blacks, African Americans. We were mixed up with Taino Indians and also with Spaniards. So we were mixed up all three ways. And that's why we represent the way we represent. Like nobody, like our salsa music, some of the music is made with Congos. You know what I mean? Like we represent Africa, bro. You know what I'm saying? And that's why I get so pissed off when somebody tries to tell me that I'm a cracker. I actually had a little white girl call me a cracker like a year ago in a gas station. I had to fucking put that bitch in check. You know what I'm saying? I don't give a fuck if I'm 40 years old. I'm gonna put that little bitch in check right now. You know what I'm saying? And I put that bitch in check. And her little red ears got real hot and bothered. You know what I'm saying? But I didn't give a fuck. You know what I'm saying? She stood in the store until I left. She didn't want to come outside. She thought I was gonna do something to her. I wasn't gonna do nothing to her, but I wanted to let her know. You know what I mean? Like you can't be talking to people like that, grown folks like that. You know what I mean? I know my history. A lot of people don't know the history though.
I'm not gonna say his name. I'm not gonna say his name, but one of my friends, he's from Ireland. I'm not gonna mention his name, and he said that, yo, I want to be in this conversation, but if I be in this conversation, they're gonna think that we're he don't want to go through this back and forth with anybody, whether it's from like black and white stuff. But he's telling me about his history, and he was like his great grandmother, and it's not too far long ago, his great grandmother was lynched. And we understand there was slavery in Ireland as well. But I feel like if everybody reads everybody's history from any corner of the world, from Asia, China, India, the Middle East, you're gonna hear a bunch of stories. You're gonna hear the craziest stories. You're gonna the unfortunate, the sad story. So I just don't think it's just America. I don't think it's everybody got a story. Everybody got a deep and dark story. You know, in modern time, yes, we're very educated in America. And that's what I mean. That when you come here, you know, they teach us. You go in school and they teach us about the history. And sometimes they don't even do a great job in teaching history. You know,
You gotta figure history out for yourself.
Fake history,
yeah, you gotta
bro.
teach.
Fake history.
Yo, my
They
first
tell you
book,
what
my
they
first,
want you to hear, bro.
Exactly.
my first book I read. My first book that my father gave to me was the Elijah Muhammad The Message to the Black Man. That's my first book I ever read.
Very
like
important
first book I
book.
ever read, like 11 years old. The next book I read was the biography of Malcolm X.
Very important book.
Stolen
After
Legacy.
that, it was after that was the book. It was the second book where he was talking about how to eat. Those were my first books that my father gave to me, Spanish, and we come from. God bless your child, my brother. God bless.
Yeah, Stolen Legacy by George G. James, talking about how they stole the information from all the temples and pyramids in Africa, and that's how Alexander the Great burned down the School of Alexandria, or you know, the school of thought. You know what I'm saying? The library in Alexandria, and just took it for themselves. And then all of a sudden, Plato, Aristotle, and all of them got credit for it. But in reality, that was already written on most of the temples.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of history, and I think, you know, but just to break it down to our history, and I'm just speaking of our community, because history is history. We could always go back. And I know there's some stories that I might have never read, you know, and people here could enlighten. That's what we're here for, so we can enlighten each other and come with a solution and stuff. I just feel like I needed to do this because I do feel that there is some tension in the Latino and Black community.
Yeah, but do you feel like it's from that though? What I was touching on earlier. You know what I'm saying? Like,
I think
you take on the characteristics of your colonizers, how they think. Like,
yeah, I think so too. Like my grandmother, she'll say to this day, if her hair's not like you know, she'd be like, don't take no pictures. She calls herself negra fea. She calls herself black and ugly.
Right.
That's what she calls herself. And I'm like, stop saying that. You my queen. Stop saying that. Why you can, but you know, she's old already. She's the 90s. So that's how she always gonna, you know, you're about to take a picture. No, man, no me tire foto, esta negra fea.
Yeah,
you know,
but that stuff don't be down. You know, people passing that stuff down.
Exactly.
Generations,
Yeah.
you know what I'm saying? Or live on. So you think some of that tension might stem from, you know,
it was that. One time. Look, it was one time. Look, my grandmother's darker than the color black. You feel me? But she don't know how to speak English. When I was young, there was one time this black woman was saying move instead of excuse me, move. My grandmother's not moving because she's not understanding what she's saying. And then she like you know what I'm saying, like give her the shoulder, like to shove her. And she like, hey, ¿qué está pasando? And stuff like that. And she like, man, I tell you to move and stuff like that. And I said, yo, don't talk to my grandmother like that. And I'm arguing with the woman. But because she felt like she was black, that she was trying to ignore her. But in reality, my grandmother just don't speak Spanish. But y'all both look alike, but she just doesn't speak Spanish. I mean English. You know? Yeah. So is that is the history of Dominican Republic. Everybody know the Trujillo story, the president of Trujillo, and how he who's that? Oh, my fault. People win. I got you, Smoke. I see you, Smoke. So yeah, I believe in that a lot. What you were saying, Dover, is a lot of that, especially in the Spanish culture. A lot of that, and it's still happening in the day. Like if you go to Univision, if you look at channel 41, find me a black Latino in the screen. Actually, Latinos behind. Go to channel 41, 47, and go watch you don't even gotta just watch the soap opera.
And that's
Like
in
I
the
said earlier,
tri-state
Celia Cruz, they gave her the character of the maid, like how they used to do back in the days, like in television. Celia Cruz, the queen of salsa, that's the role that she got.
Yo, Punch, that's in the tri-state area though, bro. That's not everywhere else, bro. With the channels you giving.
Bro. No, that's why I opened up the panel, because like I said in the beginning, I'm coming from the perspective of a New Yorker. So that's why I know other people got different perspective. How they was, some people gonna have a country perspective. I'm coming from a city, New York perspective, and I don't want to be disingenuous to anybody else. That's why I open up the panels. Let me know y'all history. Let me know y'all experience.
Somebody has echo.
I think it was Magic.
Where you got this topic from that Teofimo thing?
Nah. I get it. Like this topic, I've been wanting to talk about this topic, but of course, every time I do talk about this topic, people always come and be like, "Yo, man, come on, man, talk about boxing, yo. This shit is boring. Talk about boxing." I think this could relate to boxing as well, because I got tired of, Jose, is what I got tired of listening, is just reading a bunch of comments. Every time I'm going to another channel, I'm just reading comments. Is people just, if it's about Canelo, if it's about now it was today, it was just Tio. Yesterday with Tio and this Wilder and everything. It just made it a race issue. Like now it's like I just see Latinos and black going at one another, Then they jump in panels and then they just going at, the Latinos think that this and this and that. I'm like, oh man, that's it, man. Like I think yesterday I was just tired of
Right. Well, honestly, I think it's just one part of the white TVC. I think we all know who they are. They're like doing that kind of stuff. They like to race bait and bring race and act like they're all, pro-black or whatever. I mean, I don't know if I could say their name, but it's mostly.
Now you can say whatever you live, man. This is free.
Honestly, it's mostly the LDBC. Let's be real here. They fucking like doing that shit, and they'll enjoy race baiting because they know it works for them and it has worked for them in the past. So that's what they do. But I'm gonna speak for my own.
I learned, Jose, I'm for to cut you off. You know what I learned? You know what I learned to say?
Can I say something?
Hold on. I got you. I got you next. I got you. You know what I wanted to say was that at first I used to watch. At first I didn't know everybody on the LDBC. Put it that way. It was just I saw like 3 channels, and I'm thinking it's just 3 channels. And then yes, there was race baiting, and it got to the point where man, I don't want to listen no more, man. Let me do my own channel. Right. But then I also have to push back, and say, look back and be like, I'd rather go after an individual or speak about an individual or a particular channel than actually just go at the whole group, because I don't, or the Hope organization, whatever you want to call them, because I don't know everybody. So that would be misleading and it'll be unfair,
Yeah. But I think that is kind of overrated. I'm gonna speak just from my own experience.
Hey, hello. Can I
hold on, chill, bro. Let me finish, and then you can go next. I'm gonna just speak from my own personal experience. I'm from Southern Cali, in the LA area, to be more specific. So there's nothing but Mexican and Hispanics here. I mean, Mexicans and blacks here.
Yeah.
For my own personal experience, I could say that most of my traumatic experiences, most of the bad things that have happened to me or whatever, has been in the hands of another Mexican. In real life, I've never really had any issues with the blacks. No, I know a lot of people are gonna say, "Oh, that's bullshit." Right. We hear about the killings and all this. That's something else. You gotta understand, LA is a known gang area. Every time there's a killing, it mostly has to do with gangs, gang politics, which I'm not even gonna get into that, because if you know, you know. If you don't, then you shouldn't know. And the statistics are that more Mexicans kill more Mexicans than black kill Mexicans, and I'm sure that more blacks kill blacks than get killed black.
You see the statistics
And
the same.
that has been my experience growing up. I've been to a bunch of fights. Let's say I've been to 10 fights in my whole life. Only one of them was with a black person, and the only reason why that was a fight was because my stupid ass cousin. He started fucking making fun of those guys were from a gang, so he started making fun of them. So it wasn't really even their fault. It was my stupid ass cousin's fault because he's the one that started the whole thing. No, that's my experiences. However, there are some negative things that I've seen as far as like in the workplace and stuff like that. And some of the negative things that I've seen or stereotypes. I'm gonna start off with the black person first. A lot of stereotypes that I see them towards us is that they think that we're taking over their jobs or that we get preferential treatment.
That's
Like
a lot, brother.
I'm a truck driver, right? So a couple times they would be like, "Oh, you're giving him the best loads. How come you don't give those to us? Or you're giving him the better pay or whatever." Which wasn't true. I didn't think it was true. So that was some of the stereotypes that would happen that I seen, and something negatives that we would do, not me specifically, but other supervisors or other Mexican people would do, is that they would stereotype them back. They would be like, "Oh no, this guy is not. He's not a hard worker." When in reality, with my own eyes, I would see that the homeboy was putting in work. He was actually working as much as me, and they would somehow stereotype them into saying, "Oh no, this guy's lazy. He don't want to work. I'd rather give the work to this guy because he works harder," and that wouldn't be true. But that's not really a big deal. It didn't happen a lot. It happened a couple of times. Like I said, when I started this speech,
that's dope. You said that though. That's dope.
Well,
That's
when I
dope.
started speech, I've never had a.
Hold on, guys. Hold on. Go Magic.
Yeah, I want to say one thing, right? So the whole Latino versus black thing is very crazy to me because
it's fake.
Hold up. Listen. Right. The Latino versus black thing is very weird to me because it's black Latino. Hold up, listen, let me talk, big brother.
I think that's power. Stop coming in and out. Just stay mute. Let Magic finish.
What I'm saying is because it's black Latinos, as you can see, the host is a black Latino from the Dominican Republic. But that's a whole another thing because people don't understand between nationality and ethnicity. It's white Latinos and it's black Latinos. Punch Drunk is a black Latino. But the whole thing is this, but that's another situation. It never been a divide. It's been a misunderstanding of what's really going on out here, right? Because the whole thing is you could divide a confused people, right? When you divide a confused people, they will turn on each other and not focus on, because a Latino ain't never kept a black man down. A black man ain't never kept the Latino down. In their work, in what my man was talking about in the workspace, like, is that confusing? Why would you want to keep another person down of color in the workplace? And if he thinks that, he should have spoke up on that. So I guess it would be a divide in in Carolina, because I'm from Atlanta. We ain't really got that many Latinos, but when they come out here, we embrace them like, oh, they our brother and everything like that. Because if you come down here, it's Chocolate City. We run everything. We move everything. Everything that moves is out here, right? Mm-hmm. So the whole thing is, it got to be an understanding that y'all let that happen. You let that happen. You let it say the divide when it was a foreman that was Mexican who gave a motherfucking the workload, and the black man was working as hard as him. That is a divide because that's racist, right? And that was what you just said, but you ain't address it as that. You ain't talk up. You synced it, but you ain't talk up. But when you start talking up, and say, oh yeah, this is my brother, for we could have understanding, that's what we should do. Like, well, I know Punch Drunk, he's smart. He sent me on the comments like, hey, why you doing all that? Boom, everything like that. And Punch Drunk, he put what's the little boxer who work at who fighting at 147? The
Teofimo
Cuban.
Lopez.
No, the Cuban who fighting at 147.
Ugas.
I think he beat Sean
Ugas. You're Dennis Ugas.
Yeah. And hold up. He put him on there, but you know who else he ain't put on there? Who got robbed? Who else he ain't put on there? Laura. Who else he ain't put on there? Who's fighting?
Kell Brook.
Hold up, listen. Come on, let me get it off, and I'll let you talk. Come on, now that's what we gotta do. We want to have an intelligent panel and let everybody get their things off. Cause I ain't trying to interrupt y'all. You know, let me get what I got off on my chest, and you tell me how you feel, and I'll tell you how I feel, and that's how I understand the story, right? And so we having a dialogue, not a monologue. But hey, so then we know how Gamer Rigondeaux, who supported him, he's a black Latino who supported him out of everybody. The LDPC did. They supported the fuck out of him. So it's not a Latino thing. It's it's convenient thing. When you want it to be convenient, or if you want to align with a certain type of hue, you'll do that. But I like I did today, right? Today I put yesterday when Punch Drunk, he did it so beautifully, right? He was talking about the glove things with Tyson Fury, but everybody got on his ass real quick. A black people got on his ass like, man, what you ain't do about Tyson Fury? But he really was just trying to mind fuck you and saying like, oh, you see, it's different. If it's a different you will back your own, but you will be agreeing when it's the same situation. It's the same situation, but you will do the same shit to another person of a different race. You'll ride for your race and everything. We did like I'll give you that the LDBC did ride for cheating. They said Tyson Fury was cheating, but when it was Javante Davis, it was different. Like, we think that we could see the we could see that it was fucking bullshit.
Yeah.
Motherfuckers cannot really say, come on now. Tyson Fury beat his ass. Javante Davis beat his ass. We all know that, but we gotta make an excuse. But Punch Drunk did it so beautifully. I ain't even listened to the video all the way through. I was like, oh, that's what he did. And then he did it so beautifully. You know, he just put the motherfucking, he knew what he was doing. He just put the motherfucking title with her. He knew, like, oh, they ain't gonna listen to it. You know, they ain't gonna listen to it.
I'm glad you caught it.
They don't know the double standard that was going on. They ain't gonna know the double standard. And I was right there. I was like, man, this Dominican motherfucker. I'm like, oh. But you gotta check yourself. We gotta check ourselves because everybody on this panel, everybody have a bias or have something for their people, or for their nationality or everything like that. Because Punch Drunk, he's really ain't a Dominican. He's a motherfucking Black American, but he just who speaks Spanish. But that's just what it is, because he's not Dominican. And when he go to the Dominican Republic, they don't look at it. They don't look at him as Dominican. Is that a fact? You know that.
They say, I'm American. You're Americano. They be like, you're American.
Right. He's Punch Drunk is a Black American, but he's not a Black American of the land who's been here, who people been tortured and raped and pillaged and everything. But he is a Black American who speaks Spanish, because Latino, because he's not a Hispanic. Hispanic is different. He's a Latino. that means he speak and he have a culture of being in, Hispanic. He got a Hispanic culture. He's Latino, but he's black. He been colonized. Dominican Republic was colonized by Spanish people, so that's why he speak. That's why he speaks Spanish. But is that not a fact? Is that not a fact?
Yeah, I mean it's Dominican Republic's
Right,
it's all mixed with black and black, white. You can find a Dominican with blonde hair, blue eyes, and
yeah. So, but you cannot find a Black American who's fucking white. That's because that is a ethnicity, not a nationality. You can't Punch Drunk. Was you born here?
Is he white?
Hold up.
Is he black?
Let me talk.
yeah. I was born and raised. Yeah.
He's not even Dominican. He's American. Who speak? He probably not even Latino because he got more in common. He got more in common with Black Americans. He have more in common with Black and white Americans and Mexican or Americans than he have with Dominicans.
Nah. You know what it is? Because my community is also is just filled with Dominican as well.
But the whole thing, right? I've been out to New York and out to Dykeman and everything. Like,
so
they all act like who? Black Americans. They all act like and talk like Black Americans, but when they go home, they speak Spanish, but they dress, they culture is Black American. They listen to hip hop, they walk, everything they do, they dress like Black Americans. So Dominicans was that. So,
but that's what I said earlier.
No. If you dress and talk and everything you do is like a certain people, that means you American, because Black American culture is.
That's not necessarily true, because I know a lot of Hispanics we could listen to a bunch of different music.
Let them talk.
I like listening to pop, rap,
that shit ain't.
That doesn't mean that I'm.
Let me finish.
Hold on, Magic. So
just
because people want to chime in also.
Just because I listen to country music doesn't mean that I'm.
But who made country music?
No. That's what I said. That's what I said. Hold on. That's what I said. That's what I said.
Do rock and roll. Hold on. Listen. If you do rock and roll, who created rock and roll? Black people.
But I'm a piggyback.
Listen.
Magic. I'm a piggyback of what you're saying, because what you're saying, I said earlier. I said that Latinos have adopted. Hold on, Magic.
No, it was black, bro.
Magic.
Listen. I was just in Cali. All the motherfucking you know who they listen to? They listen to Black oldies. I heard Marvin Gaye. I'm like, what the fuck? Who listens to Marvin Gaye out this motherfucker? Every time I was over, old school music. That is Black.
That's what I'm saying. We listen to bunch of music, bro.
I said earlier. I said, hold on, Magic. Hold on.
Something that you love.
Magic. Hold on. I said earlier in my intro. I said that Latinos, Hispanics has adopted the Black American culture.
Yeah, and we didn't adopt, but we
the Americanized Latino have adopted
right. But even when the Latinos who come over here, they adapt our culture, because you didn't adapt the American culture. Hold on, listen to this, right? You didn't adapt American culture. You adapted you ain't adapt a Black American culture. You adapted American culture, because American culture is Black American culture, from the music to the dress to everything that you see. So it's kind of disingenuous, because Black Americans built the country. It was now America until we built.
Bro, you're kind of going off the subject, bro. We're not talking about the country, who built the country. Who
no. But I'm just saying. I want also people to get
let them talk.
I want people to get their time as well.
Let me talk. Punch Drunk. Can you let me talk?
Yeah, but conclude because I got other people. I want you.
Come on, let me talk. Hold up. Right. When he said Black American culture, it was no culture here until we made it. You hear me? From music, when you say I listen to country, who made that?
All right, that's
Black
fine.
American.
Now let him talk. Let him talk.
But you hold up.
Yo, Power, what's good with you? Like,
I'm gonna give a little. I'm only gonna do a. I ain't gonna talk more than another minute, right? When you say when you listen to jazz, who made that? When you listen to rock and roll, who made that? When you listen to hip hop, who made that? When you listen to folk tales, who made that? So when you talk about the American culture, you're talking about Black American culture. So
nobody's saying that you're not.
Hold up, listen. I said, see, you want to be emotional and you want to talk too much, right? But
I haven't even said anything. You know what that be talking.
No. You see, I'm emotional. No, emotional to you. You want to talk. You want to explain. Explain why Hispanics, Mexicans, and motherfucking California only listen the Serrano gang members who always and they love this motherfucking oldies. And who are these people they listening to?
I could say also that Latinos adopt. Hold on, Magic. Hold on.
G, let me mute myself so you can talk. Shit. We can't talk over each other, G.
I know, but you going long, man. Some people want to talk. You got to conclude, man. What I'm saying is that, yeah, they adopted, Latinos adopted the American culture. Now, if you want to say it American culture, good, because I always say it should be American. When I say Deontay Wilder is an American heavyweight champion, I want to hear that American heavyweight champion. When he says that it's just for his people, he's the champion for his people, then it's almost you're pushing everybody else out because you're not champion of America, you're just champion for blacks, right? Or he's a champion. What you consider him a champion, an American or American champion or a black champion?
You don't let me talk? Are you still talking? Okay. No, because he said that because exactly what you said, right? Like hold up. I'm gonna say exactly this, right? You was rooting for a Dominican who was not even from this country over Charlo, who is your American champion. He never He never said he was a Black American champion, but you was rooting for the Dominican to win from your countrymen who you have more in common with. You did that. So now explain yourself.
Oh, I just wanted Rosario. I just wanted the underdog sometime to win. When I don't care.
No. If we go to your video, you was talking about how Dominican champions and everything like that was coming up. Yes. So
yeah, I was rooting for Jason Rosario. I was rooting for Jason Rosario.
Because he was Dominican. You said it because he was Dominican. You said it.
I was rooting for. I was rooting for.
Who's your countryman? So
my countryman.
That's why.
But let me answer the question. Let me answer the question, Magic. You asked me a question. Let me answer it.
Okay. But
I was rooting for Jason Rosario. I was rooting for El Platanero, Jason Rosario. But I knew that Charlo was gonna win. But my heart was not. My heart was not like, oh.
Your heart was.
I don't give a damn. I'm not a.
Hold up. You were saying he's gonna win because of corruption, not that he's gonna get knocked the fuck out.
He didn't say that. Talk that shit.
Yeah, I mean he didn't say that about a lot of fights. He's gonna lose by corruption.
No, he got knocked out by a body shot, a disgusting body shot.
That one?
Then did you have
everybody that saw that ending thought it was something fishy. Don't come with that.
Can I say one thing?
Don't come with that. Everybody that
So here's the thing. Here's if I can just jump in. Like, here's you didn't ask, is are Latino jealous of Black excellence in boxing, right? What you asked is, are Black people jealous of Latino unity? That's the issue that he's talking about.
Yeah, so let's stay. I'm putting it on the table. I'm putting it on the table. So all you have to do is answer it. What I told you, what I'm telling you,
what he's talking about.
What I'm telling you, hold on, you came up with something. Hold on, you came up with something. What I said, and yeah, I want you to answer it. Is that is Black America envy of the loyalty that I see from Latino fan base to the fighter?
Hold on, Magic. Hold on.
No, I asked the question and you told me why I didn't ask it, but I want you to answer that question.
Magic, hold on 1 second. Magic, hold on 1 second.
Hold on, Magic. Hold on
1 second, so we can just address this. The issue that people are having, right, is that you want to put it. It's always on the Black guy. And it's the negative is the way that you frame things. It's as if it's the Black people that needs to make the change for us to get along. You don't ever pose it. Another question, and if you're trying to be fair and balanced, right, is what is it about the Latino people? What are they doing?
But you're answering the question with a question. Once you answer my question, but hold on, Smoke. Hold on.
My question.
This is a good. Hold on, Smoke. You're saying something that I'm saying. If I pose the question, I say I'm gonna put it on the table. Then all you have to do is answer the question and then oppose me with that question.
Punch. Can I answer?
Just don't this. Hold on.
Punch. Can I answer the question?
Hold on, guys. Hold on. Just don't this. This is my question. When I'm saying I'm basing it on my perception, what I hear, and I'm putting everything on the table. Not everybody is putting everything on the table because I want to hear everybody experience. A lot of people are not giving me experience. Hold on. Not everybody's giving me experience. I want to hear people's experience as well. So I put something on the table, but don't say, oh, but why you don't ask that about Black people? No, I'm asking you this question because this is what I hear. Now answer that, and then answer that.
That's what. Can I answer the question?
That's why earlier when I was telling my story about the workplace,
so answer that question. What do you think?
Okay, I got punch. So I get that you're asking a question and then you're trying to get the answers to your question, right? But I'm addressing something else. What I'm now addressing is why people may come across you and feel like you're having bias, and you're actually not trying to get to the unity, but what you're actually doing is trolling and putting the onus on Black people to change in order for this unity to happen.
No, right? I think that's emotional. I think that you're emotional. I think you're emotional what you're saying. I just opposed the question. You're not answering. Now you're trying to say that I'm being biased and stuff. I oppose the question. Just answer the question and then we'll move on. I'm stripping. If we have to strip everything down, we have to strip everything down.
I'm just trying to tell you. I'm trying to tell you this as a person.
You're making statements. I want you to answer the question.
Magic. Can you hold on a second and let me?
Then you ask me a question.
About Punch, why you listen to him? You feel that Punch is a racist or that?
Because it's emotional. It's just emotion.
That's kind of a dumb question to ask.
It's not about emotion, right?
Emotional, bro. You're getting emotional right now. You're getting emotional.
It's not about emotion, though. It's not about that.
But you're not answering the question, Smoke. You just come in. Look. What you're saying is this. You answered this. I put something on the table, and you're like, oh yeah, but why you don't say the other way around? And did it? No. Answer the question, and then we have a dialogue. Answer the question. Do you feel? Answer the question.
Can I answer the question, Punch?
That's not what I'm addressing. I'm not talking about your question.
But I'm the host, though. I'm answering. I'm posing a question so we could talk about. This is the talking point that I came up with.
Y'all talking over each other. Let somebody talk.
But relax, Smoke. Smoke. You're like talking like if I'm gonna go somewhere, bro. I'm not. You know how I go live 9 hours, bro. You're gonna get relax, bro.
Smoke.
Relax, Magic. Relax. Yo, I do live shows for 9 hours. I ain't going nowhere. Everybody gonna get their say. Everybody gonna get their say.
Yeah, we got other people on the
Punch,
panel.
can I answer? Can I answer the question?
I think me, man,
I opposed the question that it took. We're in 3 hours that never got that I never heard an answer to.
Yeah,
or what you think about the question.
I'm trying to.
Stop talking over me, Smoke, so you can listen to me. You have to listen to me first, so you can answer.
Can I answer it, Punch? Please let me answer.
Hold on. I want Smoke. I want Smoke to answer. I want Smoke to answer this.
Correct. All right.
I oppose.
Okay. Here's what I'm tell you.
Can I answer? Smoke, my friend. Smoke. Let me finish. Smoke, my friend. Let me finish. Relax. Go on, you.
You still not done? You're done.
No, I'm not done. No, I'm not done, brother. Relax. So I posed the question. I said, so people in the comment box and people could listen. I said, do black people feel that, are they envy of the Latinos and how they are more of a fan base that is loyal? That's just a question. That's not a statement. It's a question.
Great.
Do you feel that or no? That's it.
Okay. Right. So now I got where you're coming from with your question, right? So now what we're talking about, when he was just talking about biases, right? We were just talking about Deontay Wilder and biases, right? And we're talking about whether or not is this a bias or we're trying to be objective and get to a viewpoint. And what I'm saying to you is, there's a lot of times when you come to this perspective that you're coming from, it comes across as it's on the black people in order to make a change for us to actually get to a place of unity. That's what I was talking about, and I'm going to answer your question. No, black people are not jealous of Latino unity. Of course they're not.
And jealous is two different things.
And the question is, and the similar question of, are Latinos jealous of black fighters' excellence in the sport? No, of course they're not. But the idea.
Can I answer the question
if I can just finish. But the
I'm
idea,
sorry.
The idea that it is all the onus for us to actually come to unity is all on one group getting over themselves.
Let me know when I said that statement.
Nobody said that.
Let me know when I said that statement.
Magic. I'm gonna be done, and you can speak, and you'll know when I'm done. I'll be totally silent.
Okay. My bad.
Right. The idea that we're just gonna point the finger at somebody else in order to fix the problem that is between two communities is the issue. You're not gonna get anywhere doing this.
And I'm asking you, Smoke. Let me know when I made that statement that you just made.
When you say, are black people jealous of Latino unity?
I'm asking a question.
Correct. Right. So are you asking a question about the
That's what I mean. But so you can ask the question with a question. It's always going to be like that. If I say
the question that you pose is, that's all of the blame, all the onus for the disunity on black people's jealousy. Do you not get that?
No, I'm not. I'm asking a question, my brother. You're getting emotional and you don't want to answer the question. You're like, why you don't ask the Latinos this? And then you know what? And I'm gonna ask like, okay. Jose Yepes. Let me ask the question to Jose Yepes. He's like,
yes, sir.
Can I, Jose? Do you feel that Latinos envy Black America, the Black America loyal fan base?
Well, I can't speak for everybody, but for me, my family, the people I'm around, no, not really. But like I said, I can only speak for me, myself, the people that I know, and no, I don't perceive that. And I don't know where Get the Smoke got this question that it's all on black people. I don't think anybody on this channel said that it was up to black people to fix the problems. So I think he's kind of getting emotional right now. I think he's making a mistake in what he's saying. I didn't hear anybody talking or saying anything that it's the black people's problems. If anything, when I said my story, I gave two examples. I gave example of what Mexicans are doing wrong as far as the workplace and in life in general, and I gave an example of what black people are doing wrong. And I also gave an example that most of my problems, most of my issues have come in the hands of other Mexicans. So I don't know who got Smoke started, but I think he needs to chill and listen to what we're actually talking about.
Can I answer?
Yeah, go ahead, Magic. But I want to get back.
Can I answer?
Hold on.
Can I
Other
answer
people
the
got to talk
question?
too.
Can I answer the question about let me directly answer the question. Like,
yes,
basically what I'm saying, Punch Drunk, can you say the question again? If I could
the
tell
Black
you
America
why.
in the sport of boxing, do they envy the Latino loyal fan base? Do they envy how they are loyal to their own, to their fighter?
But
And you wish that black America will in boxing will be
yeah,
loyal
but
like that.
basically you got when you say Latinos, you got to say Mexican fan base, because the Mexican fan base, not Latinos or Dominicans or Puerto Ricans, buy Mexicans pay-per-views. So we got to be more specific when you say Latinos, because you got to understand, why would we be envious when who have the highest grossing pay-per-views of all time in boxing? It's all, if you go down, it's all black people. So why would we be envious when we support each other? And when black people don't support our boxers, because we have other sports that we dominate in America, like basketball, football. Those are the biggest sports that black Americans watch, but we still dominate boxing in America. And hold up, and let me say this. Remember, you made a video that said, it's Latinos taking over boxing in America. And that is a big no. Who are the unified champions? Who have the most belts in America is Black Americans. So
I said American Latinos.
Yes, but who name many American Latinos who have belts? Name them.
Of them all. You could start off with the 130. The 130, it's all Latino.
All right, I want to say this. I want to say this. If you read a title, okay, a title. You got to look at. You got to look at.
I'm listening.
Hold on, Magic. You got to look at when somebody does a video. It's journalism. It's a title. It's a catchy title. Then you come into the video, and then you listen to what the person has to say, just like the newspaper, right? So if I say the American Latinos is taking over, right? And then you listen to what I'm saying, then I'll talk about Tio, and I talk about Jose Ramirez, and I talk about what Andy Ruiz did, and I talk about other guys coming up. Then it's just a content, and that I believe that there is a come up with American Latinos that we haven't seen really in the past.
But listen to me.
So you gotta. And it's not about just getting the title, because I could put anything in the title to be catchy, but then I want you to time it into the video.
Okay. American Latinos always been on the come up in America. They always been this wave of good Latinos until they step to who? Black Americans. Then they get smashed, and that's
bro, you're part of the problem here. You're not here to help. You're here to say that black people are the best. You're here to
no.
Black. Yes. You're here to say that black people invented everything. Black people invented rap.
Black people did
country. Black people are the best persons in the world. You are pretty much part of the problem, bro. You're not bringing any solutions. You're right here to say that black people are supreme. That wasn't even the point of this live. The point of this live was about the division between the black and the Latino.
I actually have to agree with Jose Yepes unless you're gonna get to a point.
The point, I'm answering his question. He said,
brother, we trying to build bridges.
because then you're gonna make up point. You're race baiting. You're gonna make up.
How?
And then
So
there's plenty boxer has
if I can jump in,
Hold on, guys. Not everybody's talking at the same time.
Hold on. That's why we ain't have. This is what I'm saying. We're trying to build bridges and everything like that. Can I say one thing? How am I race baiting? If you tell me how I'm race baiting,
I just told you.
Hold up. Look, I would check myself because I don't know that I'm race baiting because I have my own.
Well, I'm telling you that you are.
Can I respond to? Can I respond?
If I can jump in now.
Go ahead,
Magic Johnson and Smoke speaking. Go ahead, Magic.
All right, thank you. I appreciate it. I appreciate it, yo. So I'm just gonna respond to this. The reason why I've been quiet for the whole time, and I'm listening, and I'm trying to help this channel because basically Punch is my brother, and we're trying to build the bridges, like you just said, right? And we're trying to get across this, right? But at the end of the day, right? You're what you're saying doesn't sound like it's on both sides. And what I'm saying is, if you ask who's the face of boxing, I'm sorry, Mayweather's not here anymore. It's Canelo.
Okay. Yeah, I never said that.
No, but I'm saying it. Well, my point being that you can't say everything is like, oh, who's the best this at this sport? Who's the most athletic? Who's the most athletic? You know what I mean? Like we're talking about one specific thing here. And we're talking about building bridges. So you're not going to build bridges by just acting as if there's only one race that exists when it comes to a sport.
Listen, see, you ain't listen to the nuance.
I listen to everything.
No, listen for a minute. This is what Punch said. He said, for Latino, what you said, and I was talking about, I was addressing that.
Dude, like you're getting the semantics right now, bro. And
all right,
yeah.
Hey, listen, Magic. If I can just jump in, right? So I think that they're misconstruing your words to make it something else, the same way they're doing to mine, right? So
no, brother.
I'm gonna go in. Hopefully, I can get through this without getting interrupted.
We're gonna handle it.
Yeah, we're trying.
We're gonna have it. We're not gonna get emotional. We're gonna handle it with intellect, and we're gonna have facts. All I said was facts. I didn't say nothing wrong, or I didn't race bait.
All right, Magic.
Hey, brother. Let's not argue with each other.
I want to just finish my thought.
We'll let them get their point across, and we're gonna come with facts like we should.
The Punch, can I follow up after get the scoop?
I would never do race bait because if I really want to race bait, the sport of boxing was built off who back? Black people.
All right. So if I can Punch, can I follow up after get the smoke?
I've been waiting for this whole thing, so I can.
I want you to go. And I'm gonna follow up right after that. If Punch allows.
Smoke. You got to calm down. Smoke.
Bro, I would be calm if you stop interrupting me. Why don't you stop interrupting me and telling me how to be? Just stop interrupting me. Magic, stop interrupting me. Yo, okay. Jose Yepes. Jose Yepes. I'm now no longer addressing Magic. I'm going to address Jose Yepes. Okay.
Go ahead.
Jose Yepes.
Yeah.
When I was addressing Punch, I was talking about the effective way to build a bridge. The way that you build a bridge is not by just putting the onus on when you're saying that there's too much hate between black and brown and the core.
Did he drop off?
Well, is that me or is that Smoke?
No,
Smoke. No, that's Smoke. That's Smoke.
Question is, maybe the reason that the hate is because if
you break.
What's going on?
You broke up.
Can you hear me? Okay, yeah, I'm having some technical difficulties. I'm not quite sure what's going on. If I disconnect, that's
the universe.
Yeah, all right. So the issue is, right, when you're trying to build bridges, right? What you try to do is try to see how both sides can improve. Not just say, hey, the reason why there's disunity is because this side is jealous of that side.
Hey, Smoke. Hey, Smoke. Smoke. How many answers you got?
But I think.
Yo, echo.
Love, hey, I think you got 2 windows open. Maybe try to check if you got 2 windows open.
Close the YouTube window. Close the YouTube
Close
window.
the YouTube window. So, yeah, that I think.
Are you talking to me?
Hey,
No,
yo,
no, no,
I did. Yeah, I did. It's just still echoing. It's still echoing. All the windows is closed. It's done, huh?
That's better. That's better.
It's his mic is sensitive.
It's probably weak. What about back here? What about back here? It
Now
sound better.
you gotta mute it when you're not talking.
Right. What I do? I try to all the time. Boop.
Yeah, just press mute until you talk.
Right. Okay. Here.
Leave it on mute. Leave it on mute. So I think I've started out going, speaking about Latino and Black. I think so. I think
Can I make a
that
simple point, bro?
the only time that what I'm saying, it's not that I'm trying to build the bridge. This is the reason why I'm doing it. This is not to soothe the Latino community. It's to soothe us as one. And Smoke, I've been saying since day one, one race, one race, one race. You know what? You know what I found out? That nobody just don't want to talk about it one race. If I talk one race, somebody gonna be like, but the black this, or we Latinos and the black people hate the Latinos and stuff like that.
Hey,
guys, hold on.
Can we say we American?
Hey, even that. I'll push American. Somebody will come in the panel and say, like, we're not American. I don't give a damn. America don't do nothing for us and stuff like that. Look what's going on. When I'm trying to beat up, and anybody that's been following me for a long time, I have my channel saying one race. We're one race and have beautiful, and we have different culture, and that's what makes us beautiful. I have an American tattoo flag on my neck. I preach America. I'm patriotic. I say one race. I preach God. And you know what I find out in these 2 years is that nobody gives a fucking damn when I say one race. There has to be one side that's saying no. When I'm preaching God, hold on. When I'm preaching God, there's somebody gonna be like, come on, mute yourself. When I'm preaching God, when I'm preaching Jesus Christ, they don't want to believe in Jesus Christ. No, it's one God. I'm Muslim. If it's something else, so I can't. I'm trying very, very hard on my channel so we could be one and return to the Father and God. But not everybody see it like that. And I'm understanding that the more positive that try to be, it doesn't get there. It doesn't get to people's head. It's always a debate. It's always an argument. This is why I came with the black and the black versus Latino, because that's what people want to talk about. They don't want to talk about one race. They don't want to talk about that. People don't see each other like that. I've tried. And Smoking, you've been on my channel enough, and I've tried preaching like that. But no, people don't want to listen. So you know what? So everybody can understand where we're coming from. Then all right, let's talk about the black, and let's talk about Latinos, and let's talk about.
Hey, can I say something?
Let's talk about white, and let's talk about Asian, and let's talk about poor. Yo, you got to put yourself in mute, my brother, because the echo is effing us up. So I'm talking about it just like that. So I'm coming with my perspective.
1 second, man. Can I jump in 1 second?
Go ahead.
And I'll shut the hell up just like I have been for like an hour at a time. I gotta make 1 point. But the brother that I was speaking to right now, and this is what I'm trying to. When we trying to close gaps like that and trying to build bridges, you got to understand. You're talking about athletes on basketball and football. Not everybody sees it like that, bro. Like, you know what I mean? Soccer is the most popular sport in the world, and it's not black people that run that. You know what I mean? And so you got to understand, it doesn't matter what sport. It's not saying that not denouncing black people. Okay. Right? But what I'm saying is that it matters what you dedicate your life to. That's what you athletically are capable of doing. And of course, black people are great, bro. I have black people. My family is Hispanic, so we're all of that. So that's what I'm trying to say. That the divisiveness of black or white or Hispanic, that's what the problem is. That's why we're trying to build the gap, build the bridge, and close the gap.
Can I respond afterwards?
Yo, brother, like you could respond all day long, but you gotta understand.
No. I'm gonna listen to you. I'm just saying if I could respond afterwards. That's all.
Yeah, I'm gonna shut the hell up for probably like an hour. I'm gonna let y'all chop it up because I don't like to talk too long because then people get mad that Glenn likes to like cut people off, and I don't like to be heard like that. I got my own channel. You know what I'm saying? And
Yeah, no,
and
you got a
and what
channel.
I'm trying to say is basic. It's just that everybody, whatever you dedicate your physics to, your body, whatever you do, yes, black people are athletic. Obviously, that's why white people over here try to use them as slaves. They didn't understand how they could stay in the heat so long and do what they did. Of course, because that's the type of temperature that they're used to, you know. But then white people are also used to other temperatures. Hispanics are all mixed up. They vary in temperatures. You know what I mean? So I mean, like, there's no real science to it, bro. You know what I mean? Like we can't just be like demeaning other cultures just because we feel like, oh, you know, I want to, because I was, you know, because over here in America, that's the whole thing. In America, you know what I mean? That's the way that people demean each other, white and black and Hispanic. They just shit on every other culture. But in the rest of the world, they don't do that. They don't look at skin color. And that's what gets me pissed off. And that's why I be trying to, like, come over here and try to chop this up with y'all, because we need to build these bridges, man. We need to stop this shit. I got red kids, I got white kids. You know what I'm saying? I got, man, you know what I mean? Like, and I'll be damned if somebody gonna be racist towards any of my kids. You know what I mean? So I'm gonna chime back with that one though, and anybody could respond.
Well, basically, well, you probably took it a different way. I was just saying, like, it ain't no reason to be jealous of Latinos in boxing. I was basically saying, like, boxing, you know, they ain't that big in America no more and things like that. I was not trying to downgrade any other culture, anything about some fucking sports or anything like that. It's just fucking basketball, it's just football. But we do dominate it, but I'm not never trying to demean anybody or nobody accomplishments or nothing like that. I was not on it like that. You probably just took it the wrong way. I was not trying to build us up and shit on anybody else, but the way he worded it, I was like, how will we be jealous when most black people don't even know? Most black, I'm the only one in my family. Listen. Most people in my family don't even know who fucking Deontay Wilder is. They don't even know who any boxer is. Most of them don't even fucking watch boxing. It's too boring for them. They like, what the fuck? You watching boxing, Key? Man, this nigga up here watching boxing. Nigga, they laugh about it. Like, man, why you watching that old school ass shit? Like, man, get the fuck out of here. I'm like, man, this is some good shit, man. It's a science, some new ones, this shit. My son just got into it. I got my son into it. Like, I'm like, God damn, boxing is a dying sport in motherfucking America. We all know that. It used to, when I grew up, it used to be a motherfucking boxing gym on my motherfucking now it's a motherfucking Subway. Marquette boxing gym in St. Louis. It used to be right there where I'm from. When I went home, I'm like, what the fuck happened? They're like, nigga, nobody boxing no more. What the fuck is you talking about? Niggas shooting out here. Fuck are you talking about? Like, nobody ain't trying to squabble with you. Like, that shit dead. Like, in the black community, that's why you ain't seeing the great fighters come out no more, because the gym ain't there no more. Niggas selling dope. They can rap now. Nobody ain't about to go and get punched in their motherfucking face.
Mm-hmm.
Get out of here. Be honest with you, motherfucker. I could bounce this basketball and make more than a motherfucking boxer made in his whole motherfucking career. Like, nobody ain't trying to be no motherfucking boxer. Nobody ain't looking up to, like, oh, Floyd, like he's a motherfucking Ali, or oh, Larry Holmes, he making millions. Like, come on now. Like, we gotta be real about it. Like, I ain't never try to downgrade it. I was like, but we still.
Hey, boxing's a motherfucker, you know.
But you know, I'm talking the truth. Like, come on now. Like, if I was talking mad about it, like, shit, it's great fighters everywhere. If a motherfucker come and they want to fight, they fight their ass off. Shit, Canelo is my favorite fighter, right? And I love the way he just be banging, like, in his skill, his subtle skill and everything. I don't care. Like, I would root for him over Jamil Charlo. Like, shit, I don't care about that. I think he gonna destroy him. But it's nothing like that. Like, if you took it the wrong way, brother, I ain't mean to shit on you or anything like that. I was just talking facts. Like, blacks do dominate all these sports. They dominate everything, every sport in America, for track and field and everything. They dominate, and that's just the truth. And I'm mixed. I'm mixed too. My motherfucking daddy white. So I'm mixed.
But baby, there's a lot of sports in America, though. That's what it is, though. You can't forget that. Too many sports in America. No, for sure, for sure, of course, you know. You got your main ones, you know. But I'm just saying, there's a lot of sports, a lot of different type of athletics. I'm sorry, y'all.
I ain't talking about no soccer. America don't even play motherfucking soccer games on their TV. It ain't even on.
No, it's about that. It's about athleticism. It ain't about that.
That's
It's
something
about
that you have to understand, bro.
Come on now. It's about smartness.
Oh, go ahead,
anything that's popular, a popular sport that they don't even play. They don't even play.
Hey, you played golf before? Hey, smoke. You played golf before? Have you played golf before?
Yeah, of course, all the time.
Oh, okay. Do you not think that's a sport? Tiger Woods has. Are you perfect? Thank you. Tiger Woods has had more surgeries on his body than a motherfucking NFL running back, bro. You serious?
Tiger Woods is a hell of an athlete. Just because golf is not a sport doesn't mean Tiger Woods is not an athlete.
Hold on.
I'm gonna let y'all talk.
Hold on, Magic. Magic. Hold on. Yeah, man, the echo. That's what it is. I gotta put you on mute because the echo is real bad.
How was golf not a sport?
Ring IQ was good.
Yeah, it was good. It's a good conversation, but I think just to add to the topic, the problem that the different races got that I noticed, so the different ethnicities, the problem I see is you can have pride in who you are. Ain't nothing wrong with that. Whether you talking about black pride, brown pride, Hispanic pride, whatever kind of pride, it's like you can have that. Just don't belittle other people. That's where it turned into some BS. That's where the problem is, that if I'm Hispanic, right, and I'm proud of being Hispanic and all of that, right, that don't mean I'm gonna turn my nose up at every man, woman, and his dog that's not Hispanic. I'm not gonna do that. Like, I'm not gonna say, Floyd ain't nice because he not Hispanic. And that's what I see goes on at his base. That's what be going on. That unless the person making the assessment is talking about somebody that's the same whatever as them, they're going to act like they not good enough. Nah, that's bullshit. It's good Asian fighters. It's good Spanish fighters and Hispanic fighters and black fighters. And it's good fighters. It's good everything all over the world, dog. It's good everything. The highest paid athlete, for example, is not an American. At least to my knowledge, is not. And that's motherfucking Ronaldo. That motherfucker's Italian.
And that's what I was trying to say. That it's not just one sport. Everybody's focusing on one sport.
That's
you know
because,
what I mean?
Now let me get to my other point. The problem that America got, that we have as a country, is we still think it's the fucking 80s and like the whole world is looking at us. No, they not. No, they not. Motherfucking China got a better economy than we do. You know what I'm saying? Europe has better healthcare than we do. There's smaller countries that have better infrastructure than we do. In Finland, for example, in Finland, they got rid of homelessness. There's no fucking homeless people in Finland. You see what I'm saying? The problem that America has as a country is we still think, some of us, not me, because I know better, we still acting like we the shit. No, we not. Just because somebody known in America don't mean shit somewhere else. That don't mean shit somewhere else, bro. The sports over here that matter to us or matter to you or to somebody else, that shit don't mean shit somewhere else. That don't mean nothing. Somebody, like, I'll give you an example. If you look at Inouye fight with Donaire, right? The numbers that he got for that motherfucking fight in Japan is ridiculous, bro. You just not gonna see that over here. That dude is a bigger star over there than anybody is over here. Like, that's how retarded. You talking about in the tens of millions, not in the tens of thousands or not 1 million, or not 2 million, in the tens of the millions, that country stopped to watch that man fight. They literally stopped. So the problem that we face when we talking about like, oh, I'm gonna talk about a fighter that's not the same thing as me, dog, it's mad good fighters. You could be proud of who you are all day. Mexican pride, black pride, UK pride, Asian, whatever kind of pride you got. You can have that. But you don't gotta belittle other people. And that's the shit that get on my nerves. That's what's annoying about it for me. Like, I ain't gonna say every Dominican fighter is the greatest fuck. Like, no, bro. Like, fuck out of here. Yeah. If you gotta be mature to be able to look at some shit and say that it ain't got nothing to do with me, but that's some good shit. So if I look at some motherfucker from over there in the Ukraine and I'm like, oh, that's a good ass fighter. Or if I look at Inui and that's a good ass fighter. I'm not Mexican, but I got a lot of Mexican fighters that I like. I like watching them fight. I got a lot of black fighters. My favorite fighters in the whole history of the sport of boxing are all black fighters. Every single one of them, from Ali to Roy. But the problem is motherfuckers confuse pride with hate. You could be proud of yourself and not hate nobody, bro. Yeah. So when I see people talking shit about other races or other cultures or other ethnicities, bro, that shit ain't pride. That's hate. Pure and simple. That's hate. Because pride ain't got nothing to do with keeping somebody down. That's all I got to say.
Can I say something?
Yeah, let Dover talk.
I want to touch on that because I feel like
good. That was a great point you made, Ring. That was a great point.
I want to touch on that because I feel like that touched on the point I was talking about earlier, like with tribalism. Like when you watch a different sports, say you watching football, you got two teams, you rooting for those teams, and like shit talking gonna happen because it's a competitive sport between two, groups. But in boxing, the team is your race most of the time. And it got historical value from back in the day. Jack Johnson, all the black people root for him. Manny Pacquiao fight, the Philippines root for him. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, you shouldn't, touch on his point, you shouldn't have to put somebody down to lift your fighter up. But I mean, when you rooting in a sport, sometimes that shit gonna come along with it. Especially in a sport like boxing. When it's just individual versus individual, country versus country, people versus people. But I don't think there's too much, like I said earlier, I don't really think it's like too much of big issues. There's like certain stuff I noticed, like stuff we touched on earlier. But as an overall, I don't feel it.
I'm gonna put it like this, bro. Let me add this to the conversation, right? Like, let's say it's a Dominican fighter. Not that I think it's one out there, because we ain't got that many fighters out there right now, right? But let's say it's a Dominican fighter versus a black fighter from the United States. Just like you said, it's gonna be some shit talking. For example, when Spence went over there to the UK to fight Brook, I was talking shit. I was talking American shit. Like, you gonna fuck that man up in his back. I was talking shit. Cause that's a part of it. And moreover, that's a part of being a man. That's how we behave. That's how we are. So I dig that part of it. That's a competitive element. But where it get carried away is when racial epithets get involved. The color of the man's skin, that should not be we ain't gotta do that. And I understand that there's a historical precedence, but that's like saying that, oh, I'm gonna just keep doing the same dumb shit because another motherfucker before me was doing some dumb shit. Nah, I'm smarter than that. I ain't gonna do that. I understand everything about Jack Johnson. I understand Larry Holmes' outrage over the Jerry Cooney shit. I get all of that. And they did that on purpose because they played on people's weaknesses to sell that fight. But this is 2020. And if motherfuckers don't expand their horizons to see past that shit, you're just going to keep bringing it up and it's going to be the same thing. And it's going to be a divide. I can watch two different fighters of different races that ain't got a goddamn fucking thing to do with me and enjoy their boxing without being, this white boy over here, this thing. I would never say that other word. I don't even use that fucking word, bro. I took that word out of my vocabulary overall. I'm from Harlem. But I don't even say that shit no more because of what it mean and what it come from. You can't say that shit. Period. It don't matter where you was born. You can't say that shit. It has no place in modern society because it's
Ring. Can I say something, Ring?
Go ahead.
Yeah, and this the whole thing too. Motherfuckers need to stop
because they your race. Stop thinking they accomplishments or yours. Like it's some weird shit, right? Where everybody, if it's a black motherfucker who won, that's his accomplishment. It don't make you better. I think it's a low self-esteem from everybody in every race. Oh, my race won, but nigga, you ain't win shit.
Yo, Magic,
let me put
as
you
an
like this,
example of
man.
excellence for the race.
Let me-
You know what I'm saying? Like if Mexicans got happy when Andy Ruiz knocked out Joshua.
But the whole thing,
Let me talk about that. Look, like let's say right now, let me say this, right? Let's say that the whole 147 is dominated by African American fighters, right? That's a point of pride. Take pride in that. That's nice. Ain't nothing wrong with being proud. It's when you shit on other people. Like put it like this, right? Jason Rosario, right? Jason Rosario, Dominican cat, right? Remember when he fought Jermel Charlo, right? Yeah. I'm Dominican. Do you think that I picked Rosario to win that fight because he's Dominican like me? No. I said he's going to get his ass. I said that man is going to get his ass knocked out. Plain and simple. Because Jermel is a better fighter.
No, but this the whole thing,
Same
right?
thing, Tyson Fury, Wilder.
Hold up. Hold up, right? This but it's different. It's different in America because we're
yes, it is.
Hold up.
My bad.
Let me say one thing, right? It's different because we're in America and we're a melting pot of many ethnicities, as you say, but we're Americans, so I understand what you're saying, but you're not even. You can like, how can you find pride in a Dominican knocking out the American when you go to Dominican Republican? They don't think of you as Dominican. They think
you don't know that, bro. That's the thing. You're assuming that you don't know that. You don't know how.
Let me touch on that. Let me touch on that. For starters, you got a lot of Chicanos in the Southwest that they ain't full blood even Mexican. And the same thing you saying about the Dominicans, right? And that's true. If I go over there, they gonna identify me as American. That's 100% facts. But the same is true of Mexicans in America. Does that stop them from rooting for Mexican fighters and taking pride in Mexican fighters?
But no. The whole thing, right? Like, do Black Americans take pride in an African beating American? No, they don't. See, that's the whole thing. Black Americans are really patriotic because I wouldn't take pride in, okay, let's say Caleb Plant, right? Caleb Plant is a white American, and if he go against an African, I would want him to win because that's representing me at the same time. Like, because I was in the Army, I know how it works. You don't know you American until you know you're American, until you flew out and you go to different countries. Your ass ain't Dominican. They don't think of you Dominican. They don't think of you Mexican. They don't think of you as anything. Your ass is American as fuck. They don't say, oh, they don't differentiate and say, oh, that's a white European soldier. No, they be like, that's an American. He coming over here. And you know that you're American because, hey, your partner is that white boy. And you love that white boy because he got your back. If we gonna
hey. Let me take the baton real quick. Nah, because I understand what you're saying though. That really is true though, for sure. He ain't talking shit, man. For sure, he's not talking shit. I'm Mexican as a motherfucker, but if I was to go to Mexico and shit, I'd probably get kidnapped quick as fuck. Like, fuck that dude, you know what I'm saying? I'm just saying. Damn, I can't even talk.
That's what I'm saying. No, away from the point. Hold on, it's an echo.
That's
my bad. It's probably me. My bad.
This is what I'm saying because we getting away from the point. You should be able to be okay to say, yeah, I'm black and proud, or I'm Mexican and proud, or I'm whatever and proud, or I'm.
I was gonna make a great point, by the way, but yeah, keep going.
That's my point. That you could be proud if you look across the landscape of division and you see familiar faces to your own. It's nothing wrong with being proud of that. Where it get fucked up at is the superiority complex of like, oh, all of these got like, nah, chill, hold up. Now we ain't gonna belittle each other. We ain't gonna call each other them. You know, we can call each other some motherfuckers. And some bitches.
We live in the same borders of the same country and region and everything. I hope everybody. Am I echoing again?
I got a question.
Yeah.
I got a question for people. If just around your own house, right? Because Black people and Latino people, right? If you were to bring if you're a Latino and you were to bring a Black person home to meet the family, are they just gonna be like, oh, are they gonna say something about? Are they gonna say something about the difference? And Magic, hold on, let me get the whole question out. And vice versa. If you're a Black person, you bring, a Latino person home, is your Black family going to say something about that?
Let me answer the question. Can I answer the question as a Latino? Can I do that? All right. When I was young, all my best friends was Black. All of them ate at my house at my table. Well, my wife is Black, like American, not Dominican or some other. I don't even think about that. Like, I don't think about it that way. Black is a race. Dominican is a culture, but some of the Dominicans, they I don't know, they choose to be complicated. I don't.
Yeah.
No, nobody said nothing. Everybody welcome. Nobody said nothing. Does that mean though? Do I speak for every person? No, I only speak for me, and that's the other thing.
I just wanted to know about around your own household, your own family, your own.
All right, around my own household, no.
Your family, right?
Ring talking the truth, right? Ring came here with some motherfucking sense. Talking the truth, because the whole thing is this, right? This a very we in the minority. The boxing community, we in the minority. Most people don't watch boxing. That's why if people watch boxing, Ring would have like 100,000 subscribers, like the motherfucking UFC be having it, and Punch will have 100, almost to that almost to that minority. But we happy when we have like 20. If you got 20,000 subscribers in the boxing channel, you're doing something right. Cause in America, we ain't got it. Ain't popping like that. Like boxing ain't popping like that. And it's
well, see, you think it's not popping like that, but it is popping like that. See, that's the thing that
let me disagree on this. Let me just disagree on this, right? And Magic is not wrong. Magic is not wrong as far as boxing in America. He's not wrong. It's not popping over here like that. However, in other parts of the world, go look up what he knew he did with Donaire, right? Go look it up.
No. That's why I was saying. That's why I was saying. I said. That's why I specifically said America. I'm not talking about other points of the of the world. I already know. I knew he had a lot of things like that. He had a lot like that. You know why he did? Because they ain't got great athletes like that. Shit, we got millions of we got so many athletes that we could look up to in America. Like we like, oh, we get tired. Like, man. Hey, our great athletes, we got our athletes so good, we could hate on them like he ain't shit. I'm tired of seeing that motherfucker win. Fuck him. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but I think we also have a culture that we just don't want to. We don't want to look at other cultures. Like, name me your famous rugby player.
Word.
Real talk.
Word.
But rugby is big. But rugby is big outside.
But name a rugby,
and that's another thing. Like he says, is boxing is not big in America,
right?
Maybe in the whole United States. But guess what?
Go outside.
Hold on, Magic.
Okay.
Chill out, but check this out. Boxing is big in my family. Is big in my community. Is big in the Mexican community. Boxing. That's all we know. All we pretty much. As far as sports, all we pay attention to is soccer and boxing. So all this that you're saying about basketball, baseball, football, my family could say the same shit. Oh, we don't give a damn about basketball. We don't give a damn about football. So like what you're saying, maybe as far as the whole United States or other.
Jose, you're not talking about the Dodgers.
No, I was
you ain't talking about the Dodgers right now because
there's a whole lot of
yeah, the
Mexican people
doctor. Oh
that
yeah,
love
that's
the damn
a big.
doctor. You are
Yeah,
tripping.
you're right.
Let
I
me
forgot about
add this to the point. Let me add this.
Yeah, about Mexicans love some football and basketball. Shit, hey,
But look, football is the number one sport in America. Is the number one sport in America, but probably the last sport in everywhere else.
Hold up. When Kobe died, them motherfuckers was out there deep because they love them some Kobe out there in motherfucking California.
See, that's just what you see. That's not the majority,
check
though,
it out.
bro.
So
That's
so
not the
I would,
majority.
That's the majority in
No,
America.
it's not. How you gonna tell me
if I
about my
can just say
culture
something real quick,
and what I know, bro? See, there
if I
you
can
go.
say something real quick.
Excuse me, stuff. You don't know about our culture. You think you do because you
No,
watch a couple of stories on
Hold on,
Instagram.
that's why. Hold on, guys, and that's why we gotta listen. So Jose, let Jose
That's what you
give
gotta
his.
listen, bro. How are you gonna tell me
All
about
right,
my
all right,
culture,
all right,
my
please.
family, and what we listen to?
No, I ain't talking about no family.
Let me mediate. For example, it was a fighter that I interviewed named Sulem Urbina, right?
All right.
And she was talking about how, she go back and forth between the United States and Mexico, right? But she was talking about and this is what we have to stop doing. We can't tell each other our perspective. You gotta listen to what the person is telling you. You saying one thing and they telling you, nah, bro, it's not like that for me, and that cannot be debated. What she told me is that boxing is so big in her culture, in her community, that even the women fighters are revered in a way that that here they not. You know what I'm saying? So I can't put my finger in Jose's face and tell him that boxing is not popping like that. For all I know, on Jose block or in Jose neighborhood, everybody a boxing head. That's not the reality that he know. The reality that he know, everybody probably sat down in front of the TV on Saturday watching somebody get punched in their face.
Word up, and even in Canada, if I may really quick,
Can I say one
if I
thing?
may really quickly,
Okay.
in Canada, for example, you know what I mean? Like nobody gives a fuck over here in the United States about what's that shit called where they throw the ice thing and they scratch the surface to make it go a certain way. What that new fucking sport they found out like fucking 8 years ago.
I know what you're talking about. You're talking about that shit where they gotta move the thing.
Curling. Yes, curling. Who the fuck cares about that shit in the United States? But apparently it's fucking major shit in Canada. So you know what I mean? Like you never know what people are paying attention to. You know, like you can't hate. You know what I mean?
If I can just make a quick anecdotal point, a quick observation, Magic, real quick. I went to a bar to see the Canelo Mayweather fight, a bar in Westwood. That's like right next to UCLA, like Los Angeles, right? And LA, it's black, it's brown, but it's also rich and poor. And it might be rich and poor more than it is about being black and brown, for real. But that's a different thing. Anyway, so I don't know if you guys remember that who all fought on that card, but Carlos Molina fought, Ishe Smith, Danny Garcia fought, Matisse. It was kind of a lit card, right? But I was in a bar that had a bunch of Mexicans in it because they were there to watch Canelo beat Floyd, straight up. So that entire time, I was just repping USA. So I was able to, just by repping USA, right? It created such a tension in the room. It wasn't even just about black and brown. It was really about Mexican versus American at that point. But that was that particular fight, right? It wasn't just Mexican. It wasn't just Canelo versus Floyd. It was also Mexico versus America. And a lot of people who are in America, right, they still identify with wherever the hell they came from, right?
Yeah,
for
exactly.
black people, we may have some affinity towards Africa in general, or we may go for Jamaica or something like that, but it's not because our family and our friends are there, and it isn't a specific country because that's our cultural heritage, right? So it's just a different thing. It's just
But Smoke, I'm pretty sure that was on a Mexican holiday.
Hello.
No, that's
I'm pretty sure that was on a Mexican holiday, because if it was Canelo versus Mayweather, it had to be on a Mexican holiday.
Hold on, guys. Kendrick Lee. Kendrick Lee, what's good?
Hey, what's up, man?
I'm sorry, man. You stood shit for a while, man. My fault.
You're good, man. Thanks for inviting me to this talk show. So I just want to, praise the Lord first for this opportunity to, discuss and search for the truth.
Amen.
and
Amen, brother.
try to build an even ground between all the races here. Just for your guys' information, I'm also Asian, so just a new perspective for everyone. So I believe the truth is Jesus Christ, but that's just what I believe in. But let's
I'm with you.
stay on the topic. So I've been listening to this talk show for about a couple hours now, and I think it all just boils down to culture. Like we all have different opinions, different values and principles that we live by. So it's kind of hard to see each other's differences. So we can be ignorant sometimes on like judging other people on what they believe in and what their value is. So there's like, because at the end of the day, we're all human beings. We have same physiology, but just different levels of melanin in our skin and different facial structures. But we're all, one race. So there's similar stories in the different cultures and different lifestyles, but it also depends on like different locations. So if you live in California, you can't say this, you can't say that. If you live in New York, it's different. Different areas have different rules and different standards. But there's like a general standard we live by. We should just respect each other, make sure that we don't say anything that we think would offend another person. Just basic manners. Go back to the topic of Mexicans and blacks. I think there's tension because of online. Because online, there's a lot of trolls, a lot of young people of all ages.
Young people of all ages.
Young people of 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. But I think
20, 21, 22, 23.
Right. Everybody has big balls on YouTube and on online social media. They like to talk crap, and at the end of the day, it doesn't matter. You can choose to respond and have a big old debate, a big old discussion, but at the end of the day, in the real life, nobody really cares, and people are just trying to live their lives, trying to make a living, right? So back to the topic, I think online gives us an illusion of racism and tension in boxing as Mexicans versus blacks, right? But in real life, you don't see that. It's all about it's all about if you're like a person who can get along with another person, regardless of if you're Asian, black, or white. So I think we have to kind of stay away from. We have to really educate ourselves and make sure that we do some research before actually making an educated, proper conclusion. So
I want to say this to Kendrick's point. Jerry Cooney versus Larry Holmes was one of the most racially polarizing fights in the sport, right? But if you listen to Larry, if you listen to Larry talk about Jerry and you listen to Jerry talk about Larry, there ain't no hate between them. That hate was the people hating each other because of how the fight was promoted. Between the two fighters, Larry said, I didn't hate Jerry. And asked Jerry about Larry. So the whole shit is, the people that you see behaving the way that they do, they don't like themselves, bro. It's not about it's that you don't like yourself. And this is how you make yourself feel better, because you want to feel like you were part of something. You know what I'm saying? That's where that shit comes from.
Hey, can we say one thing though? I came in here, thought it was gonna be heated and a lot of back and forth and negative going on. We gotta give Punch a big shout out. He did come and he had a conversation come out like, Punch, you did good. Like that's what's up. Like I thought it was gonna be like, oh, it's your fault, but we gotta see. We understand now that it's really no division, because we having conversations and we are not saying, oh, you did this and do that. You cannot really judge it off a comment section, because you don't even know who. It could be a motherfucker from all the way across the world making a motherfucking conversation, a comment who's not even black or brown, who just want to start some shit and like, oh, let me get something. Let me get something popping off in the comment section. Let them bite off that. It could be a motherfucking white person say, "Hey, after Leo got beat, well, shit, he don't be eating no tacos no more." You know, he can say that. Then Mexican, real motherfucker be like, "Oh, what the fuck are you talking about? Are they on that?" You know what I'm saying? It's hard to tell who's who on the internet or in the comment section. So it really ain't no divide. The divide is if you bite on it, that's how you really felt. You know, like how the fuck is it going to be a divide over motherfucker who's nameless and faceless? Who the fuck really saying it? Who saying it in that shit unless they got a channel and they put a face on it? You know?
Hey, Magic. All I'm gonna say is come back here because this is what we do all the time, bro. You know what I'm saying? I don't care what anybody else says. This is what we do here all the time, bro.
But it's very surprising.
I had a bad perspective of Punch. I put on everything I love. I had a bad perception of it.
Yeah, a lot of people try to push those narratives, but you just come over here and see for yourself and tell everybody else too. You know what I mean?
Because you know when a motherfucker doing a video and you in the motherfucking comment section, you can't get a immediate response. So you just typing shit and everything like that. And you put your perspective on that until you hear a person and everything like that. Because you know, Ring IQ, if y'all don't know, subscribe because you know the brother unbiased, and if you don't like it, he an asshole too, but I ain't gonna lie, he an asshole too. He'll tell you, but that nigga he got that truth. He'll call it down the middle. You know,
I wanted to say something to Kendrick's point that it's like, yo, Kendrick said that the internet give you an illusion, right? For example, we could feel two different ways about two different fighters, right? But you know what I noticed on the internet? People start off wrong and get off on the wrong foot because they're let's say I'm talking to Punch and Punch like, oh, Teofimo is great, man. I'm like, you motherfucker. Yo, if I was in front of Punch and I was like, oh, you fucking cunt, he'll probably punch me in my mouth, bro. You don't talk to people like that.
Exactly right about that.
And that's what the internet do. That's what, like, motherfucker be sat in front of a computer. Oh, you cocksucking motherfucker. Like, yo, you know damn good and well, you don't go to Walmart talking to people like that, bro. You don't go to Aldi and all of that, calling motherfuckers dead. Like, so that's a big part of the problem that creates a lot of the hostility online. And like motherfuckers will come on saying some shit that, yo, for real, you probably wouldn't even say that shit if the motherfucker was in front of you. But that's how motherfuckers talk on the internet. Like,
you know what? Let me say something. Listen, no matter what you do, to put as much respect as you can, Punch, and as you try to make it all in one and try and get everyone to get along and try and have respect for the game. There's so many channels which are pushing a whole different movement. So you got to remember, they don't want that. They want divide. They want to just support a certain different situation, which is a narrative. So no matter how much you try and build it as to be one, there's so much energy against all that already. You get what I mean?
Yeah.
Now let me give you this wisdom, bro. Hold on,
Ring, can I say one thing?
Go ahead, bro. Go ahead.
It ain't even the channels. Like shit. Even the LG, but whatever the fuck the name is, the LDBC or whoever, they don't even say racial epithets on their channel or any other channels. It's the comments who says it. They not pushing no divide if they want to be for their fighters, but they never said anything bad about anybody of that nature. It's the people in the comments because they know.
No, it's some of the hosts. What are you talking about?
No,
some of the
no.
hosts.
Let me say this. To your point, bro. The way that I think all of us, as not even just like men, but as creatures, you gotta realize you need that. For every force, there has to be an opposing force. For the good, there has to be bad. For the sunny, there has to be rain. For the heat, there has to be snow. We are never gonna all agree. That's not even how things work at the cellular level. You understand at the microbial level. You cannot expect them, and I don't. I know there's always gonna be somebody that disagrees with me, and I'm okay with that. As long as
the whole thing, right? Can I say one thing? The whole thing, we gotta stop saying it's coming from one side, like the LDBC did anything wrong, because you know is if you go through the motherfucking chats with other channels, it's a lot of racial epithets that is thrown, and they are justified feeling the way they feel.
But you know, some of the channels don't
no,
let you speak. They block
listen,
you. They block all those people. They don't have
But
those
no,
people
but
in their channels.
listen. A lot of racial epithets be in the channel because any channel you look at that against them, they will have a lot of LBC and all these black illiterate and all that racist shit be going on there, and it's justified what they do and it's justified for anybody else who push against them in their comments. It'll be justified for what they do, because if you're looking at comments is a motherfucker. So to blame a person on their channel for what they do, like if I make a channel right now and I was like, oh, Gervonta Davis, the best fighter in the world, the motherfucker was like, yeah, he is, he killed that Mexican motherfucker, and then do that. Is that me saying that? And
But
you got to recognize
problem I got with that. The
are
problem I
in
got with
charge
that
of their
is
whole platform. Their whole content is run by the host. The host
yeah,
is pushing that
that's what I'm
energy,
trying
bro.
to say. Like
The
the
host is
if I,
pushing that energy,
can I
bro.
let me
It's not
put
the
this in
fucking people.
here.
It's the host.
Let me put
Let's
this
get it
in
straight,
here, right?
bro.
Let me put this in here, bro. When I started off on YouTube, right?
Yeah,
I saw a lot of channels that was anti-black, literally anti-black. A black fighter can't do. Hold on, let me make my point, Magic. Let me make my point. A lot of them channels, no black fighter could do nothing right for them. They can't do nothing right. Now these other channels, they got a similar thing going on. It's a similar thing, except it's about another type of fighter. You gotta let them people be. If you don't want that shit to be part of your universe, then don't fucking include it in your universe. I'm not in that conversation, bro. If you want to hate people because they put pineapple on their pizza, that's your fucking problem, and that is your fucking hate. That's not my problem. I don't gotta worry about that shit. Now, if you show up the same way it is in real life, if you show up at my doorstep or you show up on my block, right now it's my problem, and now I will deal with it. But if you over there being over there and none of your fucking subscribers and none of your motherfuckers is showing up on my shit, go ahead, man. Tell as many lies as you need to tell. Tell them to whoever.
That's what I'm saying. This basically what I'm saying, right? My man from the UK, I think he from England, but he trying to make it seem like it's one way, but you know it's not. But the whole thing is this: if you ain't gonna check it on every level, that means you're a hypocrite. You know, like Ring just said, because even Ring said, so the call one entity out and not call another one out, that means you're a hypocrite, and that means you're part of the problem, right?
No, I'm not looking at it like that. I said to you that certain channels, you said that it's the people who comment and it's all the chat. I said to you that certain channels are eliminating all the people on the chat, and they're just creating certain energy where it's just the people that they want on their platform. So those are the people which are in charge of that energy. What I'm saying is, I'm not saying where it's coming from, who it's coming from. You said that. I said those people. Let me finish and I'm going to go on mute.
Magic, let him.
Okay.
Let me just finish and I'm going to go on mute.
Okay, brother, go ahead, finish. My bad for over talking you. Go ahead.
Yeah, so what I'm saying is they're in charge of what content they want to push out there. That's how powerful this whole streaming is. You can create what you want to put out there. So it's just like on Punch's channel. This conversation, we're lucky we're having it as gentlemen with respect. You couldn't have these conversations in most of these panels. It just wouldn't happen. People are not on the same IQ. So what I'm saying is, when you're trying to push that energy, you're only going to have that certain energy and certain following that you want to create. So if it's hate, or if it's against a culture, or if it's against a certain narrative, that's what you can just have on your channel. You don't need to have all the other people. You can eliminate them.
I'm gonna say this. I want to say this to rap. Let me just tell him this real quick, right? Because I agree with him that it's a lot of times it's not just the people commenting on the channel, it's the authors of the channels too. That's why I brought up I'll bring up a particular person that I have come across, and I already see like, bro, the dude is a racist. I don't care what nobody say. The precise pretender is a racist. You're racist, bro. Plain and simple. That was one of the first channels that I had problems with when I started uploading videos on. Like, you a racist, bro. Ain't no black fighter could do nothing right for you, bro. I already know how you are, bro. But for the precise pretender, the same way I could call him out for his racism is the same way I could call somebody else for their racism, even though they might be racist towards a different race of people, because racism is racism. You looking at a whole group of people based on their race and treating and talking about them a certain way. That makes you a racist. And his racism is no different than somebody else's. And I could call them all out evenly because I have. All the videos are still up.
But can I, if I could just address that, I'd like to address that point, right? Because I think that actually is part of the disconnect that we have between the cultures. Everybody's racism is not the same. It just isn't. Like, everybody they don't have their experience with racism isn't the same. And even though we use the same word, the word doesn't have the same meaning across the board. Not everybody has that definition that you have. And I'm not saying that your definition is wrong, right? I'm just saying that not everybody shares that same thing.
All right, now to your point, get the smoke.
Let me answer this because I'm a brother. Let me handle this, right? You can't say that because then that make us look like hypocrites, because we could say anything we want to anybody, but what if I say that word to them and it really hurts them? So if that hurts them, that's hurt them. So we cannot do that. Like,
but you're talking about hurtful language. I'm not talking about hurtful language. I'm literally talking.
Big bro, let me finish. Like, you cannot tell if and I'm not saying this to none of y'all, right? As a black man, if I call Hispanic a spick or something like that, what if that hurt him, right? You hear me? If that hurt him, that me hold up. That's me being racist. That hurted him, right? So to say it's not it's a quality of oppression, that is very that's very like that means we a special group. That means we are being black supremacists now.
Yeah.
So let's think, hold up. Let me talk. And let me address my points. Big bro. Like, you gotta start. We can't be like, oh, we are sensitive about this and that. No, we ain't sensitive about nothing, brother. We are people who prideful and we say we are this, but everybody else could offend us, but they can't get offended. Hold up,
bro, you're misconstruing my like you're off on a tangent. You're going deep on a tangent. I'm trying to tell you, you're going deep on a tangent. You're going deep on a tangent. This is not about racial epithets. This is literally about the way that people. No, I didn't say that. I'm telling you, you're misconstruing my words. I'm talking about the way that people define racism. Not everyone. Let me finish. I'm telling you, you're talking about racial epithet. You're talking about hurtful language. I'm not talking about hurtful language. I'm not talking about racial epithets.
Get the smoke. Now, this is what I'm gonna say. This is what I'm gonna say to your point. This is what I'm gonna say to your point. Get the smoke. I agree with you, except for the vernacular that you're using. Because I think that what you're trying to address is systematic racism in America. Thus, I classify it as such, because not every race in America was a victim to gerrymandering and redlining. You understand? So it's not like I'm not aware of these things.
I understand.
Right. So it's not even. It's not just that, Ring. Hey, hold on. It's not just that. Magic. Hold on. Hold up, dude. Hold up. You're off on a tangent, dude. I'm not talking about that. Let me address Ring. Ring. Let me just address what Ring's saying. Ring. That is one aspect of what I'm talking about. But what I'm saying to you is that if you just forget about America, let's go to Brazil, right? The way that they experience racism and what they consider racist is a different thing. It's not even about gerrymandering or what we consider that. Like, what I'm saying is, we may have the same words, we may use the same words to describe discrimination or something like that. But not everybody experiences racism exactly as a flat line. Not everybody has the same definition as a flat line.
Before we do anything, let me just say this. Let me just say this. Hold on. Before we do anything, let me say this. I believe it's Argentina. No, I believe it's either Argentina or El Salvador. Hold on, let me say this. Okay. One of these countries, the way that a black person experienced racism, I forget which country it is, and I'm sure Get the Smoke probably knows better than I do. They literally wiped out all the black people in the country.
Yeah.
They
You
wiped them
right?
all
No,
out.
Venezuela.
I don't think it's just Venezuela. I think it's some either Argentina or
I think it was
one of
probably Argentina.
On the top level, you talking about Venezuela. But hey, let me tell them like this, right?
Let me say what's up to Fight News. Let me say what's up to Fight News.
Let me say one thing, right? The way you saying how racism is and everything like this is the best country for black people. Even if it's a white person who call you a nigga and everything like that, they couldn't stop. Hold up, they couldn't stop me. I'm from St. Louis, north side of St. Louis. Look at it, right? Look at it, nigga, right? Motherfucker, my mama educated and everything like that. You heard me? I went to the motherfucking army, got my shit together. Now you know what I'm saying? I'm up here, motherfucking Atlanta, got my own business, every motherfucking thing. What can they do that at? Like you could, it's okay. It is systematic racism, but it's a thing of being a motherfucking victim. I'll never tell my son he can't do nothing. We can't, as black people, talking about a motherfucking man can hold you down, nigga. If a nigga can hold, if you talking about systematic racism, nigga, grab your gun, nigga, and fight. What the fuck is you talking about? And don't have that victim motherfucking mentality on here. You talking about what they doing and what they doing, nigga. We ain't doing that. Like
I was about to interject, but I gotta actually agree with the homie right there. You know what I'm saying? Because the homie had an actual good point. You know what I'm saying? Yo, Smoke, come on, man. Let me at least make my point, and say, you know, because I'll make a short point, man.
I wasn't trying to cut you off. We're both talking at the same time. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm gonna make a short point. I'm just trying to say that the homie made a great point because it's about victimization. You know what I'm saying? And at the end of the day, we can't be victims all the time. You know what I'm saying? But not to say that the struggle is not real. You know what I mean? There is that. You know what I mean? But at the end of the day, what he's saying is basically what Punch was saying the other day when people got mad at him and started ranting about the fact that people that come from third world countries look at this shit like, yo, why is everybody complaining? I'll fucking make this money right now. You know what I mean? And it is what it is.
What? Hold on, guys. You talk about what people think. Hold on. Let me say this. You talk about people's perception of you. They had the same perception of you when your ass came over here on this motherfucking boat. Now you talking about, please,
you're tripping.
Me. How the fuck they gonna liberate you? And they did that to you and put you in that position. You think they want to help you? Democrat, motherfucking Republicans, nigga, get the fuck out of here, nigga. Liberate your motherfucking self, nigga. You came over here with nothing. You got a gun. If you think a white man,
God,
hold on, guys. Hold on.
Can I say something? Can I say something?
Wait. Hold on. What Magic was saying before he said that, when he was saying about the self-victimhood, and Glenn, you know, when I go through my rants and say what I say about that, but when I say nobody can oppress you in 2020, it's not that I don't believe there's no oppression. It's because nothing is gonna stop me, and I'm not gonna raise my kid like that. Ain't nothing could stop you. You look at
No, I'm just saying we argued about this because I misunderstood you, and then when you were, that's why I just corrected myself, and I just agreed with him because you said that before.
Hold on, let me say one thing. I'm not saying racism don't exist. It does. I face it on a daily, but you know what I won't let it do? I won't let it break me, and I won't fold. My ancestors.
But Magic, I just want to piggyback off that, because that's what I say a lot on my channel. But do you know what I get back for saying that?
You got credit for me, brother. That's what I said.
I feel like we're going off this. Like, I don't think we're addressing what I'm talking about. We keep going back to this black thing and whether or not black people, like what the black experience is. What I'm telling you is that people experience racism. That don't have anything to do with black and white people, right? People in Asia experience racism at the hands of other Asians, right? That's what happens there. That's what I'm trying to say to you. We may use a word like rap stars in England, right? If you like being a racist in England is a completely different thing than
Hey,
being a
let me tell
racist in
you
America.
something, Smoke. I got Smoke. Smoke.
Let me just finish. That's Let me just finish. Let me just finish. I'll be real fast. I'm almost done. I promise you, I'm almost done. Let me just, Magic, can you just stop?
Hey, big bro,
Let me just finish my thought, yo. Magic, can you stop interrupting me for your thing? Let me finish, yo. Let me finish.
One question.
Like rap stars in England, right? And the way the culture of being a racist, Magic, can you stop interrupting me, yo?
Wait, man.
All right, so rap stars in England, right? It is a completely different cultural experience to be a racist in England, right? Everybody says that is wrong because it is actually illegal to be a racist in England. It's not illegal to be racist in America. The people may frown on it, but you can be racist and people just say, okay, whatever, that's that guy. You can't be like that in England.
Smokes, let me even tell you this. I got a Jamaican friend, and then there's another Somalian, and they're all black, but they're racist within each other. And that don't even make sense. It's like
He's telling
sometimes
the truth.
there's dividends in their own black communities. Like the Jamaican, he goes, oh no, he's
He's
a
telling
Somalian.
the truth.
You know what I mean? He goes, he's not one of us. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah. Oh, hold on. Let me say what's up to Fight News. What's good, Fight News?
Hey, Punch, let me ask one question. Smoke, what do you do in America? Like, what is your profession?
Hold on. Ask that after Fight News. You've been here for a while. He hasn't said anything. Fight News. What's good? I can't hear you.
Fight News.
Well,
No, I'm blessed, man. I'm blessed to be beyond employment. My money makes money.
What do you do in America?
I was just explaining to you that I'm blessed that I actually I sold my business and now my money just makes money.
Now, let me ask you this, right? You so oppressed that your black ass had a baby. That don't make no motherfucking sense.
Okay, again, I didn't say that I was oppressed. Again, we're not talking about my oppression. What I was talking about was the using the word race, right? That using the word race and racism may have different definitions, even though it's the same word. It may be defined differently for different people, depending on their cultural, than their own experiences, right? So we can't just put our experience on other people. That's my thing. Whether you're black or whether you're white or whatever the hell you are.
Smoke, I'm about to tell you something, right? I went to Gambia, right? Back home, right? I'm like, oh, boom, nigga, you can smell the depression, the motherfucking recession, the motherfucking oppression by other black motherfuckers and motherfuckers who ain't got shit. Motherfuckers are hustling you out motherfucking 10 cents. Motherfuckers who really ain't eating, dying from starvation. Your motherfucking ass here talking about racism and all that shit, nigga. About motherfucker opinion of you, nigga. Get that shit out your head, young boy. I'm
Okay. First off, I'm 50 years old. You're not listening to me. My point to you is that race and racism is defined differently around the world, right? I'm not talking about whether or not I am oppressed or anybody's oppression. I'm literally talking about the fact that I can say racism and Punch can say racism, and we're literally talking about two totally different things because of our own experience. That's it. That's all I'm saying.
Hold on, guys. Hold on. Let's smoke. Hold on, Magic. Let's smoke finish, and then Carlo, go after smoke.
That's all I'm saying. The same way Ring IQ was talking about when it comes to a black person, American descendant of slaves. Maybe what they're talking about is institutional racism. Or you can go to somebody you can go to the south of India, and you may be talking to a Tamil tiger versus somebody from Hindu, and they have their own issues, and they'll say some things. What I'm saying to you is, everybody these cultural distinctions, we may all come down to the word racism, but the way that racism is practiced could be unique to that specific region and those specific communities, even though we use the same word.
Let me tell you this. You said one thing, right? You said the way Punch experienced racism and how I experience racism is different. I'm lighter than Punch. And Punch experienced the same racism that you experienced because they don't ask him to speak fucking Spanish. Punch look like a black man. They don't give a fuck if Punch speak that shit. What the fuck? They don't care about shit.
Dímelo. Yeah. Hold on. Like, Carlo, what's good, Carlo?
What's good?
Yo.
What's good? What's good?
What's good? Talk to us. Talk to us, man.
Well, but you already know I'm Asian, right? You already know I'm Filipino. And you know I'm from Canada, and I get what Smoke is saying. Like every culture and every country, there's experience of racism, not just in America, right? Um, Here's my thing. Like I straight up, the most hardworking people I ever met was Latinos, right? They're one of the most hardworking people ever. And then I got black friends who are just the most chillest and coolest guys ever.
You can't say that the Chinese are hardworking too, bro.
No, his
Yeah.
experience.
No,
Let's
this is
go
my
to his
experience. Well, I'm Filipino, bro. I'm Asian,
Oh,
right?
okay, sorry.
So, and then when I go back to Asia, and in my own culture has racism against towards Latinos or blacks, or if I go to Singapore, which I got family there, it's the same thing. So my experience is that to way to stop racism, which is kind of it's never gonna stop, but the way to improve that is you point at your fingers at yourself. If right punch, we always talk about this. You have to look at your own culture and you fix your own backyard.
Yep.
Right prior to saying, "Oh, I'm better because of this. I'm better because of that." No, no, no. We're all human here. We're all the same level. We're all the same level here. So if you want to stop racism or try to improve it, you look at your own culture first. Tell them to stop being like this. Stop being, and you got to speak up. You got to speak up.
I'm glad.
Carlo drops gems all the time.
Hold on,
And
guys.
I'm gonna say that. Look,
Carlo,
look,
hold
look,
on,
guys,
hold
look.
on.
No, we need shots. Punch. I don't give a fuck what you say. We need shots. Look.
Carlo, hold on. Carlo, see what you said. Absolutely right. This is why my culture is the black and Latino culture. That's why it's the black versus Latino, because that's where I'm born and raised. That's my community. Harlem,
right.
Washington Heights. That's my community. But even with that, I understand that people don't like to hear me justify things within our culture. You know, either I get the coon, either I get the sellout, either I hate blacks, either I'm not Latino enough, either I get, why you Spanish and you don't speak more more Spanish in your channel? You know, if you're gonna talk about Spanish fighters, say in Spanish. Tú hablas español, tú lo escribes, bam. Same thing with black. I get the message that I put. Why you don't speak? Why you speaking Spanish? You know, I get it all, and I understand my community. I understand the pulse. See, I can't go to the suburbs to an Asian or a white community and have the Asian and versus white or Asian versus black, because that's not really my community. You know, so that's why I came up with this. So I'm trying to. That's my intentions, is to look at my community, to look at my peoples, and to look at my my backyard. The problem is that I get flack for doing it, and I got flack for speaking. See, when I say something to the black community, it's because I'm giving you the perspective from how your brother, the Latin community, may have, you have these side talks and stuff like that. Oh, blacks and this and blacks and that, and blacks have the side talk too. Because I've been in friends that they found out that I'm Latin like 3-5 months from or a year. Yo, I didn't even know that you were Spanish. I never spoke to Spanish, so I never thought that I was Spanish. So I'm like, so I get it from this perspective. I get the these Latins and stuff like that, and I get the these black dudes and stuff like that. I hear it. So when I posed the question earlier with Smoke, and I said, do you feel like it's that blacks envy this? It's not only because I feel it's coming from a Hispanic, it's not a Hispanic question. If you look at Earl Spence, what Earl Spence said when he was talking to Jamal Charlo in that live show, and you could check the video. He tells Jamal Charlo, he like, we got to stick to our own, because man, we don't do that, we don't know how to stick to our own, man. We got to divide and conquer here.
I want to make a few points here.
Can you respond to that?
Is that about unity, or is that about exclusion, though?
So
hold up.
Can I get on, bro?
Take a shot first, bro.
Hold on.
Can we take a shot?
So a black person is questioning really his question is my question as a Latino. He's questioning the same thing I'm really questioning.
But
we gotta think. He felt on that live show that he didn't that the black people are not loyal to their own, like the Hispanic culture. So I asked the question is bad, but how about a girl Spencer asked the question?
No, he didn't. You know, I'm gonna try to tell you what he said. What he was really saying is a black. He was not saying that we always been loyal to our own. When motherfucking George Floyd got killed, who's out there riding it for his ass? We're not Latinos, it was his people. But anyway, let me tell you what he meant by that. He was talking about sport wise and like boxing.
Yeah,
he's not into boxing. He ain't mean it as a global thing. Cause
no, I meant it in boxing and boxing.
Hold up,
in boxing.
Yeah, but also he's talking about exclusion though.
No. Black ride for blacks on a global level, on a real level. Like, come on now. You remember when it? Hold up. I was in motherfucking New York, right? You heard me? And motherfucking the Dominicans chased them black boys out there. You heard me?
Indictment
came out there and shut them Dominicans down. And they apologized to them black boys who they were talking about. Y'all ain't gonna be looting over here. Them niggas just try to buy some weed. No, blacks ride for blacks. We ain't gonna never say we divided like that. No, them Dominicans came up there and them niggas came over there in they hood and shut them Dominicans down. You from Harlem? You should know. I mean, you from New York?
Nah. I'm gonna tell you. Let me tell you how it is because I was there. See, I was there. That's my. So what happened was let me say this story right quick. Let me say this story because that's I was right there. So that's my people, my crew from Dykeman too that we play ball with. Right, that community is Black and Latinos. That it was one dude. It was one dude. They came. We was having a meeting with the precinct. I just came from protesting.
Yeah,
I just came from protesting. So then that night, that evening around 5 o'clock, we had a meeting with the chief of the precinct of precinct 34, right?
Yeah.
And they were saying that we have a curfew, right? And we saying we're not going nowhere. We're gonna protect our own. We don't trust that y'all gonna protect our community.
Yeah.
So they gave us a wristband, a white wristband. So when they come, so that when the cops come through, they know that we don't gotta go home. They give the curfew. Remember, everybody got to be home at 8 o'clock.
I know those. I know the whole story. I know them niggas from Brooklyn.
All right, so then dudes came up. They was coming from Broadway, right? From direction of Broadway.
Mm-hmm.
Dude was spray painting the riot aid that is in the parking lot, which we was at, but they was a little further. There's another sneaker store. They trying to beat up the window. Another one was trying to beat up the window to see what's a sneaker store, right? One of my boys, I ain't gonna say his name. He goes, "Yo, what y'all doing? What y'all doing? Yo, what the fuck I doing, nigga? What the fuck are you doing, nigga?" See, the news spinned it around that is Latin being racist because the guy said nigger, but he was, but he was talking like words like how people in the hood talking.
Yeah, but
they chase him down.
Okay, I hear that, but I'm gonna tell you the story that was heard from what I was told, right?
And the dudes was from the Bronx.
Hold up. I'm telling you the story I was told.
Hold on, let me finish. Because if that's a story that I was there, that's a story that I was there. Like I've seen a lot of story. I read the post. I emailed the post for that lying bitch. For that lying bitch, excuse my language, that she lied because she wanted to because that hold on. Because that woman wanted to create a war between Latinos, Dominicans, and blacks in Dykeman.
Can I say something? Wait. Can I say something? No, let me just say this, because this shit is the weirdest fucking thing to me as a Dominican. I don't understand why Latinos and blacks are thought of as being separate when if it ain't no Dominicans, if it ain't no black people, bro. We are like it's in the blood. Hold up.
But that was the thing. That was the thing. That was the thing, Ring. That was the thing that when they made it out. Hold on, Magic. They made it out that they created the Dominican and black story, not knowing that it was 5 of them and 2 of them was Dominican as well. They never said that.
Hold up. I could see you a picture and everything with me taking a picture of the young boy and everything, and them apologizing with him. I put it on life.
Yeah.
Let me tell you,
Mike. It was there, and we got in touch with them. We got in touch with them to come back, and then we apologized in front of the cameras and we told the post why you don't write that.
Hold up. But I know the story, right? The people who was trying to break into the store was not them, and all them Dominicans was calling them all type of niggas and everything, like, nigga, you ain't gonna do this in our neighborhood and everything like that, and chase them boys out. They were like, no, we just came in to get some loud. Right? And boom. And I was right there when they were talking, and they were like, oh, we didn't hear you talking about we get some loud. He was like, it was an argument before it even happened. It got on camera. He was like, we was telling y'all we was just coming there to get some loud. And they were like, well, you know, everything was going on. Then the blood nigga told him, nigga, shut the fuck up, nigga. Like, we black, nigga. We ain't gonna be having this shit like this. Cause like we'll come down here and we'll fuck this shit up. The niggas were like, yeah,
that wasn't it at all, bro. That wasn't it at all.
That was it.
Yo, how you gonna tell my brother? How you gonna tell me if I'm there, my brother? How you gonna tell me and I'm there? How?
Some Dominican niggas said apologize with him and say,
"No, man, it started off with my brother. Don't. I got so mad, and you're gonna bring me back to that because nobody could tell me something when I'm there, bro.
I was there. So you saying them blood niggas and them?
I don't know if they. I don't know if there was bloods. I don't know. Or it started out with the one. I started out with the one with the spray can that he was spray canning.
No, I'm talking about the aftermath. I'm talking about when them bloods and Crips came over there for the little boys that they ran out there and was calling niggas and everything, and like all them Dominicans who try to.
I wasn't calling it that, but I'm saying you saying it like nobody was calling it like that, nigga. They were just speaking that slang. Yo, this nigga right here, they like that. The way that you explaining it was the way that the post is explaining it. That's what I'm saying. That's wrong. No,
hold on. Listen, how did it get explained differently when them niggas came up there and put pressure on their ass?
They ain't put no pressure.
They got
figure it out. We figured out.
Do you know what pressure is? Oppression is when a motherfucker come to your hood and make you apologize, and they ain't from your hood. That's called applying pressure. They apply pressure.
One dude was familiar with one dude. They figured it out. They made the phone call. They met them in the BX. They met them in the BX, bro. In the BX. They're from the BX, my brother. Let's move. Let's move on because I'm arguing about something I know personally.
Okay, if we can get off the New York thing. If we get off the New York thing for 1 second and just talk about again,
hold on,
what's part of the division that we have in the community, right? That when it comes to this boxing thing, so we have this whole controversy with Wilder and Fury, right? The idea that you're gonna throw Tank Davis's gloves into that thing is that's part of it, right? It's this whole idea that let me hold black people up to their standard. Let me see how hypocritical you're gonna be.
I want to talk about
Ring. Hold on 1 second, Ring. I'm just saying that when it comes down to this whole let's build bridges, let's also come with respect and not just hey, you know what? Let me point out some hypocrisy. I think you might be experiencing.
Let me address that, Smoke, because I saw when the shit popped off with that came from Lalo's boxing, right? That's who started that, right? And I got respect for everybody. I try to respect everybody, but that was some troll shit that gained steam. That's all that was. That's really because I pointed it out on Twitter that the commission signed the shit. The commission signed it. They initials. Hold on,
but you're talking about
WBC put it on their page. Then they deleted the tweet. They started
right, but that's not. But neither one of those things are what I'm talking about. I'm not actually talking about the facts of the matter. I'm actually talking about people using that whole Tank Davis thing to go troll another community and to go accuse another community of hypocrisy.
Let me address
troll. Troll is one thing. Expose is another one. Educate is another one.
Yeah,
There's another form of. I did it. I did it. I did it. And
hold up. So
I did it. I did it, and it felt. Some people. Hold on, Magic.
You gotta listen to how you talk. You say you exposed the black community.
No, see, I never said that.
Wait. Let me get in on this.
That's what I mean. That's what I mean. There's certain things. Hold on, man. Come on, one at a time, man. One at a time. Let me talk. Hey, yo, let me talk, man. Let me talk.
Go ahead.
So when I made the video and I put it on the pin, my comment, the pin, what I was saying is there's certain ways that you get through to people. If you said that this was about black, I didn't never said that on my comment nor my video. Never said anything about black or nothing like that. Black, Latino, white, nothing. If this is the YTBC and this is the community, and I said it on the end of that video. I said those channels, and you know who you are, then we know who they are. So the channels out there that's in the forefront that was talking about Glovegate, then I did this video and I put on the pin on my pin comment why I did what I did, because all of a sudden people went check the rules. They was sending me the link of the rules that they checked that there was rap, that they taught that there's a primary and secondary, and I was like, yes, correct, thank you. In my opinion, I made people give me the rule book. They was there to see the hand wrap. They was there to see the glove got put on. They was notified. They were this. They were this. And I said, keep the same energy when we're talking about Tyson Fury and the Deontay Wilder. See how educated people got when it came to Gervonta Tank Davis, but nobody want to be educated when it comes to Tyson Fury and them checking the gloves and the hands was being watched getting wrapped.
That's the whole point. That's the whole point. To conflate the whole thing makes it seem like what Gervonta Davis was doing could be somehow construed as to what Tyson Fury was doing. They're not linked unless you link them, and then put it at somebody else's feet that they're being hypocritical unless they link them too.
Hey, I did it, and there was some, I did it, and there was some people that be like, you got a point. Now there's other people that didn't give a damn about the point. But there's people that got it.
But my point is not about that. My point is, if you're actually trying to build bridges, why in the hell are you going around conflating ideas that are not actually connected and then accusing people of hypocrisy?
It is connected to me, but it is
not connected. The only thing is that the only thing connected is that they're boxing.
Smoke. It is connected to me, and you understand very well what I meant about the video. The only thing that you want to do is come right back at me and debate me in every single shit that I say.
Hey,
you understand my intention. You have to say. You're
making it about you. I wasn't even talking about you.
Hold on.
I'm not even talking about you, bro.
Hold on.
Let me say this.
Hold on. You have to understand you have to understand my intentions. That's why I want to ask the question earlier. You said, but what about when you don't ask this to somebody? Yo, you understand my intentions, and my intentions was to look. My intentions is to say that Tyson Fury, no, he did not cheat it. No, Gervonta Tank Davis, no, did not cheat it. That's my intention. So everybody can wake the fuck up and stop following narratives. Follow the rules. The rules is the rules. The gloves was checked. The hands was wrapped. Everything is a go. The commission was a go. The WBC was a go. The guy that checked the glove from the other side was a go. Keep the same energy when it's Tyson Fury and Deontay Wilder, and keep the same energy the way people went and educated themselves and went and went by the rules and went by the Nevada Commission. When it wasn't the Nevada Commission, it was the Texas Commission, and they understood and they tried to educate about themselves. And that's if you see the comment box, you could see how everybody wanted to educate themselves. That's my way of them educating themselves. And then, bing, the light bulb goes off, and it goes, now I don't understand what he's trying to say. Now keep the same energy when it goes to the Tyson Fury and Deontay Wilder. That's what I was trying to say.
Okay, great. So here's what I'm trying to say, because really what I'm trying to say is,
make it seem like I'm going and making stuff up. If I'm making this video right now, it's because I want us to unite, my brother. Stop trying to make it seem like I'm always trying to divide people, my brother. Stop always trying to make it seem like I'm trying to divide. I'm doing right here. I'm 5 hours trying to unite, and every time you're trying to go back and back, but you're trying to do this, and this is not the way that you got to do it. Nobody knows what's doing. Ain't nobody right now on YouTube trying to do what I'm doing right now. Ain't nobody right now on YouTube trying to do it right now. Go find me the damn page. Go find me the damn channel. Stop trying to come at me every time you get a chance. Stop trying to debate me when I'm trying to do something good. My brother, you always doing that, my brother. Stop trying to debate me when I'm trying to do something fucking good to this fucking community.
Okay, can I speak? Can I speak?
I'm
Here it is.
bro. I'm losing respect for you, Smoke. You always doing that. You always doing that. You always doing that, my brother. Everything is not a fucking debate, my brother. Everything is not a fucking debate.
All right. Again,
we're trying to start a movement, bro.
my issue is not
trying to start a movement.
Let me finish, Rapstar. Let me.
Why I'm doing this? Why I'm doing this? Because of that. Because there's fucking false narrative, and if I'm pushing the false narrative, then bring it to my attention. But you know what? I don't have a rep for false narrative, my brother. There's other people that got a rep for false narrative. There's other people that have a rep for dividing. I don't got that rep.
Okay. Okay. Here you go. Punch. I understand what your intentions are. My issue is not with your intentions. What I'm trying to tell you is the way that you go about your intentions, why it may rub people the wrong way, right? That's what I'm trying to explain to you. The issue that I was talking about with the my intentions. Let me finish. Let me just finish. When I was talking about the Javante Davis glove gate, I wasn't even talking about you. I was actually talking about somebody else that brought the thing. Like I've been dealing with this whole thing. Like there's another thing about Tank now is involved in a car accident. I've been having these conversations all day. That was not actually directed at you. But what I'm trying to say, what I'm trying to explain is Javante Davis, his thing with gloves has absolutely nothing to do. What Wilder's saying that Fury did was put something in his gloves. Whether or not the gloves were inspected is irrelevant. It's absolutely irrelevant. It has. Let me just. Can I just finish? Prince Nassim Richardson caught Margarito, right? He caught him, right? But him catching Margarito that doesn't absolve Margarito from the cheating. What if he didn't catch him? Let's say Nassim Richard didn't catch him, right? Margarito still cheat. What Tank did is in no way, shape, or form cheating.
Yeah, but Shane Mosley cheated. Shane Mosley got caught with steroids. Shane Mosley cheated. They even
hold up.
What's James Toney cheated?
Can I say this? I think it's intellectually dishonest to not see the connection there because both instances involve accused glove tampering. That's what Lalo accused Javante of glove tampering. That's basically what he did. And that's what people were trying to do. Hold on, let me talk. They tried to accuse Javante of glove tampering. They're trying to accuse Tyson Fury of glove tampering. With the fight down there in Cancun with Bobby Juarez and the other girl, they tried to accuse the other girl of glove tampering. It's intellectually dishonest to not see a connection. There is a connection. There is a connection. And the reason that parallel was made is because Javante wasn't cheating and neither was Tyson Fury. That's the whole idea. That's the point.
Okay. Hold up. All right. So first off. Okay. The issue with Tyson Fury is not just whether or not there's padding removed from the gloves, right? So hold on a second. If you want to go to a whole thing, if you want to go to the idea of glove tampering, it is way what Tank is accused of is way more akin to what Dillian White was accused of, right? It's way more to that. But the Dillian White thing is not as hot button of a controversy. So what you have to do, let me finish. So now what you have to do is use keywords, glove tampering, as if what the issue with Tyson Fury is actual glove tampering. The issue with Tyson Fury is actually having loaded gloves. Part of some people's issue is whether or not there was padding removed from the glove, but nobody accused Tank Davis of removing padding from a glove.
Hold up.
That was just
let me get this in real quick.
There was more.
What's good, brother?
There was more in leading up the whole year. There was probably so many. There was so many excuses. So many excuses.
Yo. What's up, fellas?
What's good? Hold on.
What's good, man? First and foremost, man, I just want to appreciate. You know what I'm saying? I don't really be up this late, but I appreciate you for inviting me in the group, all you fellas. You know what I'm saying? I appreciate every single one of y'all's perspectives. I feel like I have a little different perspective, so I just want to throw that in there real quick and let y'all mix it up and keep doing what y'all doing. All right, so I'm actually an amateur boxer myself. So when I saw this this topic, it
it interested me. I was like, wow, you know what? This is a real topic because I'm in the mix in the gym, and I have been noticing the tension between the. I know my man was putting the difference between Latino and Hispanic, but I'm gonna bunch it all together, and I'm gonna say, the Hispanic community and the Black community. I've been noticing some tension. You know what I'm saying? It's you can cut it with a knife. You know what I mean? And so what I say, just to just not to drag this all out, I feel like if we gotta not think so small. We gotta. I know it's very cliche when they say think outside the box, but we really gotta step out. And we gotta understand that when Obama was in office, and I don't really like to talk about politics, but we have to talk about it. We wasn't having these conversations when Obama was in office, and he was in office for 8 years. You know what I'm saying? And the Hispanic and Black community was stronger than ever. You see what I'm saying? Now that when we're in the election period, there's an apparent divide in the country right now, and that's trickling down to the boxing scene, right? Now, how, how do we see the problem? Now we got to think of the solution, right? So what's the solution? So, you know what I'm saying? Because we got
I got a
we got to think
solution,
of
bro.
the solution, right?
I
We
got a
got we got to
solution, bro. I
we
got a
we got to.
solution.
No, I hear you, brother. But I'm gonna just let me get my burn real quick. You know what I'm
I
saying?
dig it.
And then, I'm just gonna get this burn off real quick. So the solution is, let's follow the Mayweather template. What's his motto? Money. Let's get this money, right? All right, let's get this money, cause at the end of the day, green. We all like the color green, right?
Mm-hmm.
So what we got to do is basically let's stop matching. Cause just to slow it down, punch real quick. I just want to ask you a quick question. The topic. One thing we could all agree here on this channel is, right, we all like boxing, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right? We're all boxing fans, right?
Yeah.
And another thing we could agree with, the exception of a few of the guys, but a good majority of us is Hispanic and Black descent. We got some Asian community in here. I heard a brother from the UK on this channel, so we got a little mixture, right?
Yes, bro.
Yeah.
But it's safe to say that right now the Black and Hispanic community are pretty predominantly, a majority of the boxing community.
Yeah.
And that's not being racist and nothing. That's just it's obvious. You know what I mean? So what I say is let's start seeing more. I want to start seeing more. Let's take that energy and let's start. When we start matching with the promoters, what I'm really disgusted with promoters right now. Promoters are making fights that it's one sided. It's starting to be a situation where if if I think my fighter can knock out your fighter, we're seeing a lot of catch weights. This is disgusting, man. This the catch weight in the game, the catch weight game thing is getting disgusting now because you're starting to see promoters leverage money over fighters and say, yeah, you know what, you want to get this bag, right? Well, we're gonna make you do something that you never did in your life. We're gonna make you fight in a division you never fought in your life. You know what I'm saying? That's a power play
So
right
what do you
there.
think of Tank's fight? What do you think of Tank's fight?
All right, so now you talking about the Tanks fight. So I'm gonna give you both sides of the spectrum, right? Because I heard one of the brothers on this channel talking about. He said something to the fact that, you know, um, Hispanics favor Hispanic fighters. All right, so I'm gonna debunk that narrative right now because I'm gonna tell you right now. I love boxing so much, and this may sound like really corny right now, but I honestly don't see color. What I do in the boxing game, whoever's if you hot, you got the torch. You know what I'm saying? So you know what I'm saying? Errol Spence, in my opinion, right now, he got the torch. He's flaming up. He happens to be Black, and if a Spanish person had it, I'll give him props. But right now, Errol got it. You know what I'm saying? If I had a, we talking pound for pound. Now to talk about your question about the Tank fight, yeah, I saw the Tank fight, and so I'm gonna give you the good and the bad. You know what I'm saying? And you could take it from there. So the good about it is I like what Mayweather. I like how Mayweather, he did something really different. He got into the training regimen of Tank, which was very special because Mayweather has been, and I mean this in a positive way, but he's been very selfish most of his career, which you should be. In the boxing game, you need to be selfish and hone your talent, and be selfish, and that's how you become the great. Now that he's really starting to see the game in a different way, where he's getting a little older, he got a lot of money. He admits, in the media that he doesn't have much hunger. He made a recent statement how he sees himself in the future of boxing as just fighting MMA fighters. He don't want to fight young hungry fighters because he thinks that's a bad move, and that was really honest of him to say that. So taking that approach, and to answer your question about the Tank fight, when I seen that Mayweather made it his personal project, to be in the training with Javante. I'm like, yo, Javante got this in the bag, man, because Mayweather, look at Mayweather's career. It speaks for himself. He's actually giving him all the jewels, you know what I'm saying? Obviously, because he's under the Mayweather promotion, which he got to make sure that his stable is strong, right? So, what I'm saying is, to answer your question, is what I think about the fight. What I think what happened was supposed to happen. If Mayweather gets involved and he's putting his time and his money behind something, you better believe it's going to be a success. You know what I'm saying? Because Mayweather he's undefeated. So anything he touches and he puts his attention to is gonna float to the top. You see what I'm saying? So now all right, so that's the good about it. So like I said, I seen it on paper. I could have put money on it, you know what I'm saying? That would have been an easy couple of, racks, you know what I'm saying? But I'm not a gambler type of dude. So, I let that one flow, you know what I'm saying? Cause you it's just, and plus I don't know much about the other dude, to be honest with you, until I started after the fact when the smoke settled. I did what every boxing fan does. You know what I'm saying? We go up on that box rec and we check that box rec out, and then we say, you know what? This dude ain't really fight nobody. Oh damn, this is his first fight fighting that lightweight. You know what I'm saying? Then the question marks start going up. Oh, he fought this other division. He actually went up to fight him. Then you start to, then starting things start to come out. You know what I'm saying? And you say, you know what? Why didn't he fight somebody in his division? You know what I'm saying? Why did he had to pull somebody out from another division? Then that's I'm playing the devil's advocate, so don't shoot me down. You know what I'm saying? I'm playing the devil's advocate right now with myself. And as far as the gloves, I'm gonna keep it funky. I've honestly never, and you could, any y'all could chime in after I make this statement. But I've been following boxing since I was a little kid. I never really heard about getting two gloves approved. It was either one or the other. You know what I'm saying? It wasn't like, oh, I'm gonna decide at the last minute we're gonna go with these gloves. That kind of does seem a little sketchy. You know what I'm saying? And that's no
I
favoritism,
just
because
want
like
to
I
chime
said,
in. I want to chime in
you
just to chime off.
go ahead, go
So
ahead, go ahead,
yo,
go ahead.
yeah, brother, yo, Punch, always a pleasure. Thank you for having me on. You know what I mean? My quick thing is, as far as the point of this discussion, I think that everybody needs to just realize that we all doing this for a sport, and everybody needs to stop taking shit too serious, thinking about that it's racial tension and stuff like that. And if anybody even takes it that far, whether it's promoter, boxer, manager, trainer, I don't give a fuck who it is, then they're wrong. I mean, and we need to hold them accountable. But right now, at the end of the day, the point is that we need to bring the communities together, and I feel that. So I
All
appreciate
right,
you
no, no,
even bringing up the topic. You know what I
yeah,
mean?
yeah, I like that positive energy, brother. And
I agree. Hey, let me just make a couple points before I leave, guys. So to answer your question, Chris, you made some
All
good
right,
statements, but I think
brother, let me just finish.
I'm about
Let me
to
just finish. Let me just clean up what I'm saying, and then I'll let you ride
I'm
out.
listening, and I want
I'm
to make
just
some
gonna
quick
clean up
points.
real quick because I
No,
wanna end
let me
on a
finish. Let me
positive
finish real
note.
quick.
All right.
So to get on topic with Moonshine's
Well,
black and
I
Mexican,
started, brother. Let me just
I just,
finish.
in
Let
order
me
for
just
us
finish.
to all succeed
I went in
together,
halfway, brother. Let me just
we
finish.
have to
Let me
stray
just
away
finish,
from
brother.
victimization
Let him
and
finish. Hey, Kendrick, let him finish.
Brother.
We came here, we
Let me
broke talk.
finish.
Let Court finish.
Yeah. Yeah. Thank you, brother. Thank you, brother. So what I want to say about that is, even though I said that's a little sketchy, I'm just flowing off of what Punch said, is because we do have to be, we can't throw, what's the name of that dude that beat Deontay Wilder?
Tyson.
We can't throw him under the bus and not give Javante the same type. We can't just write him off because he's a minority and say, oh no, he gets a pass. So we're not gonna question. Uh, yeah. So there's a couple things that's obvious. Obviously, Javante didn't have images of his glove looked and punched in. That's apparent. But to give a box, and I'm a boxer. You know what I'm saying? I box. You know, so anybody has been in the ring will tell you right now that letting another fighter switch gloves at the last minute, that seems kind of, it's kind of weird. Now, if his camp let the other dude speak out, because he hasn't made a statement yet. You know what I'm saying? From what I heard, his camp is is making some statements saying that they're not cool with the glove switch. So let's let the smoke uh, clear first before we place any judgments, because if his camp comes out and says, "Hey, man, we didn't know about this glove switch," then we have a problem. But if he makes a statement and he comes out and say, "Hey, I approve both of those gloves and it is what it is. I got my ass beat," then we can't say shit. Just like if if Rihanna forgave Chris Brown for hitting her, then we got to step out because she was in the mix. You feel what I'm saying?
Not, this was
So
just. Oh,
you see what I'm saying?
yeah.
So we just gotta let the smoke clear on that one. But I feel you when you said that we still gotta we still gotta hold our own people accountable. We can't just look at the white man and say, oh, yo, nah, we gotta cancel him. You know what I'm saying? But and don't get me wrong, his photo ops and all that of the gloves being all smushed in, that was very suspect. You know what I'm saying? And as far as Javante making statements about the WBC, he has every right, because if they coming out, and trying to make him look sketchy, but then they're not trying to really put Tyson under the same heat when his situation comes up, then that does show favoritism to a certain community. We can't have that in boxing. And I do agree with Mayweather when he says that there's too many belts, there's too many fighters paying fees to these belts corporations. You know what I'm saying? They controlling the game. You know what I'm saying? And these belts ain't nothing but sanctioning fees and little trophies, man. The fans don't care about the belts. We just want to see good fights. We don't care about the straps. We don't care about that. Come on, man. Tell me somebody who really cares about a effing belt, man. Come on, we just want to see good fights, man. That's it. The only fight I'm looking for right now is the Spence fight with old buddy. I forget his name.
Danny.
Danny Garcia. That's the only fight that I'm worried about right now. But these fights, you know what I'm saying? These catchweight fights, you know what I'm saying? It's good for the, somebody. Your buddy put a comment. I was kind of looking at your other videos, and you said something about we need the money made, approach for Javante, and I felt. I mean
The pretty boy.
the pretty boy. I felt you on that, cause I seen where you was coming with that, because the pretty boy Floyd, he kind of he was hungry. He took on any fights that came up in his way. You know what I'm saying? And when he became Money Made, it was more strategic. You see what I'm saying? So trust me. I think you know you know right now the game is really fickle. So we're in 2020. So maybe he does have to take the Money Made approach, only because there's not much fights out there. You see what I'm saying? And you know what? And you can't really blame, you know, this dude that fought what's his name? The dude that fought Javante.
Santa Cruz.
Santa Cruz. You can't blame his camp for taking a catch weight because they took it. You know what I'm saying? So if they fell for the catch weight bag trick, then that's on them. And the team got to be held accountable, because my trainer that trained me, you know what I'm saying, he trains out of the Bronx. You know what I'm saying? And he's
So, bro,
you
you gonna
know,
give the mic up anytime soon?
all right, brother.
Yo,
But
great
brother,
call,
you know what
man.
I'm saying? What I'm saying right now is of substance. You know what I'm saying? Because I've been seeing a lot of, you know, there was coming at your boy, you know, saying that he's saying, the host of the show, that he was saying, he brought up a good point. He said he's the only one on YouTube talking about this, man, and it's the truth. You know what I'm saying? It's something that need to be spoken about, because, you know, unless you're not in the mix, in the gym, in the boxing, you don't see it happening firsthand. If you're just on a fan, spectator side, then you really can't really speak on a position of energy where you can feel it. Because you got to be in them gyms to feel the tension. If you're not in the gyms feeling the tension, then you don't know what you're talking about. I'm sorry. Just like Mayweather said, if you're a trainer and you out here training boxers and you never fought a day in your life, how you gonna tell me about fighting if you never was in those clutch moments? You see what I'm saying?
What state you fighting out of, bro?
But yeah, I'll let you burn, bro.
So
Go ahead.
yeah, what you were saying. Hold on, let me send a link.
Yeah,
Send a
Punch.
link.
I just like
And
to
thank
say
you for
this to
y'all
you.
timing in again. Am I fault for raising my voice like that, Smoke? But I just feel like, you know what I'm saying, like every time not you, but just in general, you know, it does when I feel like I'm trying to do something genuine, and always I feel like a pushback. Like if somebody trying to question me, like if I'm trying to be disingenuous, because I'm not trying to be disingenuous. I think I came with the title, and I felt like, you know what, like I ain't even I usually put like 4 videos a day, 3 videos a day, and I was just getting too irritated about the community, you know, the race thing, like, and I think that I was just, you know what, we just got to nip it in the bud. What is the problem? Let's
It's
break
the elephant
everything
in the
down so
room.
we could build up.
Hey, Punch. I actually am 100% on board with what it is you're trying to do. I am a black person, right? I'm a black man. I'm living in America, and I'm telling you, the way that your deal, right? It literally is not about what you're. And I think that the way that your approach actually stimulates a lot of conversation, right? But I'm just saying, a lot of times it comes across as the onus to not be in the negative is on black people. Like, even in this entire thing, like the question where it wasn't a two-way street at all. Like, I can bring up other examples where a great dialogue comes out of it, right? But just the slant going in, you got to wade through a whole bunch of, like, blame a brother shit. Like, that's all I'm saying. Like, are black people afraid? Are black people jealous of Latino unity? Like, part of it is, first off, Latino black people do stick together. The issue, I think the issue that people have is about the exclusionary nature of the sticking to your own, right? Is sticking to your own become a exclusion of people who aren't your own. And I think for black people, that is the conversation that we have, because of our experience here, right? And we see other people not give us a break that we give breaks to. We go, hey, you know what? I'm just gonna be like, I'm just gonna let love rule. I'm not gonna look at race, because I see how race is a very divisive thing. I'm gonna let right be my judge. And then what you find out when you let right be your judge is that what everyone else is doing is actually sticking to their own and only being righteous within their own community and don't give a damn about anybody else.
Yo,
Yeah,
I
but
just
that's
want
the problem. That's the
The
problem. But
thing,
you got to think
I
about the solution,
understand.
brother, too.
I understand
You know.
what you're saying, Smoke. But remember like I said in the beginning, I'm coming from my perspective, and my perspective comes from my community. My community is Black and Latinos. So if I'm opposing, okay, so if I'm opposing a question that is seen one-sided, my experience is, to be honest, and if we're talking about boxing, is that I don't hear Latinos really complaining about loyalty. I don't hear them complaining about that they don't get support. I don't hear that from the Latino side. I do hear it from the black side. So I might not have opposed that question on the Latino side because I don't hear it. I hear it
Yo,
from the
but
other
the
side.
fact that you created this discussion and giving people the opportunity and the platform to give their sides, I don't see no favoritism on your side. I'm not trying to pick sides here, but old buddy, it seems like he's trying to give you constructive criticism, and that's cool. But we gotta. Okay, he pointed out the problem, but what's the solution that he's trying to?
Right.
Yeah,
So
are you trying to coach himself as a character? Are you trying to give him some pointers as a person?
Right. It's when it's the way, it's the approach when we have these discussions about race. Like we had a conversation about Gary Russell Jr., right? Saying that Lomachenko was overrated because he was white, right? And it came this whole thing about, is it racially motivated? Is Gary Russell just sour grapes because he lost to Loma? But the slant becomes this whole thing about how overly sensitive Black people are to somebody else's coming up. Like we can't just appreciate Lomachenko for what he is. We gotta somehow call him overrated and play the race card with it. Right. And I'm just saying, like, it's the way that the conversation gets framed. Yes, it stimulates a conversation that needs to be had. And yes, Punch is one of the few people who has dedicated himself to actually exposing this raw nerve and actually fixing this whole thing through dialogue. And I think it's absolutely necessary. I applaud the dude for it. I'm here for the fucking
Big bro, can I say something?
but as a person who often has to now like answer questions about whether or not Black people are jealous of Mexicans or Latino people, like I'm just saying to you that at a certain point it becomes burdensome that it's always on us. Like
Big brother, let me say something.
The question never is I'll frame it to you a way that perhaps you will get less criticism your own way about
we get the
Big
point,
bro,
brother. We get the point, brother. But
it's not it's what you can say. Are Black people jealous of Latino unity? Are Latinos jealous of Black people's excellence? Then it seems like you're trying to see it from both people's perspective, not just
wrap
pointing
it
the
up,
finger
wrap it
at
up,
one
because I
community
want to talk
and
after
saying, "Hey, this is the reason why the reason why we're not unified is because of you and your immaturity, and you need to grow up."
Big bro.
Yeah, but you can't. You gotta have a little more patience, brother. You can't let somebody. Cause then, go ahead, brother. Go ahead, brother.
Let me say something, right?
Jump in after
About both of y'all,
rap.
about both of y'all, like, yeah, both right on the circumstance. Like he talking about, he feel like it's one sided. I understand what he's saying, but he don't understand that he's one sided too, because he's gonna always defend his side, and Latinos are always gonna defer to their side more than anything. But it's never gonna be a unbiased person. Like, it's impossible to be unbiased because you only know your situation and being in a situation with another person.
That's not true.
Hold up, no, listen,
be unbiased.
Listen. It is true. Because hold up, and one thing he said, right?
Yeah.
He said, "Is it?"
Yeah, but I was listening earlier on the channel, brother, and you was talking about how Black people are taking over this and that.
I never say that. Don't put words in
you
my
did.
mouth.
Yeah, you did. I'll quote you exactly. Well, you were saying. I'll tell you exactly what you said.
I
was
never see
listening.
nobody taking over. Period.
You said, okay. Well, you didn't
Don't
say
put
anything.
words in my mouth. I never say that.
So what did you say exactly?
When you said when I said Black people ain't got to be jealous of them when they dominate.
You said Black people run
I
Atlanta.
say they dominate certain sports and things like that. I never said we're taking over anything. I never said that. I never said no takeover. Nothing.
And then you
Why would
said
it be a
something.
takeover? We can't take over boxing when the best boxers in history is black. Like, that's stupid for me to say a takeover.
So you said, okay, so you said the best boxers in history are black.
Can I make a quick
But
point
I
real
saw
quick, y'all?
somebody on the channel,
Bro.
You go after Glenn. I'm
that
gonna
was
make sure.
commenting. Hold on, no, because I want to have intelligent debate here.
But
Because
you
he
cannot
said,
refute
how
that.
did?
I'm not saying anything.
Hold
That's
on,
not
hold
an
on. No.
opinion.
We're gonna have
That's a
we're gonna
fact.
have intelligent debate right here, real quick.
Okay, go ahead,
So
have it. I never said it'll take over.
two people on this channel make interesting points. One person said the face of boxing right now is Canelo, and I'm gonna have to agree with him because he's
Okay, and then I said,
all right.
did I agree
So
with it?
and
I
he's not
agree
black,
with it.
and he's not
I
black.
agree, but now what is you?
And then secondly,
you ain't making no point if
let's
I
say
agree.
Mayweather. Let's say if we say Mayweather, what pivotal fight turned Mayweather
Can we just get it right?
from a
Muhammad
B
Ali is the
class
face of
fighter?
boxing,
Hold
not
up.
you guys.
From a B,
You guys,
because
listen. I know that we want to get, but Muhammad Ali is the face of boxing, not Mayweather, not Canelo. It's Muhammad Ali.
All right.
No,
Wait,
no.
wait, guys. Wait.
Let him talk.
Wait. Magic.
Big bro, he exposing himself. Let him talk. He exposing himself about something I agreed with. You gotta let people
all right.
expose themselves.
So look, nobody's exposing anything. For starters, I can communicate without having to use profane language. You know, I heard you cussing up a storm. I heard you cussing up a storm earlier. I heard you cussing up a storm earlier, brother.
Listen up. Let's just listen, and then you reply. I can't hear that.
Okay.
You know, I heard you cussing up a storm earlier, and right there, that's bringing a negative energy into this discussion. The moment that you use profane language, you know, you cancel yourself out, brother. I'm sorry, you cancel yourself out because that shows that you can't hone your emotions and articulate in a position that's not emotional. You know, you can't be emotionally charged. You can't be emotionally charged.
Why is you critiquing me as a person? That's not the topic.
Because you came out and said I'm exposing myself, and you're bringing negative energy. I'm not exposing anything.
I never disrespected anyone, but you disrespected me by trying to say how I am and trying to view me as a person when you don't know me. So you're bringing
I do know you. I do know you. From what I heard you speak of, you're negative, bro. You're negative.
More knowledgeable.
I'm not. I would never try to. I would never try to get in good lights with you because you expose yourself.
Education to a motherfucker who's.
See, there you go. You can't control your emotions.
You know,
you can't control your emotions.
I say motherfucker because I say that when I'm in a conversation.
Because you don't have a strong vernacular.
No. I say
You're
that
not
when
educated.
Who I'm comfortable with and we having the conversation. I didn't know this was
ignorance.
I didn't know this. I didn't know I was being a politician. You're a politician now. So that's what you saying. You saying
no, there's no reason to use profane language. You can't communicate without.
Oh, hey! Now you know he's
fake. Do you
fake.
have to cuss? Do you need to use cuss words?
I don't trust a motherfucker who don't use profanity when they get angry.
Oh, that's you. That's you. Well, the fact that you're angry is sad. Why are you angry? Why are you angry?
Panel is ignorant.
Why are you in your feelings? Why are you in your feelings? Why are you in your feelings?
Hold on.
Why are you mad, bro?
Chris Magic. Hold on, Chris Magic. Magic. Hold on, Chris. Hold on. I'm Glenn.
Why? Yeah, no. You know, honestly speaking, Punch, this should remind me of the first time I was on your channel, bro.
All right, so listen. Let me listen, cause let me.
Big
I'm not trying to make it this a war of words. You know what I'm saying? But you're emotional. So I just want to stick to punches. I want to stick to punches. I want to stick. All right, listen. I want to stick to punches topic at hand, okay? Because we want to push this culture forward. We want to move forward.
Don't.
right, so
Okay, go
go ahead.
ahead.
All right, so here we go. So like
All
I was
right.
saying before, so we gotta we what money make the world go round. Am I wrong?
No, you're not wrong.
Am I lying with that?
No.
To certain people.
Does money make the world go round? Yes or no?
To
Yeah,
certain people.
you guys need to worry about your
I
own
want to have a
community
dialogue
first.
here.
Yeah.
I don't want to be. I don't want to just talk. On my own. I want to have a dialogue. So if we can agree to that, then let's get to the bag. You know what I'm saying? Let's start making more interesting fights. You know what I'm saying? Where if there is some racial tension, let's use it for the
That's what
benefit
we
to push the
been
culture
doing,
forward.
right?
You know what?
Leo
No,
Finna.
we haven't been doing that.
No, we
We haven't
haven't,
been
because
doing
if
that.
we're racist back to you guys get pissed.
No, what are you
Exactly.
talking about? Why?
Who's
Who's
that?
We
gonna
haven't
Who's that?
been
say
doing
Hugo?
that
Hugo
because
or Zulu?
Zulu?
you know what?
What are you talking
No,
about?
I don't know who it was. I'm just. I didn't know. I didn't know.
So
What's up,
here's the
Zulu?
thing.
What's going on, bro?
Hold on, guys. What's up? Let me just say what's up to.
I'm down
Let
with
me
free smoke.
hold on, guys. I just want to say what's up to Hugo Zulu because I know
I'm gonna
Zulu
make.
was.
Listen, I'm
Hold
gonna
on,
make
Chris.
one
Hold
point,
on, Chris.
and I'm gonna
Hold
exit
on.
out real quick. Can I make one point real quick?
Hold on. I just want to say what's up to.
Because I
Go
want to answer.
ahead.
Oh, go ahead.
Hold on,
I want to
Chris.
answer what he said. Yeah.
Hold on. Zulu, what's good?
He ain't got good Wi-Fi, Punch.
Yeah, he's not on. I just want to make one point, and I want everybody on this channel right here. I want y'all all to chime in on this point I'm about to make. All right.
Yeah.
I'm just want to make one point.
Don't make it divisive.
I'm not. So I want everybody to chime in on this comment I'm gonna make, because two of the brothers on the channel made two conflicting points, right? So one point is he said that we are trying to push the culture forward and get to the bag. Another one said we not, and I agree with both of y'all. So here's my
nobody say that. You lying.
Listen. All right, I'm lying. Okay, so there you go with your negative rhetoric.
No,
So listen,
you really
I'm
just lied.
listen.
He just
All right,
really
so
said
I'm
what
gonna
you
go.
said.
Listen, I'm gonna go on to what I'm saying. When you're in your emotions, I'm gonna go on. So the point I've been noticing when we want to talk about races, different races in a boxing game, I notice, and tell me if I'm wrong. I've noticed that I see boxers when it's two ethnicities of the same race fighting each other. It's more like a paid sparring match. You know why I call it a paid sparring match? Because they're both honing each other's skills and they're both getting greater. And there's no knockouts. It's a good 12 rounds. They're getting good work. And you know what? It doesn't hurt or make or break somebody's career. But when it comes to two different races fighting each other, one or the person's career is being destroyed.
I think you're lying because I've seen a lot.
So give me
Mistaken,
one.
right? It can be mistaken without being it can be
Did I say
mistaken
what I
without
said
being
before
lied.
earlier?
Let me talk.
No.
Let me talk.
You saying I'm lying,
Because I
but
want to
that's
actually
negative.
time out. But did you guys hear what I said earlier before? Because I know that I was talking and then apparently my ear hit like the page and apparently I timed off.
But that
Did
brother
you
that
guys
said
hear what
I'm
I said
lying, I
or
could
not?
tell he never boxed a day in his life.
Boy,
Yeah, I could tell that too, bro.
Hold on, guys. Hold on. Because now, because we're moving away. We're moving away from.
Talking about me or who are you talking about?
No.
No, we're talking about you.
I
Fucking
think.
faggot.
Hey,
Not you, brother. The other dude.
Hey, punch.
Not gonna mess
I
this
think
up.
it's happy
Not gonna
hour.
mess this up, brother.
Right.
I
So
think
can I
it's
make my
happy
last
hour.
statement in? Can I make my last statement in?
Yeah,
Because I really don't
let
care
him
what y'all talk
talk.
about after this because I'm gonna listen to y'all. But what I'm trying to say is, look, I don't know if y'all heard me or not, but the point of this whole conversation was to bind or build a bridge between the black and brown community. You know what I mean? And so I hope that we establish that by the end of this conversation. You know, because we could get in details about this and this and that. You know what I mean? And that's always going to sound like a great conversation. But, you know, and it's a boxing community, great. But at the end of the day, what we're trying to do is build bridge a gap. You know what I mean? And so hopefully everybody does that. And that's all I gotta say. And peace to
Amen.
everybody here. It's a wonderful panel. Love all of you guys. It's, you know what I'm saying? Like whether you hate me or not.
You have a blessed morning, bro.
All right, you too, brother.
Yeah, peace out. I want to throw just another thing. Just real quick about the boxing. It'll be real fast. There's also a American black style of boxing and a Mexican style of boxing, right? There's even stylistic differences, and it's a competition.
Yeah,
so maybe
Black
some of
Rican style.
some of the tension comes from that.
No, it's not.
Hey, yo, can y'all hear me?
Yeah, black guys like to run and clinch.
So let's
see. You got one person on here who really dislike black people. He keeps saying his sly remarks like "what like to run." Like,
Well,
stop
all right,
it.
so you're making assumptions. You're making assumptions.
The thing is, so many people. So hold on. So many people speaking at the same time that I can't hear what everybody else is saying.
So what's the name of that brother that made a statement that
that's what I'm saying. I don't even know because
what's his name?
I don't know. That's my because when
He
everybody's
knows
speaking
what
at the
I'm
same
talking
time.
about. I think it's a dude that's R. I think that's him. Magic.
Yeah, that's me, young boy.
Is that his name? Magic. Let me.
Say what you
Magic.
gotta say,
Are you a boxer?
Or are you a boxer?
Are you a boxer? Yes, I am. Are you a boxer? Now answer my question.
So, like, what you mean, like boxing? I boxed.
Are you a boxer?
Army.
You box in the army.
Yeah.
But have you ever boxed for USA boxing?
Say it again.
You have a book.
You went out a little bit. Say it again.
Say it again. Do you have a book? Do you have an amateur record?
I said I boxed for the army. Don't you know what that means?
So when you box for the army, do you have an amateur record? Yes or no?
Boy, do you even know how the army work?
You're not answering my question. Do you have an amateur record, like 10-0? You know, do you have a record?
Do you even know what that means? Like, I'm not gonna feed into your garbage or your divisiveness. I just said I boxed in the army. I'm not gonna go into my history. I said so. It was yes, I boxed before. So go ahead with
you boxed for the army. So how many fights have you had?
But speed up, Chris, speed up, because I don't want to. It's not about really.
I want
to.
It's
not about going at one another personally.
I just told you I boxed.
Because I want to see where his boxing, you know, he's talking about boxing a lot. So I want to know.
All right, so let me just tell you like this. I'll just put it like this: Hearns Hagler, one of my favorite fights ever. I don't know what you're talking about with black people who just don't go all hard or this other ethnic thing. Some of the best fights I've seen are Latino on Latino, or black on black, or white on white, or mixed. All like boxing ain't like that. I would just put it like that. I would just keep it all the way funky.
We're having a discussion here, right? So I need a few of the guys on our channel, some agreed and some didn't. When I said, give me one example where you saw two boxers of different races have a good fight, and at the end, it wasn't no knockouts, and none of them lost. You know, it wasn't like their stocks went down or their career ended, and it was a good fight where they both boosted their stocks and it was good for the game. Name one fight.
Pacquiao Morales.
Or Fury Wilder won.
Fury Wilder won.
First fight. No knockouts. Built both of their profiles.
So I'm talking about but the last fight.
But there was no knockout. The last fight was a knockout. So you put in stipulation no knockout.
It was a knockout.
So the rematch doesn't actually work for that. Right. So that's why I said the first fight.
It doesn't. You know why? Because when you're dealing with sketchy promoters and it doesn't go out the way they want, they run it back. That's why.
What?
So
name
it.
The sketchy promoter.
I said when you're dealing with certain.
Hey, this is gonna be the big question. Do it even fucking matter?
Yes, it does matter.
Get the fuck out of here.
It does matter, and you're back with your cursing. You're back with your cursing
about something
you're in
like
your feelings.
like that's fucking foolishness you talking about. Like
no,
Punch.
Okay.
You talking garbage right
Okay.
now.
So you're making a blanket statement, but you're not saying nothing to support that.
But you're not saying that you want. When did it don't destroy their career with a different race fight each other? Like, dude.
Yeah. It's a.
So petty.
You gonna let me explain myself?
See,
Are you
your
gonna let
racist
me explain
mind
myself?
goes there. Like, I
Are
never
you gonna
seen
let
this
me explain
before. Like,
myself? Because
okay,
so far nobody has proved me wrong.
I already did. I already did.
Okay, so you said Fury and Wilder, correct?
I said Fury Wilder won. You said no knockout, and it both
Canelo
did.
Mayweather.
Yes, Fury
One.
Wilder won.
You said
Yeah.
one, but not the last fight.
Hey, Canelo Mayweather.
Well, you asked.
So that
You said no knockouts. That was part of your criteria was no knockouts.
He said
Canelo
Mayweather.
So I'm talking about recently. First
That's
of
what I
all,
said.
Charlo Derychenko.
Charlo Derychenko.
De La Hoya Mayweather.
Derenchenko, Triple G. Triple G Canelo.
Right. Like,
You guys are digging in the crates. You're digging in the
We're
crates.
not digging in the crate, dude. You don't make sense right now. You just.
I'm not.
I think you. I think you made.
Regis Prograis and Josh Taylor.
All right.
You don't,
Hold on.
listen.
hold on.
What I'm trying to explain, the reason why your buddy Punch is bringing up discussion, is because this is in 2020. Okay, 2020. He's bringing up discussion. He didn't bring this discussion last year or 2 years ago. He brought it up 2020. Why? Because this is what's going on right now. So right now you don't see none of that.
Of course, he
Right
brought
now,
it up into
right now.
it'll go on. What the fuck is wrong?
Listen. Let me tell you something. With your army boxing career, I could tell you were a trash boxer.
That's what I mean. It's going
dissing
each other. That's
Yeah.
not what it.
No,
Yeah, you know why?
Hold on, guys.
Brother?
Hold on. Zulu,
Just
I haven't heard from you. What do you feel about?
I ain't trying to diss you, boy.
Yeah, my bad. I've never done this before. So, how's everybody doing?
I'm doing good. Brother.
Good.
So the topic is Black and Latino. There's a war in boxing, and it's like a toxic community, right?
Yeah.
So my opinion about this is mainly, I've heard somebody touch on this earlier, that when you have a sport that is one combatant against another combatant, that's not a team-based sport, the fan base is naturally going to gravitate towards who they feel represents their team, because that's just the dynamics of being a fan. But the main thing, the fact I think that there's such an intense rivalry is that's actually a compliment to both Latin boxers and Black boxers, because whenever you have two people or two groups that are at the top, there's going to naturally be a rival. For example, in soccer, right? There is like a rivalry between Brazil and Argentina. A lot of people see that those two countries as the best. If you look in, even outside of sports, like gaming, a lot of the top gamers are from South Korea and Japan. There's like a rivalry there. So if you look at boxing, that dynamic exists there as well. Whereas Black boxers and Latin boxers are seen by many to represent the best that the sport has to offer. And I would challenge you to disagree with that. You know, you have Canelo, Joshua, just so many Black and brown boxers that are at the top. There's naturally going to be a rivalry. And I do think that there is a section of the community that, yeah, they are a little racist. I mean, that's just, it comes with the territory. But for the most part, I think it's a friendly competition. That's my assessment of the title of the live stream.
All right, I
mean, it has to also go. What's in the ring, and I think the tension. My opinion was that the tension that goes inside and that goes when it's let's say, for example, Latino or Black is the tension that's really outside that people really don't talk about it, but there is tension outside in the community with Black with Black and Latino. I feel that that I don't think that it sells because it's just the fan base of boxing. I think it sells because the tension outside, and then you have the Latino versus or the Mexican versus Black. It could be the tension that is outside in the neighborhood, in the community. And
usually what I see about that is it's a lot of misconceptions. Usually the most prejudiced people are usually people who don't interact with the other group a lot, but they buy into a lot of stereotypes. So, like for a black person, if they never are around Latino people, because of the social media era where people just talk shit and they don't prove their statements and they believe whatever they hear, you got a lot of black people that will believe narratives. For example, I defend Latin people all the time when they try to say, "Oh, Latin people are coming here taking our jobs." That's not fucking true. There's a lot of studies that show that the more immigrants come into a country, it's actually better for the economy. They bring more jobs, they create more opportunities because you have more people. So you have to do more research and become associated with these groups instead of buying into stereotypes. You don't want to just say, "Oh, well, these people are like this or those people are like that." You got to get to know these people. And usually the people who are not racist are the ones who have experience with the other groups, because America thrives off of tribalism. They don't want people to interact with each other. They want people to be segregated. Even with white people too. A lot of the racist white people are usually the people who isolate themselves in these rural areas, middle America. So when it comes to black and brown tensions, usually those are coming from negative people online that are not interacting with the other group, and they bring their toxicity online. And so instead of thinking about it, when you see like a racist comment from someone, like whether it's from a black or Latino, a person's first reaction is they want to respond with race to the racism with racism. But you have to stop. Like anytime I see a racist comment, right, from either group, I try to defuse it. I don't add to it. So if you have a Latin fighter that says, "Oh, well, black fighters are runners," right? Your first instinct is to say, "Well, no, we're not runners." You'll bring up and then you'll say damning things about the Latin people, like, "Oh, well, we beat you guys, we dominate." Like, you don't want to get into that because it's going to be a back and forth. You're going to just get caught in a circle. You're going to go stat for stat, tit for tat, champion for champion. It's never going to end. Instead of just saying, "Hey, we both have amazing fighters. We both have things to be proud of. We both. I love Mexican fighters. I love fighters from Argentina, strong fighters, Matisse, Maidana. I mean, I love all fighters, right? But you don't want to get into the whole stat for stat thing because people get offended. Because sometimes you're not used to seeing people say that kind of stuff online. So you got to scale shit back.
Hey, brother, what's your name?
Zulu.
I like your point. You got a real interesting point and a good perspective, very positive. I like it. I got a quick question. When Mayweather fought McGregor, what year was that?
What was that?
2017.
2017. Who was our president at that moment?
It was
Donald Trump, the same guy as president now.
All right. So my point is, and I knew the answer. That was a rhetorical question, by the way. I just want to get y'all involved. So, all right. So when they made that fight, let me tell you something. I was working at a company for 10 years, right? Mostly Caucasian at this company, right? That was just a fact. The company I worked for. The Caucasian community tuned in for that fight. No, not that fight. It was we got rewind that, not only that fight, but also the Manny Pacquiao. And most of them, very admittedly, especially with the Pacquiao fight, paid $100 a pop, and they told me they'd never watched boxing a day in their life. And why did they tune in? Because they wanted to see Mayweather get knocked out. So if that's not racism, I don't know what is. Because you're telling me that you're not interested in a sport, you never watched it a day in your life, you never followed it, but just the thought of seeing an undefeated black man get knocked out is something that you want to pay to watch. So I feel like
I see right there.
Hold up, can I say something?
Go ahead. I'll let you chime in, but the point I was trying to make is I get disgusted when I see things like that, because it makes me seem that the athletes, they know what the racial climate is out there, and they're taking it to the bank, and then all the fans, they're the ones fighting each other. They're going back and forth while the athletes are laughing all the way to the bank.
See, I think with that, I don't. In my opinion, I don't think that people wanted to see Floyd Mayweather lose because he was black. I think people wanted to see Floyd Mayweather lose because the persona that he portrayed, the character, the guy, the personality that he created, that he himself said he created. But I don't think they paid to see another black.
But what's wrong with his persona? He's a young young black man getting money.
In my opinion, it wasn't that. I mean, it was just he was very
Can I
boisterous. It's just like in the
UFC.
UFC. Hold on. It's like in the UFC. There's a lot of people here. There are a lot of people like Conor McGregor, but there's a lot of people happy.
So you brought up that point. So those same people tuned in to see McGregor fight Mayweather that never watched boxing a day in their life again. So what was the reason for that? Because they're both equal personas. Am I right or wrong?
They're like equal personas, but all the
MMA fighters that tuned in to see McGregor in hopes that he beat Mayweather.
I don't think it was a race. I don't think it was a race thing. I remember when for example, I know a lot of people that couldn't wait for Hasim to lose because he was boisterous. He was flamboyant. People wanted to see him lose.
Can I
finish saying what I'm talking? Can I finish talking?
Okay.
That when they wanted Hasim, they couldn't wait for Hasim to lose. They couldn't wait for guys like Paulie Malignaggi to lose. They couldn't wait for guys because of their personality. They had that.
So why didn't Mayweather give the opportunity to a black UFC fighter to fight him?
Let me say one thing, right? I'm gonna say one thing. The most boisterous
because Conor McGregor was the biggest money at the time.
I can't come on, let me rap a little bit to him, right? Why would he give it to a black UFC fighter when it was no popular black UFC fighter around his weight class? Think of that too.
He could have built up his clout. He could have built up his clout.
He gonna give it to John Jones.
He did it to Berto. He did it to Berto. Berto did everybody. Every real boxing fan knows Berto didn't deserve that opportunity.
Hey, yo, let me just say something on
that. Was a personal situation, though.
All right, this is making it about Floyd and this. I think
yeah.
I don't want to go through or his is bigger than that. It's bigger and it's a big attention that what Floyd
brother. The only point I'm trying to make is that there is obviously racial tension, but the people that are in higher power are using it for their benefit to capitalize monetarily. That's all I'm saying.
Anyway, what I gotta say though, right? This has been a touchy subject, yeah? This has been a real touchy subject, and we've had some great brothers on the show today, though. And I'm hearing a lot of toxic. They talk a lot of shit behind people's back. And I told them to come on this show today, and they haven't showed their face. And I know there's been more than 70 to 100 people on this time at one time. But none of these toxic brothers have come here and showed their face today. So it shows you their narratives and lies is so full of shit that they won't come here and even speak. But we've had good brothers here today. That's what I will say. Good conversations.
Yeah.
If I could just say, when it comes to the sport of boxing, there are stylistic. First off, boxing is a competition, and not only that, a fighter might bring his tribe with him, right? But even within that, there's a European style of boxing, there's a Black American style of boxing, there's a Mexican style of boxing. Like, all of these things are generic, right? But we understand the concepts of it, and then we also support it, one way or another, right? If you see a Boots Ennis, you may think a different way, or versus a Virgil Ortiz, or a Pacquiao. If you like that whole blood and guts thing and stand toe to toe and chuck him, then that's what you like. If you like to see somebody display the sweet science and move around the ring and all that stuff, that's what you like. But you also might get ascribed to a cultural thing on top of it, or maybe even a racial thing on top of it.
What's your name, brother? What's your name?
Get the smoke.
Get the smoke. All right. So with respect to you and to Punch, I want to touch on what you just said. So the thing that I noticed that with the racial, so this is what the channel's about, right? The racial toxicity, right? So
what the channel about,
right? That I didn't say the channel. I said this is what this discussion
No,
is
we're
about,
just
right?
bridging gaps. We're looking at the divisions, and then we're seeing how we
Right,
can
right.
divide, how we can
But
bridge
what
the divisions, right?
but what I'm trying to tell you is some of this is systematically, just like how they blame, you know, cops for doing what they do. But when people really break it down, they say, oh no, it's a systemic thing. It's the way it's the whole system that needs to be broken down and set up. It's the same thing with boxing. And I'm gonna give you a perfect point. You know what I'm saying? And I want y'all to chime in on this because
Just
you
make
ever
it
heard
fast,
y'all?
though. If you could just make it
I'm
fast,
gonna
it's
make
all
it
good.
fast. I'm gonna make it fast. I'm gonna make it fast. You heard of Demetrius Andrade?
Of course.
Okay,
Boo Boo
of
needs a new
course.
nickname.
All right. So Boo Boo is a champion, correct? Right. So
I
Boo
mean, he's
Boo
fighting
was
at 168. He ain't a champion there, but whatever.
he was set to fight Billy Joe Saunders, right? Which was supposed to be a very pivotal fight for him. Am I right or wrong?
Yep. Yep.
So now
Nasal spray.
Billy Joe Saunders, he tested positive for some type of steroids, right?
Yeah.
So where I'm from, in the boxing game, let's make Mayweather example for that. If he was to get caught on that, that would hurt his career very drastically if he got caught using any type of, you know, substance, you know. And Mayweather's always been clean. That's why I give him props. He don't drink, he don't smoke. Very clean, very great example for the sport. With Billy Joe Saunders, you know, he seems to be very guarded under the zone umbrella, okay? Because even after being caught with using those drugs, he still get opportunities and title shots, you know. And why doesn't Eddie Hearn make him run it back with Boo Boo? You know what I'm saying? So you have to, you as a fan, you sit back and you say, man, certain promoters, they favor certain fighters, and
Hey,
it's
can
not
I say
cool.
one thing?
I just want to just
Let me say one thing.
magic. I'm gonna
Same
just say
thing
this
with
real fast,
Canelo.
and then
Can I say one
Same
thing?
thing
give me
Canelo.
15 seconds. Give me 15 seconds. Just give me 15
All right.
seconds. Give me 15 seconds. 15
Canelo should
seconds,
have
magic.
been
Check it
ousted,
out.
man.
Zulu. Is not. Is it, I mean, Corp. Chris. Um, Billy Joe Saunders. It was a cultural thing. What he did was okay in the UK, and not only that, when that happened, he was not under the Matchroom umbrella. He was still promoted by Frank Warren. He
What you
became
mean it was
Matchroom later on,
okay?
and it became DAZN later on.
He was
Hello.
set to fight
Hey, hold.
in Boston. Are you
Hey,
crazy?
No, what I'm saying, I'm just
hold up.
saying that he wasn't under the zone yet, right? The fight was
Can
supposed to be
I,
in the zone, but Demetrius Andrade was the matchroom fighter on the zone. At that
hold
point,
up. Can I say something?
Billy Joe Saunders was a Frank Warren promoted guy, and the thing that he got busted for would have been okay in the UK. It just so happened that they
No,
weren't in the
see,
UK.
Hey, let me say
he
one
knew
thing.
he was he knew he wasn't in the UK. He knew it was clear as day he wasn't in the UK. So you're
Hey,
giving him
let
a
me say
pass.
this,
You're
right?
giving him a pass.
Go ahead, Magic. Go ahead, Magic. Go ahead,
Let me say
Magic.
this one real quick, right? What he said, right? But Canelo is the face of boxing, and he tested positive,
Same thing for
right?
him. I'm not giving
But
him a pass.
hold up. Let me finish my thing. He tested positive, right? He's the first franchise champion, right? He's the face of boxing, right? We ain't never seen
He
this
should have
shit
been
like
blacklisted for
that.
that.
Hold up.
That's why you got to go back to the
Blacklisted, or
promoter.
he did get suspended, right?
No,
Damn,
he got a pass. He got a
hold up,
pass because he's
Nah,
under
he
the
got
Golden Boy
suspended. He got
umbrella.
suspended.
hold up.
What for? What
Let me
6
say this,
months?
right? But what is we even talking about right now? We ain't even on the same
What I'm
subject.
trying to talk about is that if you break down in the fight game, you're noticing a lot of racial divide that's being swept under the rug and favoritism to certain fighters. You see what I'm
It
saying?
always, if you break down the fight game, it always been a racial divide, and it always been corruption swept under the rug. If we go back, boxing, it was way more corrupt back then. So what is you talking about? This ain't
What I'm
nothing new. The A
what
side
I'm
always get favored.
what
What
I'm
is you
talking
talking
about
about?
that is effed up. What I'm talking about is we're not
Right.
gonna
So
clean
it's
this up
F
in
up.
one
So
live
boxing
chat.
always
That's what
been
I'm
F
talking
up.
about.
That's why boxing is not a top sport anymore, because it always been effed up. People, boxing turned
It is a
people
top
off.
sport.
It is.
It is. That's
What?
why you're here. That's
This a
why
little
you're
small
here in this
community.
discussion.
Top
It's a small
100, baby.
community.
That's
The
like
only
like
promoter
top
that
10.
I see right now, the only promoters that I have respect for right now in the game is what's the name? Eddie Hearn? No, not Eddie Hearn. Al Heyman. Al Heyman and Mayweather. You know what I'm saying? Those are the only promoters that are doing are keeping the game alive right now.
But yeah, but that's in America. In our country, Eddie Hearn's keeping it alive too. He's trying.
Yeah,
Yeah, but Eddie Hearn,
and
Eddie
also
Hearn,
Al
Eddie
Heyman has
Hearn,
promoted
And Eddie
pro
Hearn's
fighting
even got
his
his
entire
foot in
life.
America.
Eddie
Eddie
Hearn.
Hearn's
If you
even
look
the
on
first one
YouTube,
got his foot in
if you look
America.
on YouTube, Eddie Hearn said that he'll be in the fight game tops 10 years. He said it himself. He don't have no love for the game.
Well, he's done really well for the game, considering where he started and where he is now. He's the only British promoter got his foot in the game in America. He's the only
Yeah,
one
but
got
we
his
need
foot in the
more
game in
promoters
America.
that.
You know what I
Yeah,
mean?
but look what he's doing to Boo Boo Andre's career. He's not doing a good job.
Yeah, but the Punch has been making a show about that from last few months.
He
You should be watching
made
Punch's show. Punch has been making shows about that.
he favors all the UK fighters.
Yeah, but Punch
Am I
made a
lying?
show about that a couple months ago.
He favors
No,
all the
he's
UK
done.
fighters.
Listen, he's done very well for the UK boxing. He has done nothing to advance American boxing. Absolutely nothing.
I mean, you do know he's Devin Haney's
That's my whole
promoter
point.
too, right? Smoke. He's Devin Haney's promoter.
Yeah, so Devin Haney had a promoter before that, and Devin Haney's one fighter. Devin Haney is not revolutionizing the sport of boxing.
Hey, at least he got his foot in the. At least he got his foot in the dollars. He got.
Yeah, I mean, I got
too,
it.
bro.
I mean, he might. That might be a big deal for UK, right? But that don't mean shit to us.
Yeah, I hear you, but he's
If you ask me, Eddie Hearn is destroying boxing. How about that?
Well,
No,
he done a lot
no. Where do you see that? Where you see
you know
that?
why?
No,
Because he talks about.
I saw it when I saw that YouTubers fighting. When I saw champions opening up a YouTube.
Hold on. I just want to make one point. What's your brother?
Hold on.
The first promoter to make a fight with 90,000.
What's your brother from the UK's name?
Hold on. Let him speak. Rap star.
Yo, listen. You got you still got to give credit's due, bro.
Okay.
Listen.
No, but I have one question for Rap Star. One question for Rap Star.
Hold on, let him talk though.
Let me say something, man, before you ask me the question. Eddie Hearn is the first British promoter to put 90,000 fans in a fucking in the Wembley Stadium. Listen to this. He put fights in Saudi Arabia. He's made multi-million-dollar fights. That man's made so much money with the game and given the money to the fighters in the game. He gave a fighter like Carl Froch 80,000 people in the arena for Carl Froch. He made Carl Froch $30 million. Nobody could have made Carl Froch $30 million.
A UK fighter.
Let me tell you, he's made B-class fighters into superstars. So if you talk about a promoter, he's pushed a lot of weight from England, from London.
Hey,
okay, so let me ask you one question, Rap Star.
Yeah.
So let me ask you my question now.
Yeah, you might say he's biased.
So check this out.
You might tell me he's biased.
No,
Can I say one thing though?
I mean, so check this out, right? So you got Al Heyman, right? You know why Al Heyman is the best promoter?
He's not a promoter.
Because he knows
He's
how.
Management. He's
not a promoter.
Whatever you want to call him, he's a promoter. You know what I'm saying? But he's the one controlling
What's
the
he
show.
doing for Deontay Wilder, bro?
Damn thing.
So, but listen. You know what makes him different? You know what a pump fake is? You know what a pump fake is? A pump fake is when you act like you're doing something, but you're not doing it, right? So Eddie Hearn, he makes these proposals for Jamal Charlo's camp to fight Demetrius Andrade, right? He says, "Oh, we're gonna offer you this many $1 million to fight Demetrius Andrade, right? To make it seem to try to create a narrative like Jamal Charlo is scared of Boo Boo, when we all know that Al Heyman is only fight. You know, he lets his fighters fight his own fighters. Why doesn't Eddie look at under the zone umbrella? He has Triple G he could fight. He has Canelo he could fight. Why don't he put Boo Boo against one of his own guys?
Well, hold on. Let me jump in. First of all, thank you, Punch Drunk. Salute to the chat. Corp,
L Dog in the house.
Canelo is actually not under Matchroom. Only Golovkin is under Matchroom. You're confusing DAZN with Matchroom.
No. I know exactly what I'm talking about. I know Canelo was probably not a good example, but he just got out underneath from DAZN because that was a sinking ship. That was the smartest thing he ever did.
Now hold on. He hasn't got out yet. He's still in a lawsuit.
What I'm saying is, why don't he fight his? Look at the middleweight division under DAZN. Why doesn't he put Demetrius Andrade or Triple G?
Well, that's the same question Punch keeps asking, but the fighters need to make the fight. It's not just the promoters, the fighters.
No, the promoter pulls those strings.
Listen, don't you think it's in Eddie Hearn's benefit if the money's coming in his pocket for him to keep doing the same thing as Al Heyman does? Yeah?
No. Look, guys. Look, with the fighters. If the fighter tells the promoters this, the fighter could say like this: "Look, I'm gonna fight this person. I want to fight this person. Don't put me in with nobody else." Then the promoter put him in the shelf or not. You could put him on the shelf, but two fighters could be like this. This is what I mean. Put it this way: if Anthony Joshua would have told Eddie Hearn and Deontay Wilder would have told Shelly and Al Heyman, "Look, yo, I don't care. Make this fight happen. I don't want to fight nobody else. Don't give me nobody." And Anthony Joshua tells Eddie Hearn, "Don't give me nobody else. I ain't trying to fight nobody." And none of them got a mandatory. They're gonna make the fight happen. It can happen just like that.
Wait, now I have a question.
Yeah.
So I'm looking at the comments, right? And this dude, Hugo Sanchez, he's saying, bro, a lot of Mexicans don't like blacks. That's the truth. So my question is, when you guys see comments like that, and I'm going to speak to people who are Latin descent only, do those people make up a minority of people in your community, or are there a lot of people who feel that way?
Okay, so there is a percentage of people that feel that way, but like I said, this is why I started with Black and Latinos. There's also blacks that say the same thing. So I'm saying I know this is why I came with the this is why I came up with the live, because there is tension, right, but the tension is not mainstream. If for example, if you kill me, if Smoke kills me, it's not a big story. They won't say is a race issue. You understand what I'm trying to say? Right. But if Smoke kills Johnny Boy, or if Johnny Boy kills Smoke, then they'll say the black man got shot. The black man got shot because it was a white man that killed the black man.
Well, it also depends on what I was doing, right? If I'm just sitting around minding my own business and I get shot, then that's a different thing than if I'm breaking in his house.
Now, I used to think that a lot of that tension.
Hold on. Corp, Chris, I got a bit of a bone to pick with you, man. You sound like you're a little bit biased towards Al Heyman, but Eddie Hearn has been doing a tremendous thing for boxing. Let me tell you this much. Eddie Hearn, Derek Chisora, for example, got paid more than Lomachenko, Teofimo, Leo Santa Cruz, and Gervonta Davis combined in his last fight. And he's a fighter with 9 losses. You know how much he got paid? £6.9 million plus 60% of the pay-per-view.
And tell him how much Mikey Garcia got.
How much did Tank make?
Mikey Garcia got.
Tank made $1.7 million.
How you know how much Tank made?
Because it was disclosed by the commission.
Hey, hold up.
That's mandatory minimum for a fight. That's not your total. That's not how much you make.
Hold up. Let's talk about boxing.
Hold on, guys. Hold on. Because y'all went away from what Zulu was saying. Yeah. So
I think we're getting off topic.
I know. We. Punch. I want to go back with what Zulu was saying. We got to go back to that.
Let me get a word in.
Hold on. A lot of people still want to get a word in, but Zulu also want to get a word in too. And then L Dog, he asked the question, then he went at
that's why I got off. That's why I got off topic. I'm like, shit. Let me get a word in. Like what he was saying about do the Latin community feel that way? Like, no, they don't.
No, okay. So
hold up. Hold up. Let me go. Right? They don't. They dress like you. They listen to. They immersed in your culture. Yes, you got some who don't like you. Like you got blacks who don't like Latinos. Like you got whites who don't like blacks, who don't like Latinos, because you got hateful people. Like, come on now, and you got elitism in every culture. But to say the vast majority don't, that is that'll be ridiculous to even paint. And you cannot, like, that's like, it's a billion of black people to say, oh, we all don't like black people. Like, we can't stop. We gotta stop with the broad brush of, I mean, this like me. I meet a Latino. I have a bad experience with him. I'm like, they don't like us. They don't like us because I had a bad experience with a Latino, but I meet a nice Latino and we good. That's my. I had good experiences. You gotta. We can't say that if a motherfucker in the comments talking about he probably had a bad experience. So we gotta stop letting ignorance and fucking social media. That's what it is.
I don't think no, but I don't think it's just social media. I think this is the community, and I just feel like people don't. I feel like there. I don't feel. I know because I experienced. There is tension. Now, if it's overboard tension, when there's wars, yeah, there's been gangs that go at each other, yeah. But I'm just saying there is tension in the community. There is tension in the community. There is tension in the community also. There is a lot way more tension when it comes to, of course, the hold on.
You got to word it right. It's not tension. It's difference of culture and a misunderstanding. Because it can't be tension when you go talk to a person in the community, you be like, oh damn, I ain't like that nigga for nothing. Like, what the fuck was that all about? Because you cannot dislike a person that you don't know. It's based off ignorance and misunderstanding of who told us about, who put us against each other. Why would a Latin hate a black person? Why would a black person hate a black person?
So let's say if a Latin hates a black person, or a black person hates a Latin, who you think is somebody else's fault?
No. I think it's ignorance fault. Cause how can we hate each other when you're a black person?
Yeah, but you got to watch this, man.
Hold up, big bro. I'm talking to Punch. Punch, ain't you black? Who happen to speak Spanish, right?
I consider myself the son of God, man.
Punch, you're black. Hold up. Let me tell Punch. Punch.
I'm the son of God, man.
Hold on. To be honest, he's more caramel than black.
I'm lighter than Punch.
And let me ask you something, Mitch Johnson.
Be quiet. Hold up. Let me talk to Punch. Davis is lighter than Punch. Is he black?
No.
Punch. So if Devontae Davis spoke Spanish, will he be Latino?
Yes.
Punch.
Yo, can I chime in for a second?
But look,
Punch. Hold on. What I want to say is, why is it with like African descent and European descent we call them black and white? Why don't we call Asians yellow? We don't. We call them Asians. Like, say I work at a golf course, and they ask me, what kind of people are there.
Did you?
Hold on. I'm not finished, Magic. I'm not finished. But say they ask me what kind of people are there, and I say, oh yeah, there's some white people and some Asians. That's what I would say, right? I'm not gonna say, oh yeah, there's some white people and some yellow people. That's not what I say. Why is it that we call Europeans white and we call black people black?
When you look at Punch, if Punch ain't never say he was Spanish or anything, what would you call Punch? What if you put Devontae Davis against Punch drunk boxing? What would you call him? You would think you would Javante Davis is lighter than Punch, and he's a full-grown Black American. So, what would you think Punch
Hold on,
is?
hold on. What is a Black American?
A person of African descent.
No, that's the
Yes.
person who was. No, that's the motherfucker who built this country. A Black American is not an immigrant. A motherfucker who was here before America was
Hold
even
on. Who
called
built the
America.
country?
Huh?
Who built the country?
Your question is
Black
why do they
Americans.
call Europeans white?
Black Americans built the country.
Is
Bro,
you
y'all going off
European?
subject.
Hey, let me ask you guys one
Yeah,
thing.
yeah. Hold on.
No,
Magic
wait.
Johnson.
Let me just
Hold
let
up, Magic
Ivan
Johnson.
say
I'm a
that.
proud.
Let me ask him one
Hold
thing.
on, hold
Let
on.
me hear him talk. Let me hear him talk.
Magic Johnson. I'm a proud Eastern European. I'm a proud Slavic person.
You don't know about the history of America?
I mean, I know a little bit about it.
You don't know that it was the 12 colonies, then slaves came over and built America, then it was America? Did you?
Hold on. Listen. You can't attribute building America to one culture because it was a
What
lot of
do you
cultures.
mean? A million motherfuckers built this shit with not free labor. What is you talking about?
But
Who built those
who
colonies?
dropped the plans? Who
We
dropped the
getting off
plans?
topic. We getting off topic.
Yeah, you're getting off topic.
That's what I'm
All
saying.
right,
Look,
You know,
Getting off
Magic
topic.
let's
Johnson.
get back to this. Yeah.
Listen. Let's not overcomplicate it. What I'm
Hold
saying
up,
is,
hold up.
Eldar,
black
Who
people,
built
white
the White
people.
House?
Listen. Why do we call black people, people of African descent and people of European descent, black and white, but we don't call Asians yellow?
Because
Why?
those
Why are
those
we giving? Why are we
concepts
giving these
started in the
colors?
Western Hemisphere.
What is you talking about? Like, so what you basically saying is this, right?
Well, that started back in segregation when they had black and white signs.
When
They had,
you
you
see,
know,
you're not answering. But hold up. He still didn't answer my questions. Let me tell you this, right? Answer this question, right? Just answer this question. It's a scenario, right? If you see Javante Davis in Punch Drunk Boxing, is he a Latino or is he black to you? Which one would you call the Latino? Who's lighter? Who's the Black American?
I mean,
Answer
neither look black
me
to
that.
me.
Huh?
I mean, neither look black to me.
They don't look black to you?
Nah, one looks of African descent and one looks of Latin America descent.
Okay,
How
so
will Javante Davis look
oh, this
lighter
is
than
irrelevant.
Punch Drunk Boxing?
right, if
I
you
mean,
if you want to know the answer, the short answer is because whenever Europeans were engaged in the Atlantic slave trade, what they did is they invented this concept of white. So what they did is they took all the
Right,
Anglo-Saxon Europeans of Western Europe and they put them all into it's like an umbrella term. They put them all into the same category.
no, that's false. That's false.
He didn't have an answer.
First of all, what about Irish people? Irish people were
was
not considered as white people for a
no,
long.
he don't understand
It's
what I'm
because it's a
saying.
social construct.
No,
It's a social construct
he
that they
didn't
created
understand.
to establish a hierarchy.
Exactly, it's a
No,
construct.
you don't even understand. Why you
It's not
think
something defined in reality, really.
Boxing understood everything I said? That's why he
Right,
said I'm
Slavic
a
people were
brother
not
of
considered white either.
brother
That's what
God, because he couldn't punch
I
drunk
agree.
boxing.
Slavic people were not considered white. That's why I think this whole term of white and this whole term of black is stupid. There's no such thing.
They are social constructs, but whenever you use
Slavic,
them, you understand.
you from do you stay in Eastern Europe?
But you gotta
You
break
stay
it down. You know you gotta
No.
when you go apply for a job, right?
For
Your
example, a lot of
employer, why does he
Eurocentric
ask you, you're white or
historians will
black?
say that Ethiopians are Caucasian.
Dog.
Did you know that?
Why
what's
you got
good?
on a Mexican hat on your profile?
Huh? That's not me, bro. That's my favorite fighter, Filip Pergovic.
Oh, right. Okay. Now let me ask you this: do you stay in Eastern Europe?
Not all of the time.
I'm saying, do you stay in Eastern Europe? Have you seen the demographic of Eastern Europe?
Yes.
Have you ever? Yeah, you probably seen, but Eastern Europe don't have black people there, do they?
Not a lot.
No, if any at all. So when you come to a diverse place, they have black people, and you don't understand it, like, oh, you said then you said something like, oh, I see one. I can see the difference. One is of your Latino descent, and one is of African American descent. If you place Punch Drunk
No, no,
and
no, no.
motherfucking
Hold on.
Jackson,
What is African American? I'm saying
you just
African
said that.
descent.
You just said of
I'm saying
African.
African, not African American. African descent.
Do you know that Punch Drunk is from African descent?
He's Latino. He's
That
from
is
the
an
Dominican Republic.
ethnicity. That is a nationality. That is a culture. But
Sorry, Latin
African
is not a
descent.
Latin is not a nation, and Latino is not a nationality.
Do you know that he is of
And
African
Black
descent?
America is also not a nation, and Black American, I don't believe, is an ethnicity.
Okay, where are we going now?
This guy, dude. So you think what is? You say he's a Latino. So if I speak Spanish,
Can we switch
if I
gears?
speak Spanish, would I
Can we
be
switch
a
topics?
Latino?
What happened to moonshine?
Yeah,
Okay,
I'm here.
hold up. Hey, hold up.
What happened
Do
to
you know
boxing?
what motherfucking dark skin is dark skin
Let's get back
motherfucking?
onto boxing soon. Yeah.
Hold up. I
Talk to boxing.
because this whole
It seems like this is a
conversation.
history class or something. Like,
No, the whole conversation of black against Latinos was very funny to me.
yeah, but
When it's fucking black
too
Latino.
complicated.
When it's black Latinos, how would it be a division? When it's
But
a
Punch
fucking
doesn't look black. Doesn't look black to
Okay,
me. I
let's
mean,
stop talking
pull
about
up,
what
pull
Punch
up a
looks
picture
like,
of the color
and let's
black.
get to the next stage of this conversation, bro. We keep going on to
this
what
shit
Punch
is
looks like.
ridiculous.
But hold on, what do you mean by black? Do you mean like black, the color black, like black, pitch
Now
black?
you
Or
just
do you mean like
I
do you mean
see
like
You're
African
pandering right
descent?
No. He playing. Hey, don't feed into it.
He's
He was
pandering
playing.
you.
He knew it.
But
He knew.
I'm
Look,
just
the main
asking,
thing
bro.
is, right?
L Dog, he's very smart. I
Okay, let's
already
keep
see it.
moving on now to the next bit, L Dog. You know what I mean?
Yeah, let's talk
L
about
Dog,
something else.
Let's keep it
L Dog,
moving, you know?
L Dog had me riled up for a minute. L Dog, you ain't shit.
Okay, look, right now, yeah, we're talking about this racism in boxing. Racism's always going to be in boxing, yeah? It's just how we deal with it. We shouldn't be slandering each other's race. You can go for your fighters, but you shouldn't slander people because every race has been through a lot. Don't you think, yeah, we should just put respect in the game and at the end of the day, and stop slandering different races in a bad way because they're going for a certain fighter.
Hey, what race is you, my man?
Say that again?
What race is you?
So I'm British Indian.
You British Indian?
Yeah, man. So I'm born in England. My ancestors are from India, but I'm born in England.
Okay. So what race would you be?
I mean,
Asian.
as a nationality,
As a
I'm a
race to
British,
be Asian.
but I'm a brown man. But I come from a multicultural background.
But also, race is a social construct. Race is not a real thing.
You know what I mean? I come from a multicultural place.
It's funny because you told me you was two nationalities. You didn't tell me what race you was. You are European.
No,
and
I told you I'm
motherfucking
British.
Indian.
My nationality is British.
But what's your race?
Rap star, be the host. I'll be right back. All right.
Okay, bro. Yeah. So listen, I'm born in England. Yeah, but
Yeah.
my dad,
Yo,
and
Rap
all
Star,
them
you must be the
ancestors
host.
are from India.
Okay.
You get me?
So you say your daddy a Indian and your mama Indian?
Yeah.
Hold
I'm
on.
born in
Let me
England.
ask you a question, real quick, Rapstar, if you don't mind, because you're the host now. Do you mind if I ask you, Magic Johnson, where are you from? Like, where is your ancestry from? Do you even know?
Motherfucker, it's from America.
Yeah, but what are you trying to get to, Magic Johnson, with me? What are you trying
Magic
to get
Johnson,
to?
hold up. Magic Johnson, you're African American, right?
No, I'm Black American.
Black American. Okay, so where is your ancestry from? Hundreds of years ago,
America.
where are they from?
America.
Okay, 1,000 years ago, where are they from?
I'm not gonna go back there, but it's for 500 years they've been.
See, the thing is, the reason you call yourself Black American is because you don't know where you're from.
Yo, but anyway, what are you trying to get to?
Listen, let me and him talk real quick. I'm about to school him on something.
Yeah, school me on what? What are you trying to school me on now?
Not you. I'm talking about the L dog dude.
Oh, okay. No, but listen, what we're trying to get to in this boxing thing, yeah? This racism in boxing is always going to be there. It's how we deal with it now. You know what I mean?
Facts.
Yeah? And let's be honest, right? Remember what Bernard Hopkins done to T.O. Trinidad? Do you remember what he did to the whole fucking nation?
But do you remember what he did to Joe Calzaghe and what Joe Calzaghe did to him?
L-Dog, that sells a lot of fights though, doesn't it?
It does. It's controversy sells. But hold up, Magic Johnson. What I'm trying to say is, you say you're Black American.
Right.
What is? But you don't know where you're from, dude. You don't know where you're from. You don't know your history, man.
Puerto Rico is America.
Let me tell you, my history is being America. You dumb fuck.
Nah, bro, it ain't American. It's like me. Hold on, Magic Johnson. I was born in New Zealand, but I'm not a New Zealander, bro. This ain't where I'm from.
How old is America? I've been here since America was made. So,
but hold on, you call yourself a Black American. So where is your family from?
I'm trying to school him because he don't understand. I'm trying to school him.
L-Dog's not gonna stop on you, bro.
But this is what I'm saying, bro. Rap star, hold on, Magic Johnson. Rap star knows where he's from. He's from India. He's told you this. Like that's where his family is from.
In America.
But where's your ancestors from? America.
Yeah, where's your ancestors from?
America. Yeah.
So okay. So your ancestors evolved throughout America.
Okay. So ask a Jamaican where they from. Is Jamaican a country? It's if you ask a motherfucking Jamaican where they from, they say they from Jamaica. You know Jamaicans or slaves too who happened to get uncolonized. That's how they became Jamaica, right? You know there was an island that was dropped off on.
But
So
Magic Johnson.
But Magic. What I'm saying is, Black American is not like a thing, bro. You need to research your history. I'm telling you, brother.
It is
Because
a thing.
no, it's not, bro. Because this like me saying, hold on, rap star. Sorry, Magic. That's like, hold on, Magic. That's like me saying I'm a white New Zealander. What the fuck is that, bro? I know where I'm from. I'm from
You know
Croatia.
what it is. You know what a Black American is because motherfucker, you listen to our music, don't you?
No.
You know what our music is. You know who we are.
I listen to metalcore and deathcore, most of which is produced by white people or European people.
What was produced? Tell me what was produced by white people.
But like, look, let me ask you something. A lot of Black people in my country, a lot of my Black friends in my country. Let me ask you something. A lot of my Black friends in my country, they either come from Jamaica, Africa, Somalia. They have roots.
Do you know Jamaica is a fucking slave colony?
Yeah, but I'm just saying they always tell me where their roots are from. Where are they from?
That's what rap star.
They roots from dummy.
Yo, I'm gonna switch the subject real quick because y'all going into a negative path and that's not cool.
Yeah, this is like a biology class.
So I'm gonna just to get everybody involved.
Hey, smoke.
All right, listen. Can you just let? Listen, I'm the host. Can you just let Cool Chris speak for a moment?
Yeah, I appreciate that. I just want to change the direction a little bit because this is it's become a
Magic Johnson, please show respect, please.
Yeah, thank you.
Hold up.
So, all right. So, all I want to say, I want to change the direction a little bit because this is becoming a mudslinging discussion, which is not cool. You know what I'm saying? So let's just start at a clean slate real quick.
Is you Black American or are you not?
Brother Magic Johnson, please let him speak, and then we'll
I want to start a clean slate, brother.
Come on, Magic,
clean slate.
brother.
Positive energy.
So I'm not. Nationality. You talking about boxing?
We're gonna.
So what do you think about the pink Americans?
Magic Johnson, please.
So my question is, what do y'all? I want y'all all to answer this. Who do y'all think is a good fight for Javante next? I'm curious to know your opinion.
You know the answer to that, Chris.
I don't actually. I don't because I don't follow Javante's division.
Yeah, but what we already know that we want him to fight his own weight.
Burchell.
Yeah,
Like,
Miguel Bichat, Vasil Lomachenko, Jojo Diaz. Those are the three
and
fights I want to see.
he gonna
And
beat that.
who do you think he's
ass.
actually gonna fight?
Who I think he's actually going to fight?
I think he's gonna fight
Maris.
Brazil.
oh, for fuck's sake, L Dog. We don't want to see that fight.
But that's who he's
No,
going to
we want
fight, bro.
Brazil. I want him to beat Brazil, and I want him to move up. I know he gonna wear his ass out.
Right.
Okay, so I have a question. You can hear me?
Go ahead,
Yeah.
brother.
Listen, you know who
So,
I
I mean,
really
can
want
I
to see
just
him
answer
fight?
to that question?
I want
please,
to see him
L-Dog?
fight
L-Dog.
Teofimo Lopez so I can see him laid out
L-Dog.
unconscious.
I do
But
need
that's
to speak.
beside the
Come
point, I guess.
on now.
Yeah, look, let me
You
just say
know,
something,
you know
L-Dog.
damn well.
Let me just return to L-Dog what he said. Hey, let me just say something, Mr. Johnson. What's your name? Mr. Johnson, please give us a moment and give us some
You just
respect because
said
we're
my
going to
name.
give you respect when you speak. Okay? Okay, yo, L-Dog. If he fights Abner, whatever you said, I can't even pronounce his surname, it's so late. Yeah? If he fights him, is it going to be worth pay-per-view? Do you think people want to pay $75 for that fucking fight?
Yeah, because I think Tank fans are retarded, and I think they'll pay for it.
Hold up. You
I'm
think
not
they
retarded.
will put that on pay-per-view? Motherfucker, they ain't gonna
Yes.
put that on pay-per-view. They ain't that
Put
stupid.
Leo on pay-per-view.
Leo
Abner Maris is not fighting anybody.
Leo is a world-class fighter. The way you can dice it.
Yeah, Leo was a world-class
Leo-
fighter at 126.
And
One
130.
weight class.
No, he wasn't a world-class fighter at 130. Who did he beat at 130 to capture a title?
The fact that okay, so he was a world titleist, but not a world
Dude,
class fighter.
who did he capture a world title from? Get the smoke.
He captured a vacant title from another Mexican dude that wasn't that good.
So you didn't even know his fucking name, and you admitted he wasn't that good.
Yeah, so he's still world class. You know who also isn't that good? Usyk and Chisora. Are they world class?
Bro, Usyk is world class, dumb motherfucker. He's got a better resume.
Okay, let me sorry. Let me be specific. Let me be specific. He's not a world class heavyweight.
Yeah, facts. But he is a world class heavyweight.
World class. Like everybody beat everybody in the cruiserweight division. Like when did the cruiserweight division ever mean shit in its whole entire frame ever?
Wait, what are you talking about, Magic Johnson? I can't hear you.
Who gives a fuck about the cruiserweight division?
Me, I care about boxing. I watch every single division, not just the divisions where people from my country
Man,
are from.
cruiserweight division is ass. Stop it.
Magic Johnson, let me ask you something. Can you name five? Hold up, Magic Johnson. This is how I know you're ignorant, bro. First of all, you only follow divisions where you know people are from.
For me saying,
Magic Johnson, shut the fuck up. You might learn something, bro. I'm gonna school you on something,
Okay,
bro. I'm
L-Dog,
gonna
come
school
on,
you on
let's show
something,
some
bro.
respect. Come on, L-Dog.
No, because this guy's talking over me, bro.
Yeah,
I'm
I know.
gonna
Okay,
spit facts
listen.
on him.
Okay, one at a time.
Yeah, Magic Johnson. Let me add this. Since you're a so-called boxing fan, name me 10 super flyweights.
The Russian Mexican. Shut up.
Bro, I ain't no Russian and I ain't no Mexican.
Shut up. You know, shut up. The Russian Mexican. Let me talk real quick.
See, I actually know where I'm from.
No, you don't, because you got a motherfucker. You got a Mexican sombrero on your thing, bitch. You
Bro,
think
that
you're
ain't fucking me.
You
want to see a picture of me?
I'm in my country. You're in your country because your
Here we
country.
go. What's good?
You can't even talk freely in your country because you'll get killed. Shut up.
Man, I can talk freely in my country, man. Put a picture of me.
Bro, this is too toxic, bro.
Okay, look. Now what we're gonna do? Yeah, this is what we're gonna do. Magic Johnson and L-Dog. You gotta respect the platform now. Let's move on to the next boxing question. Chris Cork. Chris Cork.
What's
come
up?
with the next one.
What's up, brother? Okay. I mean, I like So who the two guys just said Javante should fight?
Well, he shouldn't fight Abner Mares anyway. In my
Abner Maris is not fighting anybody. That's just talking shit about Tank. That's just Tank hate. Abner Maris is a
I
has not fought in years.
wasn't. Hold up. I wasn't trying to
No, he should fight Brazil.
I was honestly trying to get educated on that division because me personally, I'm a welterweight and middleweight fan.
Yeah, Smokes is
All
telling
right,
you
all
are
right. Cool,
credible
Chris, you want to
opponents.
get educated on the division? Jojo
Yeah,
Diaz,
yeah, yeah.
IBF world champion, good fighter. Jamal Herring, Carl Frampton. That's going to happen for the WBO title. That's an okay fight. I
And
expect Herring
Tank
to win.
gonna
Then you got Tank
Tank
as the WBA
Tank
champion,
gonna
and you got
Tank
Bachot as
gonna
the WBC champion.
after Tank
Shakur Stevenson is a good up and comer in that division. Vasil Lomachenko moving down in that division. That's a good.
Hey, Magic, you got to stop talking over people,
Okay,
bro.
look,
You can't,
Magic,
nobody can hear.
I'm gonna have to mute you if you can't just, you know what I mean, let us talk, please. All right. Okay, look,
shit.
the next
Yeah.
thing is, you know, tomorrow's the weigh-in. What predictions has everyone got for Devin Haney before we close out this show soon? What is the predictions for this weekend?
Brutal
So what?
knockout.
Okay,
What
L
fight?
Dog, start with you, L Dog. How does the fight go and how does it finish?
Haney knocks him out, and Hergovich knockout. Facts.
Okay, next person. Magic Johnson.
Damn, I thought I'm going realistically, Devin Haney probably TKO or Devin Haney TKO.
What round?
Shit. I'm gonna lean towards decision. I don't believe him. I don't believe in him like that. So I'm going decision, controversial decision.
Oh my God, controversial. Are you sure with what you're saying? I mean,
Yes,
you're putting no respect on Devin Haney's name here, sir.
I don't believe in Devin Haney like that. Anybody who get the Floyd Mayweather tag, they always fail. So I'm gonna go with the history of it.
What about Tank? Don't he got the Floyd Mayweather tag?
Okay, Zulu. Zulu, what's your prediction, Zulu?
It's hard to say. I think probably Devin in 6, 7. I would say that.
Okay.
If I
So
can.
you're expecting him to totally dominate this fight for sure, right?
Yeah, I don't think Gambo is the same fighter.
Okay, cool. Yeah, that makes sense. And obviously, Smoke. What are you saying, Smoke?
You know, I think it's gonna be a it's hard. It's hard to say. It's hard to say. So I don't believe it. There's a couple things. I don't think Gamboa was injured. I don't think he had a ruptured Achilles. If you've even had a sore Achilles, you can't. That's not a weight bearing injury. I think he had something wrong with his shoe. You can see it, his foot hanging off the side and all that stuff, right? And I think he tried to cap and say he was injured. Because anyway, but that's just me. I think he's a wily veteran. I can't tell about his heart because he's quit before his fights. So I'm leaning towards him quitting, right? Because I think he just anyway. I don't believe he was injured. So yeah, I'm gonna go with retire. I think he's gonna retire. I think it's gonna be a stoppage because Gamboa don't really want to fight no more. This is a payday.
Hey, yo,
Okay.
Repside, you want me? Hold on, Repside, because I didn't give the rounds.
Okay,
I'm
well,
gonna
you
say
can
this.
give it to
I'm
after
gonna
Chris
say
Cork.
late.
Let
I'm
Chris
gonna say
Cork tell
between
us.
9 and 10, something like that.
Okay, Chris Cork.
So yeah, so you said Gamboa and Haney,
Yeah,
right?
it's on this Saturday, bro.
I actually saw. Quick question. There's an age gap, right? A tremendous age gap between them
38
two, right?
years old. Yeah, Gamboa's 38 and Devin Haney, I think, is 20 or 21.
21.
Okay.
So right there it tells me right there, you know, Haney's camp, you know, from their history, you know, they've done a really good job with their matchups, and you know, I mean, on paper, man, right there, you know, that's Haney all day on paper. You know what I'm saying? But I just wanted to give you some context to it. I didn't want to give you a bland answer and just say Haney because I'm on the Haney bandwagon, nothing like that.
Or he might run
But
like
Gamboa, man, I
Eldar
mean,
running from his country.
I mean, Gamboa has you know, his camp has been shown to take fights that he may not necessarily been ready for. I call it like the Amir Khan approach. You know, they kind of go for the money grabs, you know, and but they're not really picking fights that, you know, they can be the victor in. You know what I'm saying? Because who wants to step in front of the Haney train right now? You know, that's not a that's not a tune-up fight. You know, to say the least. You know, I think Gamboa. One of the gentlemen said he might retire. It seems like that this might be a money grab for him.
Okay. And L Dog.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah,
Okay. Wait.
Yeah. At 38,
L Dog, did you want to predict the
he's thinking
round?
about clocking out.
Okay.
I'm gonna be honest, reps are 1 through 4.
What?
Haney knockout rounds 1 through 4.
Okay, you heard it here. L Dog's putting his name on 1, 2, 4. I mean, personally, I think it'd be between 7 and 9 rounds. Like, I believe what Smoke said. I don't think the injury was that bad, or he wouldn't have been able to go 11 rounds with Tank Davis.
Yeah.
So I believe, you know, we don't really see Haney go in there and smoke anyone in a few rounds.
That's not
We've
even
never
a
seen
fight
that.
I even want to tune into. To be honest with you, you know.
Okay.
You know, I like to tune into fights that I'm not sure who's gonna win. You know, those are the fights that kind of interest me. You know.
I'll tell you what.
I kind of, you know,
There's an
on
upset
paper.
coming.
What'd you say?
There's an upset coming in a different fight though.
Which fight?
Crawford versus Brook. I think Brook is gonna beat Crawford.
Is that Zulu?
Man, stop it.
You're gonna laugh. You're gonna
Stop
laugh.
it.
Watch.
Stop
Bruh,
it, man.
Kell Brook has 2 titanium plates in his face. He's not gonna knock Brook out. Brook has gone.
Yeah, he
was
also
actually
has
touching up
eyes
Triple G.
made of
Listen,
shattered glass.
he moved up 2 weight classes. He was touching up Triple G until he got stopped. And then even with Errol
man.
Spence, he was actually giving Errol
Stop
Spence
it.
problems. Watch. Kell Brook is the hardest hitting puncher.
What you
Crawford has
described
ever
as him
faced.
being up before he gets stopped?
Listen, Kell Brook is the hardest hitting puncher Crawford has ever faced. He's
Stop
never
it.
faced this
I know.
amount of power. Never. He's getting knocked out, bro.
I know the host of the show asked me
Zulu,
if I had a
hold on,
question,
Zulu.
right?
Zulu, let's bet right now on Punch Drunk.
Let's bet.
So,
shit.
who you said Kell Brook is the hardest puncher. Who's he knocking out that gives you the hardest puncher?
He was touching up Triple G. He took middleweight power. He's not gonna. He's not gonna hurt.
I didn't say punch resistance. You said punch power. Who is he knocking out? You're saying punch power.
A knockout doesn't always show your punch power.
But you just said he's gonna knock out Crawford. So
yeah,
if he's gonna knock out Crawford
got rocked by Gamboa.
I mean, who is
Kell
he
Brook is
knocking out?
fighting
That
Terrence
makes you think he's
Crawford.
gonna knock out
Hold
Crawford.
on. Let me just say this. Get the smoke. Crawford got rocked by Gamboa how many years ago? Also,
and he got dropped by Mean Machine.
Okay, Zulu. I'm saying this. Crawford was draining himself beyond healthy measures to get down to 135. Draining himself, malnourishing himself. He was weak at 135.
Right, and here's also what Gamboa is
Brook going for the money grabs?
also Gamboa is a amateur standout, right? That's where he had the most success in his boxing career, was as an amateur. The first 4 rounds, that's where Gamboa is at his best. That's what he's used to. I don't see, and Devin Haney is a good fighter, but he came up in the pro ranks. He didn't do that whole amateur thing. I think he's going to take his time with it. I don't see him blowing him out in 4 rounds kind of thing. I think that's when Gamboa is going to be at his best. 5 rounds through 7 is a different thing.
brother.
Yeah, smoke.
Hold on.
Let me just add.
Clearly,
Smoke.
can
Let
I
me
say
just
something
add
real
this.
quick?
Hold on. Smoke. You hear me, Smoke?
Yeah. I'm listening.
Georgia. You know, it was like 99% reporting like early this afternoon. It's still 99 reporting this afternoon, and Biden is less than 1,000 to beat Trump in Georgia.
Georgia.
So Biden officially won.
That shit is
Biden's
funny,
officially
yo.
president. Is that what you're saying?
Huh?
What you saying? Biden's officially president now.
Yeah.
All I'm saying is
these guys don't know how to lose, right?
This is the robbery of the century. This is the
They
robbery of the century. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, right. Robbery of the century. So tell me this. How come the Republicans can't win the popular vote? How come you want some guy to be lose the vote by millions, but still keep the job?
Nah, I really don't
get out of here. Get out of here with the rig. Just lose and go away.
I really don't care. Though. Let the people have them. Let the people have them.
Exactly. Stop trying to do dirty tricks to hold on to power, man. Just lose with grace.
Hey, L
So
Dog, I want to ask you something. L Dog, somebody in the panel said, "What's the undercards?" I know you've been watching. What's the undercards this weekend? Where you at?
Man, we got the best heavyweight in the world, Philip El Animal Hrgović, 11-0, 9 knockouts, amateur standout, fighting
Best
the
heavyweight in the
experience.
world, like Lomachenko was the best fighter in the world. Shut up.
Yeah,
Yo, can I?
15 year,
Anyway,
15 year
we're gonna say I'm gonna continue. Hrgović fighting Rydal Booker. He's gonna beat Rydal Booker. It's gonna be a tough fight. Hold on, Rydal Booker is not a bum. Can you name me the 3 losses? Who has he lost to?
A bum.
Okay, so he lost to bums, right?
We ain't gonna hype his opponent up. He's a bum.
So Magic Johnson, you can't name his opponents, but you're qualified enough to call the man a bum.
You just said Leo Santa Cruz was an elite. Shut up. You unqualified.
I would say
let me
Philip is the most accomplished of the heavyweight prospects.
Let me
He
ask
beat
you
Eric
guys
Molina.
a question real quick.
He's not the most accomplished. That's crazy.
Of the heavyweight prospect, he is. I would say so.
Oh, are you serious?
Yeah, he beat Eric Molina faster than AJ and Wilder.
Punch, are you live on the fight?
Eric Molina.
Punch.
Am I right about that?
We're not gonna do that.
Facts, though.
Okay.
He beat him faster than Wilder and
Magic Johnson, he don't want to acknowledge him, but shout out to Philip Hrgović. He the best heavyweight on the planet.
So doing what, Jack?
I wouldn't say the best, but I'll say he's done the most though.
He's the best.
He did the most of what? That boy ain't do shit. We ain't give no credit to nobody.
So who done more than him then?
What? Because he's from Eastern Europe. That's why he's the best. Shut up, dude.
If I wanted to support an Eastern European, I would have supported.
Okay, look.
You know,
listen, wait. L Dog, please. Everybody, just relax. Punch, are you live on the fight this weekend? Somebody wants to know on the panel.
Yeah, I'm gonna do that. Yeah.
Okay. So
yeah, hold up. Punch Drunk, you got to cover the Hrgović fight. It's the co-main event.
I'm gonna do the whole.
Hrgović is the future of the heavyweight division. He beat the shit out of Wilder in sparring.
I got a question for the channel.
We talking about sparring.
And let me say this: Hrgović was an 18-year-old kid, an American grown man, an American. Hold up. A fully grown American man cannot beat up an Eastern European child. That's facts.
American who started boxing at fucking 21. Shut up.
Anyway, Magic Johnson. I think the next big fight we got after that is Ryan Garcia, Luke Campbell after the Kell Brook, Terence Crawford. We got Ryan Garcia, Luke Campbell, and we've got Errol Spence, Danny Garcia on the same day.
Errol Spence,
Danny Garcia.
Who's that guy talking right now?
Rapstar.
I got a question for you.
Yeah, brother.
And I mean this. Don't take this no type of way. It's just it is a sincere question.
Okay.
Do you really want to see Kell Brook fight Terence Crawford?
Yeah, why not? Because Terence Crawford hasn't fought nobody, bro. Wait. Terence Crawford hasn't fought that many people at 147. He hasn't hardly fought anyone, bro. So
correct. That's another reason why.
So for him to fight Kell Brook, it's still a name that we need to see him go and smoke there, because he hasn't fought no one as good as Kell Brook. He hasn't fought no one as good as Kell Brook, bro.
You know when I knew he was gonna fight Kell Brook? When Bob said if the Pacquiao fight falls through, they have Thurman, Crawford, Ugas, and Kell Brook on their schedule. Right? I was like, who doesn't belong on this list?
So
Kell Brook. When's the last time Kell Brook fought at 147? I believe it, 2017, right?
The problem is, Chris, that's the best fight he's going to fight so far.
No, it's not the best fight at anything. No, what it is a good name. It's a name that we all know. But dude, man, listen, I went out on Kell Brook and when he came out in them Christmas shorts, and that was like what, 2018? Like Kell Brook is not making noise in the sport of boxing. He's not.
Yeah,
it's
I
just
like
it's
him.
just
I like when he came and he took this belt off Sean.
But Smoke,
It was
you know
very
how sad this
respectful.
is, Smoke.
Road warrior. I love. It's not like there's no
But
shade on Kell
Smoke,
Brook,
let's be
but
honest,
he's
yeah.
not a welterweight.
But look how sad this is. This would be the best guy he had fought at 147, Kell Brook, even
yeah,
at
but
2 years
they
later.
using him like a rag doll.
Now,
But
I mean, listen,
They using
the
him.
he
guy.
might surprise you, you know, Chris. He might surprise
He's
you in
not
this. He
really.
might surprise you.
Nah, because
Who's
you know what
using
it
who?
is.
I'm gonna say something real
You're giving
controversial.
Kell
You know
Brook
what it
no
is.
chance in that fight, bro.
I think Brook
My
upsets
whole
him.
thing is,
Yeah.
you know what upsets me is Kell Brook, right? He is he on a match room? Is he signed a match room or yes or no?
Not right
Yeah.
now.
All
He's
right.
having
No,
problems with Eddie Hearn.
he just didn't do this fight, right? But he is with Matchroom.
So I don't know. He just like he's a good fighter. Don't get me wrong. Like I followed him, but do I think his team sets him up for the greatest fights? Absolutely not.
No, they threw him under the bus.
Absolutely
His
not.
team not setting
He
him up.
has a
That's
lot of
why
potential,
this is
but
all on Kell Brook. That's why his trainer's not even training him, and
you
that's
know
why he's not even promoting this fight.
whatever all these
Kell
top
Brook
elite
is the
fighters,
sound.
all these top elite fighters, they get
Yeah,
they
but
get
Chris,
they get tune-up
Chris.
fights. Why
Yeah,
can't
but
Kell Brook catch a
Chris,
break and
Terence
get a tune-up
Crawford
fight?
isn't
Kell
fighting
Brook is a
anyone, bro.
sacrifice. You hear me?
Terence
They
Crawford isn't
sacrificed
fighting
that boy.
anyone, bro. This is the best he can get right now.
Kell
Yeah,
Brook
but
is a
he
sacrifice. That's all they're gonna do.
why
He
don't
sacrificed him. He'll get you
Hold
on
on.
him. Nobody
Now
ain't worrying about
let me ask you a question. How did Kell Brook lose his last two fights? How did he lose? What happened, right? His eye broke,
injury,
right?
right? His eye,
The
right?
socket, right?
His eye.
What does he have now?
Yeah.
The only thing that caused him to lose his last fight, what does he have? He has titanium plates in his skull. He's not going to
He's
get knocked
damaged
out. I
goods.
promise you that. No, he's
what?
not damaged good.
No, he gonna get knocked out.
He's not getting. He has
Crawford,
titanium in his face.
Crawford gonna stop him to the body.
Yeah,
Watch.
If it wasn't for his face fracturing, he would have
I
actually
swear
won
to
those
God.
two fights with Triple G in
Crawford
his
gonna
face.
Yeah,
stop him
but you're
to the
talking
body.
about
Everything I love.
That weakness is
A
taken
lot
away.
of people, Chris, are giving him more than 35% chance to
what I'm trying
40%
to say.
chance in this
What I'm
fight.
trying to say
Crawford
I'm
is
just
gonna
letting you
stop
know,
him to the
Chris.
body.
Bro, Kell Brook was
what
schooling Triple G, bro. Watch that fight.
what
He
division
was
is that? What
schooling him.
division is
No, he
He was
wasn't,
schooling.
bro.
Yes, he
He was
was. He
not
was.
schooling
Yes, he
Triple
was
G,
touching
bro.
Triple
No,
G at
that's
will.
called
Stop it,
carrying
bro.
He was
somebody.
He
landing at
was
will,
hitting
bro.
Triple G. Triple G walked him down and fucked him up.
He was
All right,
outboxing the shit out of
you
Triple
know
G.
what?
No, he
Everybody's.
wasn't.
Yes, he was.
It's
I
very
understand what
convenient to
Chris
say.
Triple
is
G
saying.
was carrying him.
Okay, so Amir Khan was schooling Canelo before he got knocked out. Here's the whole thing. Luis Ortiz was schooling Wilder before he got knocked out. Like, it
But
doesn't
He
really
Smoke,
still
matter if
got
the
knocked the
end
fuck
result
out.
is you
look,
got knocked out, right?
but
So,
But he didn't
Smoke.
get knocked
and
out.
not only
All
that,
right, listen.
not only that, that was years ago. Like, it's
Okay,
not like that was his last fight or his last three fights. Dude has not been at a welterweight in 3 years.
but Chris, Smoke, I understand what Chris
yeah,
is saying, that
yeah.
he's not too impressed with Kell Brook as an opponent. But what is Terence Crawford supposed to do? He ain't getting no opponents. Through Bob
What?
Arum, by Bob Arum, it's
Yeah,
not
but
helping him. He ain't getting the right opponents.
No, listen, I'm not. Listen,
he's
this
feeding
is
them to the
not
wolves.
necessarily just because Kell Brook is not really a welterweight doesn't absolve Terence Crawford and Bob Arum from getting him bodies. Especially if you're going to attach your name to other people and point the fingers. And then once it comes down to making fights for these people, you tell them that they asked for too much money or they lost too many fights, right? Like, Kell Brook is fine, but Kell Brook
But
is not a
honest, but
champion,
honest,
right? He's fine as a 154
yeah.
pounder
But the
if you
thing
want to
is,
dink and dunk and remember the glory days. But as a 147 guy, he's nothing. He's not anything.
I'm just tired of people, giving Kel credit because he touched up Triple G, and you know what? He was supposed to do that. And you know what? And everybody knows that follows Triple G knows that Triple G likes getting hit.
He pulls
So
away. He pulls away. Biden pulls away on Georgia.
Yeah.
Which
So
I was
even though
trying
he
to
touched him up,
interrupt, but I didn't want to
he got
interrupt
fed.
them because then it would have sort of like been salty with me, bro. It would have been like, damn, this motherfucker came back on the panel just interrupting me. But yeah, he
But
did.
look,
He's
let's
on
just be honest, yeah.
917 votes more in Georgia right now.
Okay.
Right, yeah.
But
So
let's
right, so
who
I'm not quite sure how Biden is actually like corrupting the Republicans, right? But apparently
Yo, so since we're talking
Trump
about
is
politics,
he needs new people. He got snakes in the camp.
No, Trump just needs to take it to the Supreme Court. 6 out of 9 Supreme Court judges are Republicans.
Yeah, it's not going to the Supreme Court.
Yeah.
It's not going past the state
Wishing
level.
for nothing, bro.
You can't just allege fraud. You have to prove it.
Hey, yo,
bro.
Punch, take it to the Supreme
There's no
Court.
pixie dust and fucking unicorn farts over here, bro.
He could take it, but I really don't care now. How the hell this guy Donald Trump stays in the same number? This guy gained 70,000 votes.
That's
Come on,
because
man, because you know why? Because he told everybody to stay home and not send mail-in votes. He told everybody not to send in mail-in votes, that it was all fraud. And then guess what? All the Democrats said, "Hey, we want to stay home because of coronavirus," and they did it. So therefore, now you're getting all the ballots.
And
it's just common sense.
Not only that, it's 99%. If you do the math, right, you still, even within that 1%, it's still like a couple 100,000 votes. It's because of how many people
How
voted.
old is Biden? How old is Biden?
A couple years older than Trump.
Not a couple.
Yeah, he had 600. He was
Bob
up.
Arum is older than Biden.
He was up 600,000 when they had like 2 million ballots to go. Right? Like, there's just no way that the dude was gonna win. Like, you could declare.
He was talking about age. I was like, damn, he's 600,000
Hey, we
years
got
older
some
than Trump.
haters in the show.
He's
Yeah, we
old
got
as hell.
some haters in the panel. Come on the show, man.
Got access to
I
Google
don't like
real
these
quick?
weak haters, man. Come on the show.
Exactly,
Come on,
Rapstar.
come on the
Yeah,
panel, man. These weak little fucking haters.
I mean, I can understand how you would.
There's a lot of toxicity in the
cheating,
chat.
right?
But
But
let them come over here, man, so we can.
but why the Republicans supposed to be cheating against Trump? That don't make no sense. How that happen?
Yeah, man. You look.
I agree.
all
I
I'm gonna
agree
say-
with.
all I'm
I
gonna say is
agree
this.
with
Look,
Hugo on this one. That the Democrats
all
though
I'm-
it's blind.
my
A blind man
Can
can
I-
see
can
that.
I-
Hey, but
Can I-
look,
can I say
all I'm
something
gonna
real
say,
quick?
man, look, because I'm obviously gonna chime off. I'm smoking a cigarette on my balcony right now. I'm watching
Major
CNN
key.
inside. But yeah, what's up, Rapstar? But listen, man, I'm not gonna interfere with you guys when y'all chopping it up. But yo, no matter who comes to the panel, guys, like, come on, man. We had an agenda today, which was bridging the gap, and I hate to come back in and hear just like everything off the rails and shit like that. You know what I mean? Like, for real, like I was thinking that we were making some progress, and then everything went out the window, and then you guys brought it back. But you know what I mean? Like fuck whoever comes in
Look,
and doesn't
Punches
know
already
how we
started the
rock, you know what I mean?
movement. Major key. Punches started the movement. So what that means is we know where Punch is at with this panel now. He started
Yeah,
the
of course,
movement.
brother. Of course, that's what I'm saying. But Punch left for a minute. I don't know. You know, when he said, "Yo, Rapstar, you hold it down," you know what I mean? And then I don't know who was up in there, but people started talking about random shit and arguing, you know what I mean? And I was like, damn,
Well,
like
we
what
were
the fuck
talking
am I
about
listening
boxing.
to?
You know, we love boxing.
Yeah.
We, you can't blame us. We love this sport, boxing. You know.
Yeah, I know, but I mean, we gotta bridge the gap, man. We gotta bridge the gap. I don't give a fuck
And it's
like
not
what
gonna
time
happen
of day it
overnight.
is. We gotta
It's not
do it.
gonna happen overnight, bro. It's gonna take.
No. You're right about that. But like, we gotta at least be able to manage when we understand that somebody's trying to divert the attention somewhere else. We bring it back.
Yeah, look.
So fuck that.
Can
You
I-
want
can I-
to run
can I
that
say
shit over there?
something?
No.
I'm
We're
gonna just
bringing
say
it back.
one thing. I'm gonna just say one thing, and it may be an oversimplification. And I'm gonna say, if you want to bridge the gap, just stop with the finger pointing. Everybody stop pointing fingers at the other person. Do the best. Do your best.
I
to
agree with that.
figure
I agree
out,
with that. That's
you know,
there's
work
devices
on
now.
that.
I'm finger pointing.
There you go.
I'm finger pointing my own community. I start with my own community.
Okay.
So I'm finger pointing. I want the Black and Latino community. That's why it says Black versus Latino. Not because I'm Latin. It's because it's my community. This is my community.
And you know, most of those toxic people,
Well,
talking
right,
a lot
so,
of shit.
like
Wait,
I said,
let me speak,
there's
bro. Let me speak.
Hold on, let Rapstar speak.
Yo, let me say something, man. You're always running around. Come on, bro. A lot of the toxic community. Come on, man. Yo, please. You always want to get your last word in. I'll let you be after this.
Really, the thing is, he stepped on my sentence, and I don't think he heard the end of it. I said, instead of pointing the finger outwards, look at the man in the mirror and start there. Go ahead, Rapstar.
That's cool, bro. And what I'm saying is there's so much toxic talk in the back over here, man. There are people making fake videos that people are racist. They're all making fake narratives. And they don't come over here to talk with their fake narratives, yeah? They come with all this toxic stuff in their own shows and their own bullshit. But when it comes to a real free platform, they don't want to come and speak intelligently. How fucking weak is this fucking narratives and people around here. You know what I mean? And it's just stupid, man. It's foolish. But look, we got to come in the right movement, and Punch is at least brave enough to touch on sensitive subjects. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
That's facts,
Thank
man.
you.
And
Yo,
Reps
you know,
makes a
and
good
that's what's
point.
up.
You know, above all, the most important thing he said was you got to be a boxing fan above everything. You got to be a boxing.
That's why we're all here, innit? That's why we're all here. Number one.
This right here is a form of media, correct? It's a form of social media, correct?
Absolutely.
All right. So, if I've asked you a question, who's the king of media right now? Who's the media coverage
In boxing or in general?
right now?
In what?
What did he ask? I didn't hear him.
Who has
Donald
everybody's
Trump.
ears and eyes?
Donald Trump.
Or Donald Trump, right? So, would you agree
God,
that he's
God is the
right? So Donald Trump. So is Donald? Would you see that Donald Trump is the leader of our
I
country
can't.
right now?
You're breaking
Correct?
up. I can't hear you.
Yeah, I didn't hear what you said neither, bro.
So Donald Trump is the leader of our country, right?
Yeah, you're breaking up,
I
brother.
said Donald Trump is the leader of our country, correct?
Say it again.
Can you hear
He
me
said
now?
Donald Trump is the leader of our country. He's trying to
That
say.
was a
Donald Trump is
question
the
or a
leader.
statement?
That's what he's saying.
If we're gonna go down
That was
that
the
road, I
question.
would be more interested in
Okay,
hearing
so
if
I'm just trying to get you
Rap
involved.
Star
So
heard
the
H
point
Money talking shit about him the other day.
Yeah, I told you, right? He's making fake videos about Punch, saying that Punch is a racist. So when I told
Yeah,
them
I know.
over there, I told them over there, I
Well, I
told
know.
them all, listen, if they're watching right now, I told them,
point I
stop talking shit, come over here, debate some intelligent conversation so we know where you're really at in your soul. But they don't want to talk. They're just making fake shit, bro.
We warned you about that, though, right? Can
Yeah,
you
but
at
I
least
want to see
admit that
for
we warned
myself,
you?
innit? I want to see for myself. I'm that kind
Yeah, I
of guy,
know.
you know?
But we did warn you, right?
Yeah, you did.
Dude just mad because he dedicated his own channel. Dude just mad because he dedicated his own channel to one fighter, thinking that camp was just gonna stay in his channel. He got mad that camp is also on my channel and everybody else's channel. He just mad.
And you know what? Some people go in there and express their own views. And you know what? He doesn't like it. But you know, at the end of the day, it just can't be a yes man. If you're not a yes man, you can't be part of his stupid energy. That's all it is.
Dude, I've been looking at the YTB, the YouTube boxing community for the last year and a half, bro, and he still has I think he got like 700 more followers in the whole year
Like I
and a
told you,
half.
we're laughing from England. All the gyms in
Well,
England, they watch this shit,
let's
yeah?
stop laughing at H Money here. H Money, I respect him. He's
Yeah,
got a
but
good
come on,
channel.
look. Hey,
Punch
listen,
Drunk, I
look.
respect him.
You know what it's like,
You know,
yeah? At the end of the day, it's very
MXBC.
disrespectful, bro. Come on, you know this. Come on.
Nah, hold on. I respect everyone. I respect the LDBC. I respect everyone from the LDBC to Thunderdome Boxing.
But what I'm saying is, it's too much disrespect out there, man. We need to show more love and, show what kind of man you are. So
I mean, it depends. It depends on what people like to be entertained. You know, people got their flavor. L Dog he feels like he likes everybody feel like they all respectful. Then he feels if that's the way they go out, and if he feels he earned his respect, then he earns his
only
respect.
because L Dog speaks nice about him, and only L Dog goes over there and shows his support. Soon as they're not in the same. Soon as they don't agree on the same thing, L Dog's a piece of shit for them again. That's how it works, bro. Once L Dog really sticks up for himself and L Dog really tells them how he feels, he's not going to get along with them.
Nah, but listen, I've told H Money how I feel. You know, Lomachenko is my favorite fighter at that weight class or around there. But at the end of the day, I believe he did duck Haney. It is what it is. That's a conversation that's irrelevant. But
yeah, but you shouldn't be making fake accusations about other people and trying to say that they're racist.
He didn't duck. He
This
didn't.
and they're that.
Nobody duck Haney.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, hold on,
You don't
Rapstar.
need to be that petty and make fake videos and try and prove to people that this Punch is a racist and this guy's a racist.
But that's between him and Punch.
Nah, ain't nothing between me and the dude, brother.
Come on, man. You know that, innit, L-Dog? Come on. He's childish, L-Dog. Come on. You know this.
Ain't nothing between me.
I know
That dude is fighting among himself. He could be for himself.
He's fighting with himself, L-Dog.
I don't got nothing. God bless the dude, man.
Look, we need these kind of channels in our, maybe what it is now. This is the YouTube game, right? So, you know, you got to have some narrative channels, I guess, right? For the casuals and that, you know?
Hey, Corp Chris is back.
Guys like you help hype him up. That's what it is.
And listen,
guys like L-Dog, that hypes he
H Money, Punch, Drunk, always welcome at the MXBC show.
Man,
not
that
that's a compliment. Anyone is welcome at the MXBC show, man.
Nobody wants to come there, bro. Come on, we've invited people to come over here. You know, come and debate here.
This is not their lane, man.
You know?
But the MXBC, I'm telling you, Rapstar, we had a respected political commentator for our election night. His name was OV. He's a respected political commentator.
Get the fuck out of here, bro. Come on, L-Dog. For real? That dude is a racist. Still calls me. You know that he still calls me, bro? He still calls me. And I don't even
you talking about that guy that had the
white nationalist dude, bro.
The Nazi flag?
He's talking about well-respected. Get the fuck out of here, bro.
The Nazi flag guy?
Yeah, him. Yeah, him. Exactly.
Hey, let me ask you a question.
Coming from England, yeah. When we
What's good, Arnie? What's good?
When who is it? Who's come over here? Who's
that's Corp. I'm just
okay, Corp. Yeah, when we coming from England, when we watch some of these shows when they're huffing and puffing.
Thank you, Hugo Sanchez. I seen it. My fault. I ain't shut you out, my brother.
You know, we can't believe how they can shout that much about Devin Haney when at the end of the day, right, Devin Haney's looking really bad sometimes when you see it. If you think about it, they're making Devin Haney look bad, man.
Who's making that? Who's this is what I say about Dev. It's not Dev. It's not a Haney problem. I think what happened in boxing is when you premature hype somebody, you expect so much. Then you expect so much, and then that's when he's gonna get criticized. But that they doing the more disservice to Haney than anything, in my opinion. You know, when you say like he ducked Loma, that's doing a disservice to Haney, in my opinion.
Yeah,
does Lomachenko duck Haney to fight a unification bout? So now now in boxing, we're gonna stress the champion to fight a mandatory rather than fight a unification bout.
Yeah, and Punch. What I want to say is, I actually think Teofimo will beat Haney. I really do, man.
Actually, I'll back L-Dog up. He does say that in other channels. I have seen.
Yeah, I think Teo will actually stop Haney, but I want to see the fight. That's my stance on this. I think Teofimo is a sensational fighter. I think he's a generational talent. But at the end of the day, I respect Haney. He's calling for the shot. Why not give it to him, It's a fight that the fans want to see. That's my stance on it. I don't want to get into the politics of who's ducking who. At the end of the day, I just want to see the fight.
I think what everybody else should be doing is what Bill Haney is doing. It's going out to the hardcore boxing fans, to the hardcore boxing channels, and promote, do what you're supposed to do. Keep his name in our mouths and other channels' mouths. That's what he's supposed to, but that's what everybody else supposed to be doing. See, because we could hear, let's say, Devin Haney try to fight this person and this person and this person, but then the questions is not asked. Let's ask Javier Fortuna. Let's ask what was the did he present a contract to Javier Fortuna? Did he present a contract to Richard Comey? Did he present a contract to Felix Verdejo? Did he present a contract to other fighters? These are the questions. Let's hear it from them. they said that they presented a contract, but that's just one side story. Now we're gonna take whatever we get, right? But I think if we ask the other fighters, they'll say something different as well.
Hey, yo, Punch. I don't want to interrupt, but did you see today Felix Verdejo versus Nakatani, the guy who fought the tall guy who fought Tio?
Oh,
They're
that's
gonna
tough.
fight
That's tough. That's tough. I'm gonna be
December
honest with you.
15th.
That's tough.
Yeah, man.
That's good.
Shout out
If
to
he,
Top
if he
Rank.
does, but he's chasing greatness at least, bro. That's what I'm trying to say. Like, you know, I know he's not gonna duck greatness. Like, he's gonna go after it. You know what I mean? That Puerto Rican fighters do that. You know what I mean? And it is what it is. So he either loses or he wins. You know what I mean? That's it.
So, you know, like, even basically, it'll be like, just like Punch said, L-Dog, if Haney has one bad round against Gamboa in there, even something like that, it'll just look bad against him. You see what I mean? That's the kind of pressure he's under now. He got to perform in such a fashion without, you know what I mean? He's got to go in there and really dominate this fight from the first bell to the bell that he stops him.
My prediction, it don't go longer than 4 or 5.
I agree, but I'm gonna say this: if Haney doesn't stop him in the first half, it's a real bad look.
See what I mean?
See, that's what I'm saying.
That's
and,
what I'm saying.
I say it to Bill as well. He got to match. He got to match what Gervonta St. Davis did.
No, he ain't got to match that. He got to better it, bro. He got to beat him, Tio Come style.
No, I mean, come on. It's hard for anybody to match. Even if elite fighter fighting a 50, 60 rank, it's hard to end the fight the way that Gervonta St. Davis ended it. It's hard to end a fight like that.
Yeah.
Nah,
you
man.
can have a stoppage. It's like
He got to
Berlanga.
stop it, man. He got to stop it inside 6 rounds, like Tio did to Come. He's got to beat him like that.
I say
really,
5. I
Punch,
say
I
5.
know L-Dog saying Theo with Comey, but you got to understand, Theo win against a world champion Comey. This is Gamboa. Theo's step up was Comey. You know what I mean, Punch? That was a real step up. This is Gamboa.
At least,
about, bro.
But Gamboa is a better fighter than
these
Comey.
fights.
Yeah,
Let's be
but
facts. You can't
not at
compare-
135.
If
Gamboa was way more experienced than Comey.
But
No,
if
hold on.
If Gamboa would have came if Gamboa would have came with momentum, meaning he won like three fights in a row, and you know he's looking good, but he's coming off surgery, age, and a loss.
And time, a bunch of fights.
Thing about
hold
Comey is
on.
when,
Let me say,
Teofimo hurt him. He didn't know what to do. Gamboa, when he was hurt, he knew how to hold. He knew how to. He had veteran tactics.
You ain't gonna
even
have
in the
this,
fight
bro.
longer. Comey didn't know what the fuck to do when he
Richard
got hurt.
Comey is the
Yo, where's
better
Magic
lightweight
Johnson
than
at?
Gamboa. Let me ask you this: how many world titles has Gamboa won at lightweight?
You're measuring stats. You're not looking at what they did in the fight.
Yeah, I'm measuring stats. Richard Comey has a better win at 135.
Yeah, but when you look at the fight of Teofimo and Comey versus Tank and Gamboa, when Comey got hurt, he didn't know what to do. You see, Floyd utilized the tactic a lot.
Tio
He would
fucked him
utilize
up
the
so bad,
defense.
bro.
I mean,
Tio
the
fucked him
offense
up so
by
bad.
holding and clinching. That's how you get somebody tired and take the steam off.
Bro, Tio got
We can't compare. We can't.
Gamboa knew how to do that.
We can't compare. No Floyd or Richard knowing what to do. You don't know what. Sometimes you don't know what to do when you get hit in the head like that. That's a shot. You think maybe he's trying to hold that he can't hold.
Hey, that
Bro,
punch
I'm just saying,
Gamboa's more of a veteran
reminded
fighter.
me
He knows
of
how to last
wait.
longer.
That punch reminded me of Costa Zoo and Zab Judah. That's how he hit him, man.
Right.
Oh,
Comey was lost.
Yeah. But
That's
I mean,
facts.
let's be honest, man. With Gamboa, man, Gamboa was good. He was really good.
I mean,
And then
Tank
it
hit
took too much
Gamboa
time with
hard,
those
man.
legal battles, and then Terrence Crawford exposed him, bro, and that was that. After that, he didn't. Some fighters recover, some fighters don't, and he had too much time between each fight, and he never recovered from that.
But
I do agree. I do agree what this guy was saying though. That maybe the jinx. I do agree what Magic was saying.
Let's be real
anytime
here,
somebody
though.
say that they the next Floyd, they failed, bro.
That's true, but hold up, Major
You,
Key. Let me say this real quick, Glenn. Gamboa was the real
No,
deal.
no. Address man's major key like you did the first time.
Nah, Glenn. I'm gonna
Yo,
call
he
you a
had
first
just
name.
as Major Key is recorded.
Glenn, Major Key, bootleg
What's up?
edition.
Yeah, right, brother. Yeah, right.
Gamboa was the real deal at 126 pounds, not at 135. He's
Facts.
never won a world
Facts.
title above
Facts.
That's what I
126
said, but
pounds.
that's what
People don't
I
say
just
that,
I
said
man.
don't
that.
It's the
I
think
truth.
just
I
said
don't
that.
That's
think
the truth.
Devin Haney
He's
never
not the
said he
same
was the
dude, bro.
next Mayweather.
What do you
Oh,
mean?
come on.
I never
They
heard
all
Devin
been
Haney
they've been
say he was the
pushing
next
that.
Mayweather.
They've been pushing that
But
narrative.
everyone around him is saying that.
But
Yeah,
Yeah,
but yo,
listen. When
but
I first saw Devin Haney, he
I
was a
guess
teenager at the Mayweather gym, being trained by Frank Mayweather Sr., talking shit in
yeah, but I
the
mean,
locker rooms and stuff.
That's the worst thing
let me
any
ask a
young
question
boxer can
though.
do. That's the worst thing any
The,
boxer can do, Chris, is compare themselves with Mayweather.
but
Worst
this
thing.
is but this is an important question though for that matchup though. My main I have an important question. My question is, did Devin Haney's camp seek out the opponent, or did this guy seek out Devin Haney for that fight? Who seeked out who?
Devin Haney picks all his fights at the moment.
That's what I'm saying. So they obviously see a weakness in Gamboa that they want to they want to expose.
Well, for sure, yeah.
So it's a calculated move. You know what I mean? It's very calculated. And
I think he was supposed to fight Fortuna.
The reason they find Gamboa is the same reason Bud is fighting Kell Brook.
Just
Right.
tune-ups? What's going on?
Call me
Yeah,
crazy.
Just a
no,
name.
it's a name. It's a name. It's
Just
a
a
name.
name.
That's what it is. That's
Just
what he's
a
trying
name.
to say. Yeah. It's a name.
Call me crazy, but wouldn't you guys like to see Kell Brook and Demetrius Andrade?
Nah.
Fuck
What?
no.
Oh no.
Why wouldn't you?
That's like,
Why would
I'm
I want
sorry.
to see that?
That's like saying, call
I
me
mean,
crazy, but
because
wouldn't you like to see Derevianchenko versus Beterbiev? Like, fuck no, bro. We already know the outcome of that fight.
what would the outcome be in your opinion if they did fight?
I think that would be worse for you see how people talking about Bud fighting Kell? That would be worse if Demetrius Andrade fights Kell Brook.
Yo, dude, make
Yeah,
sure
but
you subscribe to me, bro.
The point I'm trying to make is
you. I'm
Boo
talking to
Boo would
you.
need that fight. Oh, you said what?
I said subscribe to me
You said
when you're done with it. Yeah,
I got you,
go
bro.
to Major Key
What's the
Boxing.
channel?
Major Key Boxing, and look for the dude with the Raiders hat on.
No soliciting, no soliciting.
Not the other.
Yeah,
Yeah,
hey Chris, you
not
kind
the
of
other
cool,
dude.
man. Chris.
All right, get the fuck out of here.
My whole
Fox.
point is
Yo, Chris, subscribe to me too.
Demetrius. Basically, my whole point is that he deserves
Andrew,
to fight a
L-Dog.
name brand fighter. You know what I'm saying? Terrence Crawford fought enough name brand fighters where he doesn't need
Demetrius Andrade, the most avoided fighter in boxing.
Shut up.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm
The
saying.
most avoided fighter in boxing. They avoid him. My guy has to chase everybody.
Plus, he's fucking around right now. Like,
He gotta chase,
for real.
He gotta chase everybody. Now he going to 160. He gotta chase everybody because he's 6'1", rangy, outbox, got the best pedigree, amateur pedigree out of all of them in one.
He ain't fought nobody. He ain't fought nobody.
I know because nobody want to fight him.
Yo, I'm gonna drop a jewel for y'all, man. I was Demetrius Andrade helped me win the Golden Gloves, man. He sparred me, and it got me ready for.
Hey Chris, what state you from, bro? Before you carry on about your amateur background,
Yeah.
What state you from, bro?
What state I'm from?
Yeah,
I'm from Rhode Island.
Okay. So
Rhode
what was your amateur record, bro?
I don't want to get too deep on it. I don't want to make it about me, but since you're asking, hold on. Let me charge my phone. It's about to die.
All right.
Give me a second. Hold on. I'm like
Because
on 1%.
you said you sparred Demetrius Andrade, so I do want to know your record.
Yeah, hold on one second. Hold on.
Dun, dun, dun.
Demetrius Andrade is
And
an interesting fighter, man.
for the
His
record, I
career has
didn't say
been.
that. I didn't
L
say
Dog,
that.
let Chris speak,
I didn't say
please.
that. I didn't say that for yeah. Just I didn't want to say that for clout, and I don't want to get the wrong impression.
Yeah.
There's a
Because
you
you
could say
made
there's a
such a
little
statement.
bias
You look, you
because
made
he's
such a statement,
hometown,
yeah. So I want to know about your record. What's going on with you?
but
You made, you know what I mean?
but like I said, I don't want to get too deep in it. But to answer your question, to meet you in the middle, I won the gloves at 165. You know what I'm saying? So amateur, not pro ranks. You know what I'm saying? I never did
I
win the
got
pro
friends. I
ranks
got friends who've won
because
ABAs out there.
but basically with the pro game, it really has to be a sweet situation. You know what I'm saying? As far as for you to want to make a career out of it, like because that's your health on the line. So you want to make sure everything is good as far as your team, your promoter, your trainer. Everything got to line up, very well. I always had a great trainer, but I could never say I never had a connect on the good.
So how did your sparring
to
go? How did
wanna
your
get.
sparring go? How did your sparring go with Demetrius Andre?
Yeah,
How
so
did my sparring go?
Yeah, how did your
How
sparring
did
go
my
with
sparring
Demetrius
go?
Andre?
All right, so I'll tell you right now. I'm gonna tell you right now, very humbly. I'm nowhere near Demetrius' level. You know what I'm saying? I definitely bow down to his level. I mean to his greatness. How about that? He's great. He's a great dude, man. He's very talented. So all our sessions were he sparred with me. He helped me build me up. It wasn't one of those beat him down, show off for YouTube sparring matches like Devin Haney might do or something for clout. It wasn't one of those moves. It was one of those I want to see you get better. Type of sparring match. So does that answer your question?
Okay. I'm just thinking that you must have had.
Man,
What
come
would
on.
you?
Did you get your ass whooped, or did he? Did you whoop his ass?
Well, it looks like you're scratching for some juicy details or some negativity, and I'm not gonna give you what you're looking for, brother. I just answered his question.
Dun, dun, dun.
You
Well,
didn't hear
I'm
what I
gonna
said,
say,
or should I repeat myself?
average Joe winning on a landslide. Yeah, Smoke. Yeah, man.
I told you I'm nowhere near his level. I'm nowhere near his level, and he did me the favor by giving me the sparring to help elevate my game.
What, in Rhode Island?
That doesn't answer the question.
Did you guys spar in Rhode Island?
Well, that's where Boo was from, right?
Okay. Yeah. What's his gym? What's his local gym, bro?
It sounds like you're an investigator or something.
Nah, man, I'm just interested in the game, bro. It's like you're
It
not
sounds like you're doing
confident to tell me. Why
investigation.
would you not be confident?
Come on, you're a boxer, man. You gotta
I'd rather you just
prepare
put
for the
your name out, bro.
interview type.
Yeah, I ain't gonna lie, Cope Chris. It sounded like
you
you
sound
making
like you're
shit up.
hiding something, bro. Come on.
Well, I mean, if you don't want to, if you don't want to put the man's gym on blast like that, I mean, everybody knows who his trainer is, right? Or do we not know who his trainer is?
Hold on. Let's ask
Exactly.
Cope Chris and see if he knows who his trainer is.
Yeah, but I'm just making sure why he's not confident, bro.
Hold on. Go.
You know what I mean?
You know what?
I want to
Listen.
I want to see your amateur record on the internet so I can beat you up.
No.
So I can just say respect to the man.
Brother, let me tell you something. But the way you're talking right now, I have no interest in giving you. You sound like a Fed agent right now.
Man, come on,
And this
bro.
channel is not
passionate,
about me.
man.
We're talking about
Why would
discussion.
Man, I ain't
Fed
gonna
agent?
lie, Cope Chris. You sound like a keyboard warrior, bro.
Listen, bro. Look, if you listen,
And I'm gonna actually tell everyone here a
Sound like a
sparring
what?
story of mine, man.
But L
You
Dog,
know,
wait,
for
let me just say something.
you got hold on,
Before
Reps.
you say something, you can say something. But look, brother, I'm just chilling, man. And at the end of the day, if you sparred our brother Demetrius Andre, wait. If you sparred our brother Demetrius Andre, we're gonna big you up. We're only going to show you respect. So what I'm saying is,
No,
there's
hold
no
on.
reason
Let
to
me
hide
defend
about
myself.
anything
What
or
do you say
anything. You
about
know
me?
what I mean? We're going to respect you for that, bro. So if you got amateur record, we're just going to check it out and say, yeah, man, he's a real one. He ain't capping. He ain't just telling us some story. You know what I mean?
Hold on. I'm gonna answer your questions here, because
Yo,
it seems like you got questions. We said something about
I
lying.
want to
Lying
leave.
about what?
I want to leave, but I want to. Yo, Punch, can you put me on the screen real quick?
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh
Later
shit!
Q
Hey,
boxing
Glenn,
in the house.
Glenn, when we gonna get that sparring session in with our Jefe?
Hey, bruh.
Let's go.
You gonna get some kind of sparring. I don't know what it's gonna be, the click clack or the bitch slap.
But you know,
hey,
I
yo,
actually
brothers.
since Corp Chris, he gave that you know, that story. I want to give a story of my own. You know,
So I'm
for
a
the
peace to you guys, bro. Like, have a great night. I'm a listen from the background, but I'm not gonna join again because I gotta go to sleep, man. I gotta take my kids.
Yeah, man.
yeah. But for the Andy Ruiz rematch, AJ, he brought me in as a sparring partner, man. And the reason he shed so much weight was because he was so shook of sparring me, you know, every Saturday, that he would be sweating at night, man. He'd just be sweating like all that weight out. He was so scared of sparring me, man, because I punched so hard, you know. I ain't gonna go into further details, you know. I really did put a hurting on AJ, just like I'm sure Corp Chris put a hurting on Demetrius Andrade.
But who's that talking right now?
L Dog.
Who's that talking right now?
This L
L-Dog?
Dog.
So I don't know who it was, but one of the dudes, I think it was L Dog that early in the channel, because I have a good memory. You said something about you had a bone to pick with me. That's the one. You're the one that said that, right?
Yeah.
Crickets. You said you had a bone to pick with me. Didn't you say that earlier?
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Oh, why you taking so long to respond?
But I said, yeah, I have a bone to pick with you.
Yeah. So what bone you got taking me to talk to me? Because clearly you got some animosity towards me because you want to throw these underhand jokes. Nobody said anything for clout. Nobody said that I fucked up Boo Boo or nothing like that. When did I say that?
Well, I'm gonna be honest. I gotta give it to you. You know, if you wanted to clout chase a boxer, Boo Boo would be the last boxer you'd clout chase because he ain't got no clout. But you know, shout outs to you for your sparring story.
Guess what? Guess what? I know for a fact he'll fuck your ass up.
Oh man, listen. If he fought me, he'd have more fans in you know in the stadium than he did his last fight.
It's always the talentless people like you that give boxing a bad name, because you know you chime in and you always want to talk about somebody. Oh, he's the last person, but guess what? You couldn't even hold a spit bucket. How about that?
Hey, Boo Boo. I hope
The
Boo
other
Boo's
Boo
watching.
Boo Andre fan in the world.
You wouldn't be able to hold his
You know,
spit
Smoke,
bucket.
sometimes Boo Boo watches his
I'm
show.
telling you, hold on, Corp
Boo Boo
Chris.
watches his
Since
show,
you
bro.
live in Rhode Island, you know, tell your whole island to pull up to this fight, man. I will fight Andrade on the DAZN card.
You wouldn't say that
You
to
know, I
his
will
face.
actually fight him because I know I'm the kind of level of opposition he wants to fight. A bum. You know, I will come off the couch. I will make I will make 168. You know, don't worry about that. I'm only like 5'9", so I'm sure he'll fight me. You know.
No, man, come on. Andre's a really great fighter. He's a
Were you
good
in
fighter,
England,
bro.
Tom?
He's a good fighter.
Were you in
Nah, I'm New Zealand, man.
England or something? You in England or something?
Nah, I'm in New Zealand.
So again, we're gonna go back because you seem to have some New Zealand.
You breaking up bad.
So you talk about
Corp.
you want to pander me and talk about, oh, I used to fight Andy Ruiz, or you're trying to make a joke out of me, but never once did I say that I fucked up Boo Boo in a sparring match. So what is your point?
Nah, it's just like Rapstar was saying, man. You know, we want to know, man. We want to know the details of the sparring session.
Rapstar said, what did Rapstar say? What did Rapstar say? I don't know. Is he still on the channel?
Rapstar's always here. I'm here.
So what you say? He's trying to throw your name in the mix. So what did Rapstar say? You said what rap?
Man, all I said, if you call my name, I'll say what I said. I said, when a man comes on our panel and he says he's sparred some great fighters like Boo Boo, of course I'm going to ask for his credentials. And of course I would like to put respect on his name. And I would expect you to give us your name so we could put respect on you on the panel. That's all. That's all I said.
All right, but then you start to get personal. Ask what gym he's from. Like, come on, man. I don't got no reason to. Why would I tell his personal business what gym he trains at?
Let me tell you how many countries I've traveled for boxing. And I can tell you boxers I've met which are way, way greater than Boo Boo. So I'm in the boxing game, bro. I love the game. That's the only reason I asked you for the gym. Okay. I just asked you what's the credentials. I'm in the amateur game. I've got a few fighters around me who've won the ABAs.
If you're in a boxing game,
I've got fighters around me who've won the ABAs. Do you know what the ABAs are? Do you know what the ABAs are? You there, bro? Yo, Chris.
What I'm about to say. My whole point is, if you know about the boxing game, you should know that you don't ask questions. That's none of your damn business. Where he trains is none of your business. What you
bro?
need to know?
You called the name, bro.
Bro, I'm gonna be honest. I was amateur.
Called Demetrius Andre Boo Boo's name. That's
I'm gonna be honest, Chris.
That's Punch's favorite fighter, bro.
Yeah, I was an amateur boxer, bro, and no one gives a fuck if you tell them where you train, bro.
Yeah, bro. Not from where we're from. We tell you where we're training.
So why are you asking then? Why are you asking?
I said to you, bro, you called Boo Boo's name.
Every question is for a reason. I'm not stupid. When you ask a question, you ask for a question. You either ask because you're trying to fact check me, or you're just nosy. Which one is it?
For first, if you're gonna call Boo Boo's name and you sparred Boo Boo, then of course I'm gonna fact check you. I'm hoping you're not capping, because you know when you call a name like that, you should have nothing to worry about. You shouldn't be bothered to be telling us anything. It's a great experience. We're fucking excited for you. You know what I mean? You get what I'm saying?
All right. Listen, I don't take disrespect very well.
But nobody disrespecting you, Court. They just wanted to know your. I mean,
let me tell you the story about I fought.
Brother, let me tell you.
I mean, you're a boxer. You're a boxer. Somebody. I mean, they asked. They asked for your record. You know what I'm saying? Just like I asked Keyshawn Davis, who's an amateur.
No joke.
Huh?
Hey, Cope Chris. How about this, man? How about
let me ask you a question.
How about we set up a sparring session?
Hey, hold on. Let me ask a question.
All right.
Yeah.
Do you think?
Listen, all I was saying was I would rather much see Kell Brook fight Demetrius than fight Terrence Crawford. That's all I said.
Bro,
that's all I said.
So
you know what I'm saying?
I was arguing that Jermell Charlo.
Then that's on you. You're entitled to that. Huh?
Just chill.
Bro, you're good, bro. You good.
Just chill.
Hey, so Jermell Charlo, right? I was arguing that he should be on the pound for pound list. Am I crazy?
No, I got him on my pound for pound list.
What do y'all think? What's everyone else think?
You're talking about Jermell Charlo, 154, right?
Right.
Yeah, I got him on my pound for pound list.
Yeah, but where you got him?
Got him number 10.
Okay, right at number 10, hey?
I mean, and then since you're talking about Jermell, you know what I'm saying? Why don't he fight Boo Boo?
Who, Jermell Charlo?
Why don't any of the brothers fight?
That'll be a good fight.
Jermell, that would be a good fight, actually.
Jermell and Jamal, those two of them will be a good fight.
Mm-hmm.
Two of them will be a good fight.
And listen, brother, Chris, you seem like a very respectful guy, yeah? But let me tell you, when you call names like that, brother, you got to come with some facts with it, you know what I mean? And also, a lot of the chat's been saying that, look, asking
here's
these
the thing,
questions.
brother.
The chat's been asking me to ask you and fact check you, bro. That's all it was, bro.
The thing,
You know
brother.
what I mean?
Here's the thing, brother. I don't have nothing. Listen.
We
Here's
respect
the
you for it.
here's the thing, brother. I don't lie. One thing about me is if you see my name, if you see my name, anything out my mouth is the truth. I have no reason to lie about anything. If I was trying to clout chase, I'll say I fucked up boo boo in a bar spar match. I never said that. I said I was blessed with the opportunity to spar with him on several occasions, just because
Several, yeah.
if you want to know facts, I fought his older brother in the amateur quite a few times, and I did beat his older brother. You know what I'm saying? But his brother is nowhere as good as Demetrius. You know what I'm saying? So Boo Boo knew me from we grew up together. You know what I'm saying? So, but so it's more so it's not what you know, it's who you know type of thing. You know what I'm saying? That's how the game works sometimes. You see what I'm saying?
I'm gonna be honest, Chris. Any man who
Because I can
says
tell
they
you
don't
right
lie
now,
is a liar.
the formula went. All right. So any man who says what is a liar.
No, you cutting up, but I'm just saying any
You gotta
man
be
who
more
says they don't
specific.
lie is a
Says
liar.
what?
Bro, everyone lies. Come on, man.
Hold on. Somebody in the
Remember
chat
your
said
name. I gotta
Jermel
remember
is a
your name.
bum. How is Jermel a bum?
Nah,
Explain that to me.
Joe's not a bum. Jamel's not a bum.
Man, how
Yeah,
can
people
you?
use
You know
people
that's
use
so
bomb
arrogant.
too often, and they
That's
throw
so
around all these
arrogant.
terms way too
How
often.
can you even say
Right.
that, bro? Who made that statement?
So
Who made
someone in
that
the
statement,
comments.
bro?
To
So
bridge
so
to
the
bridge the
brother.
gap.
Yes.
If I can just bridge the gap right quick. If I can just bridge the gap.
Yes.
I could tell you know
I've
before
been
the day
to
you like.
growing up. There's a lot of fight parties that I went to that were Mexicans. They really have good fight parties. I love the Latino fight parties. They into their they really love the sport and they experience it just a little bit different. Like you get like when I have my barbecues and my fight parties, there's a good bit of the crowd that doesn't know who the hell's fighting, right? Never seen or heard anybody like that.
Yeah.
But they really are invested in the fighters and know who the hell the fighters are, and it makes it fun.
Look what somebody tweet me. Look what somebody tweeted me.
What they tweet you?
They said, hold on. This guy, Marquis, said they hate us because they want to identify with white people. These illegal Hispanics are Trump's. And the illegal Hispanic Trump supporters.
Holy shit! Who said that?
This guy named Marquis.
He's on the panel.
Nah, because I put
okay.
I put the like I sent the link in Twitter, like of this live show. So this guy timed this. His name Marquis. He's black. He said they hate us because they want to identify with white people.
So let me ask you about that. Do you think there's any validity, or you think he's talking shit? Like, have you ever known any Hispanics, right, that will identify with
They
European
will. I think everybody. I think insecurities will identify with whites. It's almost like
Can I chime in on that?
I feel like when like when black, let's say when black women that has then have the
Wear
natural
weave.
hair, yeah, they'll wear
Right.
I think that's for me in the securities and identifying with white. I could speak for, let's say, like a country like Dominican Republic had the president Trujillo, and he had a they used to make brochures, like travel for the and he only put white Hispanics to bring in the tourists to Dominican Republic back in the 50s and 60s.
Hey, listen, man. We got 36 people in the chat. Give us 10 more likes, man. While Punch is cooking. Come on, brothers.
So I think there is people that want to identify because It's the same thing in the Caribbean. You're dark Latino, and it's almost like in America too that it's ugly, right? And black is ugly, and you should and white is pretty. So it's the same thing. So I don't think that it's more of a security mode. It's more like they're trained to think and to believe what's beautiful and what's ugly.
I think that relates to the topic because Now, do you think? Now, you said earlier that there's a tension between blacks and Latinos, right? Outside of boxing.
Yeah.
I think that mentality, right? This kind of the exaltation of European features, things like that. I think colonialism has had a lasting effect on both of our communities, right?
Yeah.
And I think that's really the source of a lot of the tension is that both of our communities is kind of like they have these underlying insecurities that's not being addressed.
Yeah.
You might have, like you said, like some black people, we might feel insecure. You might have it the same thing on the Latin side, and we are attacking each other without addressing our own problems.
Yeah. That too. I bring it up that and I try to speak more about that. That's why I was saying earlier, in the intro, I said my experience of racism has only been with Latin and blacks. Black will say things about me, Latin, go back to your country, or banana bowl, or you a hick, things like that. And then the Hispanics will think that I'm black. So there was instances where I'm trying to stop a cab, and I get in the cab as a Dominican dude. He'd be like, "Oh man, I thought you was black. I would have never stopped for you." I said, "Man, get the hell out of here, man. You racist," and shit like that. Like I have those instances. I see the instances of Latino not liking black, but then I see the same thing with black throwing a lot of slurs at Latino people. So,
Yo, but Punch, can I tell you something real quick?
So I know there is races amongst both cultures.
Yo, Punch, can I say something real quick, bro?
Yes, sir.
So here's the thing, man. Remember I was talking about the media earlier?
Mm-hmm.
So we got the leader of this world, calling coronavirus the China disease, right?
Yeah.
So he's causing a lot of hostility amongst the Asian community. That's not cool. You know what I'm saying?
The China virus.
And then when you know what I'm saying, and then he also makes statements, something like he tells the people to what do you say? Sit down and stand by. He says, what do you say? Stand by. Stand back and stand by.
Stand back there, to the Proud Boys.
To the Proud Boys. You see what I'm saying? And then when he talks,
who's the Proud Boys?
It's the racist Trump supporters.
I'm a Trump supporter. I'm not racist though.
I'm gonna be real. They're not real.
No,
racist,
no, but
bro.
you know what I'm talking about. You know what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the ones in their 4x4 pickup trucks, with their flags and all that.
Hold on. But the Proud Boys aren't real racist. The Proud Boys like married.
The leader is a Cuban guy.
Do you know who founded the Proud Boys?
Yeah, I know who founded the Proud Boys.
It was a guy who was with Vice News, right?
It was Gavin McInnes.
Yeah.
But
do you know he's a legit white supremacist?
The point I'm trying to make is
white supremacist. He calls himself white nationalist.
Nah, he's not a white supremacist, bro. If you want to meet real white supremacists, you gotta look deeper, man. These guys are not white.
He was clicked up with Richard Spencer. Do you know who that is?
Yeah, I know who Richard Spencer is.
Hold on. Let me just make my point with the racial divide this country is going through. So we talking about the Asian community. He's calling it the China virus. So it's very offensive to the Asian community.
Mm-hmm.
He speaks to the Proud Boys, which is a certain demographic. When then the media, then they play over and over about the police killing the black community, mm-hmm. which is effed up. You see what I'm saying? So you know the word empathy, right?
Mm.
So I have some empathy for the black community. I understand why they could be under defense and they think it's us or nobody because of how the media, promotes what's going on. Yeah, and obviously what's going on that they playing right now, that's been happening for years, but they're more, that's what they cover now. They cover that. So everybody is not getting along with each other because the media is running a number on everybody. They're running a number on everybody.
So we should
Everybody's going crazy.
so we should identify what the media is doing, and actually, when they come with stories like that, we should. I think that we should rally the media. We should rally the CNNs of the world. We should be out there in the building, protesting on CNN and Fox and MS and all the news, all the media, because they're the one that creates it.
Yeah, because you
But this
pick
the
up your
problem.
phone and another black person getting shot and killed, that has to trigger you. Listen, if I was black and I picked up my phone and I saw somebody getting shot, that was my people, I would be what do they call that? Your mental health. Your mental health as a black person has to be really, really, really suffering at these times because it's not
But
cool.
at what point
It's not cool what's going
at
on.
what point are they at what point that our community is gonna be like, okay, I know what y'all trying to do. You're trying to keep us emotional. You're trying to entice us. You want your vote and things of that nature, right?
But hold on,
We know what
Cop
they're
Chris.
doing, but the thing is, sometimes it benefits because I would also believe that within our community we have a culture of self-victimhood. If I could blame something on somebody, that's a comfortability that we have. That's a comfortability that we don't want to let go. So why unite? Why act like things are okay?
So it's
Why
like
act
I'm
like things?
gonna give a perfect example. Remember that girl that dated 50 Cent? What's her name? Chelsea Handler or whatever.
Yeah.
She goes and says, oh, 50 Cent, do I gotta remind you you're black? That's the most racist comment somebody can make. Just because he's black, he has to subscribe to a certain political party.
Hey, that's what
You know I'm
Biden
saying?
says, and everybody look, he's going to be president.
But hold on, Corp Chris. Let me ask you this, because you said you weren't black. So what ethnic group are you, out of curiosity?
Huh? Listen.
What
listen,
ethnicity are you, out of curiosity?
You're scratching. I'm starting to think you work for the feds. I'm gonna be honest, bro.
Nah, I'm just wondering, are you Jewish?
Because every time
Are you
ask
Arabic? Are you white? Are you
it's none of your business. How about that? It's none of your business. I'm colorless. I'm clear. All right. So
are you transparent?
I'm transparent. Exactly. You got it. So the whole point is, it's the media. They're running a number on people. Because you got to understand when you put images out there, you have to understand that affects people emotionally. So if you putting on an image of somebody getting shot dead, you got to understand that got to trigger you in an emotional way. So they know exactly what they're doing out there. You see what I'm saying?
Do you get emotional?
Do I get emotional? Absolutely.
I don't get emotional.
Absolutely. You don't get emotional when you see somebody getting gunned down, even though just because they're not your brother or your color, or so
Not
it doesn't.
in any color. I don't.
Well, that's you. That's you. I have a little bit more empathy, and I understand, and I know that if an injustice could happen to the next person, it can happen to me too. So yeah, it does trigger me.
I've seen you get emotional, Moonshine. I've seen you get emotional, Moonshine.
No, I don't get emotional. Meaning we're talking about like when the media enticing somebody. If I hear a story,
you gotta have
a cop killed this person, I don't get emotional like that.
Yeah, man. You
all
see,
right.
you
So,
see shit happen all the time in the news, man. Like,
Yeah,
if I got
You gotta have a
emotional
heart
over
at some
all that
point.
shit, bro, I'd be depressed like 24/7, man.
yeah, at a certain point, like how many? There's so many, right? It's what are you gonna do about it? Like the empathy part of it and the sympathy are like one people can, and I wouldn't necessarily knock anybody.
But
Like
you know what? When it
I
happens to
wouldn't judge
you,
anybody for. I'm just
when
saying
it
I wouldn't judge
happens to
anybody.
you, then
Yeah, of
you'll
course you
feel
would
some
because it's
type of
happening
way.
to you. Right. But that's when
Yeah,
it's happening to
exactly.
you. But when it's happening to somebody else, it's not happening to you.
So
I
it's a
get
different thing,
emotional.
right?
I get emotional when this is what I get emotional. I get emotional when it happens every day and nobody want to speak about it.
Okay,
I get
I'll be honest.
emotional. I get emotional when it happens every
does
day.
happen, and it
Every
But
single
does,
wait,
day,
but
when
punch.
when it happens every single day, and there is no protest
and it
about it.
Okay, I
Then
understand, Chris.
when the news want to entice it, and
Yeah, but listen.
then people all of a sudden wants to get emotional.
But Chris,
So
some
the
people
news
don't get
dictates.
emotional, yeah?
Hold
Some
on,
people get angry. Some people get angry.
But
But
that's an
I get
emotion. Anger
angry.
is an
hold
emotion,
on,
not
hold
an
I
on,
get
emotion.
angry with this shit.
hold
It
on,
makes
hold on,
me
Rapstar.
angry.
Hold on, I get not emotional, but I get angry. But I also get angry with my own people because you let the media pick and choose when you should feel emotional about it.
Right.
And
So
this is
here,
what I mean. There's certain things that go in the hood that the news don't have to tell us. If you on the block, you know who got shot, you know who got stabbed. It's a regular thing. You know the drug pushers, you know who's a drug addict, you know that 12-year-old that's strung out. You know all of this. So nobody gets emotional. So then when somebody gets killed by a cop and we see it in the news and those all emotional, I just see it as a bunch of fake people because y'all don't see it every single day from sun up to sundown, and nobody get emotional.
Yeah,
but
but
the thing is,
Chris, wait,
the
wait, wait,
cops are
wait, let
supposed
Chris,
to
wait,
work
wait,
for
wait,
us.
wait,
Those
wait,
people are
wait.
not. Right? The cop's job is supposed to be protecting us, not to gun us down. Right? Your neighbor. Your neighbor, they may gun you down or whatever gun you down, but they have consequences in order to do that. The people who are paid, that you pay to protect you, are the ones who are actually the ones gunning you down, and there's no recourse
That
for it.
happen
It's literally not the same
once
thing.
in a
But
that don't happen all the time.
I mean, I got it. I mean, you may think it's once in a blue moon, but it's actually the number 6 caliber of black people in America, right?
Do you
So
know
it's
that
not once in a blue moon.
do you
But
know
but
that
but that's a different point. That's just a different
people
point.
gun down cops too?
The issue is I also don't necessarily get emotional about it because it happens so much. But I do think it's something that needs to change. And I understand that other people would get emotional about it, especially if it happened to them.
If it happens to them, but this is what I mean. But you're not gonna get emotional when something happens every day. But then when you see something one time, then it's emotional, and then it's a riot, then it's a protest. When do anybody care?
I mean, one time, how many
When the
times do
news
you
when the
how
news
many?
says
Has
it's
there only
okay
been
to
one
kill,
riot?
But
I'm
you know
There's
saying
what?
more than
I'm
one
saying
riot,
it's
so
just
it can't
I'm
be.
just saying it's just logical. If you're from the hood, you see it every day. You hear it every day. You see it, you hear it. I
But
was born where there's gunshots and we have to. There was. I'm raised at a time when if there was no gunshot, it was a weird day. I'm
I'll
like,
tell you what, though.
mom, guess
I'll tell you
what?
what. You could be in the hood,
Guess
but you're still gonna get angry. Your blood's gonna boil. You're still gonna be angry with this
I'm like,
situation.
mom, bro,
Hey,
there's no
shut up,
gunshot.
punch drunk. I'ma jump off right now.
Dog.
Corp Chris, if you want to spy me, bro, I'ma put my number in the chat. Just hit the number up, man. Hey, you can spy me, bro. Like, I'll be the biggest name you've spied since Andrade ain't got as many fans as me, man. But anyway, peace out, Rapstar.
Yeah,
Get
peace
the
out.
smoke. Zulu, Punch Drunk, Corp Chris. What's good, bro?
I see.
Yeah.
Peace out, bro.
Subscribe to me, old dog.
Peace. So I get yeah, I could get angry. I don't know if the anger is the right word. I get anger when the family court system look like the Million Man March on a Monday morning. And nobody cares and nobody protests that. And nobody protests that's the system as well that's in cahoots with the criminal justice system as well. Nobody cares about that. No women speak for us. No protest. Nobody's doing anything. No news. Nobody want to cover that. Those
But
are the things
punch.
that those are the things those are the things I work. See, I want to protest now. People see me. I understand. I mean, I don't get mad at Joe Biden for being president. I don't think people should get mad at Donald Trump for being president. You got to get, if you mad at somebody, be mad at the neighbor that voted for them.
But punch. Has somebody close to you ever been taken for the wrong reasons?
Yes.
So you know that's an emotional factor for that point, wasn't it?
Oh, it's yes, but I get emotion. I speak about it. I speak
so
about
I
it.
think what that Chris is trying to say is that you still get emotional when it's your own people as well. You know what I mean?
No, I'm saying that the media doesn't dictate when for me to get emotional.
Yeah. The media will let you know what you need to know so you can feel a certain way.
Yeah,
You know what I mean?
and I already think I've mastered I've looked at the media as I know what I identify what they're trying to do. The only thing that I get mad at my own people, that you let the media play you time and time again. That's when I get tight. I get tired of my own people. That's why I talk the way I talk, and then somebody be like, "Yo, you don't like this and you don't like that." Because whether if it's black or Latin, I'm gonna speak on the pros and cons about my people. And some people don't want me to justify it amongst our people. People don't want me to justify it, but that's the truth.
Now, I mean,
You should be angry every day. Every day in your hood, you should be angry. Every day. And just like I seen harassment when cops harasses us, we harass them just as much. Matter of fact, in my lifetime, I see us taking advantage of cops way more than anything else.
Well, yeah, that's I'm not quite sure. That may be your unique experience. I have not had that experience, right? So I certainly haven't had that experience. I've definitely been unfairly targeted by the police, and I've had to pay the quote unquote black tax, and I've been pulled over multiple times for the whole driving while black thing. So yeah, that's not my experience.
See, that's what I mean. Everybody got that different experience.
But I'm going to say that the idea I think comes from again when I'm saying like stop pointing, when I was saying stop pointing the fingers, I think just being compassionate and being empathetic, not telling people how to feel and how to think, right, and just listening to their stories. Maybe the gap can get bridged that way.
I don't think so. I think there are certain people who have no interest in any of that. For example, I live here in Charleston, South Carolina, right? A couple years ago, what happened? The Charleston mine shooting. I was right here when that happened. Do you know what was on his manifesto? Do you know the kind of people he was listening to?
Well,
people like Gavin McInnes, people like Ben Shapiro, Richard Spencer. You can't talk to these people. You can't reason with these people. You have to expose their ideas, show them exactly why they're wrong, and educate them. Whenever you try to have civil discussions, all that does is legitimize their points and radicalizes more people.
Zulu, I don't think you heard what I said. I don't think you heard what I said. I said instead of pointing the finger, listen to each other's stories. I didn't say what I'm talking about is how you educate people. I'm actually talking about forget let's see like the marketplace of ideas, and let's see whose idea is more right than the other guy's idea. Right? It's actually just like this idea that we're not Americans, or we don't have to live with each other. We're not each other's neighbors. It's nonsense. Yeah, we may not interact with our community as much as it may be, as much to get this over this hump that has been this problem for a long time. But I think that we can get past it. I think that, there's more technological tools. People can actually put themselves in somebody else's shoes if they choose to. And if they don't choose to, then that's a different group of people. And not everybody's going to be on that same page at the same time. But I don't understand how else we are going to actually bridge a gap if we don't listen to one another.
You're right.
I think we bridge. I think, in my opinion, I'm not saying I'm right, I'm just saying my opinion. We start with ourselves, right? And being accountable of our lives, our households, and then within our community. The thing I feel like about our community, we don't want to take accountability.
Now, I do agree with you with the accountability. And there's one thing you said earlier I agree with too, that the media spins a lot of narratives, right? Mm-hmm. But one thing I think we have to train ourselves to do is we have to recognize when people is fucking with us, right? When people's trying to manipulate us. Now, here's the thing. A lot of people can point that out when it's talking about certain narratives, right? But sometimes I think people hold on, Zulu will cry, baby. Man, get out of here. So a lot of people.
Thanks for the super chat, though.
Thanks for the super chat, Hugo Sanchez.
So look, there's narratives that's out there that a lot of people don't understand. It's manipulating you too. It happens in boxing too.
Yeah.
I think, and what happens is when you don't recognize what's happening, you create a cycle. Yeah. For example, the LDBC, right? Mm-hmm. I think they formed because they recognized that the media was pushing the narrative in boxing. They were hyping up some fighters and not giving other fighters credit. So I think their intentions were pure. I think they kind of ran away with it. Like, you know, sometimes they do a little bit of exaggeration here and there, but I think their intentions were pure. Like, hey, let's give attention to all these other aspects of boxing that the media is not covering, right? And I think the same happens in the media outside of boxing as well. Like, you might have people can recognize, hey, they're trying to put a story with black against, you know, brown. For example, what happened in Chicago? Like, people are trying to spin narratives, right? But it happens on the other side too, that people don't want it.
Yeah, no, I was gonna say I agree with you, but this is what I mean. This is what I say when I sometimes I do get angry when I'm like, yo, but if you live in the element, if you live quote unquote in the ghetto in the hood, you know when the media right away is not telling the truth or lying. Like, do you know how many times I've seen something happen around where I live, and then I look at the news and be like, that shit ain't happen. What the fuck these people talking about? Do you know that's probably 90% of the time? Like, what? Get out of here. That ain't happen.
That happens.
Yo, there was, put it this way. I'm gonna tell you like this. And y'all could Google it, whatever. Cop in Harlem named Officer Randolph got shot and killed. Right? They blame it on this guy, right? They said the bail was $1 million. Mind you, the bail was really 25,000. While the media is saying that this kid is about to have court, that he's in jail, and he's right next to me in the juice bar.
Mm-hmm.
Right next to me in the juice bar. And we're looking at the news together.
What the fuck?
He got locked up for life now, but they made it seem like he was in $1 million is his bail. And to this day, I don't even think that this guy's the one that shot him. Matter of fact, you know, I got banned from Twitter by tweeting that shit ain't happened.
I mean, the media does shit like that.
The media does.
Like,
so that's what I'm saying.
Back,
I'm like, so I think we need to identify and call it out. We need to call it out. But I think that sometimes the narrative is so good and it's so beneficial that people don't want to call it out. See, the thing is, people want to think that a cop is always killing a black person. No, that's a lie. No, it's not. A cop is not always killing a black person unarmed. No, it's a lie, and we all know it. But if it's the narrative for us to complain about it all the time, then yeah.
So let me ask you a question. Why would they create that narrative? Like, what would be the purpose?
Actually, these are crime facts, right? This is not a narrative. If you look at the statistics, you are more if you are a black person, you are more likely to be and innocent of any crime. You are more likely to be killed by a cop than anybody else. And not only that, it is still the number 6 black people. So it's not just a narrative. This is actually a fact.
The only time they want to show it on the news, what I'm saying is, Smoke, the only time they want to show a cop killing a black man on the news is when the cop is white. If the cop is not white, they will not show it on the news. It will not go viral.
Fine. I got what I get what you're saying, what the news people's agenda is, right? But for black people who are actually getting killed by cops, who gives a damn about that?
Yo,
yeah,
look at the statistics.
There are certain statistics that do prove certain things. Like, for example, you know, there's a greater percentage of minorities that have had guns drawn on them by police officers in their lifetime than the Caucasian community.
But you gotta understand. That's what I mean about accountability. We live in the hood, man. We live in high crime, bro. We live in high crime.
Yeah,
they police us different because we do shit outside.
Yeah, but what
and
I'm
we
trying
don't like
to
to mention
is,
that, bro. We don't like to mention
that, brother. But brother,
We don't like. We
What I'm
call
trying
on
to
the
say
cops.
is,
We call
it's
on the
one thing
cops,
to
man. We
take
stay
a
on the
car.
stool. We
It's
play a bunch
listen,
of
listen.
music out loud. We like to disrupt we like to disrupt the people in the people
this
in the
is
neighborhood.
this,
The people in the building call the
brother,
cops
brother. This
on
is,
us. They tell us to leave. We stay
brother.
there. We do a lot of
I
shit
hear
to
you.
bring attention, and we
I
don't
hear
want to
you.
talk
I hear you.
about
I hear
that.
you, brother. There's one part.
We got to talk about it. We
All
got to
right. So
talk about it.
here's what I'm gonna talk about it. Listen, you're talking about accountability. I know what that
We got
is.
to
Okay.
talk about it. There's
That
no
is one.
buts. We got to
That
talk
is one
about that
spectrum.
first.
That's no. There is a but. Hold up. That's one spectrum. Let's talk about the other spectrum. Let's talk about how just because if you have got a person that's a racist, and just because they get a badge and a gun, that doesn't make them a non-racist. It just means they're a racist with a badge and a gun. So you have to be open to the thought that there is people in position of power that target certain minorities just because they don't
Yo,
like
but I'm
them.
saying like this.
Just because they
Think
don't like
about
them.
this. Think about this. Cops, they work 5, 6.
You know,
These are
and
regular
it's the
jobs.
truth.
These
It's the
are
truth,
regular
brother.
9 to
You
5
know,
jobs. Hold on,
you know how
This is a regular job. Hold on.
yeah,
Hold on,
but
Corp.
what
Hold
I'm
on.
saying is
It's a
when
regular job.
you grow up in a culture, hold on, let's finish real quick.
Hold on, let me get this point though. Let me get this point. Let me get this point, Chris. You gotta listen too. You gotta listen.
Go ahead.
Just like a cop is a regular job. Every day they're patrolling your neighborhood every day. And every day they see what they see. You don't think that the cops know that this person is the one that's selling drugs all day? Sometimes they just don't get them. Sometimes I've seen so many times when the cop be like, yo, just move away. Yo, just this, just that. I seen it all the time too. I seen a lot of cops give a lot of breaks too. And I see a lot of us taking advantage of those breaks. That's what I'm saying. These guys, a cop doesn't just show up and just show up and then he's just out there killing somebody. No, he's been working in the precinct for like 2 years, 1 year. People have their careers. They know their neighborhood. They know who they're dealing with.
I live around a lot of white people, right? I see them doing the same thing, but they don't end up dead though. I see them do worse actually. I see white people draw guns on cops. They don't get killed.
You heard about
You know what the worst thing is, guys? This is so sad. You guys are talking about each other.
And I seen and if you look at the statistic, there are white people that get killed by cops too. But you don't hear it in the news because it doesn't fit no narrative. It doesn't entice.
You don't hear it on the news because when that happens, those cops get indicted and they go to jail.
Yeah, but listen to this.
They don't
listen. The worst thing is you guys kill each other in your own race. And you don't talk about that. In your own race, you kill each other.
Nobody rap star, but that's what I mean. It's like even when I say it, this is the problem. Even when I say it, there's the but. There is no but.
Okay,
the only one person is only one person. Let's say in your neighborhood, how many people you know in your neighborhood that got shot, that got killed by a cop? Name me how many people, and then name me the people that you seen, that you heard got killed around your neighborhood.
But I said
no, they got killed more than a cop. Fuck the cop. They've been killed by each other.
So you telling me the community, the inner cities,
Chris,
so the inner city,
the host to speak, bro. Chris, you can't just jump in, bro. Go on.
So the inner city, all over the world, we're gonna burn it down for one guy, Floyd. But yet that same weekend, 25 people got shot in Chicago. That same weekend.
Okay, so
five teenage black women got killed. 2 of them was 15-year-old by stray bullets. That same weekend, then following it up. The next weekend, 48 people in Baltimore and in Chicago shot and killed, and nobody says nothing.
No, it's not that nobody. It's not
nothing. That's
that's what gets me.
See, that's what gets me angry.
See, okay, look, Okay, no, wait.
So,
You just
so
said
I
that the
think we're
media
conflating
plays.
two
Hold on,
things.
wait, please wait.
There is no but. We should all agree. That's what I'm saying. Where there
We
should
are in
be no
agreement.
but. You should be like, yo, Punch, I feel you. It's true.
We just
Corp,
agreed
I
that
feel
the
you. It's
media
true.
plays games,
Smoke,
right?
I feel you. It's true. Rapstar, I feel you. Zulu, I feel. What is this but? Is that we supposed to be standing up and saying, hell no, it's true, man. We're killing each other, man. We're our number one threat. We are our number one
because
threat.
we're all on killing each
Well,
other.
we just can't be on the same page with that.
I'll tell you why, Moonshine, because we're not all killing each other, but we're still catching help from the cops, even if we're not killing each other.
That's what I'm saying. But it's all to go back to the cops. Let's stick on that number one.
Because that's what we're talking about.
Let's stick on that number one. We're always finding. That's what it is, Rapstar. If you know that, I'm telling you, Rapstar. This is our culture. We're always looking for we're looking for an excuse. We're looking at
Are we not talking about the cops? We're talking about something else.
And if anybody says that, oh, Punch is a racist, it's because I justify it amongst my own people, and they do not like that.
Wait.
That's what I.
Okay, here's what I'm saying. You went
can't take it. You have to agree that we are our worst enemy in our community. There is no but. I'm not looking at a cop. I'm not looking at Trump. I'm not looking at systematic racism. I am looking at the people within our community that kills each other, that sells drugs to one another, and we are responsible, the ultimate responsible for what goes in our community.
Okay, if I can just jump in. Let me just finish. Let me just real quick. What you were talking about, you were saying in the hood, right? I am not from the hood. But I am talking. Let me just tell you. Let me just finish. The problem that we were talking about, the problem that we're talking about when it comes to the police, the way that people feel like the police, this is not an issue that is just in the hood. This is an issue that happens whether you're in the hood or make $1 million or make a gazillion dollars. You still, whether or not you're a Harvard professor or just some dude with his saggy pants in the block. That is the issue.
The main thing is Smoke. Like Punch said, Smoke Punch said, right? Within our own community, we got snakes. Just like even the chat said, Punch is talking facts. In our own community, the amount of damage and pain we do to each other, it's like we don't talk about that. We just want to talk about the negative narrative when somebody like the law does something, but we've got the damage within our own community already.
Now, let me ask you a question.
Because the two things are not; they shouldn't be diametrically opposed. When you're talking about the ills that we do to each other, let's address that. Why do they have to be attached to the cops? When we're talking about the cops, let's talk about the cops.
Everything is in cahoots. Everything is in cahoots. If we treat each other like animal, they're gonna police us like animal. And when they show us, when we abroad and have riots,
I don't treat my neighbor like an animal.
Hold on. If we treat each other like animals, they're gonna treat us like animals. And when they see us react to one person's kill or whatever, and we burn our own community, other people around the country see us as, what the fuck are they doing burning their own home?
Now, let me ask you a question.
That's like me getting mad at you, and I'm going back at home and kick my wife, get the fuck out the house, and I'm gonna burn the damn house because Smoke got me mad.
Right. Now, let me ask you a question, right?
Even when we react, we react stupidly.
No,
it's not that it's reaction. I can tell you what's happening because that aren't those people's community. Most of them don't own anything in that community.
They live in there and they work in there. I hate that. I hate when people say that. Oh, burn the corporate, burn Target because it's not ours. Burn our building because we don't own it. We live in it. We live in it.
Okay, so if they're burning their own homes down, that is a completely different thing than burning down a store that they can't afford to shop in that's in their own community, right? Because that's really
people work there. We work there.
Community give each other drugs to destroy each other's
job from
lives.
somebody. You're taking a job from somebody.
If I can just finish.
To feed your family.
And here's the issue, and this is where we're talking about the racism. I am not treating my neighbor like an animal. So why should I be treated? Why should I get policed like I am treating my neighbor like an animal? That is the issue. The issue is if you're going to go to low income areas, that is a different thing than treating everyone who is who looks a particular way the same kind of way.
It's all the same element. It's every aspect, and then it works intertwined, my brother. Look at our music. Look at the way we act. Look what we preach.
Wait. Now, can I please say something?
Everything falls into that bubble.
Yeah, but what do I listen
falls
to?
into
That's
that
my whole
bubble.
point. How does the
Everything
cops
Wait,
know what I
y'all,
listen
y'all
we
are
to?
don't
going.
take
This is going to be. This
accountability.
is going to become a
That's it.
circular argument. Please let me say something. Right
Yeah.
now, I get that. I get it. Right, like the way our own communities are, and I hear this argument a lot. It is bad, right? But we have to identify the root cause of what's happening. So, what you're saying is what a lot of racists will make this argument. I'm not accusing you of being racist. I genuinely think that you care about your community. I can tell you're passionate. But a lot of, just like you said, a lot of people manipulate narratives, right? So what they do is whenever they do something to you, right? If your own community is not perfect, they hold you to standards they don't hold anyone else to. And I notice they do this not just with our community. They do this everywhere they go, right? For example, they do the same thing in the Middle East. Do you know what they say? They say, look at these Arabs. Look at these people. Look how they kill each other. Look at these Muslims. Look how they're against each other. But the reality is, it's actually Western powers that is funding insurgencies and destabilization of the government to put them against each other. The same thing they did here. How do you think our people ended up in these low income areas? Did we just say, hey, you know what? When we got free from slavery and when colonialization was ended, let's just go into low income areas and fucking kill each other. No, we actually had businesses. We had towns. I'm sure you're aware of all of the towns that got burned down, redlining, a lot of the traps that they put in place to keep us at that state so that it can justify the over policing. That's why people in Black Lives Matter and on these other organizations, they advocate for programs to go into these communities to help people out of the situation. But you know what people will say? Oh, you just want a government handout. You just socialist. You're just communist. Well, wow, how dare we actually ask the government to fix problems that they implemented in our communities? How dare we ask that, right? It's the same thing in the Middle East. How dare we, it's like, wow, imagine people fighting a regime that is funding organizations like Israel to bomb their communities. It's the same thing that happens. They do the same thing everywhere. They tried the same thing in Venezuela, right? Just recently for their oil. You have to understand the game that's being played. That's why they sell you this narrative. Oh, look at Chicago, look at Chicago, look at Chicago. So that whenever they fuck you in the ass, you blame yourself instead of looking at the powers that be that have a hand in putting you in that situation. They feed you that narrative.
I could say that anybody could identify it. If there's a banana peel in front of my face, I see the banana peel. If I step on it or slip on it, then that's on me. At this point, 2020, we know, we could identify. This is we living at a time of information. We know what's the problem. Now, if we don't want to go to the root of the problem that we could control, and I think that we could control it, in my opinion. I think that we could control, because they give us a bag of cocaine. That doesn't mean we need to sniff it or sell it. If they give you a gun right in your lap, that doesn't mean you need to use it.
Now,
so you could place me everything in my table right now. I have a choice.
Now it's.
I'm not gonna give the Nino Brown. I'm not gonna give the Nino Brown shit. We was born with a poppy feet. Who put these guns in Harlem? Miss Watkins. You know, I ain't gonna give you that speech.
But here's I get what you're saying. I'm telling you, I get what you're saying. But you have to understand, it's a game that the elites play. It's like the same thing in Africa, right? A lot of the big talking point is, look at Africa. Africa isn't shit. Nothing's going on in Africa. But they don't understand how the IMF and World Bank completely fucked Africa in the ass. Because what they do is they put you in a situation to where you have no choice but to go along with what they want you to do. For example, they'll give Africa loans, predatory loans, and then they invest very little in the infrastructure. And they know, because they already put the Africans in a disadvantageous position. I know that's not a word, but I mean, I'm trying to talk here. They put you in a fucked up position. Whatever they offer you, you're going to take it. So in the hood, they put you in a fucked up position. So when they give you that one out, they say, hey, let's put fucking drugs in their community. They already know you're in a fucked up position. So you're more likely. It's like, yeah, you have a choice, but they put you in an environment to where the choices you make are more likely to be harming to your community. And they're the ones that are doing that shit. And then by the time you realize, hey, something is not right, you start to blame your own people and internalize, and you think there's something wrong with you. But it's like, no, if anyone was in that situation, they would be doing the same shit. You think if they didn't redline white people and put them in the shittiest communities, undercut their education, completely fuck over their water, put lead in their apartments and did all this fuck shit to them, you think they wouldn't be fucking killing each other too? In fact, white people actually do kill each other, and that's not talked about. Do you know the shit they do? You have to read up what they do. They fucking put their family members in freezers and cut them up. You don't do shit like that. But they never put that on the media. They never promote that shit.
Shout out to my mom. She led the lead poison movement in New York.
Right. I mean, like they do so much shit to our communities.
Michigan has still got messed up water to this day, right? But I would just want to say this one other thing, right? There's a thing about compounded interest and wealth building wealth, right? It's an individual being able to get out the hood, right? What it's like to be a native here versus an immigrant. Like one of the big differences is the size of your family and the amount of people that you need to bring up with you. So like systematic racism, while you might be able to get out of it, that doesn't say anything about all of your cousins and all of your friends that are now going to be looking to you, right, for some sort of guidance, right? And that is the difference about when there's wealth built up in the community versus individuals finding wealth and then leaving the community.
I say, man, look, there's a struggle, but even within the struggle, you could struggle smart to get out from that struggle. And I see it in different ethnicity. I've managed a building before in Harlem. One apartment had 11. They was all Mexicans. 11. Just beds like that. They all work delivery. Another a Libyan family in a studio. The father, the 4 kids, the mother, the grandmother, and the wife in a studio. They put all their money together. And then they go buy a home, a 3-story home. These Mexicans I know. So they struggle, but they struggle with a plan. If we're gonna struggle, okay, we're gonna struggle, but we're gonna struggle with some plan. And like you got this, you got to do this, you got to work here, you got to work here, you got to work here. Let's save this money in a year or 2, we out of here. But even the struggle, people are comfortable within the struggle. That's why we call it the trap, because people do trap themselves. When it is a way out, and then the signs are the people around you that gets out. Those are the signs. So if I manage to purchase, buy property, then it's my turn to educate my friends. Be like, yo, how you got that? How you went about it? All right, I went about it like this, like that, like this, and then like that. Oh, but I can't do it. You can't tell me you can't do it because, motherfucker, I was in the fucking same born homeless and shelters and things like that. Don't tell me you could do it if I could do it. Don't tell me that shit. You know? That's when the tough love comes from. Then that's when the boisterous comes from, because there's an excuse, and then you hear the excuse, and then you hear the excuse. Nah. There ain't no excuse out here. Stop blaming it on Whitey. Stop it. You know? Then I may sound disingenuous. But because I want the people, my people, my community to get to get out that funk.
I definitely agree. But I mean, I definitely agree 100%. I just think that I don't think it's making an excuse when you point out why you ended up in that situation. And I get there's a lot of us that do have kind of like, oh, I can't do it, I can't make it. They have that mentality. But my thing is, like, why do they have that mentality? Why do you think you can't do it? What makes you think you're not capable of doing that? It's because there is certain conditions that people live in. Some people can make it, some people can't. I mean, it's just a reality. Some people is just not gonna. It's a mental thing first. You have to overcome it mentally before you manifest it physically. So if you don't even believe that you can do something, I mean, you're not gonna do it. It's just simple as that.
That's what I mean. But that's what I mean is accountability as well. It's accountability. It's almost like if we born in the same element and we all poor. We all poor, right? I know people that's dead poor and bringing babies to this world like 4 out of wedlock. Why you bringing baby and then you turn around and be like, yo, shit is hard. Man, shit was hard before you have 4 kids. Why you gonna put yourself in that situation? All your kids in that situation. Like there is people out there that also make it harder for themselves.
They do. And I mean, I just think that there is an environment that is being, it's like people are a product of the environment. So there is an environment that's cultivating that behavior. Like, oh, do this, do that. That's why they promote, like, because I remember you earlier, you mentioned the music. So how come the record labels don't promote the positive music, the positive rap? How come they don't do that? How come they don't promote the positive vibrations to our people? And you know it's out there.
No, it is, and that's what I mean. Yeah, we could blame it on them, but we got to blame on the person that's also recording it, because they don't care that the record label is just going to make money.
I don't want to blame it on them like, oh, it's your fault, right? I just think it's like, okay, there's a whole bunch of different things happening that's causing this. It's not one thing. Like, even if all of us did just say, you know what, we're going to try to make it out this, right? That's one step, but there's still this element that's out there that's invested in keeping you down. So I think you got to acknowledge all of it. Now, I agree with you. You got to have accountability, but we can't. Well, okay, some of us is going to have accountability. Some of us is going to recognize someone is fucking us. But the reality is both. Is both of that shit is happening. So it's like when somebody wakes up to one, it's like they don't wake up to the other. I notice that a lot.
So you want to handle things that you can control, right?
Right. You do want to handle things you can control.
And I believe that the things that you could control, that you'll be successful with the things that you can control already. And everything else will be something. Look, is there racism? Yeah. Is there oppression? Some may. I to be honest, 2020, I don't see it. But people gonna argue and debate with me. But let's say there's oppression. But at 2020, to a point where it shouldn't even stop you. It's so much. It shouldn't. The oppression for me, not like back in the days when it was racism with no opportunity. Now it's opportunity. Now it's all about getting it. You might have to work harder, but the opportunity is there to get it. The opportunity is there to plan it out as well. We're not living in the world in America where that's it. We're handcuffed. That's it. We can't do nothing. We can't elevate. I don't believe that.
There's a study that's called survivor's bias. So it's kind of like, I don't want to ever fall into that mentality. Like, even if I were to make it, right? Let's say I made $1 million, right? And I made it myself. I don't want to look at somebody from my community, whether they Black or Latino or anyone who feels like they're oppressed or they can't make it. I know what it's like mentally to be there. I'm not going to say, hey, you just make an excuse. I'm going to say, you know what? I'm going to show you what you can do. And I'm going to show that it is possible. I don't want to put them down and say, oh, you just making excuses. Because even though to you it might seem like they're making excuses, that's how they really feel. That's their reality. That's their perception of the world. And you got to change their perception. And sometimes highlighting like what you can do can help that person change their perception. It's like, hey, look, if you just do this, if you just do that, boom, you can make it. And they like, oh no, I can't do that.
It's not. I'm gonna just tell you, like, it's if you come from generational wealth, you.
I can't hear you, bro. Bro, I can't hear nothing.
Yeah, I can't hear nothing either.
Where's he gone?
I don't know.
But the truth is, look, bro, when you come from nothing, yeah, and you have that hunger to make something, you end up appreciating your money where your money ends up making something for you because you've come from that. But
you started, made it, right? Once you see that all of
Yeah, I can't hear you, Smoke. Try to time back out, time back in.
You know what I mean? Sometimes people don't get it, right? They come from an environment where everything's so negative, so they don't ever think they're gonna make it. You know what I mean?
Right.
So
yeah, but don't you think it's almost like, okay, put it this way. It's like it's kind of like weird. Like we're dreamers, right? In the hood, we're dreamers. We look up to success stories. That's why people, when they see Floyd Mayweather, oh man, I wish I had all that money, man. Damn, look at money made.
or rappers or this. That's what we portray ourselves in our lives as what we see. We want to have this perception. You can see it on Instagram. People want to have the perception that they're making money because that's what the people they look up to. That's what people like. That's what girls like. Oh, the dude with the car, whatever, the chain, the jewelry, all of that, right? But how about that dude, your boy, that made it out, that has established a small business or whatever, but they don't want to take your route, or they don't want to listen to what you have to say. Like, listen to the people around you. Listen, there is success story within your own community. There's success stories.
Right. So I just wanted to make a thing about wealth and compounded wealth. Over time, right? So there's just a different thing when your community has wealth versus you're an individual from a community that attained wealth, right? It's just the chances of your resources are different, your socialization is different. It's just a different deal. Like when it comes to when you're talking about leveling the playing field, that is a different conversation than whether or not somebody can overcome and actually achieve success.
I mean,
I didn't understand that all, but what I meant is that when you come from a negative environment, you don't have much to look up to. So Punch is right. Sometimes you need these people who shine up to say that you can make negative into positive and you can come out of that climax, because our generations of people and our generations of culture haven't been successful before with all that wealth. So it hasn't given people push enough to have that mindset. If you had that mindset in the hood, it'll be the first thing, man. Have you got your bread together? So you're going to make a house for your mom? It's not like that though, is it? It's always negative what pushes us back. It doesn't have that inspiration. We don't have the light. We don't have that situation where we can say, you know what, we've got nothing, but we're going to make something because we've got too many people to look up to.
Yeah, like let's say
but that's the American dream, though.
I had a website. I had a vlog, 2013, 2012 through 2000, almost one before I started the YouTube, right? And it was called The Truth Hurts Ouch.com, right? A lot of people felt it was. I used to get I get a lot of emails, right? But it was more about community and politics and family core. I was really going at the family core system and businesses and owning business within our community. And I was doing the research for months. And around 2014, there was only 2 supermarkets. It was 3, but at the time when I was doing the research, one of them was selling their company. It was only 3 supermarkets. Talking about the big supermarkets in the whole country owned by African American. 3 in this whole country. That was in Baltimore, Alabama, Georgia. Thinking of Georgia, the one that was selling. They were selling it. One of them was owned by a married couple. Another one that was sold by a man. And I said, and my article was more about, the piece was about more if they would not have if they don't own no businesses, I mean no food business, how they gonna get their food? If Latin and Asian and white stop and don't own, let's say they close up shop, where would they get their food? And I think in 2019 they have there's more African American that's owning businesses, yet they're not hired. Collectively they only have hired, these businesses have hired over 108,000 employees in America. These are the certain things that needs to be worked out. Create more businesses that employ people, just not create businesses, but create businesses to employ people.
Real talk.
Because that's when people from the outside
And unfortunately, because we already know the history, so we know how it was hard for African Americans to own business. Not in the past, because they actually did own businesses in the past and property. But let's say a Latin guy or Asian guy, or they come in to get a job. They're not looking for the black man because the black man got nothing to offer them. And if somebody doesn't got nothing to offer you, how you look at them?
Yeah, but that's the same thing in the Latin community. They have a mindset where they working mindset. They don't have leadership mindset. They don't own everything for them to give other leaders leadership mindset. So
No, one thing that is an advantage of a Latin people is that they have a resource where, let's say, the grocery store that used to be, on my block where I used to live, they used to get a lot of their food from DR farms. So it was easy. It's almost like the Chinese. They get their product in China. The difference is with Black America, it is harder because they just can't. I don't know. They don't have a resource probably in Africa, so they could directly do business with them, and their business is doing well. The Africans have it. Like the Africans when I live in Harlem, they have it. They have that connection. But even that's why the Africans, even the Africans and African Americans, they don't coexist. They don't do business with each other. They look at the same way. They got nothing to offer us. And
that's what I was talking about. It's a difference between communal wealth and personal wealth. When your community has wealth, then yes, you can get all that networking that you're talking about. But when it's just you and you have a huge family, like you have your nuclear family, you have your extended family, you have your friends, and you're the only person that made it, but everybody's looking to you. There's only so many jobs you can have, right? And not even and who says that your family is even the best suited people to do the job, right? It becomes an issue when when you're looking at an individual, the individual's responsibility to lift up the community, it becomes too hard a task because it's not actually the individual's job to do that. And that's actually not how the other communities generated their wealth either. It wasn't because somebody got rich. It was actually because the entire system was designed to help them out, to help them achieve their goals. Instead of a system that's designed to keep you as a permanent underclass. Right, it's a completely different thing. Like, and when I mean communities now, not just an individual, right? Because they're while you're talking about heroes and people to look up to, these role models, those really what you're talking about is exceptions to the rule, right? Because really, unless you are one of these people who make it and achieve fabulous wealth, then you become nobody who may be destitute and homeless. There's no system, there's no culture of having a job that makes $250,000 a year or $500,000 a year, right? There's just not that whole piece of how the American society works is just not part of the whole, like a bunch of communities' reality. It just takes a while, right?
Yeah, I think it's all about networking too. Try and go out there with networking. Like when people, I feel like this also, and I speak to on Black America, African American. You have adopted that name, African American, right? Do the best thing you can to go make a trip out there to Africa. Make a trip out there. Go. If you're a businessman, go out there and network. Create a resource out there. Have a relationship.
You're spitting facts, bro. But and one thing I was talking about this is the same way how you said they report shit in your communities that's not happening. They do the same shit over there in Africa, bro. Like they'll show you images of Africa. I think.
Oh yeah,
to
I was gonna say
discourage
that
people from going and make it, because there is business opportunity there. And people have this perception of Africa like, oh, it's just, mud huts or whatever. You've never been there. You don't know the people there. You don't know the economics there. People are prospering there. Why do you think the Chinese are there?
Hey, yo.
What's up, Dover?
What's going on, man?
Good. I mean, it was interesting that you just got on this conversation because I was reading this book. I don't know if you guys, it's called Our Black Year. It's about this black family. I'm from Chicago. It's about this black family in Chicago. They were in Austin. And they were trying to support only black-owned businesses for like 1 year. So they only shop black, do everything black. And we brought up the grocery stores, made me think about this little section in this book. I'll read it out for you. Let's see. There once were in abundance in the early decades of the 20th century. There were 6,339 African American owned and operated grocery stores in the United States. In fact, according to the Encyclopedia of African American Businesses, grocery stores were considered the largest category of Black-owned enterprise in the 1930s. In the 1930s. So you think about the head start of people what Black people should have had in this country.
Yeah.
This is in the 1930s. This is during Jim Crow. This is during segregation, during all of the fuck shit that was happening. In fact, during that time, this was a golden age of Black-owned businesses in the country. There was a lot of wealthy Black people, a lot of Black business owners doing it themselves, pulling themselves up by their own bootstraps. But what the fuck happened? Do y'all know?
I always blame it on that Social Security Welfare Act.
No, that ain't what happened.
Preach, brother.
That was actually, that was born out of before. What was happening before there was the New Deal from Roosevelt that created the social net, the safety network for the people who were falling through the cracks. Like, it was a mess, man. Like, the difference between haves and have not. There was no middle class. Like, that act literally created the American middle class. Or else it was just a bunch of rich people who were super rich and a bunch of people who are super poor, and nothing in between.
It's going to that place now,
right? Right. But at this point, they've already figured out that this isn't going to work, right? So, like, what's heartening to me, like why I have a whole lot of hope, right? It isn't so much about. I appreciate the fact that people are addressing the issues. I appreciate Punch, for real, that you are addressing the issue, regardless of how I may criticize your approach or whatever the hell, right? I see that you are actually dedicated to doing it, right? And it's the same thing I see about groups as they also attack problems that I don't necessarily have the time to do or the inclination to do, right? I'm still down for it, but I'm glad they're doing it so that I don't have to. And I just appreciate the work that they do. And when it comes, and now what people are doing, there's economists now who are tabulating what the cost of racism, the cost of these social injustices and the disenfranchisement. So then it becomes, because America, it's still a machine that makes money. It's still profit driven, still, corporate, the corporate interest and governmental interest, right? Trying to work together. So if you can put a bottom line on this in the American way, then we understand, okay, this attitude costs us money. It's not just about our feelings. It's not just about everything. Like, if we actually are about our business, the way that we say that we're about our business, this business needs to be taken care of.
Yeah. Well, this is what they say in this book. I want to get back to this point. For Black-owned grocery stores and many other Black retailers, with the emergence of the civil rights movement, basically the numbers dwindled. And by the new millennium, there were 19 African American owned grocery stores. Most of them closed within the first decade. When you're talking about, like, there's like 3 now.
Yeah. I bet my research was in 2015.
2015. Yeah, that ended. They said 19 by 2004. And then one closed in 2004. Yeah. But basically what happened was, during segregation, Black community had to organize with themselves, do everything themselves, because, there's no Blacks here. There's rules against Black people going into white areas and actually shopping there. So there was a ton of Black businesses back then. The Black people became very wealthy. You ever heard of, like, Black Wall Street, Tulsa?
Oh, yeah, of course, yeah.
Basically what happened all over the country. Basically, it was an organized, systemic destruction of wealth, generational wealth, in Black communities, and then fucking redlining and all other motherfucking bullshit ass policies. And I feel like a lot of the crime stuff you touching on is a result of poverty. Like the most crime infested places in the world are like the poorest places in the world. Fuck the United States, like worldwide.
Yeah.
Look at the highest crime places in the world. Those are places. There are the poorest places in the world.
Mhm.
There's a correlation between those two.
Yeah.
So if you want to keep people away from crime, you build up the community, make the community wealthy. That's how you fix the problem. Make the community wealthy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I agree. I agree with that too as well. I agree with that. Yeah, I mean it's more solution talks, more planning. I think it's also it starts in the home and then it trickles down to your circle, trickles down to your community. I've been to my son when we used to go to school in Harlem. We used to have the parents meeting, and only 2 dads, 11 moms and 2 dads showed up for the whole year. For the whole year, every time we have a meeting, 7:30 Friday, every Friday, 7:30. Parents don't show up. There's parents that really don't even know what their kids is going through in school. Nothing. When I protest before, and a cop goes and a cop tells me, "Yo, but why don't you we be having meetings every month. Every month we have meetings with the community, with business owners, and anybody could show up." And then I told him, "What happened? Nobody shows up?" He goes, "Nope, but we're mandatory to have it." So when was it? I think after May, I went for the first time to see, and I told, and I'm texting my friends and stuff like that. Let's go to this meeting with the police precinct and stuff like that they be having. Just me and him showed up, and the dude was like, "You see, do people really care?" The cops are looking at it like, "Yeah, this is all talk. I just protesting for nothing." But then when you have these meetings to have with cops, y'all don't even show up. And I'm like, so it's like this every day. It's like it's a meeting that it's not like a town hall meeting, and that's another thing I was gonna get into as well. Nobody really goes to the town hall meeting, so but it's like the precinct. So where I used to live is 33rd precinct and 34th precinct, and they have like a anything that you want to express to the precinct, how to better their job, their work, and what's going on in the community. So it's open. It's an open public thing. They actually have it in a Baptist church in Broadway, and nobody shows up, and I'm like, damn, with all these things. And then I go back to the people that I know. My mom, she works in the political field, and she does her best. She does food drives, and there was one time, I don't like to put my mom out there, but she's done a lot. She's gotten awards and stuff like that. And they protest my mom's job, and my mom is shy. She doesn't like she could write a book, but she's man Christian. She doesn't like all that attention. And they was protesting her because of what you call that might have got in the tip of my tongue. When they hire the rent, but not rent control, but what you call that? Like in an area when they try to hire the rent, like when people feel they're being pushed out.
Gentrification.
Yeah, yes, gentrification. Yes. So there was like a protest for gentrifications up there in Harlem. And so they protesting, people are trying to kick us out of our neighborhood, and white people are coming in and stuff. And they was protesting my mom because my mom is she's bilingual. So they look for her to talk, as a person to political councilmen and things of that nature. So they was protesting her, and my mom was like, she got so tight, and she like, people, there's opportunity out here to work, and she just went off. She just went off like, I'm tired of the complaints. But like for the first time, my mom does man work too. But she felt like around that time that there's a lot of opportunities. There's work. There's She was trying to explain to the people that, the welfare system, they're not giving you as much money as they used to. They cutting you off now, and and she was trying to explain to the Latino community, let's say the Dominicans, and you know, let's say for me, Dominicans, I'm a first generation Dominican. So now these kids are leaving the house. These adults are leaving the house, but these parents never worked. They were just munching off the government. Now the government ain't giving them nothing. You got to go out there and work, but they never worked their life. So a lot of them don't even learn how to speak English. They don't know where to look. Now you got to pay that $1,200, $2,000 rent when you was just getting used to just paying them $300 and it's not working no more. So that's what all the people got, like, we can't afford this anymore. And my mom is trying to get to work. Is took advantage enough by now.
Super chat.
Oh, yo, hi, low. Good looking out. Good looking out.
We got 40 people.
Who gets paid from those programs?
We got 40 people.
Who benefits from those programs?
Let's get some likes.
That's the real game. I own a place and I put somebody in it. The government paying me every month.
Yeah.
Because I'm the owner. It benefits me. I mean, yeah, they got a place to stay, but I'm getting that money every month. You dig?
Yeah.
Miami Beach in the house.
Yeah, I mean, I just feel like there's opportunities out there, and I think that we should take advantage of the opportunity that's out there, but of course still fight for what we deserve. But it's not to stand still and not do and not take advantage of the opportunity. We have to pay respect for the people that work that fought and died for us to have these opportunities. And we complain if we complain. I'm not saying that we can't complain. I'm saying, but if we complain just as if we don't have nothing, then I feel like I just picture myself and I'm looking at the Martin Luther Kings of the past are just looking at like, damn, really, man, all the shit I've done, man. Come on, guys, like take advantage of this opportunity. Yeah, fight, but don't be acting like it was when it was my time or before that time. You know, I don't know, man.
When you listen to stuff like Killer Mike, that boy be like, desegregation probably is the worst thing for the African American community, just on a financial aspect with businesses building wealth.
I've seen. I'm gonna just say something about the Bay Area, right? Oakland, right? So, and San Francisco in general. This place was real community and family oriented, and then the tech companies came and it became like this new like sort of economy thing, and now they're leaving, and a lot of families were displaced. You know, gentrification, that whole deal. And now that the tech companies are gone,
I hear you smoke. I hear you smoke. I'm just changing my shirt.
Okay, right. The tech companies are gone. What you see is like rampant and like aggressive homelessness. Like you see tent cities and all this shit, like people living next to freeways and all this stuff. And for me, I'm not, you know, this is just on my way to stuff. I am not feeling the pinch. But from what I understand about the economy, like I can tell people, but how to, how are they then supposed to interact that and, use what I understand to better themselves? I just don't know. The wealth gap is something nasty, and I think we got to address we got to address it more than just, then I feel like then putting the blame on people. Basically, that's just what it is. Like, if we can figure out a way to help people, then we need to do that. Because I'm at my wit's end with it, for real.
But I think, let's be honest as men. If I ask you a question man to man, did you think being men of color, like me, myself, I'm a brown person, did you ever think when you were younger that would be a disadvantage to you? Be honest.
It depends on what you mean by younger, right?
I mean, always
I'm almost
when I was
50,
a
right?
young guy, right? I saw some white privileges. I'm just going to be honest as it is, okay? So when I saw that, I thought to myself, at certain stages of my life, I wasn't getting treated same as the kid who wasn't even as great an athlete as me, but because he's white, he gets spoken to differently. When you see that from a young age, did you ever think that being white would privilege your life? Don't you ever think that is something you must have had a thought when you were younger?
So yeah, younger, but I didn't have that thought until I was like 30 something, right? Because I spent a lot of time in school, right? So it was just a different deal. Like you don't get grades handed out to you because of you being black or not black, right? So that's just, if you do your work, you do the work. But maybe outside of class, some things that some things arose, but I didn't think that it was going to affect my success rate in life. But once I got into like corporate environments, right, like watching people advance or not advance, and what the criteria was for advancement, then I saw what the deal was. Like, I saw that they weren't even going to see me as a human being to even check my skills, right? I was dismissed and categorized right away. It didn't even matter. It didn't matter what my background was.
Yeah, but you got to understand, whatever background you come from, whatever country, if it's a majority white country, whether it's America, whether it's England, whether it's part of Europe, from certain situations when you're young, you can see if you're white, you have a bit more privilege. That's not dumb. That's, any man can see that. You know what I mean? But some men use that as their advantage of color, because they think, well, I need to push more because I can see I'm not going to get heard as this guy. I might be better than him, but I'm not white. I'm just being honest. Even if you ask the chat, most people would say, if you think about it, when you're younger, you think, well, your color might defeat you, so you got to push harder.
I grew up around none but black people. Like, I didn't interact with white people really until I went to college. So when I was younger, I really didn't think about that. But when I saw the news when I was younger, because I'm from Chicago, motherfuckers get murdered here all the time.
Okay, so it's
majority it's segregated in Chicago.
So you're majority
it's like when y'all talk about melting pot, like, I know it might be different in New York, but it's a fucking salad bowl in this bitch. Like, I'm dead ass. Like, I was born on 64th of King Drive. It's called, in this project building called Parkway Gardens. Motherfuckers call it O Block. So right down the street, you can go like same 64. Take that shit down. There's a fucking university. Fucking.
What line you on the red line?
No. I'm standing out there. No. I'm in the burbs now. But
respect to Trist on the chat.
Like on the same go down same block, like you be all black people here. You go like 2 blocks down, and it'd be like a totally different whole other fucking neighborhood. Fucking paved roads, all that shit. Like Chicago segregated like a motherfucker.
Yeah, I know, and because my best friend moved out there. I'm his best man, and I'm the godfather of his child. So I go out there like twice a year. It's not this year because you know what happened with the coronavirus and stuff like that. But yeah, I'm like, yo, out here is segregated, man.
Yeah, it's wild.
That's what I mean. Wild. Like, it's no different. So that's why when I started the whole thing, I'm saying I'm coming from a perspective. I understand this New York is a melting pot. It's not the same as everything else. I don't think in New York you face the same type of racism you face in a place like Chicago or down south, because over here so much melting pot that you're born with everybody, you know. So,
but I'm just saying, Punch. When you're younger, don't you ever think that? You always think that the white supremacy has the most power as race.
To be honest, nah, man.
No.
I wasn't raised like that. I was very. I wasn't.
Yeah, but if you come from the projects like I do, and I used to go to other places where people had rich houses and it was a white dominant area, you would start to see that the inheritance of the years ago is controlled by the white population in England. I don't know how it is in America, but you kind of start to realize there's more power if you're white. You start to realize you're white.
I mean, when you're out there, I mean, my folks never taught me to look at things like that. Now, when you're out there and you're looking at and you're in school and friends tell you this and the world could tell you everything, but then my parents try to do a good job to either educate me what the world is saying. That's when my father gave me the I was so infatuated with Malcolm X. I'm not gonna tell you the address where I live, but I live 6 blocks away where Malcolm X was assassinated.
Okay.
So I was always there was always something about Malcolm X around where I lived, right? So that was like my first. Like if I ever put any poster up, I never idolized anybody, but Malcolm X, it was just, I don't know.
Malcolm X was a real one.
Well, where I come from, Punch, most of my white friends and my white people were very rich. So maybe I saw it differently.
Okay.
You know what I mean? So I looked at things differently. But I will say to you, I hope it doesn't affect my children, because I've had two kids with two different women. And one of my kids has got blonde hair, like I told you a long time ago, and he looks white. But my other kid's color. And I hope it doesn't ever affect them in their life. That you see where I'm coming from?
Yeah.
Where I sometimes look as a father that because my son looks all white, do you think, when he's going to get into a certain position, they're going to give him a pass? You always hear that. You always know the myth. You see what I'm saying?
See, I've never look at it like that. My 3-year-old, he has blonde hair, blue eyes.
See?
My 1-year-old, same woman. My 1-year-old, she looks more like me.
Okay.
She got darker eyes and she got darker hair. But I never thought about him actually getting a pass. I actually look at him as somebody that will run up on him and call him a cracker and say you're a racist and stuff like that. And then they see their dad or whatever, they'd be like, oh, okay, you have this in your blood. Like I always worry. I worry about him getting picked on more than
so you think of it differently because he's so light skinned.
Yeah, I mean, like straight up white boy. I look at it more like he's gonna get picked on or something like that if the world is the same way it is if when he grows up and it's like depends. Depends. I worry more about my kids' safety than anything.
I don't know. I mean, I think even in America they show you that certain places in America is controlled by white supremacy. It's very simple. It's written black and white.
No, yeah. I just don't want to raise my kids thinking.
No, of course we don't.
That something is holding you back. Like we know what was out there, and we know what could keep us from something that we want to earn. But you just got to look at your kids and be like, hey, nobody could stop you. You could be whatever you want to be, right? So I just keep that energy.
Hey, y'all, check out this book if y'all can. Our Block Is. Good read. I'll get on it.
Let me
pass up.
Our Black Year.
Yeah.
I'm gonna put that down because I just got like 7 new books. So
Maggie Anderson.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, part of a lot of this stuff is definitely about economics, right? But some of it is just about social justice. Like, part of the, even with this, in the spirit of today, the election, right? Part of the debate, they asked, one of the things they brought up with the talk, and that is the conversation that you have to have, that Black people have to have with their children, regardless of their socioeconomic background, about how to interact with police. And I've had the conversation. My children are private schools. I went to private school. My parents went to private school. Like this whole idea, right? There's inherited wealth that goes in my family, right? That goes throughout that. That goes throughout that. The fact that the idea that we are treating our neighbors like animals, that's just not what's happening over here. However, we're still. I've been, I've had my experiences. My oldest has had his experiences. My 2 younger, not so much. I haven't heard about them, but definitely my older, definitely me, right? And definitely my parents have had run-ins with the laws simply because we are Black, right? Not because of what's going on in our neighborhood, right? And that kind of thing needs to be addressed. But also, what needs to be addressed is the neighborhood part, right? But also, what needs to be addressed is the widening wealth gap, and also what it takes, like changing what the American dream is, because it's no longer owning your own house, having a car, working a job that you retire from, and sending your kids to school and going on a couple of vacations. Like that's not even like, at this point it's just paying your bills and maybe figuring out somebody else who can love you long enough to help you with the bills. Right? That seems to be what's happening these days. And I think that the way that the the wealth is being distributed at this point needs to be addressed. Like it's just we
So
can't get to a place where
like what it's basically what Ice Cube was talking about, right?
yeah, it is. It's starting to be that we're getting. I think we're already here, and I think that and this is one of the things I appreciate about what you're attempting to do, is that and what I was trying to explain earlier. We may even have the same words, but we don't define the same words the same way. Like we'll be talking past each other a lot.
Yeah.
When instead of, and it becomes irritating, and maybe sometimes people even may get offended. Like that whole thing with Glenn, we were just talking like for a long time. We just couldn't hear what the other person was saying, right? And
Yeah.
that's just what the whole. Well, it's just like that's what it took so long to resolve. And but but we both, I think, care about the subject deep enough and people enough to make to go through the process and also make the changes.
Yeah, I think, I think we have a nature of not letting go of the easiest shit that we can let go. Like, think about it. For how long is a word gonna be controversy? Like, can we just get on the same page and say, you know what, damn, there's just one word that's very controversial. People have a lot of mixed emotions. Just let's put that word away. But then no, nobody could tell me how to talk. Nobody could say this. If we can't if we can't put this one word away, imagine everything else that we try to accomplish. We can't even accomplish to put this one word away. We hold on to something that is like, we can't move on from one word. How are we going to move on with something else?
Right, and Glenn made a very a brilliant distinction, right, for what was happening between he and I, right? He was, because I brought this up, I just didn't want to be addressed that way. I wasn't trying to get him to not say the thing, period. Just don't address me if you think that if I'm receiving it the way that you're intending it, because I'm not. I'm not receiving it as just love and community. That's not how I receive it, because that's not how I receive that word, right?
Yeah.
It's a struggle for me. So he made that distinction, and that's really that's the issue, right? It's for me. I don't. I'm not trying to stop what people are saying. I just want them, if they want me to address it, if they want to keep it cool with me, then just address me the way I'd like to be addressed. Is all right. So. But yeah, the idea that you can be compassionate and also try to give a damn about what the other person is feeling and being able to make the adjustment, yeah, that's real man shit.
But yeah, that's the beautiful thing. Is just we communicated. You said this. I mean, y'all communicated. You say what bothers you, what you don't feel like is right. As a respectable person, you know what? I could put that word away I mean, it's not that serious, it shouldn't be that hard. I think with these, imagine if that dialogue happened while, thousands or million was looking on. How impactful that dialogue that y'all both can have, and then come up with the type of conclusion of, just don't use it. Yeah, you know what? I have respect for you. It's true. You know what? I could use it amongst my friends or something like that, but I don't want to make you feel. I don't want this word to be in the middle of us growing as friendship or brotherhood or whatever it may be. Right? Imagine, and people see it. It's the power of imaging, the power of it. So that's a great thing that y'all came with that. He came with that conclusion, and I think that was the right thing to do.
But most of it, Smoke, the word is misinterpreted even in England. If you look at all the rap videos in England now, yeah, it's always this word is like the coolest word. And now it's misinterpreted with other cultures, because not just in the music community, within the people they look up to, they use this word within each other and every other community now. So they're misinterpreting this whole situation, and it's making it worse and worse and worse. If you think about it, it starts from kids now.
All right, I'm gonna tell you straight up. You know how Muhammad Ali, right? He was very divisive about black people. Like that was the kind of home I grew up. When you said Malcolm X, you really loved Malcolm X. Like Malcolm X was a friend of my dad's. Like there was a definite distinction, not just between black and white, but between black and black, but also between right and wrong, right? So when just because in the music, and I'll tell you what, like I'm a hip hop kid. I grew up with Sugar Hill Gang, all that stuff. I remember when the party switched from being conscious and fun to thuggish and gangstery, and people started getting beat up and shot at the party. Like, what part of the party is that? So yeah, I get it that it's part of the community and it's part of the culture, but it's never been any of the part of the community and culture that I've identified with as a black person, even within hip hop. Like the entire thing. I feel
Damn,
like
Rakim.
I feel like people are taking certain aspects of black culture and painting all black people with it, right? Even within hip hop, like there are people within hip hop that don't fucking do that nigga bitch shit.
Yeah,
I'm one of them.
Yep. And that's why, man, my brother Princess Power. Shout out to Princess Power, man. I love spoken words, man. Bowery, Soho.
Yeah, New Weekends. I was out there, man.
Man,
Like,
we
you
don't
know,
even know about these guys because the mainstream ones who are making the money, they're always using this kind of words in their culture, bro.
I mean, I love spoken words, man. I love poetry. I love what those individuals are doing. I think though that's my new rap. You know what I'm saying? My new hip hop is the spoken words. You know,
yeah, man.
So you
And
don't
that's
listen
really
to
what it is.
Kendrick
It's
Lamar,
like
you don't
it's
listen
the
to
self.
Migos, you don't
I
listen
don't.
to what we listen to out here.
To be honest, I don't know who's hot. I don't
Drake.
listen to music anymore. I don't.
Nah, man, nah. Like like I may hear a song or two, but I'm not checking. Like, first off, those dudes are young enough to be my kids and maybe grandkids in certain. Like, what the hell? Like, my experience is not their experience at all. But beyond all that, that the culture of mental death and self-destruction. Like, music to me is supposed to be uplifting to the soul. Like, I'm not loading clips. I don't care about your girl. I'm not about to. I don't know where to get a key. I don't know where to get a bulletproof vest. I don't care about that shit. I don't care about like half the shit that you're talking about, where that
Can't relate. You
word
can't
is
relate.
prevalent. Like, none of the messages that those people are hawking apply to my life or anything that I find cool. Like, I might like the beat.
To be honest, it doesn't apply to the majority of life.
Yeah, but
I mean, it became from hip hop or rap to bragging music is what I have and what you don't have.
But you look at the number 1, 2 rappers in the world today is Drake, Kendrick Lamar, Cardi B. Look at how foul Cardi B is. You know what I mean? These are the people which are running the whole media. It's like you said, Punch. They control the whole fucking narrative situation out here, man.
Yeah.
They're the ones that the young generation is getting fooled by. You know what I mean?
One time I'm
Okay,
like,
but
I
it's not
I wrote a piece on if Cardi B is the number 1 female artist,
she is,
and then Tekashi 6ix9ine is the number 1 male artist in the hip hop culture in New York, then these are the 2 people that the women and the men are imitating. That's what have the baton.
So
there you go.
my kid was a Kendrick Lamar fan, but they weren't listening to the mainstream stuff. They're all on SoundCloud and listening to unreleased stuff, right? So they're not even into that sort of thing. But my daughter, though, the youngest, she got into K-pop and was into like BTS and all this stuff. Like, so it's just like she didn't have any sort of just like not even through my children was I actually subjected to it. Is my own point. Like,
Yeah,
Kendrick
but you
might drop
guys
a couple of
surprised
ends
me.
every now and again, but not really.
You guys surprised me that you don't like the best what's out there. If you ask your chat and your panel and your fans, ask them what's their best artist. They'll tell you what their best artist is. It's not what Punch is saying.
Nah.
No, but you're talking about the number
like
1 artist, but you're talking about but you're asking like middle-aged men with kids if they listen to a stripper rap.
What are you talking about? People at 30 and 35 years old like me, we listen to Drake, we listen to Kendrick Lamar, we listen to the Migos.
If I'm in a bar, if I'm in a bar, you know what I'm saying? I it's there. I listen to it, I could bop to it. But me, like on my playlist, when I'm listening, I'm an R&B cat, man. I'm still stuck on
I mean,
Keith Sweat, man.
Exactly.
Keith Sweat, old school, yeah.
Aaron Hall. You know, I'm still stuck on that, man.
Shit, man. Punch, you sound old. You sound
I
old,
know. I
bro.
got an old soul. I got a playlist called Disco and Cocaine, and I listen to disco.
Hey, can people tell me in the chat, please, what's your favorite artist, guys? What's the favorite artist, guys, in the chat, man? Come on. It can't be what Keith Sweat. That's not what.
Now,
You
if
know
I
what I mean?
listen to hip hop, then I'm see the power of today with Spotify and whatever.
Yeah, man.
Now, I got.
So you out here listening to Clips and Lil Uzi Vert and all this stuff, man. You listening to these little kids?
Nah,
Tell you about life?
bro. Nah. I listen to Little Baby. I listen to Baby. They're fucking good little rappers. They're good little
the
rappers.
guy with all the tattoos?
Look,
What the hell that
Baby
dude gonna
and
tell you?
that guy who sang for the Black Lives Matters. What's his name? Little Baby. That was a good song.
Maybe I don't know who this is.
Little Baby and Baby. They're good. They're good
Are
little
you talking about
rappers
the guy
coming
from New
out of
Orleans
America,
that
man.
put out Lil Wayne?
Lil Wayne used to, you know what I mean? He used to be. We come from the Tupac era, bro. Tupac, Dr. Dre, Eazy-E, Ice Cube. That's the, you know what I mean? That's
I
the
like listening to Aaron Copeland.
Okay,
Yeah,
look,
see
look,
that
some
you know
people
who's
are-
Aaron
look,
Copeland?
Some people are saying Drake already on your chat, bro. Drake, Nas, you got Nas, you got Drake.
Say
Yeah,
that's
but
my
Nas
era.
is-
So
yeah,
Nas,
Nas is from my era.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Nas is
Nas-
my era. Yeah,
yeah.
Nas my guy.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's
but
the last concert I went to before the lockdown. Nas and Wu-Tang.
Yeah, but Smoke,
Short.
those guys spoke lyrics. Nowadays, you start hearing them, they all sound like each other or something.
That's the last one. My last show was Nas and Maxwell.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, okay. Whatever. Whenever, wherever. Neo Soul. I feel you.
Yeah, you never got. They never went to your city.
Not Maxwell. I mean, I didn't see him. I'm sure he
Not
came.
was together. They was on tour together. Nas and Maxwell.
No, I missed that one. I saw in February. It was actually right before the
Valentine's shit.
Well, mine was right before. It was February 21st, right before the Wilder Fury fight.
Mm-hmm.
My birthday was 22nd, so that Friday I went to that concert, and then I bought the fight, and they shut the whole shit down. There's been no concerts or nothing since.
Yeah, I mean, today
you want to see ladies, you go to the Aventura concert, you go to the Romeo Santos and Mark Anthony concert. There you go. Want to see some nice.
So I went to like I went to this cumbia joint where they just had a couple of cumbia bands playing and people just swirling around for hours and hours. That is a good goddamn. If you've never done it, I'd highly recommend it.
Hey, somebody just on the chat said Wu-Tang Clan. I used to love them.
I got them on my playlist all day, every day, man.
Yeah, Wu-Tang used to be the one, man. But you know what? Nas never used to use the N-word.
What y'all thought you wasn't gonna see me? I'm the Osiris of this shit. Wu-Tang is here forever. What? This 97? Well, I'm gonna do it like this. Let me rub your ass in the moonshine. I'm gonna take it back to 79.
Yeah, I gotta put that on my intro.
Yeah, I had to get it all out just for that. Just for you, moonshine.
Yes, sir. That's why I made that little intro. Like if I got a hater, I made like a little thing. Hold on.
Hey, I'm gonna go shopping and stuff. By the time I come back, there'll be Devin Haney's weighing.
Hey, man.
Devin Haney's weighing in a bit.
He better end that fight early, man.
Yeah, he better. I'm telling you, Smoke. I've heard too much smoke. He better do the fucking job, Smoke.
About what? From Devin Haney?
Yeah,
there ain't nobody worried about that. Like, listen, fans are never happy. They always say, hey, how come you didn't do it like this other guy or fast like this other guy? The dude's 21 years old. Ain't nobody gonna remember this damn fight.
They are gonna, because he's saying that he's gonna end it.
You remember who Floyd fought when he was 22 years old?
He fought Hernandez, right? He beat Hernandez.
Yeah, I really don't like Stephen A. Smith, but I said finally you said something that makes sense when you're talking about boxing.
What do you say?
I said finally he said something that makes sense about boxing.
What do you say?
I took his boxing card away. That's what he said.
What do you say?
Hold on. I'm gonna put it right now.
He said something good the other day. I can't remember what it was.
But when I think about Lopez and what we saw against Lomachenko, we saw his boxing ability, we saw his elusivity, and we know what he's got in terms of power in both hands, and he comes forward. It ain't like he backs up. He stalks you too, and he comes to finish you. When I think about Tyson comparisons, when I think about knockout power, when I think about excitement, when I think about those things, I think about Teofimo Lopez. That would be my choice ahead of Tank Davis.
Wow.
Made a lot of sense. What do you think? What do you think, Smoke?
He's speaking facts.
He spoke facts?
Yeah, he spoke facts, man.
Yeah, lucidity and he comes back and all that. I missed the last little part of it, but as far as what he showed in the fight,
because they was trying to they was comparing this was the first take after the Tank. So they were talking about Tank and Max and I forgot who's the other guy named. They was saying that Tank is the Mike Tyson, and then Stephen A. Smith said that part. Now I think that is Teofimo Lopez, the special one.
wait a minute, Teofimo is a special one. Teofimo has more of an upside. I think he can go through more divisions. I think Tank can actually be the best at 130 that probably ever did it, because I don't think he can go any. I think he can cherry pick going up, like a little bit like Bud. I don't think Bud can beat everybody at 147. I think he can beat some people at 147 and maybe even become undisputed at 147. I don't think he can beat everybody. I don't think Bud can clean out the division. Right.
I like Tank a lot, man.
Right, but I think Tank can clean out 130. I don't think anybody can beat him at 130, but I don't think he's a 135 pounder, right? So when it comes to Tio, I think Tio can actually capture titles in several different weight classes.
And what I love about this week was where you saw Tank this week, guys. Oh yeah, man. He messed it up with that shit. I forgot. I even forgot to mention it. I didn't even do a video about it.
I mean, you got to give Tank,
because I was so happy, and then I heard the fucking car stuff. Because he was in the gym. He's been in the gym after the fight.
Yeah, I don't know. Car accidents happen. I don't really know the details about it, right? So but right. So it came out. The car thing came out the same day as the Adrian Broner judge thing, and also came out the same day as the the Fugazi pay-per-view numbers. So.
What was the pay-per-view numbers? What are they?
I don't know. Almost a 200.
It said 220. It said 225. Somewhere between 250 and 300. But anyway, I don't know. It's whatever they say. But I'm just saying that a whole bunch of negative publicity came out. But I'm not sure that being in a car accident should be a negative thing. So. But I don't know the details.
If it was almost at 2:00, then of course people are gonna say he was drinking. But I'm not even gonna say it was him because they said the car, so he could have lent his car to a friend.
I mean, at the end of the day, we know what he does on the last time round. Every time he wins or whatever he does, he goes and celebrates. We know this. I've got a video. I've got 1 million views. You know this.
Yeah, I think with him, I just hope he just stays in the. If you want to, I tell man, if I spoke to Tank, I'm like, yo, brother, man, look, all this money you could get, man. You got 4 more years, man. Just fight, make your money. If it's all about money, make your money, and by 30, you live your life. You live the life how you want it.
Retire at 30, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, with the money, look, he's 20, gonna be 26.
Yeah,
4 or 5 years. I think they look, even Ellaby, they promote him as the star. They're not promoting him to become a legacy fighter. No, they want him to be a star to get as much money as you can. That's how they're promoting him. They're not promoting him for legacy. They're not promoting for him to be undisputed. They're not promoting for him for all of that.
But what about all this bullshit that we're hearing that Mayweather and all these other narratives are coming out that if Tank fights Teofimo, they want to claim the A side? How the fuck can they claim the A side? Can you explain this to me though?
Yeah, I can. I can definitely. Yes, I can. Teofimo Lopez had to go tooth and nail to get 1 million and 2.2 to fight Lomachenko in one of the most anticipated fights, right? The idea of A side is you get to dictate terms because you have the negotiating power, right? I think Tank doing a pay-per-view is going to be, he's going to be able to offer Teofimo Lopez more money than Teofimo Lopez is going to be able to offer Tank.
I still don't think that. I think because of the belts and those sanctioning fees, they will have to offer him more money. He's not gonna take lower than Tank, in my opinion. I mean,
no, I'm not saying lower money than Tank. I'm saying that Tank can offer Teofimo more money than Teofimo can offer Tank.
Or
So
no. I think
because
what
if they would have
Punch
had,
is trying to say that he would want 50-50 of the pay-per-view.
yeah, 50-50 sounds right, or even 40, even 60-40.
I mean, if you're saying 50-50, then no one's the A side. They're both the A side.
If it was me, I'm not going 50-50 with anybody.
What?
Right now.
What?
If it was me right now, I'm not going 50-50 with anybody.
With Tank. Tank's got all that power with the pay-per-view
I don't got to fight Tank.
Yeah, that's the whole point. Is that's really what it is? Is neither one of them need to fight each other.
Yeah,
like really the young guns are at 35 are Garcia, Haney, and Teofimo. Tank just had one fight up there.
Look,
remember Teofimo was supposed to get 3.5 mil. 3.5. Lomachenko was supposed to be making $7 million if this fight was in May 30th.
Well, Teofimo's calling Tank out, and he goes that I want to see how much pay-per-view he's done because I want to get might fight him. So
and then that's not enough because remember the purse was 1.5 Leo and 1 million with Gervonta Tank Davis. So Leo purse-wise got paid more. 50-50 split.
So you think in that fight, Teofimo's going to want exactly more than 50%?
Of course.
So you think that Mayweather and Tank, I mean, all that package, they're going to let him have more than Tank?
That's why I don't think that fight will happen.
That won't happen.
Right. I don't know. I mean, what is it? What's in it for Teofimo outside of money?
Well, he said that if Tank does more than 150,000 pay-per-views, I'll fight him. That was his last interview, bro.
Yeah, but I got it, but is Tank a lightweight? Like, even to call Tank out seems to be about maybe they're young, maybe they're in the same. It seems more about the money than it's about legacy. Like Tank Davis
put it this way,
does not bring legacy to you.
Well, Teofimo, I know he watches this show as well. He just turned around and said, because Tank keeps pulling out 126-pounders, fight someone your own weight then. Fight me. So,
but 135 is not his weight, though.
Well, that's Tank's weight. Tank's got a belt at that weight.
I'd rather
because he fought one time and he fought Gamboa, a guy who's from 126.
Well, that's his weight, though.
Well, I mean, but you can't have it both ways. Like either he's not really a 135-pounder because he's fighting 126 guys and he needs to fight for somebody's own weight. But
Well,
the guy's a
Mayweather and Tank.
Mayweather and Tank saying that that's their weight. Tank is a three-time champion at 130, and he fought Gamboa at 135.
I'd rather him fight Devin. I'd rather see a Devin Haney and Teo fight.
Yeah, I mean, Tank. Like what is the point of bringing a little dude up? Like unless you're just getting a payday.
Well,
and take the good name and a payday, what's the point?
Well, they're the ones calling out the names. They're the ones who are saying that they want Ryan Garcia, Teofimo, or Devin Haney.
I'll do this with Tito. I'm a straight businessman. I'm his business, and I'm thinking about money, and I'm thinking about a future plan, like a nice 3-fight package deal. I will pick if he wants to fight in February, depending how his foot is, right? If he wants to fight in February, or I'll wait later on.
That's too early. Too early.
I'll wait later on. Make sure that Madison Square Garden, Barclays Center, one of those places have fans.
Oh yeah, then I'm coming, bro.
I'm gonna make a fight with Teofimo Lopez versus Jose Pedraza or Cepeda.
I'm not coming.
I'm not
coming.
Or Jose Cepeda. Free TV again. One more time. Free TV again. Get more people. Free TV again.
Cepeda's at 140, bro.
Hold on. Have Edgar Berlanga again on the undercard. So Pedraza is Puerto Rican. Edgar Berlanga, Puerto Rican. Honduras. And it's Teofimo Lopez. But it will be a good New York New York how you say it, card. 2 Brooklyn kids in New York City. Good, credible opponent at 140. You want to feel how you feel at 140? The 500 pajas at 140 is a paid at 140. Then the next, that's when you want to pick if you're going to go back to 135, or you want to, or by then you know already who won from Jose and Josh Taylor.
Look, you already know Punch. His dad told you straight. Once they go up, they're not looking to go back down. That doesn't exist anymore.
If the money is right, I think they'll go back down.
Nah, they're not gonna go. It doesn't make sense. Once he's gone back up, he's up. He's ready there.
If he looks incredible, if the money is right, if he looks incredible, because look, if Josh Taylor, and look what he said, that he want to fight Josh Taylor in the UK.
Yeah, I don't know how that's a huge thing. But what I'm saying is,
no, it'll be good because remember, it will be great money. They both would top rank. It won't be a hard fight to make.
Get Wembley for 80,000 people.
Keep the belts. You got a super WBA. You got a super WBA. You got the franchise WBC. You could use that shit. I don't know. He don't got no mandatories yet. WBO, the IBF, yes. The kid who won it, who beat Lee Selby, right? He's gonna be placed as mandatory. I don't know if it's immediate mandatory, but whatever.
Lee Selby just lost.
I know. So the guy that beat him, he's the mandatory. He's gonna be mandatory.
The guy from Australia.
Yeah, he's gonna be mandatory. Fighting Josh Taylor in the UK, and you grab that fan base as well, is a good thing.
I don't know why.
What about
coming to the UK, bro? They just became a unified champion. They got 3 belts. They're coming up. They got a lot of power. Why the fuck would they want to give all that power up and come to England and give Josh Taylor all that advantage?
Because Josh Taylor, if Josh Taylor won, he would be undisputed. He would be undisputed.
To Regis Prograis, bro. You saw it.
I mean, hey, yo, it's gutsy. You know what? I like it because for me, it's like that's a champion of the world. You going all over the place. Hey, Muhammad Ali, when he was fighting all over the place.
I mean, he get a lot of respect, but
he's just not comfortable.
I don't believe that they would want to sell that. I believe they would want it in America. That's
you don't think?
Believe.
I mean, yeah, they could sell it. They could sell it in Vegas. They could sell it in Vegas, but they could sell it also in the UK. Imagine how much you from the UK? How many people you think they will pack in the UK?
What do you mean? Josh Taylor's our number 1 or 2 pound for pound fighter in England now.
So how much you think? You from so I don't know too much.
Yeah, I mean, Josh Taylor's the truth. I mean, he's the number 1 or 2 guy for us now.
So Teofimo, Josh Taylor, can they pack the Wembley?
I mean, there's 80,000. Carl Froch and George Groves packed it out.
So can you imagine?
You know what I mean? They definitely will pack it out. Look at the belts. People are mad about boxing in England. You know what I mean? And, you know, Teofimo coming as a unified 135 champion to fight Josh Taylor. Ooh, that's some big smoke. Oh, gosh. That's big. I mean, that's too big right now. I don't think that's going to happen.
Who will be worth more money?
That'd be 50-50, isn't it?
So I think it's just due for Josh Taylor to be like, fight me in my home.
The only thing is, the 280,000s were Matchroom. Like, you know, Josh Taylor's with Cyclone. That's not Matchroom.
He's with Bob Arum.
Yeah, well, he's in Bob Arum here, but he's like his UK promoter is still the Scottish outfit, right? He's a Scot dude. I don't know, man. Like,
Is he not with MTK? Is he not with MTK?
He's with Cyclone.
No, that's Regis Prograis. He signed with them.
Yeah, MTK is one of the most powerful. Okay, they're the El Heyman for us now. You know that,
yeah,
right?
Yeah. Jojo Diaz just signed with them too.
Yeah, they got a lot of power in the game, bro. They got a lot of power within all.
Didn't Manny Pacquiao sign with them?
You got to what about that dude out of Jersey? There's a lightweight out of Jersey. The boy just got knocked out by Brichot last year. Sosa.
What about
it? Moonshine was talking about a New York homecoming. What about New York, New Jersey, right there?
Hey,
I don't know, man. I don't know why Punch is selling us short. I don't like it. I mean, I really appreciate Punch, but Punch is really guiding Teofimo Lopez's career in a way that, you know what I mean? Like, I don't like it. He's playing safe. Don't play safe, man. Let him be the one Punch to shame everyone else up. Let him.
Hey, I
let
mean,
him fucking,
if
let
I
him do it.
this what I say. Hey, I'm just hey. This is the three fight plan. All right. I mean, and I think it's a good plan. He need a homecoming, just like
But
everybody
why
else get
not
their
just say at
homecoming. Look, Tank Davis got
135?
his homecoming.
Yeah, but
Um,
bro,
Gary Russell got his homecoming. Earl Spence got his homecoming. Keith Thurman
J-Rock
has
got his
had his
homecoming.
homecoming.
but Smoke. Listen, you must
Danny
believe in
Garcia,
these
J
guys.
Rock, J Rock and Hurd had their
Man,
homecoming.
don't do this, bro. Look,
Who else? Who else
Fimo.
had their homecoming? Danny
Fimo.
Garcia had his homecoming with Samuel Vargas. Everybody get their homecoming after a big fight.
Look,
Let
Fimo, my little brother.
Teofimo get his homecoming. New York City. If Devin Haney wants to fight, then make it New York City.
Fimo, my little brother. You know and I know you can beat all these guys at 135. Yeah? So if you know you can beat them, before you go up, give them a fight and do what you got to do. Just shut everyone up and then move up. I think he's got nothing to lose because I believe in him. And you believe in him, Punch. So what has he got to lose to just finish up with 135?
Hey,
I still want to know what
listen,
the WBC going
if
to
they
do.
fight Devin Haney for undisputed, I
Go for it, man.
Watch that tone.
I'm down. I'm so down with that. And then
Thank
also
you.
watching these guys fight multiple
Okay,
times
but
as they
you know
go
what?
through the man, don't make me laugh. Come on,
Listen,
don't do that.
he's the king of the purse. He's the A side, and he's gonna want 75%. He's gonna want 70% of the purse. He's gonna be the A side.
You call him.
Have
You
to
call
give
him his name,
70%.
undisputed champ.
Yeah, but Punch, how much?
No, I'm saying no. They fight Devin Haney for the undisputed. I ain't talking about that. Listen, man, like Mauricio Sulaiman need to go play in traffic for real. They're like, what are you doing to the sport? Like that who like dude, like go insult somebody else's intelligence. Leave us alone. Just leave boxing fans all the way the hell alone.
But that wouldn't be that. Tell me, and you know, I spoke to Bill.
I just
also,
want him to
and I
finish.
told them the day before yesterday. I said, "Yo, that's one thing." And come on, don't you think it would be powerful if Tio and Devin Haney throws them belts in the garbage and
They're
make
not gonna do that.
That was not powerful.
You're teasing Bill Haney.
Yeah,
You're
that was
teasing
not
the fuck out of
powerful.
him,
You know what it
dog.
is? It's a joke.
Hey,
The last guy who threw the belt in the trash was Riddick Bowe.
moving
And
on.
what is he called? A duck.
I did like what Devin Haney said though. I said, thank you, Devin. Matter of fact, I actually wrote to him. I said, that's what I was, and I said, yo, I texted to him. I said, that's what I wanted y'all to do from day one. What did Devin Haney said in the press conference? He said that Mauricio Sulaiman needs to come out and clear this thing up.
Yeah.
That's all I wanted them to say.
Yeah, but shall I tell you the truth?
No, you said throw the
Let me
belt
tell you
away.
something,
That's
Smoke.
That too.
Come on,
but I
Smoke,
compromised
let me
with
tell you
that.
something.
You want him to
Let me
say
tell you
that
where
while
this
he
all
threw the belt
started
away.
from.
Huh?
Let me tell you where this all started from, Smoke. Punch is the first show to put pressure on the WBC. And then I started putting pressure on all the rest of the shows. This started from all of YouTube. This started all from YouTube. That stop blaming Fimo, start blaming the WBC. And then they started listening to what Punch was saying and what I was saying.
Rap star.
Rap
star. Like I love me some Punch, but as soon as they announced the franchise belt, all of boxing revolted as that they should, because the whole idea is revolting, right? Nobody was down for no Canelo being franchise champ. It was a bunch of bullshit, and it still is a bunch of bullshit.
Yeah, what was you saying, Punch?
No, well, I'm the thing that I was saying from the beginning when I'm like, yo, they're gonna make you look small, Devin Haney. They're gonna make you look small, and they did. And remember from day when I was saying, yo, that belt is gonna be transferable. You think the WBC is gonna walk out of there with a champion and not have no WBC belt? Yeah, right. They're gonna have something. They're gonna make a belt. Nah. I'm telling you, once that fight comes, I'm telling you, they're gonna make a belt. They're gonna make
They
it.
asked him today. They asked him yesterday. Did you watch the press conference? They asked Devin Haney, look, they said people are saying that you got two-time email champion. And they said Fimo said you're two-time email champion. What do you think about that? And he said, look, I'm still a champion.
Technically,
he goes, I'm still a champion. And he goes, at the end of the day, he goes that the WBC, they shouldn't have put it as unified because he is still a champion, right? But he can't really say that he wasn't an email champion. He's just saying, I am still the champion. I was in line. He goes, I was in line for the next guy. The next guy wasn't there. So
Look.
what's got to happen is he's got to have a worthy fight, and he's just got to have a worthy fight. That's just all it is.
Listen,
I put it this way: he knocks this dude out. Curtain call match, pink slip match. Give him his 401k. Retire this man,
and then who's
in
his
a
next
beautiful,
match?
spectacular way. And I'm gonna tell you, a lot of people gonna call him for that fight.
Okay,
so right
who's
now,
his next match? Who's his next match? Devin Haney. Give me his next opponent.
It's Gamboa. After
yeah, come on. Where does he go?
I'd love it if it's Teofimo, but it's also was Teofimo going to wait around for who wins? It could be Ryan. It could be Ryan Garcia, or the winner of Ryan Garcia and Luke Campbell.
If the WBC gets in the way, remember, whoever's the winner is going to be. He said immediate mandatory, immediate, not just the mandatory. It's going to be the immediate mandatory, and Devin Haney will have to. He will have to fight his mandatory. You know why? Because he got a vacant title. You have to fight a mandatory after you beat.
He's elevated.
Yeah,
but you have to appreciate this. Yeah, the WBC already told everyone that even if Tank wants to fight with Luke Campbell or Ryan Garcia winner or Devin Haney, Teofimo is the king of that. He will choose first. You already know.
But that's where the pressure of Teofimo Lopez is gonna come, because the franchise supposed to trump any mandatory.
But there you go. That's when they keep saying the franchise is bullshit. No, but smoke. They keep saying that franchise is bullshit. How is it bullshit when you can trump to fight any fight you want?
Because they're making it up as they go along. The actual mandatory, but the fight that they're fighting for, rap star. Can I finish? The mandatory that they're fighting for is a fight for Devin Haney. Now, whether or not Teofimo can upset that, because Teofimo is the unified champion and the guy who beat Loma, right? If I
at least add in the lineal. Come
on. Is he the lineal? He's a ring. Who he beat to become lineal?
Hey,
who was the lineal champion before him?
They gave him a lineal too, man.
Stop that, dude. This is what Gary Russell was talking about. This is the kind of stuff Gary Russell was talking about. Stop just because you want to promote somebody. Stop giving them stuff that they didn't earn. And also these fighters, stop receiving things you didn't earn.
What you just said?
Stop receiving things you didn't earn. That is not the case for Jamar Charlo or Devin Haney. They legitimately were interim champions. They fought for the interim championship, won the interim championship, and then got elevated like interim champions do.
While he's still in the same division, Lomachenko, and fighting an undisputed bout.
Yeah, I'm saying, like, I for as a purist and also a fan of both of these guys, I would like to see them fight multiple times throughout the weights, and it would be great to start that whole journey off with the undisputed fight at lightweight, and then see him move up and fight a bunch of different weights.
I personally think Teofimo doesn't give a fuck about who he fights. I really don't. I think the reason why he already has proved himself that if it comes to the crunch, he'll fight anyone. You know what I mean? It's just these guys have to prepare themselves to get ready to fight some real meaningful fights.
I think he don't care either, man.
Yeah, I don't think fighters aren't like that. Like, they get in there, they think they're the best, and they want to prove it against the best, but they also want to get top dollar, and they also want to make sure that everybody's watching when it happens. Like, and also they have teams around them that they have their own agendas.
But his dad gave you all a hint. You didn't catch on to his dad. His dad came on Punch's show and said, look, if we take a pay-per-view fight, it's because my son belongs there. So the fight they can get for pay-per-view is Tank. He's giving you messages. You know what I mean? That they're interested in that fucking fight. I'm telling you. They want the money. They want the money. They're not gonna shy away from any of that smoke punch.
They better.
Yeah, I don't know.
Hey, remember, coming from the Floyd Mayweather school too. So don't think they're gonna make money decisions.
Okay, how much money do you think that fight's worth, Tank and Theo? I'll tell you how much I reckon they're at least worth. At least 15, 20 million.
Okay, put it this way. For me,
that's worth $20 million for both of them.
Okay, right now, Devin is not the A side of none of those fights. Not Ryan, not on Tank and not Tio.
Oh, he is with Ryan, bro. Come on.
Oh, he's definitely A side with Ryan.
Come on, Punch.
Right,
He got a belt. He got a belt.
After Luke, if he beats Luke,
He's still the A side.
Yeah, right. Like exactly, because I get it. So Devin is still
Ryan's
going
got
to be the guy who made $1 million. He's still going to be the guy with the belt, and he's still going to have Gamboa on there, right?
We will see.
I
And
mean,
hey,
how can he
we
not
can't
be the
neglect,
A
we can't
side
neglect,
against Ryan,
we can't neglect. And he was backtracking when I spoke to him, but he can't neglect what he said. He said that Devin Haney has one more fight left with Matchroom. So this is last fight with Matchroom.
Hey man, I wish they all win.
And then I'm like, okay, this last fight, then you gonna go to Top Rank. You're gonna make that. Fight.
For what? So Bob can give reasons why fights don't happen, and then we can all fight about it.
I'm just saying. I mean,
AL versus Tyson Fury.
I'm just saying it's almost like with Bud. Like I wanted Bud. You know, it made logical sense that at the time when they was talking about, you know, this side of the street or whatever, when he did it, when he became a free agent, before he signed the extension, he could have gone to PBC because that's where the fighters is at for him. And the same thing I'll say with Devin Haney. If he's a free agent, he's regardless if he signs with Bob Arum or not, he's gonna have to work with Bob Arum to fight the best fights. I mean, yeah, he could fight Ryan Garcia. He's gonna have to work with Oscar De La Hoya.
But you know what? Teofimo's in a better position than Bud in the same camp as Bob Arum. Teofimo's in a stronger position.
That's what I'm saying. He's gonna have to work with Bob Arum. If they're gonna go to 140, he's gonna have to work with Bob Arum.
Oh yeah, whatever he does, he has to work with Bob Arum, but he's in a much stronger position than Bud.
Yeah, but listen, but Teofimo is not. I don't think that Top Rank appreciates what they have in Teofimo Lopez.
They don't. I agree.
How can you say that, bro?
They didn't market him.
We hear, yeah, because we hear like like Teofimo Lopez is like I don't think you understand like what that man just pulled off. He called out the guy who everybody is saying,
and Bob Arum has given him all the credit in the world for it. Have you looked at Bob Arum?
No, he didn't give him any credit in the world for it, like at all. As a matter of fact, what he said was it wasn't worth the money.
No, he turned around and said what Teofimo has done. He is the number one guy of that whole situation.
If I can just finish what Tio just pulled off, right? He called out the number one guy. He pursued the number one guy for years, built up the fight, sold the fight, and then was composed, calm, cool, collected, and then set everything right after the fight. Like what he did was pull out an actual pitch perfect performance from beginning, from concept to completion, all perfection. That don't happen. And Bob Arum can't make. Bob Arum hasn't said anything about what's supposed to be next for him. He's not talking about how he's the new heir apparent. I've heard that Loma was the best thing since Muhammad Ali. That's what I heard. And dude had 4 fights. Now this dude comes as the unified champion, and I get crickets. The last thing I heard from Bob Arum was the money ain't. This fight ain't worth the money. Yeah, that is literally the last thing I heard about him saying.
I'm saying, to be honest, out of all his stars, he compares them to all the greats. With Tio, I didn't even hear a comparison to no Julio Cesar Chavez or the next Roberto Duran. Nothing.
How many fights has he got left on his contract? How many fights he got left on his contract?
A couple, but even in the post fight interview, look how he was still disgusted at Top Rank when he was calling them out.
Was he?
Man, come on, bro. ESPN sold this fight.
Look at the
post. You see Bob. Like if Eddie Hearn had Teofimo Lopez, it would have been 50 million videos about this dude after the fight.
Yeah, look at the post fight, the whole post fight interview again when you get the chance.
I mean, he's recognized whether we like it or not.
When he's saying
Teofimo is recognized as the number one guy in the game right now.
When he was
promoted Teofimo Lopez better than Bob Arum.
when he's saying I didn't get paid what I want to get paid, and they wanted me to lose, he's looking at them. He's looking at Top Rank.
Okay.
But he's talking to them. You
Got
know,
you, Punch. Yeah, you must know stuff that I don't. Yeah, I got.
and
you.
remember, it wasn't Top Rank that came up with the money with the extra money. It was ESPN.
Correct. It's ESPN showed this fight. I was waiting for the like the posters, the build up. I was waiting for Top Rank to actually be proud of the fact that they were associated with this fight, and I didn't see it.
Yeah,
I saw zero pride in this fight from Top Rank.
And also, what I was gonna say after that, about the ESPN and damn, tip of my tongue.
I mean, if Josh Taylor went and beat somebody like a world champion and back-to-back beat Lomachenko, we would have made a big deal out of it for sure.
Oh, I was gonna say this. Remember if the ESPN would have never came up with that money, remember what he said? He said that he was gonna give it to Felix Verdejo.
Who said that?
Remember that was if Teofimo, remember he gave him the remember Bob Arum, this was to take it or leave it. A take it or leave it fight. Like, take this money, you don't fight him. We got Felix Verdejo on deck. Almost shaming him to take that fight. And so ESPN showed up and gave him that extra money.
You think if Loma won, then we would have been wondering, like, where's Bob and all the fanfare associated with it? With the victory? Come on, man. Loma's his guy. And I'm not saying for whatever reasons, right? I'm just saying Loma was his dude.
How much was it over there in the UK pay-per-view?
For which one?
Loma and Tio.
That's free.
Free over there.
It was free over there? Oh no, then Mark told me it wasn't free in Ireland.
Yeah, that's because you must have paid £10 on the app.
Yeah. He said 10 cents, so it was something.
£10. But the thing is, right? The big money fights are like you said, when you go on with this $75 on what was it? Showtime.
I would have paid $200.
Mayweather's fight. No, I mean Tank.
Oh yeah, that's Showtime. Yeah,
Showtime, $75. I mean, that's too much money, dude, for something right now with Leo Santa Cruz. I know Leo Santa Cruz is Hall of Famer, but $75 to pull him up from 122 to 126 to 130 to fight Tank. It's a lot of money, dude. I mean, Lomachenko and Teofimo was worth $75 if you ask me.
If you take out just,
he
wouldn't have. I don't think he would have been
ass, dude. Like, one fight was worth $75. One fight was not. The Teofimo Lopez and Loma fight was not worth $75, and it wasn't because of Teofimo. It was because Loma fought too negative for too much of that fight. He pulled it out at the end. 4 rounds. That was really 4 rounds of boxing, and whatever the hell else was happening for the other 8 rounds.
Shit, I got excited like if I won something. Shit.
That Tank Leo fight was a good damn fight. That was just entertaining, straight up.
No, that was entertaining. It was entertaining for the casual fans. But do you know what I'm going to tell you right now? I've never seen a fight. I've never seen Lomachenko in such a position it was worth paying every dollar. I've never seen Lomachenko, the fighter I look up to, looking like the guy who's backing up, looking like he's the B fighter there, looking like he's the one who's wanting to win the world title.
That's the presence of King Tio.
Went in there like the world champion, like he's the unified champion. That was worth for me to just see how he turned that around, man. Listen, Smoke, he shut down 99% of the YouTube platform. He shut it down. They had to fucking start finding another narrative the next day.
Okay, so but that's YouTube's and their platforms, right? So if anyone's paying attention,
man, it was exciting,
what I'm saying is, I mean, it might have been exciting for you because of the way you perceived Loma, right? But for me, for me, I saw that Loma can't fight going backwards. So the whole game plan for me was make Loma go backwards, right? I thought he would do it in a different manner than he did it, but the overall thing was Loma ain't the same guy moving once he's fighting backwards.
And we had some good undercard fights on that day, wasn't it, Punch?
Yeah, it was good cards. It was good cards, man. Edgar Berlanga did good, man.
Yeah, Berlanga.
Can you imagine, bro? You have New York City. You have on the undercard, you have Edgar Berlanga and Amanda Serrano. That's a beautiful card. Come on, guys.
Nah, we gotta get some brothers in there, some black fighters too, bro.
You can have them. You can have them. You can have the opponents that they're gonna get beat up that night.
Yeah, you know you need. You know you need to round that out. You need Lil B Hop. You have a New York card. Put Lil B Hop on there.
Yeah, but he's PBC, man.
Okay.
I like Lil B Hop, but
I thought he didn't have. I thought he just works with him sometimes. I thought he was like, man, he had management issues. He just fights where he fights, like Boots.
Wow, we still got nearly.
And I can't wait till Boots get out of that contract, man.
Hey, give us 5 likes, man. We still nearly got 40 people on this chat, bro. And what does the chat think, man, about Teofimo? Who should he fight next? They gotta know who he needs to fight next, bro.
Boots is fighting.
Trying to change
Boots is
the
fighting.
game.
By the way, Boots is fighting December 12th. The same day that Anthony Joshua fighting, so that's gonna be another good night. See, and let me just bring this up. See, why wouldn't Canelo fight even if he's going through court battles with it? Because
that's bullshit, man.
Because Boots Ennis is fighting and he's going through his court battles with his promotion as well, and he's still fighting.
And Canelo was in such a good momentum as well. You know what I mean? He was doing such a good momentum. Just he just needed another fight.
Canelo's a gym rat, bro. Canelo's out there, man. He wants to be great. Like Canelo wants to be. He wants that.
I think he would want that smoke with Jermell Charlo for sure if he could get that fight.
See, that's your big fight for me. That's not my big fight.
What's the big fight, man?
Demetrius Andre, baby, from Rhode Island.
Nah, Jermell Charlo.
Nah. He wasn't.
Demetrius Andre, man. He ain't made no smoke, bro.
Come on, because they avoiding him, man. They're avoiding the best fighter from 160, 168.
Bro, even his sparring partners are coming in, telling us they're not going to give us their name and not trying to tell me I'm an investigator.
Yo, now that I'm thinking about it, I went in on him. My last video. You know what? Nah, man. Demetrius Andre, I'm a pump. If anybody is gonna abandon him, I'm gonna be right here for you, boo boo. I'm gonna be right here.
You need to come on the show one day, man. There's nobody else ever fucking calls your name apart from this geezer here, bro. Nobody ever. This guy loves you, man. Come over and see us someday.
You got that dude. You got the new dude, his sparring partner. That dude, he's tight. That was hilarious. I've never seen anybody go that hard. Like usually, when people are going hard for Andre, they're really they're really trolling Charlo, right? They're not really going for Andre. They're really talking shit about Charlo.
Hey, do you know what? Do you want to hear something funny? I asked them, who do you think Theo should fight? They said Deontay Wilder, some of them.
Nah. I'm gonna keep it. Corp, if you listening, he got you. And you know what he got you? You contradicted yourself in this. You was going at Magic Johnson. And you said that he was emotional. You shouldn't be cursing. That's what happened. When you remember Smoke? He said to Magic Johnson, you lack that
profanity,
emotional his profanity. And then he said he's cursing at.
You know he sounds Asian.
Yeah, he didn't like that. He didn't like that.
You know he's Asian. You know he's Asian, isn't it? Like Chinese or Filipino background.
Who, Corp?
The guy who was caught, who said he was. He listen to this. He sparred Demetrius Andre several times, but he said, I'm not going to give you my name because you sound like an investigator. And listen to this. He said, I'm not going to tell you my amateur record because I don't want you guys to know. But the truth is, if he really sparred Demetrius Andre, Smoke, we would just appreciate him and make him, maybe have an interview with him. Fucking Punch will fucking set it up. But he sounds like a full guy who's making this whole thing up and they're trying to be quiet. How can you say...
Nah, he could have. That was an easy answer.
Right, so the issue.
Who's Demetrius Andre trainer? His father. That's it. That's supposed. This is.
He didn't even want to tell us who the trainer was. Like we don't know.
His father is Demetrius Andre's father.
I know. And I asked him,
just give the gym. You can't give the gym a shout out.
I asked him what gym. I was checking it on the internet.
Generally, you like advertise
on the internet, but he didn't want to tell me.
Yeah, like usually, like you don't really keep the gym a secret. You know what the gym is. You can give a shout out to blah blah blah. You don't have to tell them the location of it or none of that. You just say, yeah, this is
the homie's gym.
Yeah, but he sparred him several times. Why not give us a proper interview?
Well, maybe it's a big secret. Maybe that gym does not want people to know that there's sparring that goes on there, and Demetrius Andre shows up.
But this is somebody who was telling somebody else not to get in their feelings.
Well, I mean, all right. So I think so. There's two things happening, Rap. I think you were actually genuinely just interested in trying to get the
of course
facts,
I am.
right? But then, but L Dog was on some you lying shit, right? So then, you, so the whole thing was a little bit of a train wreck. He went more so to the you lying thing than I don't know. Yeah, it got real weird.
So quiet and so
it got weird fast.
I dare you question me as a boxer.
Do you know what I told him? I said Andre Boo Boo watches this show right now. You might call in, and so you better be sure with what you're telling us.
Come on, show your boy Punch some love on Demetrius. Come on, man, show me some love. Man. Go to the show.
Anyway,
listen, I didn't mean to regulate, but he was taking forever. I mean, the point wouldn't end. Like, it was a certain thing where, like, sometimes with the wife, you know, I'm sitting there listening to her talk, and after a certain point of the conversation, I realized that I don't know what the hell this conversation is about anymore, because the topic didn't switch 4 or 5 times, and I wasn't listening. And it was starting to get like that. Like, really, dude? Like, what the hell is your point? Can you just make your point and move on? So, like, the 5 other people,
bro, how can you be fucking offended that we want to know how you sparred Andre? When you're calling Andre's name, why are you offended that we want to ask you about it? Then you can't just call that and not get fact checked. That's just calling a man's name.
Somebody's gonna definitely. You should be prepared for somebody to think that you're lying, and also to assuage all that stuff. And nobody accused him of saying that he said he beat Demetrius Andre. That was really the weird thing. Like, you acting like I said I beat him. Nobody said that. Like, what you said? Nobody said we thought you won. Like, if you want to go there with it, cool. At this point, you might as well, right? You might as well just say I fucked him up. I'm the man like that.
Yeah, I told him, you're telling us you beat Punch's best fighter in the ring. You've been in there with him, and you expect us not to tell us no more and get offended.
Look, man, all my fighters have let me down. All my fighters have let me down. All my fighters have let me down, man. I got no bragging rights in baseball. I got no bragging rights in football. I got no bragging rights in hockey. I got no bragging rights really in boxing. I keep it way more unbiased in boxing than anything else. But if anybody has followed the channel, you would know who's my favorite fighters.
Deontay Wilder.
Well,
yeah, he is. Deontay Wilder.
Keith Thurman, Boo Andre,
Gary Russell.
Yeah, well, Gary Russell. That's it. Okay, yeah. You were riding hard for that Gary Russell
and Tank.
Hey,
it was not even Gary Russell and Tank. It was like Gary Russell and Bud. It was some ridiculous. Like, was it the Bud fight?
Nah, it wasn't that.
Or was it? Was it Devin Haney?
It was. No, I wasn't going hard on that. I started off my channel talking about Keith and Earl, and Keith and Earl and Tank Dave, Gary Russell Jr. versus Tank Davis as the evolution of speed and power. That was the matchup I wanted to see. I started my channel like that.
I'll tell you what, Rapstar's best fighters right now, Canelo, when he's fucking active, Errol Spence, Tyson Fury when he's active, and Josh Taylor, obviously, because where he's from, he's my number 1 pound for pound here. And Regis Prograis, still really great fighter.
Even the young fighter that I was also pumping, other than Tio. Guess who? Let me see if y'all follow me since the beginning. Because in the beginning, because the audio ones, I even took them out, a couple of them ones out. Josh Kelly.
Yeah, but Josh Kelly let himself down in the last couple fights only.
But that's what I'm saying. All the fighters that let me down.
But look at that. You've been watching some serious boxing, because Josh Kelly was like in the top 4 of England, we were talking like that about him.
Yeah, man.
But lately,
he became a model. I actually met him when he was here. He was here for the he was in Madison Square Garden when I did some press for the Steve Rose and Triple G.
So can I ask you something, Punch? Why is it that you are not able to get the credentials to go and see the fights and get some interviews for us? Are you not in the new media or nothing?
I mean, you send for the credentials, and then they pick you. You know what I'm saying? And they make you like send like what's your portfolio, where you have you worked, do you have a website? I don't have a website. I didn't have a website. So
if someone on this chat, if you build websites, build Punch's website overnight, will you?
So first they give you the you could go in as a, you know, if somebody else have media credentials, you could go on their media credentials, and then I try to contact a couple people. Some of them answered, some of them didn't. I'm gonna give props to Sidestep Boxing. Subscribe to Sidestep Boxing, and Nestor Gibbs. Nestor Gibbs. I hit him up. I'm like, yo, I'm trying to do this boxing stuff and I'm trying to get the media credentials, but I'm not getting media credentials. And say, yeah. And I'm like, yo, if you want me to help you out, if you need some videography, I'm like, nah, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, you could use my name. And one, but then that one time I went, I couldn't get in with that. I said, you know what, I'm gonna sneak in this shit. I sneaked, and I'm like, damn, sneaking in this shit is easy. So I've just been sneaking.
Okay.
I've been sneaking ever since.
Once you act like you belong, nobody wants to actually do their job.
Yeah, because what I do is
to work. You just paid to show up.
Yeah, what I do is I grab my camera, I grab a camera, and I got my bag, and I make believe like I'm on a rush, like I'm late. I was like, ah, shit, I'm late. Damn, it's press conference, man. Shit. They'd be like, you yeah. I said, damn, I'm fucking late. These fucking New York City traffic. They'd be like, oh, go ahead, go. It's work for me, guys. So hey, I'm helping y'all out. It's work for me 3 times already.
That's awesome.
It's work for me.
Anyway, don't say too much. We wanted to work for you some more.
Hey, man, I'm all about helping the people out, man. That's more channels, more good.
Yeah, but don't you know what's been going on lately? The LDBC has got a big problem with their own people who have changed the new media now. And what's happened is the new media have got credentials because they're covering the fighters unbiasedly. And they've been having a big problem with some of their own people because some of them have moved on and changed their whole narrative to get into that situation. I think their name is Deontay Boxing Channel against some guy called 786. So 786 used his credentials and did some bias shit. So they kicked him out. So that guy's gone on his own now, and he's made a channel to say that he's not going to let them in there no more because he wants to build his own name now.
So just to let you know, Dante's Boxing Nation is not LDBC.
No, he's new media.
Right. Are you just saying LDBC has a problem with it? LDBC.
Yeah, LDBC have a problem with him.
Have a problem with Dante's Boxing Nation?
Yeah.
They don't have a problem with Dante. Who? Nobody. No.
Well, some guy made a channel to
Smoke is LDBC, so he shouldn't.
Yeah. I'm telling you, like that. Like new media is really just us, right? We're all new media, right? It's not just. It's the fact that you don't have to actually go to a corporate news outlet to get the story out, right? You can just give your own opinion and go directly to the people with your opinion. That's the new media. We are all new media.
Smoke is LDBC, but he's a nomad. He's the only one that is allowed to go to anybody else's channel.
No, don't stop it. Everyone's allowed to do whatever the hell they want to do. Like,
so
it's just what people do.
What is your message? What is your message then with this situation?
My message with getting credentials and going to and showing up as media members to get it out.
No, what's your message as in like on YouTube with what you're saying with the LDBC? What is your message?
What's my message? Oh, okay. So the reason why, for me, the deal with the YouTube with LDBC is just promoting Black fighters and making sure that their stories get out, right? Because it gets crushed under the weight of other people's stories, right? So just letting people know, hey, you know what? There is that guy Boots Ennis. He's kind of good. Or if everybody is just if this all everyone can talk about is Tank gonna miss weight, just hey, you know what? Tank missed weight one time. Just by the way, like it's
you're like the PR. You're the PR.
But that's LDBC. It's just it's combating and combating the negative stereotypes that happen for black fighters in the media, and also promoting black fighters that otherwise would go unpromoted.
So you only talk about black fighters, do you?
Do you hear me only talk about black fighters?
No. So you obviously cover the sport of boxing, right?
Right.
So you cover the sport of boxing, but you push black fighters because you want to make sure their voice gets heard, because like you said, some of them get under the cushion, and you're just obviously pushing their message.
And some of them, and also some of their message gets misconstrued, right? So they may say something, but it goes, it gets interpreted.
That was the boxing gods.
I can't hear him, Punch. Where's he gone?
I can't hear him either.
Yeah.
Aob says smoke makes the LDBC sound so sincere.
No, but
sometimes
I can't hear you, Smoke. You're breaking up.
Am I back?
Yeah, boxing gods. That's the boxing gods.
You sound like a corporate LDBC. He sounds like the corporate part of it.
No, you know what it is, dude.
He's the LDBC nomad.
He's very respectful LDBC. You're very respectful LDBC.
Well, yeah, right. So I'm not like those other ones, right? That's what you're trying to say. Like, stop it. Listen, you're going into some real danger. It's a danger zone. All I'm going to tell you is you may have a misconception about the LDBC if you think I'm different than them.
There's different charters.
No, I'm saying you're very respectful. You seem like you understand both sides.
Yeah, because look, you have the smoke LDBC, and then you have the H money promoted LDBC.
Right. So yeah, so right there are so first off, it's hard for me to get along with any group, right? So I find myself interacting with a lot of different groups, right? Because I just, that's just me. I interact with different groups. When it comes to LDBC, I like the knowledge about boxing is off the charts. Their access to certain fighters is unparalleled, and we share a similar culture and heritage. And I see what the issue is when it comes to this media and boxing, right? So it's just that.
Okay, so
I think I'm gonna start my own chart. I'm gonna start my own charter. Not my charter, but I'm gonna start my own group, like the Drunkies.
Okay.
What do you think?
I couldn't have a drink with you.
The Punch Drunkies.
I'm not mad at like having a drink, and especially if we're gonna try to solve the world's problems. After
having a drink and smoke, right?
Sipping, why not? Yeah, I light him a cigar for that one.
We gotta have like the wine session, like
isn't that every segment? Isn't every segment the wine section?
Maybe, yeah.
So let me ask you something. Being part of the LDBC, if Anthony Joshua as a black man is fighting a white man, or Andy Ruiz, who do you guys go for?
Okay, so first off, the LDBC, they don't monolithically go for anybody, right? People just have who they like, and every fighter has a fan in the LDBC, including AJ and Andy Ruiz, right? So it's not like that.
In the second fight, who did you, as black people in America, LDBC, did they support Anthony Joshua or do they support Andy Ruiz?
Okay, let me ask you this. Do you think that Anthony Joshua needs any kind of media support at all?
He don't need no support, but
right. So Anthony Joshua would not actually fall into the whole thing. Like, his message is not getting misconstrued at all. As a matter of fact, his message is getting played exactly the way he wants, loud and clear. Anthony Joshua don't need no media.
So who would you support as you, Smoke?
PBC fighters.
Yeah.
No. Like, listen, when it comes to Bud or Arrow, right?
So the whole time with this whole Bud and Errol thing, I've
I
had
asked you
at
about
some
Anthony
point.
Joshua, Andy Ruiz.
Anthony Joshua, Andy Ruiz. What is there to say about it? Like
When
who
they
cared?
fight,
Like it was.
who did you support?
I didn't support it wasn't about that. I didn't have a dog in the fight. I'm not an Andy Ruiz fan or an AJ fan. I think both of them are fine boxers, but I'm not a fan of either one.
Okay.
Are you gonna support what about guys like, remember when I did the video, so you said you support the black fighters that they get swept under the rug or things of that nature. What about the American Latin fighters like Danny Swift Garcia that don't got a promotional company? Who backs him up?
JFL heads.
He's full of shit. He's full of shit. What the one
Yeah,
who's 38 and old?
but for real, like here's the thing. It's not that I don't have a problem bigging up in Danny Garcia. I did. Like I was a huge Danny Garcia fan.
I hate Keith Thurman.
Not Keith Thurman was that? I don't care. Keith Thurman is all right. He was just never. He was never really on my radar like that.
How he's not on the radar if y'all promote Spence?
Because he put up two stinkers fights for me. Like that, his two biggest fights to me, besides that whole Pacquiao, Garcia, and Porter, both were boring as fuck. Like,
so tell me your top 5 fighters that you lot push.
That we push.
Yeah,
it's not like
on a regular basis. You must have 5 fighters that you say.
Spence Wilder is the
all right. So here's the thing. So Black Fight Fan is part of Spence's team. Like that's his dude. So, like Black Fight Fan has a huge. He's a very popular channel. He's
Spence,
part of LDBC.
Wilder.
And Spence is like his guy, right?
Wilder.
So 78 is Wilder's 78's guy, right? So these are two guys who are in the LDBC and they have big channels, right? And they've been on there, right? So
shout out to Blue Bloods.
Right. Blue Blood is.
I like Blue Bloods.
Man, he lost you again.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So what
I never knew that he was
so like
LDBC.
Wilder,
But I
like Errol Spence, Wilder. Who else?
Shout out to Unravel Boxing News.
Yeah, who else they're pushing? Punch. What's that? Wilder, Spence.
To be honest, I've learned from Smoke and D. I had this perception that I only listened to a couple, and I said to myself, you know what? Let me not talk about them really as a group, but just individuals. Since I only thought that the group was only like made up of like 5 channels. Like I'm dead serious. I didn't know who was 78 till the interview with Wilder. I never saw content of 78. Never knew nothing about 78.
Okay.
I thought that LDBC was Ego, Dante, Boxing Sports, Barbershop, and Fanon. And then I found out later on when I went to his before I went to his channel to try to debate was BFTB. So I only thought it was those type of channels. Oh, and what's the other guy's name? Is it Fight? Is the one that you just named? Was the one that you just named Smoke that works with Wilder? You said? I mean with Spence. The guy that's bald.
Fanon.
No, not that one. The guy that's damn. I don't know his name. I don't know his name.
How about now?
Bald and sometimes he and
Am I back? Am I back now? You can hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, cool. Sorry, go ahead.
Who's the other guy? What's the guy that you mentioned that you said is Spence boy?
Black Fight Fan. K-Ho.
Is that the black guy that's bald?
Yeah.
Hey, sometimes he be having a female or something like that.
Yeah, that's Trill Boxing Talk. That's their thing. Like Black Fight Fan had his own channel, and then they incorporated his channel into like a collaborative thing. But he still beats by himself, right?
So Trill. So I know Trill. So I only thought that LWC was Trill, Fanon, Ego, Dante.
So this is what
I Barbershop. That's what I thought that was LDBC. That's
so right. So you got Charlo's in there, right? And also you got Bud. You had Andrade until your Tank is in there.
but also guys like come through that you Boots, Lil B Hop, like Lil Dude,
To be really honest, coming from the outside looking inside, I see
Devin Haney.
this is what I see pushing the most. Devin Haney, Wilder. No matter what happens, you have a lot of content about Wilder everywhere. Errol Spence. I see a half and half with Bud. I see half people they don't really appreciate Bud, and half of them they push Bud.
Yeah, you gotta admit, they called a heart attack to yesterday. But the Teofimo, it's almost like they caught a heart attack. How dare he says that? I'm like, you? You know who I'm talking about. You, the guy that calls everybody a bitch and all that all the derogatory curses that's made up. You questioning why another man calls another man bitch.
And personally, I think Errol Spence is the number one guy at the moment in you know what I mean, in what's happening over with. If you're going to push a fighter, you should be pushing Errol a lot because.
No, they push Errol a lot.
Huh?
They push Errol a lot.
Yeah, no, like I said, like that. After that whole thing, came out with the with Errol Spence saying that he wasn't going to, after the Sean Porter fight, Sean Porter, Danny Garcia, where Errol Spence came and said who he wanted to fight. And everybody got all mad saying he was ducking. He went on Black Fans' platform to say who exactly he was going to fight and how Bud wasn't part of his whole plan. Like he went to explain to the people on Black Fight Fans' platform. That's his guy, right? But not everybody's like that. Like some people just like Bud, but Bud is still highly respected, right? It's just whether or not you like his recent opponent.
When the conversation comes, a lot of people put hate on Bud. Have you seen how H Money talks about Bud? He talks about him like shit sometimes.
Yeah, all right. So
yeah,
just like straight up.
See some other channels, right? I've seen other channels. They talk about Bud like shit.
You gotta understand. H Money is his own thing, right? Just because, like, that's the issue about. Just because a guy is in the LDBC, trying to have everybody be responsible for what that one guy does, right? Just because one guy blows his top about Teofimo Lopez doesn't equal the LDBC blew their top about Teofimo Lopez.
They put so much hate on Gary Russell Jr. So much hate on that.
Oh man, people love it. Like I said, Gary Russell Jr. is another guy who gets a lot of shine and a lot of respect in the LDBC, and it gets talked about.
He gets a lot of hate as well, though. He gets a lot of, you know what I mean, narrative talks that he's a ducker. He's the biggest ducker in the whole of the game.
From who?
I think the one that
channels.
From who? You're tripping. Certainly not Fanon.
Well, I'm not saying.
I think out of all of them, that's for me the least credible that I even want to listen to talk about boxing. No, in my opinion, not throwing no shade. Like if I listen to it, Fanon is for me the least.
Fanon is like all of them are fan channels. Fanon does interviews here and there, right? But Fanon, to me, what he was genius at was breaking down the numbers and contracts. He's an attorney, and so his idea, his understanding of the business side of boxing, I think is unique perspective. But it only matters if you care about that shit.
Yeah, but he always speaks about a certain kind of boxing. He's always pushing a certain kind of his own favorite fighters that he likes.
Yeah, so, I mean that's cool.
I mean? So basically, you could say what you want. He has the emotional investment in what he wants to speak about, and they're only going to be certain things that he wants to push. So even boxing fans from around different parts of the world, they're not his fans. He creates his own fans, what the people want to hear of the fighters that he's just going to push.
Yeah, and I think that is also
moonshine with LDBC.
I think that each channel and each host should find what their strengths are and stick to it, because not anybody can be everything for everybody, right? And if you don't find the channel that you like, maybe it's because
Oh, here we go again. We always lose him in the right time when I want to ask.
When the boxing guys are telling him to stop bullshitting.
No, the main thing is, if you're gonna, how do these people get into media when they're only going to be speaking about certain way of fighters?
I don't know. I
That
mean,
don't
right?
make sense to me.
Because no, they go as individuals though. You know what I'm saying? I don't think they go as LDBC. I don't know. I don't know. I think they will. I think they go as individuals and get their. If they get me the credentials, they go by, you know,
I mean,
themselves.
you can't go to a media, right, and have no respect for Canelo in a Canelo fight.
Yeah,
That
but
wouldn't
Fanon
be
is not
media.
going there.
That wouldn't
Fanon
be
is not
fucking
going to
media,
fights
bro.
as a media member.
Huh?
Fanon is just a boxing fan.
Okay, so he doesn't play any part of media.
He plays a part of media that says, I'm going to give you my opinion, and then every now and again he has a boxer on his channel.
Yeah, which means that he's only has his own views and his own
Right.
narrative. That's it.
That's what a lot of what the YouTube boxing community is. It's a
Well,
bunch of
no, not
boxing
really,
fans. They're
because
a
this
bunch of boxing
boxing
fans that just
community
give their
here.
opinions, right?
Look, the boxing voice is about all the boxing. IFL TV is all the boxing. Punch is about all the boxing. That's why you come on there, and that's why so do I.
But the issue, but what Punch does is not necessarily what the boxing voice does, right? And it certainly isn't what necessarily what Unrivaled does, or what D Jefferson does, or
Yeah, but
what Trey X does, right?
we're not talking about those people. I'm saying with
And no,
Punch.
but we're talking about YouTube boxing community, and the YouTube boxing community isn't just a bunch of guys who is into all of the boxing. Like, some guys are into what they're into, and if you Mr. Boxing Today is just a heavyweight division, and so is Boxing Squared, right? That's all they cover, and it's cool to go over there and you can find out all about the heavyweights. There's another guy who only follows the cruiserweights, and that's what the
Nah, that
community
works,
is.
man.
Yeah,
I
that's
mean,
yeah.
Yeah, that means that you're just following a certain platform, which is a certain narrative.
Well, the thing is, for boxing, you have to follow them all. Like, I don't know, Punch does not go that in depth on the heavyweight division like Boxing Square does. That's not what he does. He doesn't do a heavyweight update. He doesn't tell you, like, and I love Punch for what he does. And I love Boxing Square. Like, each guy figures out, and women too, like Pheno Boxing and Joey Phelps. People's platforms and their channels are dope in their own right, if you can find what you're good at and pursue that. Like, there's a lot of trash channels too that are just obsessed with what another channel is doing, and
So
I hate that shit.
what's a trash channel to you, Smoke? Give me an idea so I know.
A trash channel that I don't even remember the dude's name, but basically, if you can, if your channel consists of talking shit about another YouTube channel instead of boxing, right? You're talking about an uploader. Like, if your whole thing is about the LDBC or what.
Oh, here we go again. I mean, I just want to get straight with what Smoke does. Is he just an LDBC PR where he comes onto these shows and takes information and sends it back? What's going on? I'd like to know. I mean, does he just come onto these shows so he can just keep pushing
Punch
his
said, or what some other.
Look,
if you want to know, if you want to know what I'm about, I'm about boxing. I'm about boxing. I'm about community, and I go everywhere. I've been doing this through going on 4 years now. So yeah, I'm me. I'm a boxing fan.
Smoke does a LDBC seminar. He's like the seminar guy.
Yeah, okay, yeah.
That goes around. He's the only one, because of course a lot of them don't come out of the bubble. They don't come out the bubble, so he's the one that explains what LDBC is all about and clarifies it for other people.
And, right, I don't upload. I don't I'm not trying to do.
What do you
I
mean?
speak about the LDBC from my perspective. I don't try to tell nobody else about what their thing is. I'm not an uploader, so maybe they have a completely different perspective than me. But I just went to the website, became a member. I contribute when I contribute.
They have a website?
Yeah, that's the reason why I would say I'm a member of the LDBC, is because you actually go up and you sign up and become a member, right?
And you pay like union dues?
Nah.
Oh.
No, it's just it's just boxing fans. It's a bunch of boxing content on there.
And it's called the LDBC.org or something.
Yeah, it's like it's like the same way you got to sign up to be like BoxRec, right? Like, you sign up, you sign through a portal, you join, you become a member. It's the whole thing. You can not be a member and still do the site, but if you're gonna, after a while, they'll kick you out. They won't give you a thing, like on BoxRec. Not LDBC. LDBC won't kick you out. I'm saying BoxRec. They'll kick you off the site, kind of thing, right? Unless you join.
What's the LDBC website? I would like to see how it look.
LDBC.com.
Oh.
So who's the president of LDBC?
Nobody.
Okay,
It's not a
so
top to
nobody
bottom organization
basically
like that. So
runs
there's a so there's a corporate entity, right, that owns a website, but that corporate entity doesn't then dictate policy and like how people interact with the sport or online or anything like that.
Okay, so the whole idea of the LDBC was to put more respect on their own black fighters and just keep putting their voice heard and just keep pushing the black fighters.
No, I think that's what it evolved into. Really, what it was a safe place for black people to talk about boxing without being accused of being a racist every 5 seconds, right? Or being called some
Y'all
kind
did a
of
bad
racial
job.
right?
Well, I mean, these days you talk about any culture, they call you a racist. Even if you stick up for your
I'm
own
just saying.
culture, even if you stick up for your own culture, you'd be called a racist nowadays.
Thank you,
That's what I'm saying.
Rockstar.
There used to be apparently, and I wasn't on YouTube for this time, right? And I've experienced how people are on YouTube, so I can just imagine what it would be like if there wasn't a place like the LDBC. But anyway, apparently, all there was a bunch of epithets. And if you if I say I like Wilder, it's because I'm black, right? Or if I say I like Boots Ennis, it's because I'm black, or Andre Ward, or whatever the hell. And then I have to talk about all the other kind of fighters I like. The same way you were just asking me. What about all the other fighters? What about them?
Yeah, for me, it just pisses me off because most of my favorite fighters are black, Latinos, Mexicans, British, black British. Even
Just fighter in
Glenn
general.
Johnson.
You know the fighters I like have in common.
Glenn Johnson was a Jamaican. I liked him as well at one point. So I like all kinds of fighters, man. So for me, it pisses me off that you know what you guys are. I mean, you guys are all passionate about boxing, but the problem is with some of it, they're only interested in a certain part of boxing. So with those channels, when I started to check them, Smoke, first I couldn't have proper conversations with them because when I realized that when we first started to talk about, let's say, Devin Haney, and I really like Devin Haney, then the conversation was good. But as soon as I like Teofimo, they're jumping on my throat, and because I'm not a yes man, they're fucking coming at me like, oh, you better fucking, you know what I mean? You got to go for the black fighter. And I thought to myself, it doesn't work like that in boxing. You're supposed to love boxing for boxing. You know what I mean? There shouldn't be a reason why you're pushing people to just pick a certain race. I mean, I know I love all boxing, but at the end of the day, right, I don't like the way that if you don't follow their way, they won't let you speak to them. You can't have a conversation. They'll mute you out. They chuck you off the show. I mean, what the fuck is all that about, bro?
You know what? If y'all smoke, you know what I'm gonna do?
That's the whole point of it. The whole point of it is, right? There's a way to disagree, and then there's a way to disagree where it stimulates conversation, and then there's a way to disagree where it becomes a distraction, right? And it doesn't. The racial part doesn't even matter. I'll tell you straight up. Like on the LDBC channel, I have a wrench on one of my profiles, but on another profile, I don't have a wrench, right? And on the wrench that I don't have a profile on, I got timed out and booted for saying the same stuff I have when I have a wrench. So some of that stuff is just about what the wrenches are, right? They don't have nothing to do with being black or what my perspective is. It's just dudes with wrenches like to smack people, right? That's all it is, right? That's the mod thing is a thing. Like even Punch was saying, don't time people out, don't throw people out. You think that stop people from getting timed out and thrown out? Of course it doesn't.
Yeah, but the consistency
I would be angry.
Sorry. The consistency of these channels. Okay, if you one day, I'm getting my channel soon, Smoke, and I hope you like and subscribe to me soon. Yeah, my channel's coming soon. But you can't blame me. I'm going to be recording some of these things and showing them to you. That how the fuck are you not letting innocent person, get their view out, and then you're just trying to mute people out, and then you say to these people, oh, stop running, and then you chuck them out the show, and then they get blocked, and they say, see, you're not coming back to argue now, are you? You're not coming. That's all. Everybody's starting to see, right?
Smoke. You know what I'm going to do? This is what I'm going to do. I'm gonna do this person a favor. I'm gonna be like, hey, I can't do it alone. So hey, Fanon, hey, can you talk about Boo Boo and Trade? Can you do that?
Yeah. So
we need to promote.
All right. So there's certain guys.
Can y'all do that?
All right. So there's certain guys that may have only one or two fans, right? So Boo Boo Andrade, it may be hard to find a lot of Boo Boo Andrade fans. It may be hard to find.
Yo, y'all be dissing my boy, man.
Yeah, it made me hard. I had somebody that was loaded up for me, but I can't remember what his name is right now. Like, some Jared Hurd fan. Oh, that's what I was gonna say. There's one Adrian Broner fan. One guy's a diehard, can't say nothing bad about Adrian Broner. He always thinks Adrian Broner is about to throw them hands, right? It's just guys like who they like. That's what I'm saying. Just pick a guy. Like most people that I've come across in the LDBC who are knowledgeable don't think that
Yeah, but do you
Charlo can
stick
beat
up for
Canelo,
your
right?
own people, Smoke, if they do something really wrong against community or integrity? Do you still
What do you
stick
mean
up
my
for
own
those?
people?
Okay.
What do you mean?
Okay, because you said the LDBC pushes you said the LDBC pushes their own black fighters, right? So when they push black fighters, if certain black fighters do something totally against integrity or something, which is just not right, do you still push them? Because when people say, well, that's fucking wrong, this guy's fucking being an ass, you still do you still push
You will always find somebody in the LDBC that is willing to push that, even when a guy is like Big Baby Miller, testing positive for drugs. You will find somebody in the LDBC who will be like, yes, so what?
What, 3 times you got done?
No, but this comment it's true what Samir said. It was ugly. There has been more than 6 people from LDBC member going at Teofimo Lopez and actually threatening him. Yeah, yo, I saw a live show.
Well, I mean,
threatening him like, yo, if we see him, if Deontay Wilder, he gonna sick his people. You know what I'm saying? We're gonna see if he's gonna say it. I'm like, yo, it's not even really.
Yeah, I listen, at 6 videos, I gotta say that if 60 videos is probably a small amount of videos from the LDBC in the course of a day.
Look, the amount of hate out there for Teofimo, yeah, Smoke, you must admit there's a lot of hate out there for him, yeah? And I don't see any channels, no, Smoke, I don't see any channels going out there, whether they're Latino channels or British channels saying, oh, Devin Haney's an email bitch. Devin Haney's this, Devin Haney's that. I don't see hate for Devin Haney. Even though the Latino community can start saying that. Okay, Punch, do you see shows like that cursing Devin Haney every day?
Nah, I think he got a lot of love.
He gets a lot of love, Smoke. He gets a lot of love.
Who does? Who are you saying? Who is the he that we're talking about that gets love?
Devin Haney in the sport.
Yes, of course Devin Haney gets love. Yeah, but yes, he gets a lot of love.
Why does Teofimo get so much hate from so many different ways?
Why does Teofimo get hate? Well, first off, I'm not quite sure that I don't think that Teofimo gets hate. Like, what are you talking about? 6 videos from 6 means that Teofimo gets a lot of hate?
No, he said threatening. What's good? Unravel boxing news. What's good?
I'll just put it like this: the Teofimo hate is a new concept to me. I don't know anybody in the LDBC that hates Teofimo, who even dislikes Teofimo.
Man,
they went in yesterday.
Man,
I mean, they might be mad that he said something, right? But does that mean that they now hate Teofimo?
Man,
Teofimo, don't you know you're not allowed to talk about Wilder? It's not allowed.
He's not
I mean,
Fanon talks bad about him. Boxing Ego talks bad about him. Even Blue Blood talks bad about him now. And even the H Money is just the most disrespectful motherfucker. Calls him a bitch every day. Calls him a this every day. Man, if Teofimo ever saw H Money, fake money will be running for his life. Because the amount of, dirt he puts on that guy's name, man. Teofimo gets a lot of hate. I don't care what you say. It's the truth.
If you're saying that all the hate that's coming from
I just told you
a lot of
4
hate
channels,
is H
4
Money.
channels.
Just let me tell you something. Just let me tell you something right quick. You'll save yourself a lot of time by not taking H Money serious and never repeating anything that he says or giving a damn about what he does. I'm just telling you that, like, just straight, like, whatever. That dude is who he is. He does his thing. If you like him, you like him. But hating him is a waste of time.
What's good? Unravel boxing news.
Yo, what's good, Punch? What's happening?
I'm good, man. I'm great. Got energy all up, everything. What's good?
I'm all good, man. I'm all good.
We was
Yo,
trying to
this
break
shit.
bread, bring the Latinos and the blacks together. I was waiting for you to time in, Mark. You know, so
Yeah, it
you
only
could.
took me 10 hours, 45 minutes to get here.
Hey, man, do whatever it takes for the community to come in hand, and sing "We Shall Overcome."
Hey, what about
Whatever
us
it takes.
British people? Not just the Latinos and blacks. All of us need to come together, bruv.
I know that too.
I'm only
That too.
joking. I'm only teasing.
No, that too. Because see, one thing I admire about the UK is y'all know how to support y'all fighters, man. I don't hear that. I don't hear the Anthony Joshua is our black UK, fighter. I don't hear that in the UK. I don't hear that Dillian White, the black UK fighter. I just see UK. That's it.
Yeah,
Fighter
you
from the
did.
UK.
You did see an exodus of his fans though. Once he got stopped by Andy Ruiz, there was a huge exodus of fans.
Oh yeah.
They came back around once he some came back around once he won again. But this whole support of fans and support by the fans, just because it may not be along ethnic lines, but you also have to understand that being racist is actually illegal in the UK.
Okay. Well, I mean that's good too.
I mean, but now you have to define what racist is, right? And so now, what happens if you're experiencing racism that's not in the letter of the law?
I'm just even talking just the loyalty this is my fighter. I'm gonna fly. I'm going to another country to support my fighter. We don't do that. You'd be like, yo, the fighter's in Jersey and you from New York. I say, I ain't going no fucking dry. I ain't gonna pay that toll. Shit is $18. And Jersey's right around across the bridge. You feel me? Like we don't.
Yeah, but it's also how we consume sports, right? We consume sports on our ass on the couch watching the TV.
Yeah, but we got to show, man. That's why I look. Some people be like, I ain't gonna pay no pay-per-view for that. I mean, I pay pay-per-view because I'm just supporting the fighters. I just look at it like that. Some people look at it like, yo, you gonna give me a product where it's worth to pay. I'm not paying. I feel like paying and watching. I feel like paying and watching. I know, and hopefully it goes into the right hands. Sometimes I do feel good when I pay for a pay-per-view, though.
Going to the fights is fun. It's just like getting up for it. Like it's an all day thing, right? You have to sit there. And
Why the fuck do you feel good about paying for pay-per-view, Punch?
Because when I pay, I'm thinking about the fighters. To be honest, now how do they get to distribute the money? But I'm thinking about the fighters, man. That's what I look at.
So you were thinking about Tank's pocket this weekend. You were thinking about Tank's pocket, yeah?
Yeah, I was thinking about Tank's pockets. I was thinking about Michelle Rivera's pockets. I was thinking about everybody on the card.
Ladarius Miller's pockets. Like, there's a lot of dudes in there. Ryan Carl, Mario Barrios.
Mm-hmm. I think about their pockets, So,
also it's really the legacy of Gerald McClellan. Like it really, like that fight, the Nigel Benn Gerald McClellan, like something changed for me about the sport. Right? It's the idea that these guys could actually walk away and never be the same again.
Mm-hmm.
It's that it's entertaining, it's brutal, but also it requires and sometimes it requires that we actually go the extra mile for them.
And that's why I don't understand.
It's also why I really like
for the fighters, Smoke.
It's also why I really like free TV
for the fighters.
But on the flip side, it's also why I really appreciate championship fights on free TV and let the advertisers pay for it, because I think that they have more money than the fans, firstly, and then these fighters can actually, if something does go wrong, they can actually have their bills paid past one just night of boxing from a fan, right?
Now, yeah, I think that I like. Yeah, I am mad at the free TV stuff. I think there are big fights that should happen. Like I was happy when they did that Daniel Garcia and Keith Thurman primetime CBS. That's big. That was big. They did 5 million views. I did like the TO. It gives you a chance. It gives you a chance to see. For example, if they would have put that Tank Davis fight on Fox, right? I think it would have been a better beneficial for more people to see who Gervonta Tank Davis is. See, the people just saw the highlight. A lot of people didn't see the damn fight. People saw the highlight of him. That was just enough, you know. But I would have I wish it would have been on free TV, you know. I think boxing is at a time in America where I think they should let go of the pay-per-view and build these fighters at least for a couple fights. That's Teofimo Lopez. One more free fight, one more free TV fight, a decent one, and then go into a pay-per-view bout with a Tank. And I think it will be more significant. They make more money because people know them more. I'm telling you, I've talked to people that I never spoke about boxing. Never. My grandmother, I keep on saying that my grandmother called me to talk about the Honduras kid that won. She's 90 years old.
That's crazy.
Yeah, my parents know I'm in there. Like I've dedicated so much more of my life to boxing than I ever have. Right. So they now tell me about this.
You're going out again.
Yeah, that fight he's talking about that changed his life. The Gerald McKellen Nigel Benn fight. Have you seen it, Punch?
Yeah, it's always that one fight or one fighter that brings you to the sport. So if like when I say okay, I like Keith. I was at a point in boxing where I'm like, I'm getting tired of it. I'm not too in love with boxing. I'm getting tired of boxing. Then here comes this guy with some
Like
energy
the fights that come up
that's talking the
they
talk and
definitely
walking the walk. I see the fire in his eyes. And to be honest, he's the guy that how you say regained my love for boxing. That's why I'm a fan of his.
Tyson made me a big lover of boxing. He's one of the main reasons that I am in that passionate about boxing today.
Can I say something that, like sort of a macro thing that's sort of business, but could affect the sport of boxing? The Sinclair Group bought a bunch of properties from Fox Sports, right? I think they paid like $9 billion for a bunch of stations. Well, they just wrote down like $4 billion of that debt, and they said that sports actually is down up to 40%. Like sports viewing is down. So I just wanted to throw that out there when you're talking about the Tank fighting on free TV. Yeah, people right now just aren't watching sports because while it is a distraction during the pandemic, I think it's just kind of weird.
I think when it's the beauty about boxing, you put two guys that the fans want to see, everybody tunes in, all the celebrities, all the athletes, everybody on deck. Boxing still has that element that it shuts down. Like it still has that element.
That's the thing with no crowds. What sports with no crowds? Like apparently people don't even watch. Not only are they not going to it, but they're also not watching. I think as a result.
But boxing's still been amazing with no crowds when we've been.
Yeah. I'm just saying. Right. It's just the idea about the pay-per-view, right? Like right now, maybe just one of those instances that it might be a better idea to go on pay-per-view because nobody's really watching, and just at least hit up your hardcore fans that will watch you do stuff.
They'll say like they'll scream, boxing is dead. Boxing is dead. Here's Anthony Joshua and Tyson Fury. Boxing is dead. Here's Earl Spence versus Bud.
Boxing is dead. Man, I hear that every fucking year.
Yeah. But they throw you those fights and then it shuts down the sports world. Like
boxing wasn't dead at the beginning of February, was it? When some Fury and Wilder were about to have a rematch, wasn't that dead, was it?
No.
Listen, we were talking about 2017. Boxing has been on a hell of a run since 2017. Some of the best fights, period.
I think it's been since 2016, to be honest.
December 2000 and what was it? Just before the pandemic, in December last year. What was the last biggest fights in December last year? How did we go out with a bang?
I think Gervonta Tank Davis was the last fight of the year.
He was the Eucharist Gambit goer fight. What was before that in November? Was it Tyson Fury and Deontay Wilder?
Yep.
That was it. That was last year.
No. I'm sorry. No.
No. Fury Wilder was 2018.
Yeah.
Well, that was the last time they fought.
No. So yeah, that's 2018. So 2019. We had Errol Spence late, and we also had Deverenchenko and Triple G late.
September
The
28th.
and New Age and Air was the main fight.
Yeah,
that was
yeah,
made.
exactly.
Like,
So
but we still
basically,
ended out
Yeah,
the
the three fight of the year candidates was all at the end of the year.
so basically
also
this
like
year we still
no,
got
okay.
big fights this year. Then at the end of the year, then
We do.
basically we got good fights. Errol
No,
Spence, Danny Garcia, Anthony Joshua Pulev. We've got who else we got at the end of the year? Luke Campbell,
and don't
Ryan
forget,
Garcia.
and don't forget that we had the McCaskill, the first lady, and Katie Taylor. They had some great women's fighting too. The
Like
women,
Katie Taylor's headlining a woman's card that has like 3 world title fights on it against Gutierrez.
yeah, the women been doing
Women have
great.
been lit. Women have
Yeah,
actually been lit. They've been on fire.
every round is exciting.
The only thing that could have disappointed me in the Povetkin White fight was if nobody got knocked out. So the fight, it was knocked down. There's a knockout. It was great.
That's Smoke's favorite fight this year.
It was great. No,
He loves it. He loves it.
you know what?
Seeing Dillian White get knocked out
Oh
for
man,
Smoke. For Smoke is like watching a prime.
So
See?
which world champions haven't fought this year? Punch. Which world champions haven't fought through the pandemic? What world champions do you remember on top of your head?
That didn't fight.
Who haven't fought because of the pandemic this year?
Manny Pacquiao,
Manny
Guillermo
Pacquiao,
Rigondeaux.
Josh Warrington,
Canelo Alvarez,
Canelo Alvarez. That's 3 world champions.
Interview.
Yeah.
4,
Bivol.
5. See, there's loads.
Anthony Joshua.
See, there's
Well,
been
Joshua's about to fight Pulev.
No, but is it this year though?
Yeah,
Yeah,
December.
December 12th.
December 12th.
Okay, all right.
Any other Mexicans? Any Latino world champions haven't fought?
Kalen Plant hasn't fought. Did he fight?
No, he hasn't fought this year.
Billy Joe.
Billy Joe.
He's not really a champ.
He's fighting December 4th.
Hey, Demetrius
He's fighting
Andre.
December 5th.
Demetrius Andre.
Yeah, he fought. He fought on the that farmer card, Farmer Jojo.
Yeah, but that was before the pandemic.
Was it? I mean, but was it this year though?
It was this year, but he's talking about since the pandemic.
So a lot of world champions have sat on their stool. You know what I mean? A lot of world champions haven't fought.
Well, to be fair, it's like for fucking 3.5 months nobody could fight, and now you're trying to get fights and you're trying to get clearance on events and stuff. There's only so many events are able to get clearance. For every world champion to fight is next to impossible.
Boxing, at least in the United States, is not built for a pandemic. Like you can't have your niche sport. Like if your main sports aren't getting viewerships, your niche sports are fucked. Like there's just nothing you can do about it, right? It's just these guys still want to get paid, but there's no crowds, there's no money, and now there's no advertising money. There's just no eyeballs on sports in general.
Yeah, that's why it looked weird, like watching basketball, and then you see like LeBron James looking around, like if he's actually really looking at the fans. That shit was corny.
I'm surprised they didn't have like cutouts and shit, man. That would have been great. I would have loved to see like cutouts of like Shaggy and Scooby Doo and shit up in the crowd.
Can you imagine if the whole internet just would have went out and on a celebration and he's like looking at the
those guys pay $100,000, like 6 figures for a fold-out chair on hardwood floor, just in the case one of these guys just goes flying for a ball into you. Like the crowd is part of big sporting events. The crowd's part of it. It's like the unpaid. They're definitely their character. You can't have it without a crowd.
Did they say that shit that they called it out already? What did they call it out for Biden already or not yet?
No, he's only up like 1,000 votes. Like,
but why they haven't called it out? That say he won. Like,
because he just needed to overcome them. They still need to count all the votes. It's not just like because Trump might come back, right? You got to count it.
What in Georgia?
Oh, Biden's ahead in Georgia now. Yo,
Yeah.
that shit's a wrap.
Oh yeah, dude, this is the landslide.
That's it. He won. That's what I mean. Like if it's 99% in.
So are you guys gonna celebrate if Trump goes out and Biden comes in?
Hell no,
There's nothing to celebrate.
I'm gonna be the lone riot. I'm gonna do my own riot.
Yeah, no, listen. It's like people, as long as nobody gets killed in the transition, right? I'm good. Nobody gets seriously hurt.
Yeah, but I'll be honest, and it's gonna sound really sad. That's not gonna happen.
Yeah, maybe, man. I don't know.
There's
I think
gonna,
a lot of people are
man,
telling me.
there's gonna be some type of civil war somewhere.
Yeah,
Nah, I don't think
maybe. I don't know. Like people talk a good game, but then when it comes down to it, like if you're going out there with your assault rifles, you don't. I mean, how really badly do you want it, right? You just use the damn thing if that's what you're trying to do. You can just show it off. Anyway, I'm not suggesting that anybody shoots anybody. I'm hoping that absolutely
I
doesn't
hope they
happen.
don't either.
Yeah, I'd be a lot
Why
more.
would they shoot? Why would you shoot each other, bro?
Because people find any number of reasons to dehumanize somebody else and feel like their life is worth less or nothing, worth less than theirs, or just like
This shit is funny. I'm watching people praying like outside to support Trump. Man, get off your damn knees, you idiot.
Bro, like the least religious person is Donald Trump. Like that dude, I think he would burst into flame if he's crossed the church steps, like just like outside. Like, come on, dude, stop.
Look at this shit. Get the fuck out your knees, woman.
Can I ask you a question? Can I ask you a question? Right? Biden's gotten a lot of votes, right? Here's my question, and it's a simple one. How many Biden supporters are there? Legitimately, Biden supporters, not anti-Trump, but Biden supporters.
I would say probably like 15% of the vote.
Damn.
I haven't met him, to be honest.
No, like, dude, he ran for president. Like, dude's been running for president for a long time. He ran for president in the 80s. Like, the guy, I don't think he got above 3% when he ran against.
Yeah, but
Obama.
bro, he doesn't even look like he's gonna stand up. He looks
Bro,
like
this
he's gonna
was
have a heart
sad,
attack.
bro.
He
This
looks
was
like
they'd
he's gonna have
rather
a heart
vote for
attack
something.
anytime.
They voted for him because they hate Trump.
Yeah, but he's
The
so
people don't
old.
even know what he's gonna do, what he's capable. He didn't promise anything. He didn't do anything. He didn't say anything.
Bro, he's so old as well, man. That's the oldest.
The reason why is because the guy has been around forever. He's been a senator since Christ was born, and he was the ex-vice president. If you don't know what Joe Biden's about at this point, then him telling you a bunch of campaign promises is not going to clear it up for you.
Yeah, no.
And who's this lady? What's the lady?
A prosecutor that jails people.
Out of Oakland, she's out of my neck of the woods. Yeah.
What's her name? Kamala
Harris.
Yeah.
Okay.
So like that she called Biden a racist, and all the names in the book, and now they're friends. That right there tells you, look at politics. Like, really, you're gonna trust the people that look what she was trying to do to Biden, but now it's all fine and dandy. These voters are stupid.
Right? Because if you didn't want to work with non-racist people, especially in Congress, then what the hell are you doing in politics? Like that. Come on,
Mark is a horrible person.
It is not
all
illegal
of
to be
this.
racist.
He is nothing. He doesn't do anything. He's a racist. You do not vote for him. He's gonna put this country in the ground. It's the end of time. And then I'm out
in 2024. Me and Punch, what we gonna do is we're gonna abolish child support. That's what we gonna do.
Yes.
No, you know what they're gonna do? They're gonna decriminalize pot. And you know what else?
No, that's not my first thing I'm gonna do. The first thing I'm gonna do. Hold on, let me put my picture up. Yes. First thing I'm gonna do
is get a different.
I will abolish child support. We will burn down family court, ladies and gentlemen, and any woman that lie will go to jail, 15 to life.
I'm actually not joking. If someone actually came up with that, if someone legitimately did that, they would win the election.
Right. So I don't know if you remember the rent is too damn high party, right? That guy was pretty good. Like, his whole platform was rent was too damn high. And,
there's gonna be me. Oh my god, I'm gonna get all of them votes, I think.
Yeah. I'll say this. I'll say, like, family. I've heard a lot of complaints about family court and the child support system. It definitely needs to be addressed.
It's never addressed. It's never addressed. Never.
What do you mean?
In the mass way. Never. And that's probably the most corrupted system of all systems. And the saddest part of it is children involved.
Yeah, that's just a disgusting situation, bro.
Well, that's the whole point, is that you do not actually want the courts in your life. So once, like, the courts are specifically designed to not give a damn about people, for real, right? It's supposed to be the law over people. So if you have that kind of mentality in the rearing of your children, you're not in a good place.
Yeah, I saw one guy one time, man. He did a number on his baby mom. Oh my god! As soon as they came out, yo, that looked like Tyson versus Bruno on that last on the third round.
Oh, not Tyson versus Givens.
Yo, man, he did a number on that woman. I said,
Does
and
it
you
look
know,
like Ray Leonard versus Bobby Heyman?
Yo, and guess how the guys in the court was. They was like this, like. That's one time I ain't felt sorry for him. Like, get in her ass. I feel you, my brother. Get in there. I wanted to help him out a little bit. I'm like that.
Push over there, like, get the fuck up in there.
Get him. I got tight because then the cops came, like 5 of them. I'm like,
you need that Billy Joe's. You need the Billy Joe Saunders training video.
That right there, he need a statue. I forgot. I should have got his name in an autograph.
Fucking ass.
Yeah.
I don't give a damn. I don't give a damn.
Punch too tight to care anymore, man. Fucking
nah, yo, going through that system. I'm telling you, you never go
it's
back.
horrible.
You never look at. You think so, but you'll never look at your kids. You look at your kids, yeah, you love them, but it's a business. We're just business partners, and that's how you look at it.
Oh man!
I mean, I don't know how you say that, man, because like, look, today's the weekend for me, right? And my kids come on the weekend, so you know what I mean. I have to pay monthly child support for both my kids, but at the end of the day, if I don't pay child support, it goes against me, and then what they do, they take a lump sum out of my account when I have money. So at the end of the day, I got to keep paying it because that's what happens when you separate from the baby mama.
Well, see, let's say I got custody of my son, but let's say before when I was going through that, come on, you know the feeling of having your kid, but then that same weekend that you get your kid, you're actually giving her money.
Let me talk.
Like here's money, but my kids is with me, and I'm like,
fucking choice, man.
Yeah, I can tell you, yeah, divorce and child support was cheaper than marriage to that person. I'll just put it that way. But also, we didn't really split. Like we had when we first split, we had our little our little bumps, but it never got so bad that we needed to get judge involved in the whole the rearing of the children. And so for that, I'm very grateful. But I was going to say that what my parents called me and my brothers growing up was tax deductible dependents. We were their little tax deductible dependents, and that was a term of endearment, right?
Yeah, man. But don't worry. I'm gonna win 2024, guys. 2024. Don't worry. I will fight for you guys. We're gonna win. We are gonna win.
Let's see if you win 2024 YouTube boxing community first.
Yeah, I'm gonna do it. Yeah.
You gotta win it here first.
Hey man, listen. I think your build up for the lightweight clash of the year should get you up there. Like you should run close to the damn top. Like you came with it. You came there's a lot of twists and turns in that little build up. It almost didn't happen. You had one of the TOs out here, being completely uncandid, right?
Yo, I
worry about that.
Yo, I even got their attention after the sentimental part on the last week, and I made the video.
Yeah.
Yeah. But and then I spoke. He's like, damn. They hit me up. They like, damn, you losing confidence. Don't lose confidence in us, Moonshine. Don't worry about it. That was 2 weeks ago. That was
yeah. The TLs, right? Yeah, man. Yeah, you came up, and even in between that little build up, because you got people coming in watching, right? You had the Quinlan prayer session. You teared up for that one. Yeah, man, that was a great build up. We gotta give it.
So yeah, man.
All respect due.
But anyway, man, I'm about to time out though, man. PA, you got any closing? Because that's it, man. I've been here for
Yo,
quite some time.
yeah, man. I can't believe you're still alive, man. Anyway, salute to you guys, man. Mark and Rival, sorry about that the other day, man. I was trying to troll you. Yeah, basically, did you guys sort it out? Like, the blacks against the Latinos situation? Because I went to sleep. It was like quite late.
Yeah, we decided that black people are jealous of Latino exclusion, and that Latinos are jealous of black excellence in boxing, and we're just gonna leave it at that.
And I don't think that was what it was, but anyway.
I think. I mean, we need a part 2.
I think to be honest, I don't think no one got like problems like outside boxing. It's just inside the boxing. Everyone wants to like obviously root for their own, and I think that's something that you can never change. So whether you're Irish, Dominican, American, UK, you're always gonna like kind of root for your own. I'm not saying everyone would, but majority of the people would do that. So it's something that is within feelings. So
I got Jamaican friends,
that's never gonna change.
and they don't think.
Okay, this is the last statement. This is the last statement. I feel like the camaraderie, the conversations that I've had throughout my life in the Latin side is that in our society is white may treat blacks as a second-class citizen, but blacks treat Latinos in the community as their second-class citizen. We're underneath the blacks.
Mm-hmm. Is that what you think? Do you think you're under the blacks? Is that how you think in your mind?
I don't feel like I'm saying it goes through the conversation.
Right.
Like when there's certain like things that goes through and be like, if it wasn't for us, you wouldn't be here. Because they're the one that tells us to go back to our country. I never heard that from a white person.
I mean, to be honest, like that is like a cheap thing to say if somebody did say that, because at the end of the day, this world is the world of God. You know what I mean? I think you can live wherever you want to live as a human being, like, because nobody should say to you like, oh, like if it wasn't for us, like, because you can go around circles and say like, oh, somebody else can come around and say if it wasn't for us, Columbus or the UK, whatever, you know what I mean? So it is what it is. So people should just get educated and just get together, man. All this race stuff, it needs to stop, to be honest. It's 2020, man. Like, we need to make a change, man. Us young people, this whole generation, we need to change. Otherwise, we're gonna live around circles for the rest of our our lives. It's gonna keep going in the next 200-300 years. So, but yeah, I don't think I don't think that's everyone that's saying that, to be honest, Punch. It's
not everybody. I understand. I'm just saying the experience that I had. That's what I'm saying. I always go through my experience and my lens and what my community and other communities. I've been in a lot of states around this country and the inner cities, and that's really the how it is. There is this type of hate. There is this type of love as well. There's camaraderie. There's the not the, but we feel a certain way about the struggle, about being the less fortunate and things of that nature. But then there's other things that people don't want to acknowledge the history of Black, and then there is people that don't want to acknowledge the history of the suffering that others have to endure coming into this country and their country over there, and all this is just a whole bunch of things that people.
But you know what?
If I could just jump in, I just wanted to say, on a serious note, just real fast. On a serious note, the Black and Latino, like whatever divisions we have, I think that our two communities, those two communities, are way more linked and tighter than every other kind of community, like Black and Asian, or Black and white, or white and Asian, or Black, Latino and something else. Like, I think we generally get down with one another on a fundamental level, right? That is really all love and all good.
See, the problem is, before I go, I'm just gonna say there's even racism in the same fucking color of the skin. You think about where we live. Irish, they hate the fucking English. They're all white. The white English, they call Irish the piece of shit scum. They're fucking all white. Black people, my Jamaican friends, they say, oh, Somalian people are not like us. Fuck them. They all look black. The African brother says, oh, I don't like Jamaicans. So there's racism in the same fucking color, brother.
Can
Yeah,
I
but
talk?
no,
There's
no,
a
wait,
cultural
wait.
difference,
Let
not
me
racial
answer that.
differences, right?
Let me answer that. Let me answer that. What Ramstar said. That used to be like that back in the day, but nowadays, like when it comes to like the UK, yeah, like people are not like that no more. Like back in the day, Somalis they used to have beef with Jamaicans, and Jamaicans didn't like the other Africans as well. But nowadays, it's completely changed.
I don't know. I'm
Everyone,
from London, bro.
everyone
And
go,
some
everyone
Jamaicans
go
still
mingle.
stick with their own. You know,
No,
I'm
no, no,
from
no, no.
London. Jamaicans
Yeah,
stick
but
with their
I'm from
own.
Bristol. I'm
Somalians
from Bristol.
stick with their own.
I'm from Bristol, and everyone is now mingled, like basically.
I
So
don't
what
know.
I'm trying to say is like,
They
if we
stick with
can
their
change
own.
in Bristol, so can London. You know what I mean? You just have to have an open mindset, bro. Like you have to have
Can
an
I also,
open mind.
Unravel, go ahead.
Rapstar, when was the last time you went to Ireland?
I mean, I know a lot of Irish people, but I haven't been to Ireland.
All right. So, like, how do you know the Irish people still hate English people?
But it's just a common thing, bruv.
No, not really. No.
You
Listen.
see it in the
No.
pubs, mate. You see it in the pubs all the time.
Listen to me.
You see it in
Just
the pubs, mate. Aye, mate.
Mate. I live in Ireland. I am Irish.
So you
I
don't
live in.
you don't curse on the English? You don't hate on the
No.
English?
No.
Okay. You know what's the pubs when the Irish are in the pubs in London, the British don't like them over here. They don't like them over here, mate.
When I lived in Stevenage, I got no shit from anyone.
I'm just saying, groups of Irish don't get respect in London. I mean, you can
I
even
want to
ask
say
Pete.
something that's false. That's false.
Pete, am I telling
That's
the truth
false.
about that?
No, it used to be like that, but it's not like that no more.
It's not like
Rapstar.
that no more, man.
It's not
Things
like
have
that no
changed. I'll tell you now, one of the biggest quellings in the Irish and English relationship was when the Queen of England came over to Ireland to our Garden of Remembrance and showed respect to our fallen troops from the 1916 Rising. That changed a lot of the hatred. That changed a lot.
Well,
a lot of that hatred changed.
Irish people in Bristol all the time. Listen, I see Irish people in Bristol all the time. Things are different, Rapstar. Trust me. I see a lot of Irish, Scottish, Welsh. They come to like Bristol, like they can just come. It's normal. It's like they're the same people, bro. Like it's not like the hatred stuff, like oh fuck the English stuff like that. Yeah, that's not their normal, man. The Irish, to be honest, I'm not gonna lie on them. Yeah, they don't hate English. I asked them myself, like they this is like from back in the day. This is a different generation. That's what I'm trying to tell you guys. We live in a different generation.
I don't think in America there's really a race issue. I think it's promoted is here is a problem. Here's a problem. But you go ask my 13-year-old son if he knows, if he even sense any racial. Go ask him and he'll tell you. I don't even know. He look at us adults like we're crazy talking about racism. They don't see it. Now they see the news every day. Then they be like, "What is this? What is?" No, it's not like that. It's not. My son still look at it like it's. I don't know what people's talking about.
Man, there was racism with Tyson Fury not long ago. When he first won the belt, people never ever rise to the occasion like they did with Joshua. Yeah, because he was Irish gypsy. They didn't appreciate him in England. Yeah, so there's still racism if you really look at it. It's just that people don't want to acknowledge it. That's all it is.
And now it's also with the video game that the video games now you could play with all people around the world and stuff like that. Like my son his friends and his.
I don't outside boxing. Life is different, man. I'm outside right now in my city in Bristol, walking all in it together. We need to make a change. I'm kind of fed up with the whole thing about the race stuff. So yeah, if you support your own, that's cool.
Once you're too biased towards Latinos, you never blame Latinos. Pfft. My brother, man, what you talking about? Never blame Latinos. Latinos be racist on me.
What you talking about, man? These people literally they tune in and y'all don't listen. They be racist on me. My Latinos tell me, they used to tell me, "Oh, you think you're black?" The blacks tell me, "Go back to your country. Get out of here, you hick. You got a thick ass accent."
Yeah, that, somebody was talking about how Ego doesn't like Latin fighters. I was like, Ego's Latin.
Is that actually Bill Haney in the chat? Push.
Huh?
Is that actually Bill? Because if it's actually Bill Haney in the chat, yo, mate, I just want to tell you, don't tell me that's actually the Irish flag. Yeah, orange, white, and green isn't the Irish flag. That's the Ivory Coast flag. Green, white, and orange is the Irish flag. I know my fucking tricolor, mate.
No. Let me see. Hit the link, Bill. Let me see that's you. Whoever that is. Let me see.
I'll start speaking Irish to him if you want to debate me on that. I'll speak in fucking Gaelic Irish to him.
I know if it is. Watch. Oh, that's just somebody that's mad that.
It's gold, Mark. It's orange.
Well, we got. What are you talking about? We got Devin Haney. Is supposed to be weighing.
Is it my connection or something that goes?
Okay, cool. I thought it was me. Okay.
Yeah, I thought it was me too. I was like, is that my connection? I think it's his, man.
Yeah, mine has been dropping off all night.
Oh, mine's don't drop off. Y'all still hear me though, right?
Yeah.
Hey,
hear you loud and clear.
You guys have got the weigh-in soon, innit? Punch. What time's the weigh-in over there?
Who's the weigh-in?
Yeah. Is it in the afternoon?
Oh my God.
Uh-oh. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
By the way, for someone in the chat saying it's gold, the orange, Mark, it's orange. The green stands for the Catholic, the orange stands for the Protestant, the white stands for the unity between the two, and the dividend of the 1921 referendum. Come on, man. Don't try and skill me on my country. This is the one thing I fucking know. I know more about Irish history and our culture than I do about boxing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we need that also to explain the Irish struggle too. We're gonna do it another day. We're gonna do another day. We spoke about that. You already know. We got to do that. We got to do that because I do think that I mean it's more educational because there's I feel like every race has their struggle, but a lot of people don't know about everybody else's struggle. They can understand, Can you imagine just like say when
most countries and creeds have had a form of struggle, man.
Yeah, of course, man. Come on, they used to kill the Chinese baby if it was born a girl first. To kill the baby.
Huh? Really?
Yeah.
In India too.
Not in India, mate. Pakistan.
Yeah, no, I was there when it happened.
No.
I was there.
Not in India, mate. In Pakistan.
Oh, yes, in India. What?
No,
in India. I think it was in Gujarat or something.
Okay, where did you read that so I can go online? Because my inheritance.
Okay, first off, all right. So I'm going to show you my age right quick. So first off, the year I'm talking about is 1997 when I lived there, right? So it's a while ago, but I'm pretty sure it's.
Where did you live? Where did you live?
I lived in Bangalore, but I traveled like Pune and I was in Mumbai.
So you heard that in India.
Yeah, the whole thing. Like it made the news. Like because it was a traditional thing, right? They used to. It was two things. It was two things out of this thing. One was, a guy died, and they threw his wife on his funeral pyre. I guess they burned his body. They burned his ashes and they threw his wife onto the funeral pyre with him. And
that's some odd stories, bro.
Yeah, it's fucking odd as fuck to me. But anyway, the other part of it was a guy had a daughter. A guy had a baby. He was born a daughter, and so he killed her by pouring boiling water down her throat. It's fucking gruesome.
That's some sick shit, bro. That's
yeah,
some
both of
sick
these fucking
shit,
stories are gruesome as shit. But yeah, it was back
sick bullshit, bro.
Do you know? Look at my friend. My friend's wife. They have 2 kids. The oldest one is now 9 or 10, gonna be 10. Do you know she haven't seen her parents in 12 years because she married a Colombian guy?
What do you mean?
She's from she's from India. The parents is from India. She married
Right.
outside.
Oh,
She
right.
married
They wanted
outside
a
the
marriage.
race.
They wanted arranged marriage.
Yeah, she married a Colombian guy, which is my friend.
Well, that's just the
She haven't
same as.
spoken or seen her parents, and when she cut, I said they cut her off.
Oh yeah, that's a big deal. That's a big deal.
Bro,
Like they're not really big respecters of a love relationship, right? They're
listen,
like,
that's the same.
who the
Yeah,
hell
but
organized around that principle?
smoke. That's the same. Exactly the same with the Koreans. Listen, that's the same with the Turkish people. That's the same with the Chinese. That's the same with the Japanese. They want to keep it. They all appreciate their own inheritance in their own marriages, so they don't make it mixed marriages, so they can keep making babies in their own culture. That's within so many cultures, bro.
No, but that's not that's not keeping the culture pure. That's keeping the money in the family. Those are
Well,
mostly their business
whatever it is.
relationships more than anything, right?
But whatever it is, it's in lots and lots and lots and lots and lots of different cultures. Even the Dutch, even the German people, even the Russians.
Hey, listen, I'm not even mad at it. I'm not judging. Like
Yeah.
for me, it's from coming from the American or the Western way. Like it's a bunch of divorce. I don't see a lot of divorce in the. I did see some, right, but I didn't see a tons of it. But I also didn't see, like, what I thought was weird was seeing the generations go out together, like 3 generations going to the club. Like, why is grandma in the club with the grandkids? But that's how they roll. They roll. Everybody goes out together. Like,
Man, yeah, I understand what you mean, but the Indians also in India, they don't even accept the Indians who are born and bred in different countries. So, when we went over there, they didn't even accept us. Like you can see, they look at us different. You know what I mean? And they know from straight away we're Western Indians. We're not from Indians in their country. So they even have a different heritage in their own culture, bro. Just like every other culture.
Yo.
Who's this? Who's that? Bill Haney in the house.
Speak.
Bill.
no, he went off mute and then left, then fell off.
I don't think that's Bill at all, man. Bill's son's gonna be weighing in a few hours, and I'm sure Bill Haney ain't gonna want to come onto no YouTube this until
Now look at
Sunday.
Rap Star. You got the schedule. You got the itinerary on deck. What's he gonna have for breakfast? He's gonna have fresh squeeze, or you going with the frozen?
Yeah, yo, we're gonna have a round 2 of the. I don't know if I'm going to do it this week, but sometime soon we go.
What's
talk
that?
more about solutions and helping the community better and come up with, should do
What
like
are you
a.
trying
We
to
should.
do?
What I want to do, I want to probably create some type of foundation, man, through this channel, through this community, and we could just have like a foundation of maybe like a scholarship foundation or something to help out, something to help out the community, people in need, I don't know. I don't know exactly how, what, but I want to help out some, we gotta come out with some all of us foundation. I mean, if we could put in super chats and certain things and certain channels, we could put in some type of money into a good foundation that we could create.
Well, you got to start thinking about the foundation. Then I'm getting my channel up soon, so then I can start thinking about what we can help.
You know what? We need to, like, speaking of Ice Cube, like, I'm not, his whole Ice Cube being aside, I think we can learn from coming up with a platform that can help as many people as possible and have that being adopted by both parties, so it becomes part of the actual national policy versus because I think there's some systemic changes that need to happen. There's definitely some on the ground, like, mentoring, touching people, touching people's lives and reaching in, but there's also some real systemic issues that need addressing.
Can you imagine you could have like a tutor, like a mentoring tutorship through online, since a lot of kids is doing remote schooling, but now you could create a remote tutor. It's a good idea. What you think?
It's excellent.
Right.
I mean,
you remember those big? You remember those big brother,
Big brother, big sister programs.
Yeah.
Hook it up with Zoom.
Cool. Yeah, things like that, man. But yeah, man, I'm a time out. I'll think about it, man. I'll brainstorm about it. Y'all do that too. We could come up with
I'm
something.
looking forward to your next segment of Blame a Black Man. You know,
I love my brothers and sisters.
I'm messing. Like right now, I'm messing.
I love my brothers and sisters, but I wish that we more see each other as one race and sons and daughters of God, and look at each other like that. You know,
I definitely see us all as human beings outside, whether it's God's involved or not. I don't think you need God in order to recognize it. Right.
Anyway, peace
out,
to
my
you,
brothers.
Shine. Peace
All
to the
right.
chat. Peace to everyone, man. It's been great. Catch you guys
next time.
Yeah. Anyway, we catch you on the live fight.
Tomorrow, black and brown boxing got smoke Friday. So
Free Smoke Friday, yeah.
Free Smoke Friday.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
Okay, cool. And you're gonna be on the fight Saturday live.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
All right.
Let me see.
Peace out. Hey, Bill Haney in the house.
Bill Haney.
Kills him.
Shut up.
Later, bro.
Later.
Yeah, you're the man, Punch.
Oh, thank you, my brother.